I have clearly awakened the power to control the fate of all things. But he was regarded as a waste by the whole world. Even the homeroom teacher who once had the highest hopes for me could only shake his head and sigh, thinking that my life was completely ruined. Simply because this world has already been completely invaded by that game system. Powerful beasts are rampant, cities are collapsing, and the rules are being reshaped. Only those who have awakened their combat professions can struggle to survive in this new world. What I awakened was the most mysterious and useless profession, the Fate Master. What's even more outrageous is that my talent can only be used once in my lifetime, and moreover, it can only change one word in the outline of fate. Everyone was watching coldly, waiting to see me make a fool of myself, waiting to see me be completely submerged in the tide of fate. But no one expected that with just one move and one word, I could turn this useless talent that was discarded by everyone into a god-level talent. At this time, in Blue Star, Longqing No. 1 Middle School, the career transfer square. In the center of the square, the huge job transfer formation suddenly burst into a dazzling light, blindingly bright. I tried hard to suppress the tension in my heart, took a deep breath and closed my eyes. A moment later, a clear system notification sound rang in my ears, and the entire square was instantly boiling. Wow! That was an SSS-level hidden job, right? I was so ready to suck up to him, but it turned out to be. Ha! The Fate Master? The legendary profession that can only awaken talents once? Is this true? I thought it was just an urban legend. I told you! Having good grades and good looks is useless. Changing your job depends entirely on luck. The noisy voices came like a tide, my heart sank suddenly, and an ominous premonition quietly spread. I opened my eyes quickly, and my gaze was fixed on the panel that popped up in front of me. My whole body froze in place instantly. My eyes were full of disbelief. How could this happen? Class 3-1, Lin Feng, successfully changed his job. SSS level hidden job, Fate Master. Looking at the illusory panel in front of me, I lowered my head with a wry smile. As a time traveler, I am extremely unlucky. It would have been bad enough that I don't have a system cheat code, but in this life, as soon as I opened my eyes, my parents passed away one after another. In order to change my fate, I studied hard for 18 years and finally made it to the day of my job awakening. But no one expected that this seeded player, who was supposed to be the most dazzling new star, would slip and fall at the most critical moment. In this world where professionals are respected, strength determines whether a person can survive. And the talent at the time of awakening is directly tied to the future of the professional. A one-time talent? This is simply wasting half of one's life. At this moment, Shida beside him also sighed and comforted him. Don't be desperate, maybe your talent is not what the legend says. As he spoke, he handed me a crystal and helped me awaken my talent with his own hands. In an instant, the light of the formation surged again. The crystal shattered in my palm, turning into a stream of light that poured into my body. Then, a pleasant system prompt sounded, and a new panel slowly appeared before his eyes. Ding! Fate event triggered. Talent awakening. You gain a D-level one-time talent. Drama Fate disappears after one use. My mood fell into an icy cold. The last bit of luck was completely shattered. As expected, it was exactly as the rumors said. I could only awaken a one-time talent. The noise in the square became even louder, with sneers, sniggers and sarcastic remarks like needles piercing one's heart. I smiled at myself and couldn't help but click on the talent details. Playing with Fate, D-level one-time talent. Playing with Fate, you can modify one word in the Fate event. The talent disappears after using it once. I stared at the introduction on the panel and let out a long sigh. It is indeed a drama. It sounds great to be able to change one's fate. But just once? Changing one word? That's nothing. Not even worth making fun of. I thought I had to accept my fate and be content with an ordinary life, but at this moment, a flash of inspiration exploded deep in my mind. Wait! Playing with fate? Modifying a word in a fate event? The system panel that popped up when the talent was awakened just now, isn't it the fate event? Could it be that, even that can be changed? Thinking of this, my eyes suddenly lit up, as if there was a flame dancing in them. Almost subconsciously, I looked at the fate event panel that had not yet been closed. My heart was pounding, my breathing was rapid, and I stretched out my trembling finger and tapped lightly. Do you want to use Shiming to modify the fate event? I was shocked. Is this really possible? Could it be that I had a physical condition that caused me to encounter bugs in the game in my previous life, and it has also come to me in this life? I swallowed hard, stared at the last line, suppressed my inner joy, and whispered, Edit! Change once to 100 million times! Ding! Modification successful. Fate event changed. Fate event, talent awakening, you get the D-level talent Shiming. Disappears after using it 100 million times. It worked. It really worked. Ha 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 ha. It's done. It really can be changed. Ha 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 ha. I'm taking off. My emotions completely exploded at this moment. The sadness and joy that had been suppressed for a long time seemed to burst through a dam, and I couldn't control it at all. I laughed wildly, and the sound echoed in the square. I laughed wildly and crazily. With such an incredible talent, and billions of opportunities to use it, wouldn't he be invincible? I knew it. How could an S-level hidden profession be useless? Those former Fate Masters simply didn't know how to use it. Ha ha. The people around me who were waiting to see me laugh now had strange looks on their faces. This guy, is he crazy? From being the pride of the land to falling to the bottom of the valley, it's really cruel. Just as everyone was talking in low voices, a slightly worried voice sounded. Lin? Are you okay? Cheetah walked over and asked cautiously. Only then did I come to my senses and realize that I was still standing in the center of the job transfer formation, with hundreds of eyes staring at me. My face turned red, and I quickly coughed twice, forcing myself to control my emotions and restore my usual calm expression. I'm fine, sorry to have worried you. After I finished speaking, I quickly walked down the formation. As Cheetah watched me from behind, a meaningful light flashed across his eyes. As soon as he stepped off the formation, the system prompt sounded again. Ding, fate event triggered, you have successfully changed your job. The professional skill, life-seeking, has been activated. Fate peering, passive, you can peek into the fluctuations of fate around you, your own fate will definitely be revealed, and you can sense danger in advance. A passive ability that predicts danger? Not bad, and it can also peek into the fate of others? I was delighted and couldn't wait to get back to my seat. I didn't care about the strange looks around me, I just sat down on the ground and quickly opened my character panel. Lin Feng, Occupation, Fate Master, SSS Level Hidden Occupation. Level, LV1, 0/100. HP, 100/100. MP, 250/250. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Spirit, 25. Agility, 10. Fate points, 100. Talent, Fate Master. Skills, Detection, Fate Peering, Passive, Whisper of Fate. Looks good. There's another skill? What are fate points? I touched my chin and quickly checked the skill details. Whisper of Fate consumes fate points, modifies the trajectory of the fate line, and pushes it in a direction that is favorable to oneself with a certain probability. Consumes 10 MP, no cooldown. Fate points, special points gained after playing with fate, exclusive to Fate Masters. I see. No wonder I was given 100 points at once. It seems I made a lot of money when I modified my talent just now. But does this profession really have no combat skills? I hope it can be used to kill monsters. Just as I was thinking about my future plans, I heard the sound of crisp footsteps. The sunlight was blocked, and I looked up, only to be greeted by two eye-catching sights. Well, they started at a D cup at least. Ahem, I quickly regained my composure and asked calmly. What's the matter? The person who came was the school beauty who had just provoked me, Gu Qingying. She looked coldly at me sitting casually on the ground, her eyes full of disappointment and anger. Are you giving up just like that? Gu Qingying asked coldly. I shrugged and said calmly. Give up what? What do you think? Gu Qingying suddenly grabbed my collar and pulled me up. TSK, an S-level swordsman is different. Even his strength is greater than before. I teased, looking like I had given up. However, Gu Qingying was so angry that she was shaking. Don't forget. You are SSS level. Your profession is stronger than mine. Even if your talent is poor, your profession can make up for your shortcomings. I smiled slightly, broke free from her hand, and was about to speak when a harsh system prompt suddenly sounded. Ding! Fateful event triggered. Gu Qingying was attacked by a killer. Died on the spot. My face suddenly changed, and my pupils contracted. Killer? Died on the spot? What a joke! This is the job transfer square. Then 3 seconds turned into 2 seconds. Without time to think, my heart was pounding, and I almost instinctively raised my hand and pushed. Caught off guard, Gu Qingying was pushed back more than 10 steps by me and almost fell down. What are you doing? Before she finished her words, a dark shadow strangely appeared where she was standing. 2 daggers were instantly nailed to the ground, flashing cold light. If I hadn't pushed it in time, Gu Qingying would probably have died. This scene frightened everyone in the square and made them scream. Cheetah's expression changed drastically, and he rushed over as a shadow, but the distance was too far, and it was too late. The killer's attack missed, and he was furious. He turned around suddenly and stabbed my chest with both daggers like poisonous snakes. Ding, the fate line fluctuates. Ding, a fate event is triggered. You interfered with the killer was extremely angry and attacked you. Of course I can see that. As the dagger broke through the wind, the breath of death rushed towards him. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind, and suddenly an idea came to me. Activate the drama! Modify! The fate event was modified successfully. Gained 50 points of drama points. Ding! The fate event was triggered. You interfered with the killer. The killer was extremely angry and attacked you in the chest. As the power of destiny quietly started to take effect, the killer who had been rushing towards me with a dagger in his hand suddenly put away his weapon without any warning. His movements changed, his hands turned into gropes and rushed straight towards my chest. The scene was strangely quiet for a while. Not only were the onlookers stunned, but even the killer himself suddenly became more sober, with a confused look on his face. Wait, what am I doing? I glanced at him, blinked slightly, and said shyly, Well, I know I'm handsome, but I'm really not interested in men. Killer. But he had no time to react. The next second, a shadow fell from the sky and slammed into the killer. The force was so great that even the floor tiles exploded, and the scene was shaken. The killer was almost smashed into a meat patty by Zid. Qingying! Lin Feng! Are you okay? Cheetah rushed over with an anxious look on his face, his voice full of worry. Today is Longqing No. 1 Middle School's job transfer ceremony. If someone really dies, he, as the person in charge, will be in big trouble, especially with the eldest daughter of the Gu family present. Gu Qingying shook her head in shock and whispered, I'm fine. He saved me. When Cheetah heard this, his eyes immediately fell on me. I shrugged and pretended to be pitiful. Is it a big deal to have my breasts attacked? Cheetah's mouth twitched. Get lost. Seeing that both of them were safe and sound, Cheetah finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then pulled the half-dead killer out from the ground. He looked at the man coldly, his tone icy. Tell me, who sent you here? The killer gritted his teeth and snorted twice, then suddenly rolled his eyes and said, If I say, I just wanted to take advantage of him because he's so handsome, would you believe me? Before he finished speaking, Cheetah's face turned black, and he raised his hand to release a certain skill, and the killer fell unconscious instantly. The transfer ceremony continues, and the vice principal will temporarily preside over it. I'll be back later, Cheetah ordered loudly. Then, he turned to Gu Qingying and said, An assassin sneaked into the ceremony. It was my fault. I will give you an explanation for this matter. Qingying, come with me. Gu Qingying glanced at me hesitantly. What about him? Cheetah gave me a meaningful look and said, He doesn't need it. You are the target. After saying that, he picked up the black-clad killer and Gu Qingying and quickly left the square. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the killer's strange behavior was not blamed on me. The ceremony continued and time passed. The successful conclusion of the job transfer ceremony means that we have officially graduated. The next step is to level up with all our strength in preparation for the college entrance examination in a month. As I was about to leave the square, an extremely annoying voice rang in my ears. Hearing this tone, I don't even need to look back. Every world is full of such cheap bastards. Oh my, isn't this Lin Dashue, the master from Longqing No. 1 Middle School? He changed his job to become a fate master? It's incredible. This is an SSS-level hidden profession. How can moral wizards like me dare to compete with him? I didn't even bother to look back, and I just said coldly, "Get lost." The visitor was Wu Xiaoyang, the third young master of the Wu family, a typical playboy. "What did you say? Say it again if you dare. Believe it or not, I will strike you with lightning." Wu Xiaoyang went berserk in an instant. "Listen carefully. You are just an orphan, a waste, a jinx, and you still want to get close to Gu Qingying? Are you worthy?" I didn't even frown in the face of his rage and humiliation. Now I just want to get out of town and level up, so I don't have time to deal with this mad dog. A small fateful event is triggered. Your attitude makes Wu Xiaoyang furious, and his hatred towards you increases dramatically. When I saw the prompt panel appearing in front of me, the corners of my mouth slightly raised. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 5 points of drama points. Fate event. Your attitude caused Wu Xiaoyang's clothes to explode, and his hatred towards you increased dramatically. The next second, Wu Xiaoyang was roaring vigorously, but his clothes exploded into strips with a bang. The dignified Wu Sanshao was actually running naked in the square with hundreds of people. My eyes are going blind! As the crowd screamed, the job transfer square fell into chaos. But I had already laughed and walked away, hiding my achievements and fame. I don't know how much time has passed since the game was released. As generations of job changers continue to grow, human cities are becoming more and more stable. Although the area outside the city is still a wilderness area, the area close to the city has become a paradise for novices to level up. At this moment, I am walking slowly out of the city gate. The entire novice area was deserted, with only the occasional sounds of wild animals coming from afar. This is the wilderness area. It's like a different world once you leave the city. I sighed, and a novice longbow appeared in my hand. Novice longbow, rank blank. Attack +5. Introduction, for beginners only, just make do with it. Although I am a sorcerer, I found that my profession does not seem to be picky about equipment, and theoretically anything can be used. If there were guns in the world, I would really like to learn from that cripple in MOBA and shoot everywhere with a sniper rifle. After walking a few steps, a cute, furry-looking rabbit jumped into my sight. Softbone rabbit level, LV1. HP 50. Strength 2, Agility 6, Skills Bite. Introduction, you have chosen the way to die. Let's try my destiny skill. I murmured softly, drawing my bow and drawing my arrow, but I didn't aim at the rabbit's vitals. The arrow is released, and the whisper of fate quietly starts, decrease 5 points of drama points. A gust of wind suddenly blew up, and the arrow drew an incredible arc and hit the target accurately in the head. The line of fate can actually be twisted like this. This profession is quite interesting. I tried it a few more times. Although I still haven't fully understood the mechanism of Whisper of Fate, I have a rough idea of the general principle. Take the attack hit rate for example. If the attack fails to hit the target, I can use the play points to forcibly correct the hit rate. The larger the correction, the more play points will be consumed. It would be interesting if I could set the consumption amount later, and the flexibility would be maximized. As for how to add other buff effects, I'm not sure yet. But it's not important right now. I have to deal with the test rabbit in front of me, which has only a little blood left. I picked up the novice longbow and smashed it directly on the head. -15. You killed the LV1 softbone rabbit, gained 5 experience points, and obtained rabbit teeth multiplied by 1. As expected, the novice monsters are very safe, and their experience is pitifully small. I was muttering to myself when the system notification sounded again. Ding! Fateful event, congratulations on killing your first monster in life. You have obtained the achievement First Blood, and the reward White Treasure Chest is multiplied by 1. Achievement system? I heard the teacher mention it in class, but he just brushed it off by saying the rewards were useless. But when I looked at the prompt in front of me, I suddenly realized that this information was not an ordinary prompt, but a fate event displayed by fate peering. In other words, it could also be modified. My eyes lit up and I activated Shi Ming without hesitation. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points of drama points. Fate event, congratulations on killing the first monster in your life, and get the achievement. First Blood. And the reward platinum treasure chest is multiplied by 1. As I saw the reward name change from blank to platinum, the corners of my mouth widened even more. Sure enough, I can tamper with the text in the fate events. If I could only change one word at a time, I would have changed the platinum treasure box to colorful treasure box long ago. Of course, the quantity can be changed, but I prefer a high-level treasure chest to a bunch of junk treasure chests. After all, 100 whiteboards are not as good as 1 platinum. I immediately opened my backpack and saw a glittering platinum treasure chest lying there. But I didn't rush to open it, I just looked around thoughtfully. Finally, I suppressed my excitement, turned around and left, heading straight out of the novice village. What? He's out of town. No one took him with him? At the same time, in the Wu family in Longqing, Wu Xiaoyang had just changed into new clothes and was listening to his subordinates' reports with an incredulous look on his face. Master, he left alone, without a team, and no one led him, and… Wu Xiaoyang frowned. Just say what you want to say, don't hesitate. And after he killed a rabbit, he went straight to the wolf forest. Wu Xiaoyang was stunned on the spot. Sanglong Forest? Isn't that a level 5 or higher area? Ha! Is he crazy? Does he really think that a 3S level profession is invincible? And he's just a useless fortune teller? Wu Xiaoyang almost laughed out loud. A newcomer who just changed his profession dared to skip his level and enter a high-risk area. Isn't that courting death? Master, then what shall we do next? Keep watching. If you get a chance, give those wolves a hand and send them off. By the way, at this moment, I was quietly standing on a big tree in the wolf forest, aiming my bow at the gray wolf in front of me. Sun Lang. Grade, whiteboard. Level LV5. HP, 150/150. Strength, 15. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 5. Agility, 20. Skill, tearing attack. Introduction, thick skin and flesh, extremely fast, extremely ferocious, be careful. An arrow shot through the air. Ding, a small fate event is triggered, you attack the wolf, causing skin injuries to it. When an attack is imminent, life peeping will be automatically triggered again. I haven't figured out the triggering mechanism of this skill yet. It didn't react at all when I was hitting the rabbit, but now it's suddenly triggered. But I can see from the prompt that this attack can't even break the skin. External skin injury. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 1 drama point. Fate event, you attack the wolf, causing internal and external injuries to it. As the prompt fell, a wolf howled, an arrow pierced its body. -50, the critical hit number popped up, and the Tsanglang information panel was marked as severely injured. Severely injured, movement speed reduced by 50%, recovery reduced by 50%, HP loss 5 points per second until the severe injury ends. It roared and looked around for enemies, and I fired 2 arrows in a row. This time, Life Peep did not trigger, so I could only actively activate the Whisper of Fate, which consumed 2 points of drama points. The arrow hit the wound accurately. -50, -50, 2 red words flashed, and the wolf died on the spot, turning into a white light and disappearing. You killed the LV5 wolf and gained 80 experience points, 40 leapfrog experience points, 1 wolf skin, 2 wolf fangs. Congratulations on successfully upgrading to LV2, HP and MP increased by 10, and free attribute points increased by 30. My eyes lit up. Sure enough. Killing monsters above your level doubles your experience points, a total of 120 points, and you can level up directly. 30 points of free attributes. No wonder SSS professions are so envied. But then I thought again, although my Fate Master has a beautiful panel, the only active skill is Whisper of Fate, which has to be driven by Fate points. Fate points are generated by talent. If every skill depends on the number of Fate points, then a Fate Master without talent is probably one of the most useless SSS professions. Thinking of this, I smacked my lips. Fortunately, I found a bug, otherwise I would have been dead. As I thought about this, I took out the platinum treasure chest from my backpack. It's too painful to kill monsters above your level. If you rely on Whisper of Fate every time, your life points will definitely not be enough. At the critical moment, you still have to rely on equipment. I was about to open the treasure chest when the life peep was triggered again. Ding! Destiny event triggered. You opened the platinum treasure chest. Congratulations, you got the equipment, Magic Bow Platinum. I narrowed my eyes. If I change the name, will there be any surprises? The system shouldn't crash and show a mosaic, right? I hesitated for a moment, then grinned and said, I'll do it once and for all. Shiming, start. As the talent of drama was activated, my mind seemed to be torn apart, and a noisy and strange voice poured in. The voice was like a whisper from another world, which made people shudder, but it quickly disappeared strangely, as if it had never appeared. Just when I was full of doubts, the system prompt sounds rang one after another. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 20 points of drama points. Fate event, you opened the platinum treasure chest. Congratulations on obtaining the equipment, Demon Bow read. Seeing this series of information, my heart was beating wildly. I just changed the name of an equipment, but it jumped 2 grades. Crimson equipment. That is the top existence, second only to the legendary level. This is simply taking off. Without even a second's hesitation, I immediately opened the platinum treasure chest in front of me. Along with a beam of dazzling red light, a pitch-black longbow with strange patterns slowly floated out and fell into my hands. The longbow was engraved with circles of mysterious purple ancient characters, flowing like living things, which was frightening. I took a deep breath and couldn't wait to check its properties. Demon Bow. Quality, red. Attack power, increased by 300. Critical hit rate, increased by 15%. All attributes, increased by 10. Special effect, arrowless bow, shooting without arrows. Demon power, attack cannot be blocked, causing an additional 2 times the highest attribute damage. Soulbound cannot be dropped, sold, or destroyed. The pride of the demon god, the light effect of the equipment cannot be turned off, it is destined to become the focus of everyone. Embryo will consume your experience points to grow on its own. Level 1. Introduction, a magic weapon born of the power of destiny. The holder will be watched by destiny. Those who play with destiny will eventually be played with by destiny. I stared at the equipment description and gasped. This attribute bonus is outrageous. It's so strong at level 1, how can it be? It's worthy of being an exclusive talent for SSS level professions. It's simply a starter artifact tailor-made for me. However, the last sentence, "You have been targeted by the demon," is interesting. Is this true? You want to scare me with just a piece of equipment introduction? Besides, even if he was targeted, so what? Could the demon kill him directly? If this game was really that fierce, humans would have been extinct long ago. I clenched the demon god's bow in my hand, feeling excited. I then opened the attribute panel and added all the attribute points I had accumulated. Lymphome. Occupation Fate Master. Level LV2, 25/300. HP 260/MP, 410. Strength 25 plus 10. Constitution 15 plus 10. Spirit 30 plus 10. Agility 15 plus 10. Fate points 179. Seeing the panel attributes almost doubled, the corners of my mouth raised. There were 2 LV5 wolves in the distance, so I just wanted to practice. I raised my hand and shot 2 arrows. -450. -900. You killed LV5 Grey Wolf X2, gained 160 experience points, 50 cross-level experience points, and gained Wolf Fang X4. When the critical hit number jumped up to nearly 1,000 points, I became alert. I had no intention of wasting time on the periphery, and walked straight into the depths of the Tsunlong forest. At the same time, in Longqing City Lord's mansion. "My Lord City Lord, I'm sorry! It was my fault that I failed in my duty and allowed the killer to take advantage of the situation and disturb Miss Qingying." Cheetah lowered his head and stood beside a majestic middle-aged man with a guilty look on his face. The job transfer ceremony is so important, and you actually made a mistake? The man glanced at him coldly. Chida's forehead was sweating, and he quickly said, "It's my fault. I am willing to accept the punishment." "Dad," Gu Qingying on the side said quickly, "I'm not injured, and Principal Qi didn't do it on purpose, so don't blame him." Gu Tai sighed, with a trace of helplessness on his face. "Well, okay, Lao Qi, I know you, let's end this matter here. It's true that things have been a bit shaky lately, with some clowns daring to come out and cause trouble. One day, we'll have to clean them all up." He turned to look at Gu Qingying and said softly, "I'm sorry for putting you through this. When Dad is done with his busy schedule, I will definitely give you a big surprise. You should go back to school with the principal now. Everyone is forming teams at this time. You are an S-level professional, so don't keep others waiting." Gu Qingying nodded and just turned to leave when suddenly, "Lord City Lord, something bad has happened." A guard rushed into the hall, his face full of panic. "The leveling area around Dragon City has undergone a change. A large number of monsters have been demonized, and their levels have risen sharply, at least by 10 levels. Gu Tai's face darkened. "We just dealt with the killer, and now even the leveling area has problems?" Chida quickly explained. "Don't worry, City Lord. That area is for novices to level up. Most of the newcomers who have just changed jobs are in school now, so they will be fine." Gu Tai's frown eased a little. "Then, is there anyone in the leveling area now?" "Yes." The guard looked embarrassed. Gu Tai was puzzled. "Who?" "Longqing No. 1 Middle School, SSS level professional Lin Feng. Outside of Dragon City, deep in the wolf forest, I stood on the branch of a big tree, staring at the figure in the bushes ahead like an eagle. A giant wolf, several times larger than an ordinary wolf and completely snow-white, was moving through the woods. On its forehead, a silver moon-shaped mark was flashing with a cold light. I had drawn the bowstring to its full extent, waiting for that moment to come. Sure enough, the moment the giant wolf jumped up, I let go. Swoosh! The sharp arrow broke through the air and hit the target accurately. "Oh, minus 450. The giant wolf roared and stopped, its fierce eyes flashing, staring at me, the sneak attacker. I grinned. "One arrow missed, it's really an elite monster." I casually released the detection technique, and the information appeared before my eyes. Silver Moon Wolf Elite. Level LV10. Grade Black Iron. HP 1050/1500. Strength 55/Constitution, 150/Spirit, 50/Agility 50. Skills: Silver Moon Sprint/Moonlight Shield. Description: Silver hair shines like moonlight, eyes are as sharp as stars. Can greatly strengthen itself with the power of moonlight. Elite monsters are different. Their health points have soared to 1500. But I'm not panicking at all. So what if my attributes are high? If you can't hit me, everything is in vain. I drew the bow again and was about to shoot the next arrow. There was a flash of silver light and my eyes blurred. The silver moon wolf suddenly appeared in front of me, opening its mouth and pouncing straight at me. Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized silver moon wolf launches the Silver Moon Sprint and launches a surprise attack on you. The fateful event that suddenly popped up before my eyes made me frown. Again? I sighed in my heart. Why does this kind of thing always pop up at the most critical moment? The silver moon wolf's tongue was almost licking my face. How could I not know it was preparing to attack? Why didn't it just wait until my neck was bitten off before jumping out to warn me? Can this skill be triggered a little earlier? Can it be smarter? Although my mind was full of complaints, I could only rely on this fate mechanism to save my life. I don't know if it's because I've changed it so many times that my brain has become smarter. In a flash, I immediately came up with an idea. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points. Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized silver moon wolf launched a Silver Moon Sprint against you and offered tribute to you. In a flash, the giant wolf, which had opened its bloody mouth and was about to bite my neck, froze and actually knelt on the ground, treating me with great respect. A 4 or 5 meter long body lay in front of me, opened its mouth and spit out a crystal crescent-shaped badge, which fell quietly at my feet. I was stunned for a moment. I had only changed the fate event to tribute, purely for the sake of saving my life. But who would have thought that this wolf would really know the rules? Was he sending treasures right away? Silver Moon Badge. Grade Gold. Spirit +5. Special Effect, Silver Moon Dash. Dash quickly in the specified direction, immune to all control, and the next attack will definitely be a critical hit. CD 5 minutes. Silver Moon Shield. Gain a shield equal to the MP limit, lasting 60 seconds. CD 10 minutes. Description: a token bestowed by the Silver Moon Wolf King to his offspring, containing part of his power. I looked at the badge and was completely dumbfounded. Oh my god! I can get gold level equipment for free just by paying tribute? And it comes with 2 skills? This is too outrageous. This destiny talent is comparable to a weapon of causality. No wonder it can only be used once at the beginning, it's too incredible. But I soon realized that the Silver Moon Wolf was still lying there, as if the tribute ceremony had not really ended. As long as I didn't take the equipment, it would have to lie there? I narrowed my eyes slightly, leaped onto a branch beside me, drew the bow in my hand, and without hesitation, shot the arrow as fast as the wind. Whoosh, whoosh, -900. -900. 2 arrows broke through the defense, and exploded in the head, and the Silver Moon Wolf fell to the ground. I grinned and put on the badge without hesitation, but I didn't notice that the body of the Silver Moon Wolf did not disappear. Instead, strange dark purple lines quietly emerged between its fur. You killed LV-10 Silver Moon Wolf Elite, and gained 500 experience points, 100 points of which go to the Demon Bow, 250 cross-level experience points, 50 points of which go to the Demon Bow, and 1 Silver Moon Fur. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV3, your HP and MP increased by 10 points, and you gained 30 free attribute points. Wow, 750 experience points! If this bow hadn't consumed 1/5 of its power, I would have almost leveled up twice. I was in a good mood and distributed the attributes evenly. When I was about to continue exploring, the system prompt popped up again. Ding, fate event triggered. You took the things of the Silver Moon Wolf King by force, and have been targeted by the Silver Moon Wolf King. I raised my eyebrows. Another one targeting me? TSK, am I too handsome that even wolves can't control themselves? With a light snap of his fingers, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 5 points of drama points. Fate event. You took the things of the Silver Moon Wolf King by force, and the Silver Moon Wolf King has fallen in love with you. I chuckled. Maybe I could even get a little boss as a pet. But before I could feel complacent, a strange look came towards me. I turned around subconsciously and saw 2 skinny men in leather armor staring at me blankly. My heart tightened. Could it be that they saw everything that happened just now? I immediately activated the scrying spell. Song 2. Level 3 ? Power, Longqing Wu family. Jiang Yuyi. Level 3 ? Power, Dragon City Wu family. The level detection failed, which means he is at least 10 levels higher than me. When I saw the words, Longqing Wu family, again, my face darkened. Wu Xiaoyang's power. These 2 just watched coldly from the sidelines as I provoked the Silver Moon Wolf. I thought I was going to die, but I saw with my own eyes that elite monster kneel down to pay tribute to me, and then I shot it in the head with 2 arrows and killed it instantly. The shock on their faces was almost written all over their faces. What kind of monster is this? Who on earth has our young master offended? I'm too lazy to guess what they are thinking. I just know that these 2 people cannot leave alive. My eyes turned cold, the bow was drawn, and the whisper of fate was ready to go. But before I could make a move, a fishy wind suddenly blew past. Swish! A dark purple claw slashed through the air, and Song Ritu and Jiang Yi instantly turned into 2 blood mists, with damage as high as 4 digits jumping out of their bodies. My pupils shrank and I quickly turned my head, only to see a figure even larger than the Silver Moon Wolf suddenly appear. That is, the evolved form of the Silver Moon Wolf? Dark purple strange patterns were entwined on its snow-white fur, and the purple saliva flowing from its bloody mouth corroded the ground like sulfuric acid, making bursts of sizzling sounds. What the fuck is this monster? I quickly found out. Demonized Silver Moon Wolf Elite. Rank Bronze. Level 3 ? Introduction. The demonized silver moon wolf has greatly increased its strength. Please stay away as soon as possible. I was immediately shocked. This was the wolf I had just killed, but it was demonized and resurrected. Oh my god, can this data world still be resurrected? The corner of my mouth twitched violently. Where's my life-seeking skill? This must be a fateful event. Why didn't it trigger? It's obvious that the monster in front of me is no ordinary stuff. The two big guys who were more than 10 levels higher than me were beaten into meat paste by its claws. What can I use to fight it? I stared at the murderous silver moon wolf, thinking secretly as I retreated. A flash of inspiration came to me, and I immediately activated the scrying spell. This time, the Whisper of Fate was also triggered. Demonized Silver Moon Wolf Elite. Rank Bronze. Level LV25. HP 5000/5000. Strength 300. Constitution 500. Spirit 100. Agility 150. Skills Dark Moon Dash, Dark Tear, Demonized Rage. Introduction. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf, its strength has skyrocketed. Please stay away. Sure enough, the Whisper of Fate can also enhance the detection technique. I muttered in a low voice, but my expression did not show a smile. This Silver Moon Wolf is not only of high level, but also of advanced grade. 5000 HP, 300 strength. With just one claw, I can be turned into a meat pie. Unless my passive ability of life-seeing can be activated continuously, otherwise, it will be fatal. As I was racking my brain for a solution, a thought suddenly flashed through my mind. Since Whisper of Fate can enhance my detection skills, can it also enhance my life-seeing skills? My eyes lit up instantly. I gritted my teeth and activated Whisper of Destiny again, while silently saying to myself, please, give me some more strength this time. Play points reduced by 20. Fate event. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf is sitting quietly. It really works? I raised my eyebrows in surprise, but I still felt a pain in my heart. 20 points of drama life, the price is too high. But an accident happened. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 30 points of drama points. Fate event. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf is dying quietly. The huge Silver Moon Wolf suddenly trembled, fell to the ground with a thud, and disappeared in a faint light. No drops, no experience, not even any kill information. Damn! This doesn't count as my killing? I felt a pain in my heart. This is a level 25 Bronze Elite. If I kill him head-on, the experience will definitely be enough for me to level up to level 10. What a pity. Although I'm a bit of a loser, I know that if a fight breaks out, I'll be dead. Being alive is a win. I smacked my lips and said, I'll try not to use modifications to kill monsters in the future. It's not worth it. All my life points are wasted. It's such a bloody loss. Just as he was about to continue using the demon bow to kill monsters, a familiar voice exploded in his mind. Lin Feng! I'm Principal Chi De, hurry back to Dragon City. Something strange has happened around the leveling area, countless monsters have transformed into demons, it's extremely dangerous. Hurry back to the city. I was stunned and was about to respond, but I found that there was no follow-up to the message. It seemed that it was sent by a prop. Mutation? Demonization? Could it be that the Silver Moon Wolf just now was also affected? My heart sank. Today is such an unlucky day, isn't it? There's an assassin attack, and the leveling area is mutated. This job transfer ceremony is like a full moon curse. Did the guy who chose this time forget to check the almanac? I originally wanted to continue killing monsters to level up, but when I thought of the oppressive feeling of the Silver Moon Wolf, I had to give up decisively. A rare elite turned into that after being demonized. If I encounter a boss again, I'm afraid I won't even be able to find its corpse. Looking around, there are more and more wolves around. Although I really want to try to kill a group of wolves, but who knows if there are any demonized ones among them. If I had known, I wouldn't have thought about getting rewards beyond my level. It would have been better to just kill monsters and level up. I smacked my lips helplessly, turned around and ran back to the city. Soon, at the top of Longqing City, Gu Tai and Shida stood side by side, with a group of freshmen who had just changed their jobs behind them. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the abnormal area in the leveling area in the distance. Regional mutation. An extremely rare high-risk event. It is also a rare time for humans to witness the traces of the abyss demons in a non-combat zone. However, Shida and Gu Tai, who were strong at this level, did not take this kind of demonized monster seriously at all. Any elite team could clear the field. But they did not take action immediately. The job transfer ceremony has just ended, and a bunch of new students are still in the city. It's time to let these young people see the reality. See what is the enemy of mankind and what is a truly strong person. As time passed, the originally cute soft-boned rabbit had grown large and swollen, with dark purple crack-like lines all over its body, as if it was about to burst at any time, and it was so disgusting that it made people's scalps numb. The levels all rose to above 11, raising it by 10 levels. Gu Tai frowned and asked, "Have you found the monster attached to the core of the abyss?" Shida shook his head. "Not yet, but the only thing left to explore is that Sunlung Forest. The target should be there." Hearing this, the freshmen on both sides started talking about it, and they were all nervous and curious. If the demonized soft-bone rabbit can scare people to death, how terrifying would the so-called core-attached monster be? But Gu Qingying, who was standing in the crowd, had no intention of watching the fun. She frowned, her eyes full of anxiety. "I haven't come back yet." "Qingying, is it so obvious that you are worried?" A sarcastic voice suddenly sounded. Gu Qingying frowned and looked over. Wu Xiaoyang was approaching her in a nonchalant manner. "Who told you to call me that?" Gu Qingying retorted coldly, without a trace of emotion in her tone. But Wu Xiaoyang didn't care at all, and raised his lips. "Miss Gu, are you worried about Lin Feng? I have some news about him. Do you want to hear it?" Gu Qingying snorted coldly. "Do you think I will believe you?" "Oh, I sent someone to follow him." Wu Xiaoyang smiled and asked for a beating. "That guy went into the Sunlung Forest." "What?" Gu Qingying's face changed, and she was confused and surprised. Seeing her reaction, Wu Xiaoyang suddenly felt jealous. "You should just give up. The principal has already said that the core monster is in the Sunlung Forest. That guy is definitely in danger." Before he finished speaking, a beam of silver light shot out from the direction of Sunlung Forest and headed straight for Dragon City at an astonishing speed. It was the person the two were arguing about, me. Chapter 8 Gold Level Boss? Demonized Silver Moon Wolf King. Lin Feng? How could he still be alive? Are those two guys just eating for nothing? How could he still be alive? Didn't they say that the strongest demonized boss is in the Sunlung Forest? How did this guy get out? The moment he saw Lin Feng, Wu Xiaoyang was shocked, his eyes full of disbelief. "I wish I could just rush down and bite that damn Lin Feng to death." As the silver light on Lin Feng dissipated, the speed was so fast that it was hard to see clearly. Suddenly, Lin Feng's face turned ugly, looking at the city gate which was still 100 meters away from him. "I can't run over there at my current speed." Thinking of this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth, turning back boldly. Everyone on the city wall was stunned when they saw Lin Feng's sudden strange behavior. "Is this guy stupid? He's already at the city gate, why is he turning back?" "I'm afraid they saw the city lord and the principal and wanted to show off TSK, risking their lives to show off. SSS-level professionals are different." Lin Feng did not hear the words on the city wall. He doesn't have time to listen to these nonsense at this time. Lin Feng's longbow was instantly pulled to its full length. The sharp arrow whizzed out in an instant and flew straight into the sky. Just when everyone on the city wall thought he was stupid, a huge silver wolf suddenly appeared in the path of the arrow. It collided head-on with the rapidly flying arrow. -984. As a blood-red damage number appeared above the silver wolf's head. Suddenly, an angry and painful wolf howl echoed throughout Dragon City. Looking at the blood-red numbers, all the novices on the city wall were dumbfounded. How much? 984? How long has it been? This guy's damage is about to exceed 1,000? What a joke! Isn't the fortune teller a useless profession? How could the damage be so high? Even a normal SSS profession wouldn't be able to deal such high damage in such a short time. What's more, this is a boss that looks extremely powerful. Lin Feng can not only break through the defense, but also cause such high damage. How terrifying is his attack power! Just when everyone was shocked by Lin Feng's injury, this huge silver wolf fell directly from the sky. It instantly landed in front of Lin Feng. It directly blocked his way back to the city. Obviously, he was not going to let Lin Feng escape so easily. A pair of red eyes, staring at Lin Feng in front of him. This expression is exactly the same as Wu Xiaoyang on the top of the city wall. They all wish they could bite Lin Feng to death with one bite. Seeing this, Lin Feng also smiled bitterly. If I had known, I would not have changed the Silver Moon Wolf King to fall in love with me. I almost ran out. In the end, he was caught up by the Silver Moon Wolf King, who had not yet transformed into a demon. At that time, I was thinking whether I could keep it as a pet. As a result, before I could pet this big dog, it became a demon on the spot. I was so scared that I activated my skill and ran away. It was with great difficulty that he finally reached the city gate. As the giant wolf landed, everyone could see the monster's appearance clearly. This is a giant silver wolf with strange dark purple lines all over its body. A dark purple crystal was deeply embedded in the center of its brow. This crystal is exactly what Gu Tai and the others called the demon core. The demonization of this area. All of them come from this crystal. And this possessed monster is none other than the strongest boss of Kanglanglin and the only gold-level monster in the entire novice area, the Silver Moon Wolf King. Lin Feng panted and glanced at the Silver Moon Wolf King, who was blocking his way. His eyes were looking towards Chi De and Gu Tai, who were standing on the top of the city wall not far away. Although he did not know Gu Tai, the city lord, but he knows Chi De. Anyone who can stand with Chi De must be a big shot. It should be used to solve this mutation problem. However, Lin Feng looked at the two of them for a long time. The two men did not move, just standing quietly on the city wall pretending to be cool. Lin Feng was stunned. What's going on? No, why don't you move? Can't you see such a big boss? You don't really think that a newbie like me can deal with such a powerful boss? Looking at the two people who were still indifferent, Lin Feng had already cursed the ancestors of these two people for 18 generations in his heart. Since they didn't make any moves, I naturally couldn't pin my hopes on these two unstable factors. In desperation, Lin Feng had to spend another 10 points of his life points. Forcefully explored the information of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Demonized Silver Moon Wolf King boss. Grade Gold. Level LV40. HP 11016/12000. Strength 800. Physical fitness 1200. Spirit 300. Agility 500. Skills: Shadow Run, Tearing Roar, Demonic Shock, Moon Shadow Rage. Introduction. The powerful Silver Moon Wolf King, after being attached to the Abyss Core, gained the power of the Demon God, and his strength increased dramatically. Please escape quickly. Good fellow, a LV40 gold level boss, with these attributes, you guys really think highly of me. After seeing the attribute panel of the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Feng was so worried that he choked his teeth. With my current injuries, it's not that I can't fight. It depends on how often you use this thing to attack. As long as you are not hit by the Silver Moon Wolf King, there is still hope for me, maybe. At the same time, on top of the city wall, after seeing the shocking damage that almost broke 1,000, Chi De's eyes widened instantly. More than 900? How did this brat do that? This is a level 40 gold boss. Could it be that this kid opened it? Gu Tai, who was standing by, chuckled when he heard this and said, If our world could be hacked, our ancestors wouldn't have to work so hard. You're a level 3 professional, but you can't even see this? Chi De looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Still no clues. Look at his equipment, Gu Tai reminded. Hearing this, Chi De looked at what Lin Feng was holding. His pupils suddenly shrank. Red level equipment? I don't even have red level equipment. This kid is absolutely amazing. Ha ha ha, if he really has a cheat, I'll be happy. With a cheat, does our dragon country still need to care about so many trivial things? Gu Tai laughed loudly. As the city lord who protects the people of the city, he hoped more than anyone else that Dragon Country would produce a being that was like a cheat. Although it is a world invaded by games. But all this is reality. Qi nodded seriously upon hearing this. After sensing Lin Feng's gaze, he smiled and said, City Lord, it's time for you to take action, right? That kid is a little panicked. If you don't go, he will curse his mother. It's not a big deal. Just let him scold you. It's just a level 40 gold boss. It won't matter if you wait a little longer. Dad, why don't you make a move? Didn't you say you wanted to show your strength? Gu Qingying couldn't care less about other things at this moment. He rushed to Gu Tai quickly and urged him anxiously. Gu Tai glanced at his daughter, who was acting out of character, and said calmly, Just wait and see, nothing will happen as long as I'm here. What do you want to see? If you look at Lin Feng again, he will die. Gu Qingying became more and more impatient when she heard her father say that. Hearing this, Gu Tai smiled helplessly and raised his hand to touch Gu Qingying's head. Don't worry. Although the Fate Master has huge flaws, it seems to work quite well in this kid's hands. At least there are some outstanding qualities. I just want to see what he can do. At this point, Gu Tai's eyes flashed with nostalgia, and he slowly looked at Lin Feng not far away. After all, he is the son of those two people. Chapter 9 New Skills. My life is my own. When Lin Feng looked towards the top of the city for the nth time, after making sure that these guys would not come down to help him, Lin Feng once again greeted the 18 generations of ancestors of these two people in his heart. This is when I completely gave up hope. He focused all his energy on the Silver Moon Wolf King in front of him. You can't be stingy when dealing with something like this. I hope these 170 or so life points are enough. Lin Feng exhaled lightly. The whole person moved instantly. The demon's bow was suddenly drawn to full length. In an instant, 2 arrows flew out, one in front of the other. Go straight to the Silver Moon Wolf King. As the arrows were released, Lin Feng ran madly and quickly. The Silver Moon Wolf King also instantly entered combat status. Ouch! Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf King has launched a demonized shock on you. All your attributes plummet by 80%. Lasts for 5 minutes. Oh my god! So awesome? My attributes dropped by 80% right away. Lin Feng couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. But there was no fear in his heart. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points of drama points. Destiny event. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf King has launched a demonic shock on you. Your all attributes increase by 80%. Lasts for 5 minutes. With the modification of destiny events, Lin Feng suddenly felt a powerful force surge into his body. I casually glanced at my own attributes. Lin Feng grinned and was no longer stingy, and the Whisper of Fate started working together. Reduce 10 points of play points. Suddenly, 2 arrows flew straight towards the Silver Moon Wolf King. As if alive, it drew a beautiful arc in the air. It shot straight into the eyes of the Silver Moon Wolf King. -1288. -1288. Another wailing of pain was heard. The Silver Moon Wolf King's health dropped sharply again. Everyone on the city wall saw this scene. His eyes almost popped out. Holy crap! Over 1,000 damage! Are you kidding me? Is the damage of the Fate Master so high? Could it be that this monster is just a silver-plated spearhead? It has high attack and low defense and will break at the slightest touch? I told you! The Wind God is still the same Wind God. Still as awesome as ever. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Because you have played tricks on Fate 10 times in a row, the professional skill My Fate is My Own has been awakened. My Fate is My Own. LV1 Those who play with Fate, their own fate is naturally controlled by themselves. You can consume 5 points of Fate play, change your own attributes at will, and can be released at will. Change your own attributes at will? In other words, as long as you are willing. He can put all his attributes into strength. Want an ultimate output? With this kind of skill, I won't be afraid anymore. A hint of joy flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. The Silver Moon Wolf King seemed a bit difficult to defeat. Suddenly I felt that it wasn't that difficult to handle. Just when Lin Feng was delighted, he suddenly discovered that the Silver Moon Wolf King had moved again. Seeing this, Lin Feng became alert again. He once again activated the Whisper of Fate and applied it to the life glimpse. Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf King launches a shadow raid and rushes towards you. With the agility of the Silver Moon Wolf King, once Shadow Strike is launched, don't mention modifying it yourself. I'm afraid there's no time to react. Fortunately, I used the Whisper of Destiny. Predict the occurrence of events as far in advance as possible. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Seeing the black light shining on the Silver Moon Wolf King, Lin Feng quickly made changes. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 5 drama points. Destiny event. The demonized Silver Moon Wolf King launched a shadow raid and rushed towards the wall. The moment the modification is completed, the skill My Life is in My Hands is activated. All attributes were converted into strength at this moment. Lin Feng drew his bow boldly. With the help of the Whisper of Fate, the arrow flew at an even more terrifying speed. Go straight to the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King. At this time, the Silver Moon Wolf King's entire body was enveloped in a deep black light. Shadowrun suddenly launched. At the moment when the sprint skill is activated, a huge golden sword suddenly fell from the sky. He slashed fiercely at the Silver Moon Wolf King. The golden light carries with it infinite sword energy. In an instant, the huge Wolf King was cut in half with one sword. Minus 10,086. Suddenly, a red 5-digit number appeared on the head of the Silver Moon Wolf King. The last health of the Silver Moon Wolf King was instantly cleared. And this Dragon City Lord Gu Tai. I don't know when he appeared in front of Lin Feng. This sword is his masterpiece. But his expression was a little strange at this time. Others may not have seen it, but he saw it clearly. Before his attack hits, Lin Feng's arrow just now hit the Silver Moon Wolf King in advance. The damage doubled again, reaching a terrifying 2,900 points. Gu Tai put away his weapon and looked at Lin Feng with a strange look. The damage you have done is a bit outrageous. It seems that I am meddling in other people's business. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lin Feng opened his mouth. Then he said respectfully, "Thank you for saving my life, senior." "Your eyes don't look like you're thanking me." Gu Tai laughed when he saw Lin Feng instantly control his emotions. Lin Feng pretended to be unhappy and said, "Because you were clearly watching from the top of the city, I finally had a little hope, but you rushed down to grab the head, so I'm naturally a little unhappy." "Ha ha ha, are you trying to steal someone's head? I don't even care about the experience and items dropped by a mere level 40 boss," Gu Tai said with a smile. "It's just that the monster was about to use the sprint skill. With 500 agility points, you wouldn't survive even if you were given 10 lives. You are the senior, whatever you say is what counts." Looking at Lin Feng's carefree look, Gu Tai laughed. "Okay, then consider it as me stealing your monster. How about this thing as compensation?" As he spoke, Gu Tai casually tossed his hand, and something like a token fell directly into Lin Feng's arms. "What is this?" Lin Feng was stunned and picked up the token to look at it carefully. Dragon City Token. Quality, Special. Attributes, None. Special Effects. Reset. You can reset the CD of any copy. CD, 24 hours. Introduction. An exclusive token to open the Dragon City dungeon. With this token, you can enter any dungeon within the Dragon City unconditionally. Level up well, young man. I have high hopes for you. There will be a global rookie league in a week. I hope you can win glory for Dragon City." After saying that, Gu Tai waved his hand and turned to walk towards Longqing. Lin Feng was stunned for a while before he realized that this person's identity was definitely not ordinary, and he quickly asked, "Senior, what is your name?" However, Gu Tai did not respond. He took a step forward and disappeared. After Gu Qingyin confirmed that Lin Feng was fine, only then did he heave a sigh of relief and followed the group of freshmen out of the city. Just when Lin Feng was full of doubts, Cheetah also slowly appeared in front of Lin Feng. For Lin Feng, the number one seed, Cheetah has always liked him and is quite familiar with him. If he hadn't changed his job to become a fortune teller, he wouldn't be so disappointed. But now it's different. Lin Feng's potential has been recognized by the city lord. The issue of career is no longer a problem. Headmaster. When Lin Feng saw Cheetah coming, he quickly greeted him. Are you not hurt? Cheetah walked to Lin Feng and asked with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled and said, No, there is no chance for a newbie like me to get hurt if I encounter a monster like this. It's either death or life. Hearing this, Cheetah also laughed. I'm sorry to have frightened you. I hope you're okay. By the way, what did the city lord say to you just now? Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Huh! The one just now is our city lord? Chapter 10. The Influence of Demonized Monsters, opening the copy early? Ah? The senior just now is the mayor of our dragon city? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Cheetah saw Lin Feng's reaction and looked a little strange. You don't know City Lord Gu? This shouldn't be. May I ask what made you have the illusion that I must know such a big shot? Lin Feng said speechlessly. Seeing Lin Feng's speechless face, Cheetah glanced in the direction of the City Lord's mansion, but a hint of doubt and confusion appeared in his eyes. However, Cheetah quickly suppressed this emotion and said jokingly, Because she is Qingying's father. After all, you have such a good relationship with Qingying. I thought you had already met her parents. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched twice. There are indeed many such rumors in the school. I just didn't expect Cheetah to be the principal. He actually personally spread the rumor. I am really impressed. Lin Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes at Cheetah and said, As a principal, is it really okay for you to spread rumors in person? Seeing Lin Feng's look, Cheetah also laughed. Okay, no more jokes, let's go, follow me back to school first. Huh? Why go back to school? Isn't this abnormality over? Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. If it weren't for this strange change, he would still be leveling up in Sunlong Forest. Although this world looks very similar to the Earth in the previous life. But Lin Feng was very clear in his mind. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. Only with absolute strength can you firmly grasp your destiny in your own hands. The mutation is over? Cheetah was stunned when he heard that, then he laughed. Ha ha ha, I was wondering why you are so unhappy. It turns out you think I'm wasting your leveling time. Isn't it? Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. My eyes subconsciously looked to the side. Only then did he realize that the soft-bone rabbits around him had become demons. Still maintaining the demonic state. The demonized state was not lifted due to the disappearance of the Silver Moon Wolf King. Although Lin Feng didn't know what this change was. But after the Silver Moon Wolf King was defeated, his life watching was also triggered. It said that the demon core had been defeated and the mutation had ended. Lin Feng felt that this matter had little to do with him at the time. I didn't take it seriously, but now it seems that it still has some impact. They are just a few demonized monsters. There is nothing to be afraid of. It's not like I can't defeat them. Lin Feng said without a word, picked up the demon god's bow and shot an arrow. Cheetah, who was standing by, did not stop them and just watched with a smile on his face. -1288. As a bright red critical strike appeared, the demonized soft-bone rabbit was raised more than 10 times taller. He died instantly, but the killing message rang in his ears. But it made Lin Feng frown. You killed a LV-10 demonized soft-bone rabbit, gained 5 experience points, and multiplied your rabbit teeth by 1. Seeing Lin Feng's frown, Cheetah said, Did you find a problem? Lin Feng nodded slightly. In other words, these demonized monsters have only had their levels and grades upgraded, but the experience and drops have not changed at all. That's right. Cheetah nodded slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. So dealing with these things is completely thankless. It would be fine if they were all monsters like the soft-bone rabbit that could be killed instantly with one strike, but more than a dozen nearby wilderness areas have been affected by this mutation, and there are many extremely powerful creatures in them. Although we will definitely have to deal with it in the future, we can't waste your time dealing with these things with low returns and high risks. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. What should we do next? We can't just hide in the city and not level up, right? Why do you think City Lord Gu gave you that token? Cheetah smiled and said, Let's go back to school first. You are not the only one who cannot leave the city for the time being. After saying that, Cheetah didn't say anything more and strode directly into Dragon City. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked down at the token in his hand. Are you going to let us just play the dungeon? That would give us quite a bit of experience. But don't you have to be at least level 10 to enter the lowest level dungeon? Although he was somewhat puzzled, Lin Feng still strode back to Dragon City. After all, for Lin Feng, let alone the 10th level copy, he dared to go directly into even a level 20 or 30 dungeon. If it weren't for the level limit of the copy, he would never go out of the city to level up. Instead, I went directly to brush the copy. As soon as Lin Feng entered Dragon City, before he could react, a group of people rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was completely blocked. Brother Feng, did you really deal that 1 or 2,000 damage just now? You are so awesome! Boss Lin Feng, do you want a younger brother? I can serve you tea and water. Brother Feng, do you need a girlfriend? I can warm your bed and anything like that. Damn it! Don't let Brother Feng scare you. I, a man, am more handsome than you. How could Brother Feng be interested in you? Brother Feng, look at me. I can warm the bed too. Brother Feng, how did you do that? You've only been out of town for less than an hour. How could the damage be so high? Are you really cheating? Listening to the chatter of the crowd around me, Lin Feng suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Just when he could no longer hold back, a flying sword broke through the air. The group was so frightened that they quickly hid away. The next moment, a beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Feng. He grabbed Lin Feng's hand and pulled him out of the crowd. Damn it! How dare you use your skills in the city? Do you think Dragon City is your home? Believe it or not, In the crowd, a professional was almost hit by a flying sword. He was about to start cursing, but when he saw the face of the flying sword's owner, he immediately smiled flatteringly. So it's the school beauty you used the flying sword so beautifully. Gu Qingying glanced at the man coldly, then instantly retracted her gaze and looked at Lin Feng again. Thank you? With so many people surrounding me, I really don't know what to do. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude sincerely as usual. Hearing this, Gu Qingying said directly, You win again this time. Huh! Hearing this, Lin Feng was also stunned. My profession is not as strong as yours. My damage is not even a fraction of yours. I admit that you are stronger than me. But I will never admit defeat. In the group copy later, I will definitely not be outdone by you. After saying that, Gu Qingying turned around and left, heading straight for school. What a mess. Looking at Gu Qingying, who was rushing to and fro, Lin Feng felt confused. However, he soon captured the important information in Gu Qingying's words. Collective copy? Lin Feng repeated thoughtfully. It doesn't matter. As long as it doesn't delay leveling, any dungeon will do. Chapter 11 Means from the Abyss, the City Lord's Preparation. After Gu Qingying left, Lin Feng didn't want to waste time. Although he wanted to go directly to the dungeon. But let alone clearing the dungeon, he didn't even know where the dungeon was. I could only walk towards the school. However, as soon as Lin Feng returned to school, he was stopped again before he could even enter the school gate. A familiar voice sounded in Lin Feng's ears again. Hey, isn't this our SSS level professional, Boss Lin Feng? Wasn't he not afraid of even the demonized boss just now? Why can't he pretend anymore? Are you running back in fear? Hearing this voice, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with helplessness. With a look of concern for the mentally retarded, he looked up in the direction of the voice. As expected, the guy blocking the road was none other than. It was the third young master of the Wu family, Wu Xiaoyang. But what is different from the beginning is that this time, next to the third young master of the Wu family, following two professionals in heavy armor. Judging from the current situation, These two people seemed to be invited to help Wu Xiaoyang level up, to play with him. They could also be bodyguards. After all, the two people Wu Xiaoyang had sent out to deal with Lin Feng were. Now it has become food for the wolves. Lin Feng looked at the three people, his expression unchanged, and he had no intention of paying attention to him at all. A good dog doesn't block the road. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyang's face instantly turned red. What did you say? I told you to get out of here, Lin Feng said indifferently. Say it again if you dare. Do you believe I will kill you with a bolt of lightning? Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang as if he were a fool. Your brain is not good, and your memory is not good? You have said this a long time ago. Looking at the foolish young master of the Wu family who blushed after just 2 or 3 sentences. Lin Feng was too lazy to continue talking nonsense, and pushed Wu Xiaoyang, who was blocking his way, away. Go straight to school. Lin Feng! Do you really think you are so awesome? Don't think you are the one who is so awesome just because you are the city lord. We in the Wu family can easily kill you. Hearing this, Lin Feng seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly turned back to look at Wu Xiaoyang. If you really want to kill me, send someone more powerful. Those 2 pieces of trash before were so rubbish that they couldn't even block a single move. Lin Feng sneered and turned to walk into the school. Looking at Lin Feng's cold eyes, Wu Xiaoyang couldn't help but tremble. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Lin Feng wouldn't kill Song Rentu and the others. Master, don't be scared by him. Song Rentu and the others were killed by monsters. The family has already received accurate system information. It has nothing to do with Lin Feng. The 2 people beside Wu Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Besides, Master, you guessed correctly, this guy is not powerful, but his equipment is powerful. Wu Xiaoyang, who was a little scared at first, suddenly became alert after hearing this. What do you mean? Look, the bow on his back is not an ordinary item, but a red-level equipment that can be used by a novice. At the same time, in the city lord's mansion, 3 men were sitting quietly around Gu Tai's desk. What do you think of this change? Gu Tai asked softly while tapping the table. At the side, a man who looked 60% like Gu Tai said casually. The frequency of abnormal changes has been quite high in recent years. What else can we do? Just sit and watch. Chida glanced at the man and said, Deputy City Lord, the situation this time is different. Although the frequency of abnormalities has increased in recent years, there has never been a precedent of this happening in the leveling area. What's wrong with the leveling area? With me and my brother Tai here, can our dragon city be lost? The man who was called the Deputy City Lord said calmly. Hearing this, Gu Tai covered his forehead speechlessly. Gu Shan, you are the Deputy City Lord after all, can't you look into things more deeply? I would rather fight on the front lines of the Abyss battlefield than be the Deputy City Lord. Anyway, I'm a military commander. I don't understand these things. I'll just do whatever you say. Gu Shan rubbed his temples with a headache, shrugged his shoulders, and looked like a tough guy. Gu Tai shook his head helplessly. Forget it, just ignore him. Today's situation shows that the Abyss's methods have become even more vicious. Just as the leaders predicted, the Abyss has begun to take action against the future of mankind. They want to completely exterminate our human race and leave us with no future. Gu Tai took out a small ball from his arms and said, In order to prevent this situation, we in Longwa have already thought of a way to deal with it, but we have never tried it. For this class of children, I applied to become the first pilot city for the collective dungeon. The replica hall, located in the center of the main city, as the most important building in every main city. The defense here is extremely strict. It will only be provided to professionals above level 10. Today, in the dungeon hall, however, it was completely occupied by hundreds of professionals who had just changed their jobs. At the end of the hall, the 2 city lords Gu Tai and Gu Shan arrived together. Chida and the principal of number 2 middle school. They all stood respectfully in front of the newbies, maintaining discipline and calming their emotions. After all students have arrived, Gu Tai swept his eyes through the crowd, nodded at Lin Fengyu and Gu Qingying, and then said, Now that you have changed your job, even though most of you have not really come into contact with monsters, you can barely be considered qualified professionals. I won't say any more nonsense. Due to some special reasons, the dungeon hall that originally required a level 10 player to open is now open to all of you. However, the monsters in the dungeon are far more dangerous than those in the wild. For your safety, we have prepared a compromise. It's called collective copy. Gu Tai waved his hand and said. A small ball flew out. It instantly landed on the ground and turned into a huge light gate. It is more than 10 times larger than all the copy passages in this copy hall. A group copy, as the name suggests, is a copy that can accommodate countless teams to carry out together. It can accommodate 500 people at the same time, entering the same instance together. You can help each other in it. You can also compete with each other. In order to motivate you, a leaderboard has been set up for the dungeon. The dungeon will give out different rewards based on your ranking on the leaderboard. You will know the details once you enter the dungeon. But there is one thing you must understand. Although this copy can allow hundreds of people to enter at the same time in order to reduce the danger, everything that happens here is real. If you fail for a moment and your health points drop to 0, then true death will be waiting for you. Chapter 12 Wu Xiaoyang's Gambling Fight. In the crowd, Lin Feng listened to Gu Tai's words. He nodded thoughtfully. When he first returned to Longqing, Gu Qingying mentioned the group copy to him. Although it is not clear what this collective copy is, but I can guess roughly. I guess it was a copy carried out by a group of people. It's just that the group of people in Lin Feng's mind is 2 or 3 teams. At most, it can only hold a dozen people. I didn't expect it to be so large that it could accommodate 500 people at once. This was something Lin Feng had not expected. But how many people can enter? Lin Feng didn't care at all. Anyway, he didn't plan to team up with anyone. It's definitely enough to be alone. He didn't want to bring along a burden who would take away his experience. That's all I have to say. You have 10 minutes to form a team, with a maximum of 5 people in each group. The dungeon will open in 10 minutes. As Gu Tai finished speaking, the entire dungeon hall was instantly in an uproar. They all started looking for teammates that suited them. Among them, there are quite a few people rushed towards Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng had suffered terrible damage outside the city. Everyone saw it. If I could team up with Lin Feng, even if we can't say we're number 1, we should at least be in the top 10. However, the moment Lin Feng noticed the crowd rushing towards him, he immediately launched the Silver Moon Sprint, using his absolute speed advantage. Rushed into an empty corner. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief and waited for the copy to open with peace of mind. Just as Lin Feng was hiding in a corner with his eyes closed, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his ears. You're quite an interesting guy. Everyone else is forming a team and looking for teammates, but you're hiding in a corner, hoping that no one can see you. Are you ready to be a lone wolf? Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Looking back, I saw a young man looking at me with curiosity. Lin Feng was very sure that he didn't know him. But his appearance made Lin Feng feel like he had seen him before. Who are you? Lin Feng frowned slightly and asked back with some confusion. The man waved his hand. It doesn't matter who I am. I just came to take a look. Who is this person who can make my good niece suffer one after another? Hearing this, Lin Feng immediately reacted. Are you Gu Qingying's uncle? The visitor was none other than the current deputy city lord of Longqing, Gu Qingying's uncle, Gu Shan. Yeah, I guessed it. Gu Shan grinned and said. I just came to see you. My good niece has been talking about how she wants to beat you this time. You better try your best and don't let her win too easily. As he spoke, Gu Shan moved his body slightly, glanced at Lin Feng and said, Although the lone wolf can level up quickly, the risk factor and monster killing efficiency will increase sharply. You should think carefully and don't suffer a loss because of this kind of thing. After saying that, Gu Shan didn't stay for long and strode towards Gu Tai. Looking at Gu Shan who was leaving, a trace of doubt flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. He didn't quite understand why the deputy city lord came to see him. Just to say a few words? As soon as Gu Shan left, an uninvited guest came over right after. Ha, Lindax Weiba, I was wondering why I couldn't find you, so you were hiding here. hearing this familiar and annoying voice. Lin Feng sighed. If you have to fart, then fart. If you don't, get out. You. Seeing that Lin Feng's attitude was still the same, Wu Xiaoyang almost blushed again. But this time he forced himself to hold back. Lin Feng! Aren't you awesome? Do you dare to compete with me in this collective copy? Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with surprise. You want to compete with me? What? Of course, that's the number of monsters killed. I've already found out that this collective dungeon is about hunting waves of monsters that are refreshed, and the built-in leaderboard is the monster kill list. Do you dare to compete with me? Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Compared with me? Are you worthy? Stop trying to show off your ability to talk here. I'm just asking you if you dare. Wu Xiaoyang asked with great confidence. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Wu Xiaoyang. Boring, I'm not interested. Don't rush to refuse. If I lose, how about I give you a professional-specific skill book? Wu Xiaoyang grinned. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned. Professional skill book? You will definitely learn a professional skill after using it. This is a priceless good thing. Are you sure? This is a rare prop. Are you sure you have the right to control such a thing? Lin Feng said in surprise. Seeing that Lin Feng had taken the bait, Wu Xiaoyang smiled even brighter. Don't worry about this. This young master will never breach the contract. On the other hand, if you lose, you have to give me your bow. How about that? As soon as these words came out, Lin Feng's expression became more serious. Of course, he didn't think he would lose. I just didn't expect that someone would recognize the level of my weapon so quickly. But this is only a matter of time. After all, this demon god's bow has a passive ability that prevents the equipment's sheen from being turned off. Sooner or later, he will be targeted by others because of this. What? Are you afraid of losing? Seeing Lin Feng's expression change, Wu Xiaoyang used an extremely clumsy method of provoking him. Hearing this, Lin Feng chuckled without any burden. Are you afraid of losing? Are you kidding? Since you want to play, then I will play with you. Seeing that Lin Feng agreed, Wu Xiaoyang's smile became even wider. With a wave of his hand, a system panel that looked like a contract appeared out of thin air in front of the two of them. Since we want to have a fight, let's be more formal so you don't have to worry about me going back on my word, right? Wu Xiaoyang smiled brightly. This strange move made Lin Feng a little confused. Is this guy so sure that he can win? Or is there something wrong with this gambling contract? Seeing this, Lin Feng looked at the contract in front of him very carefully. However, the contract was indeed extremely formal, and there was nothing wrong with it. How is it? Is there any problem? Wu Xiaoyang said with a proud face. I am the third young master of the Wu family. How could I do such a shameful thing as playing word games in the contract? Lin Feng's expression became more and more strange when he heard this. He really couldn't figure out what this guy was trying to do. Then I'll trust you this time. As he said that, Lin Feng signed his name on the gambling contract. When Wu Xiaoyang saw Lin Feng signed, he couldn't wait to sign his own name. Suddenly, with a flash of blue light, the demon god's bow behind Lin Feng instantly turned into a ray of light and flew into the panel and disappeared. This sudden scene made Lin Feng stunned. Ha ha! Lin Feng! You didn't expect that. Do you really think you're so awesome? You're just lucky enough to get a red-level weapon. Without your equipment you are nothing. Hey! Don't bother me. The gambling system is like this. Chips and prizes are all kept by the system. I don't know what you'll do without this weapon. Wait until the dungeon is over. This red-level artifact will be mine. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 13. The Amazing Effect of Soul Binding. Looking at Wu Xiaoyang's smug face, Lin Feng's expression suddenly turned ugly. You are plotting against me. Really? It was you who agreed to the bet with me, ha 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 ha. I didn't force you. Wu Xiaoyang laughed proudly and said, Do your best, Mr. Lin, I'm counting on you, but don't let me win too easily. Ha ha. After saying that, Wu Xiaoyang walked back to the crowd with a smile on his face, as if he had already defeated Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang, who was leaving, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He really didn't understand the twists and turns of the system. Although without the demon Bao, Lin Feng is not helpless. I just felt really unhappy about being cheated by such a person. Just when Lin Feng was extremely upset and was thinking about how to teach Wu Xiaoyang a lesson in the dungeon, the system suddenly sounded a reminder. Ding! Equipment effect, soul binding triggered. The demon Bao has returned. What the hell? Hearing this voice, Lin Feng's eyes widened immediately. What the hell? The demon Bao is back. Of course Lin Feng knew the special effects of the demon Bao. Especially this soul binding, which made Lin Feng hesitate for a moment. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that this soul binding actually has such a miraculous effect. Even the system's forced detention can be ignored and the weapons can be forcibly returned. Is this the value of a red-level weapon? Looking at the demon god Bao in his backpack, Lin Feng grinned. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes. The third young master of the Wu family really lost both his wife and his army. He is now very curious about what Wu Xiaoyang's reaction will be when he finds that the demon god's Bao is back in his hands and the copy later. After the episode, no one else disturbed Lin Feng. 10 minutes passed in a flash. Please be prepared, the collective dungeon has entered the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2. As the system panel appears, Lin Feng also opened his eyes. Has it started yet? When the sound of 1 falls, Lin Feng only felt a white flash before his eyes. When vision is restored, I appeared on an extremely vast grassland. The white light around was also flickering constantly. In just a few seconds, hundreds of people appeared on the grassland. The originally quiet grassland suddenly became noisy. Hey, who do you think will be the most powerful among our group of job changers? It must be the Wind God. Didn't you see it? The Wind God's damage is over 1,000. It's only been a short time since he changed his job. Are you still calling him the Wind God? Don't you know? The reason why Lin Feng is so powerful is entirely because he has a red-level novice equipment. Otherwise, how could a lifesaver like him be so powerful? Holy crap! Crimson-level novice equipment? No wonder it's so awesome. If I had this equipment, I could do it too. I really thought he was that awesome. With this kind of equipment, there's nothing we can do in this dungeon. I don't think so. I heard that this equipment seems to have been sealed by the system for some reason. He can't use it in this instance. There's no need to be afraid of him. Feeling the strange looks from all around, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. I have to say that Wu Xiaoyang's news spread really fast. It has only been a short time since this news was spread to everyone. This guy is really willing to put in the effort to disgust himself. However, Lin Feng didn't take these gossips to heart at all. For Lin Feng, in addition to leveling up and improving his strength, everything else doesn't matter. At this moment, a weak vibration suddenly came. Everyone was startled and looked up. I saw smoke rising not far away. A dark mass of beasts, rushing towards a group of job changers. Ding! The first wave of challenge begins. Please kill all monsters in the field. First wave, bull multiplied by 700. As monsters appeared, all the job changers present seemed eager to give it a try. Everyone, prepare to fight! Someone was shouting, with a hint of nervousness and panic in his tone. These players who had just changed their professions had obviously not experienced large-scale battles. Faced with the huge herd of beasts coming towards them, some even took a step back. Everyone! Although this is our first time fighting monsters, we are bound to be a little nervous. But there is a master among us who has killed monsters and even faced a gold-level boss. At this moment, Wu Xiaoyang's voice suddenly rang out among the crowd. How about we let this great god Lin Feng come out and lead the charge for us? As soon as Wu Xiaoyang said this, everyone's attention was immediately focused on Lin Feng. Yes! Yes! Wind God! You are so powerful! Show us an example first. That's right! Your damage is so high, the first place this time must be yours. Why don't you show it to us first? Before Lin Feng could speak, one after another, the encouragement sounded. It seems like they are forcing someone to do something. When Wu Xiaoyang saw this scene, he couldn't help grinning. He just wanted to make this guy Lin Feng look bad in front of everyone. Let everyone know that Lin Feng is just a name in name only. Wu Xiaoyang! Don't go too far! At this moment, an angry female voice suddenly sounded. Gu Qingying strode to Lin Feng's side. He glared at Wu Xiaoyang, who was not far away. Don't think I don't know what you did to Lin Feng. If you push your luck again, don't blame me for being rude to you. When Wu Xiaoyang saw that Gu Qingying actually came forward to speak up for Lin Feng, the excitement that he had finally felt in his heart was replaced by jealousy again. Lin Feng! You are a man after all. Do you really want to hide behind a woman? Do you have any shame? Wu Xiaoyang, shut up! Don't you just want to find someone to take the lead and boost morale? I can do that too! Gu Qingying quickly opened her mouth and scolded. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly laughed and patted Gu Qingying's shoulder gently. He strode directly to the front of the crowd and said, First of all, face is not important. It doesn't matter whether you have it or not. Secondly, I can lead the charge without you telling me. After all, these monsters are all experience. Finally, don't forget our bet. I hope you won't break it. After saying that, Lin Feng strode directly towards the direction of the beast herd, and the detection technique was activated. Rough Bull. Grade, Whiteboard. Level, LV2. HP, 120/120. Strength, 15. Constitution, 12. Spirit, 0. Agility, 4. Skill, Charge. Introduction. Do you know where the word Mang, in Mang village comes from? Eat my old cow's bud. Seeing the system introduction of this wild bull, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. He thought it was some powerful monster. But that's true, after all, it's a novice copy, so it's normal to have level 2 monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a deep breath. But he did not take out the demon god's bow. He clenched his right fist. My life is my own, and it starts with the whisper of fate. All attribute points were instantly transformed into strength values. Just when the bull was about to hit him, Lin Feng suddenly punched out, hitting the bull's head hard. Reduce your drama points by 20. Chapter 14, One Punch Man. Kill them all instantly. Reduce 20 points of play points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. The fluctuation of the fate line adds a splash buff to you, which lasts for 60 seconds. Splash causes 30% damage to enemies around the target. Looking at the system prompts in front of me, a hint of joy flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. It turns out that whatever you want comes to you. What he lacked most now was the means of group attack. After all, I, the Fate Master, don't even have the group attack skills. There isn't even an attack skill. This splash buff saves lives. However, since the fateful event was finally triggered, I can't just waste it like this. Ding! Modification successful. Drama points increased by 10. Ding! A small fate event has been triggered. The fluctuation of your fate line has added a splash buff to you, which lasts for 60 years. Looking at the modified event, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. 60 years of splash buff is used up until death. Ha ha! Boom! With a dull crashing sound, the bull in front of Lin Feng flew backwards. Minus 640. A blood-red number that was still terrifying to a newcomer instantly appeared on Magnia's body. Then the huge bull turned into starlight and disappeared into the air. Looking at this horrific injury, everyone was dumbfounded again. Although the previous battle at the city gate, they all saw the horrific injuries suffered by Lin Feng. But under Wu Xiaoyang's deception, they all remembered the damage that Lin Feng had caused at that time. It all comes down to the demon bow. However, this time, Lin Feng didn't even wear any equipment. Still dealt such terrible damage. It made everyone stupid. What kind of monster is this Lin Feng? It turns out that the fortune teller is such a powerful profession. While everyone was shocked, suddenly someone looked down. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed, "Oh my God! The cow is gone!" Hearing this sound, everyone's eyes instantly turned to the herd of wild cattle. Subtract 192. I saw the same numbers flashing among the cattle. Every time the number flashes, a cow will turn into starlight and disappear. In just a few seconds, the dense herd of wild cattle disappeared. Only a few were left. Kill list. 1. Lin Feng, 692 kills. 2. None. Scoreboard. 1. Lin Feng team, 692 points. 2. None. With the disappearance of the bull, the kill list and the points list, 2 more lists also appeared. After seeing the numbers on the list, everyone's eyes suddenly burst into tears. It's really too hot. There are only 700 monsters in total. Lin Feng actually took away 692 of them with just one punch. What a joke! Are they going to be allowed to live? You kill the LV2 Bull X 692, gain 6,920 experience points, gain Bullhorns X 372, and Bullhide X 200. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV6, your HP and MP increased by 30 points, and you gain 90 points of free attributes. Looking at the 2 system messages that appeared in front of me, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. This splash buff is really useful for dealing with these monsters gathered together. Almost everything was solved with just one punch. There are nearly 700 monsters. If the level of these cattle was not too low, I can at least level up to 10 levels. But level 3 is not low. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Looking at the upgrade information in front of me, Lin Feng said nothing. Directly transfer all attribute points. All added to the strength. Anyway, I have the skill of my life is my own. You can add attribute points anywhere. Lin Feng felt his strength increase. A face full of comfort. Okay, I've taken the lead, and the rest is up to you. Of course, if you still don't dare to come up, I don't mind continuing to serve you. Lin Feng grinned. Seeing Lin Feng say this, everyone present, without saying a word, they rushed towards the remaining bulls. There are only 8 left. They didn't even get to drink the soup in this first wave of monsters. It's all that damn Wu Xiaoyang's fault. If he hadn't insisted on provoking Lin Feng, how could they have ended up like this? Don't worry, take your time, there's still a second wave. Looking at the crowd rushing forward frantically, Lin Feng grinned and said, Of course, if you still don't dare, I don't mind continuing to lead the charge for you in the second wave. No need. We can do it. Boss, please give us a chance to live. We are here to level up, not to watch you show off. Damn it. It's all the fault of that damn Wu Xiaoyang. I must beat him up if I get a chance. Feng Shenren is such a nice guy, why would I mess with him? Listening to everyone's words, Lin Feng smiled slightly. His eyes turned to Wu Xiaoyang, who was standing not far away with a dull look of disbelief. Wu San Xiao, how do you feel about my move? Did it meet your expectations? How could this happen? Hearing this, Lin Feng sneered. Isn't this what you meant, third young master? Do your best and don't forget our bet. We are only short of 692 monsters. We are still in time. After saying that, Lin Feng looked at Gu Qingying who was waiting for him beside him and said, What? Don't you want to grab the remaining cows? I really am finding it increasingly difficult to understand you. Gu Qingying sighed softly, her tone vague, and it was unclear whether she was happy or sad. Lin Feng shrugged. What's there to not understand? Haven't I always been like this? If you're saying you don't understand my strength, you should know that I've never been weak, right? Hearing this, Gu Qingying was slightly stunned, and then she laughed directly. Yes, you have never been weak. Yeah. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her mood. Recover well, it was my negligence just now that allowed you to take advantage of the opportunity. Next time, I will be serious. Then I'm looking forward to it. I hope it can bring me some challenges. Seeing Lin Feng say this, Gu Qingying snorted coldly. He turned around and strode away, heading towards where his teammates were. As the last bull was killed, the system prompt sounded again. Obviously, they were not given time to rest. Ding! The first wave of challenges is over. The second wave of challenges is about to begin. Countdown 3, 2, 1. The second wave of challenges begins. The second wave, Steppenwolf times 800. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The detection technique is activated instantly. I don't know which one is more powerful, the Steppe Wolf or the Grey Wolf. Steppenwolf. Grade, Whiteboard. Level LV5. HP, 200/200. Strength 18. Constitution 20. Spirit 0. Agility 15. Skill Bite. Introduction: a predator in the wasteland, swift in action and fierce in attack. A level 5 monster? It's not much different from the Tsunlan, but... Lin Feng raised his head and looked in the direction of the wolf pack. This group of steppe wolves is different from those wild cattle. They didn't quite come together, but in groups of 3 or 5, completely dispersed. Scattered on the grassland not far away. Not even attacking them directly. Seems to have some wisdom. Chapter 15: The Demon God's Bow is upgraded. The damage is increased again. But after all, they are just a group of level 5 monsters. No matter how smart you are, you can't turn the tables in this kind of place. What's more, they are just a group of ordinary wolves from the steppes. Of course, this situation only applies to Lin Feng. For other job changers, this group of wolves is definitely not easy to deal with. After all, the 700 wild bulls used to help them adapt to the dungeon. 99% of them were taken away by Lin Feng's punch. All the experience fell into Lin Feng's pocket. Now let them face these level 5 monsters. The difficulty and danger level also increased sharply. Fortunately, these wolves are different from the wild bulls. It's not hundreds of them huddled together. Those who change their job also have their own teams. As long as you are careful, it won't be a big problem. Lin Feng looked at the wolves scattered across the vast grassland. He sighed with some disappointment. Are they all scattered? What a pity. I thought I could take them all out with one move like I did just now. Just as Lin Feng was sighing, the people around him could not wait to rush towards the wolves. Countless fireballs and lightning bolts streaked across the sky. He began to bombard the group of prairie wolves indiscriminately. Apparently, after witnessing Lin Feng's terror, these novices threw themselves into the battle wholeheartedly. Afraid that he would be too slow, this group of dungeon monsters would be taken away by Lin Feng in one move. Looking at the crowd that dispersed in an instant, Lin Feng smiled slightly. He is not a saint. He would not kill almost all the monsters in the first wave. Just let them grab the second wave of monsters. After all, he came here to upgrade. The next moment, the demon god's bow, which was supposed to be kept by the system, it appeared in Lin Feng's hands again. Ha! Just as Lin Feng was about to attack. But suddenly he found that the demon bow in his hand, it seems heavier than usual. Demon bow. Quality, red. Basic attributes. Attack power, plus 500. Critical hit, plus 20%. All attributes, plus 20. Special effects, soul binding, demon's pride. Embryo. This item will take away a certain amount of your experience and upgrade yourself. The experience required for the next stage is 0/10,000. Arrowless bow. The mysterious power of the demon bow allows you to shoot without using arrows, and each attack will fire a split arrow, causing 50% damage to nearby targets. Demonic power. When equipped, you will gain amazing power, your attacks will be undefendable, and will deal an additional 2.5 times the highest attribute value in damage. Equipment level, level 5. Looking at the interface of the demon bow in his hand, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. This demonic bow was upgraded so quickly? No wonder I only leveled up 3 levels after killing so many bulls just now. It turns out that part of the experience was absorbed by the demon bow. And it's just an upgrade from level 1 equipment to level 5 equipment. The attributes and skills have changed so much. Not only did the attack power increase by 200 points, the 4-dimensional amplifications were all increased by 10 points. In other words, His attack power has once again been greatly improved. It even comes with a split arrow, although it only splits one. But with the splash buff just added, my own group attack effect must have also been greatly improved. Looking at the longbow in his hand, Lin Feng's eyes became more joyful. Just draw your bow and arrow. Instantly shot an arrow at the steppe wolf in the distance. Minus 3,610. Minus 1805. Subtract 1,083. Minus 542. In an instant, a huge bloody critical hit number appeared. A series of decreasing damages also appeared on the wolves around the steppe wolf. Obviously, no matter which damage it was, it had already overflowed. In an instant, the 4 wolves gathered together were killed again. You killed the LV5 Wasteland Wolf X4, gained 350 experience points, and gained Wolf Fang X4. Lin Feng glanced at the system information in the corner, and muttered thoughtfully, the experience is a little higher than Semlong. Is this the benefit of the dungeon? Just as Lin Feng was about to continue his attack, a shocked scream suddenly sounded. Holy crap! The wind god dealt 3,000 damage! What? Hearing this, everyone's eyes widened. Looking in the direction of Lin Feng, it seemed that this was even more terrifying than Lin Feng killing 700 cows with one punch just now. However, Lin Feng ignored their gazes. The whole person stood there like an arrow tower. There was no intention of stopping the demon bow in his hand, and he started shooting wildly in all directions. Almost every arrow shot would take the lives of 3 to 4 wasteland wolves. If you stay still for a while longer, I will kill all the wolves, Lin Feng said slowly and calmly. After hearing what Lin Feng said, they finally realized. I don't care how awesome Lin Feng is. Continue to launch an attack on the living people around. Only Wu Xiaoyang was left, still looking at Lin Feng in shock. But the person he was staring at was not Lin Feng. But it was the demon bow in his hand. How could this happen? Wasn't this bow forcibly kept by the system? Wu Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with disbelief. I clearly saw it with my own eyes. There should be no problem with the system. Why is this bow still in his hand? What the hell did Lin Feng do? At this time, Lin Feng also felt Wu Xiaoyang's extremely surprised look. Lin Feng smiled evilly at Wu Xiaoyang. The demon bow in his hand changed direction and aimed towards Wu Xiaoyang. This sudden action scared Wu Xiaoyang and the loyal dog beside him. He immediately shouted frantically. Lin Feng! What are you trying to do? Do you want to harm your classmates in this dungeon? If you dare to do it, our Wu family will never forgive you. As soon as the words fell, a sharp arrow shot out from the air. He went straight to Wu Xiaoyang. However, just as the attack was about to hit Wu Xiaoyang, the arrow suddenly seemed to come alive. Suddenly it turned a corner in the air. It instantly hit the wasteland wolf that was about to launch a sneak attack on Wu Xiaoyang from behind. Seeing this scene, Wu Xiaoyang and his group breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng also saw what several people were thinking. I gave them a speechless look. He continued to hunt the steppe wolves. For Lin Feng, Wu Xiaoyang is a moron. He didn't take it seriously at all. Let alone killing him, in Lin Feng's eyes. Wu Xiaoyang was not worthy of his anger. Instead of wasting time on him, it's better to kill monsters and level up. At the same time, outside the copy, the 4 people from the city lord's mansion before, standing in front of the door of the collective copy with different expressions, watching everything that happened in the copy. I thought it was just a rumor. Does he really have red level equipment? Gu Shan looked at Lin Feng's weapon in the copy with surprise. A red level weapon that can be used by novices is even rarer than the common red level weapons. Gu Tai chuckled. Chida's expression is very wonderful. How did this guy do it? Not to mention this group of novices, even I thought his high damage was due to the red level weapon. How come his damage is so high even when he has no weapon? On the side, Li Sun, the principal of Longqing No. 2 Middle School, pushed up his glasses and said, Perhaps, this is the real Destiny Master. After all, this is the only SSS level profession in our human country. Chapter 16 The Third Wave. A strategy to maximize profits? You killed a LV5 Wasteland Wolf X3, gained 300 experience points, and gained Wolf Fang X2. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV8. Your HP and MP increased by 20 points, and you gained 60 points of free attributes. As Lin Feng shot another arrow. On the grassland, the last few wolves also turned into starlight and disappeared. Lin Feng's level also increased again. Lin Feng. Occupation, Fate Master. Level, LV8, August 4000. HP, 490/490. MP, 700/700. Strength, 183, plus 20. Constitution, 22, plus 20. Spirit, 38, plus 25. Agility, 22, plus 20. Talent, Drama. Skills, Detection, Life Glimpse, Passive, Whisper of Fate. With the increase in equipment, the strength value has directly exceeded 200. It is worthy of being an SSS level profession. The increase is really exaggerated. Lin Feng smiled with great satisfaction. Although Lin Feng also wanted to kill monsters above his level and gain a lot of experience in one go. But it's nice to mow the grass like this. It's cool to shoot a large area with one arrow. Kill list. 1. Lin Feng, 843 kills. 2. Gu Qingying, kill count, 105. 3. Wang Chao, 73 kills. Scoreboard. 1. Lin Feng team, 994 points. 2. Gu Qingying, 210 points. 3. Wang Chao, 146 points. In the second wave of monsters, Lin Feng still took the lion's share. After all, his injuries are there. If there weren't so many people, it would be hard to aim at the monster. Lin Feng can take away at least 400 or 500 prairie wolves by himself. Gu Qingying is originally an S-level professional. The strength of Snow Moon Sword Immortals should not be underestimated. Especially the flying sword technique, whose attack range is comparable to Lin Feng. Although more than 100 steppe wolves are not a small number. But Lin Feng is not good enough in comparison. This also made Gu Qingying extremely unhappy. As for Wang Chao, Lin Feng was not familiar with him. This person is not one of them. However, it seems that they are the only two S-level professionals in their Dragon City this year. With the fall of the last Steppenwolf. Not long after, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on your success in the second wave of challenges. Please take a break. The third wave of challenges will begin in 5 minutes. The third wave, Grassland Boss, Wasteland Wolf King multiplied by 1. Listen to the system's voice. They were startled at the same time. What the hell? The boss will appear directly in the third wave? What the hell are they doing? It's not that I'm afraid the boss is too strong to fight. But it's because they know how powerful Lin Feng is. One arrow shot out, the damage went straight to 4,000. The beast tide is still okay. As long as they are not crowded together. They can also share 2 sips of soup. But if a powerful monster like a boss appears directly, without even a second thought, Lin Feng would definitely take her away with 1 arrow. Even if 1 arrow fails to kill the target in 1 second, shooting 2 arrows wouldn't waste Lin Feng much effort. Although people complained. But no one dared to cause trouble for Lin Feng. They all comforted themselves and pretended that they had not experienced this wave. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Pleasant system prompt sound. It rang in everyone's ears again. Ding! Rest is over. The third wave of challenge begins. Please kill all monsters in the field. The third wave, Wasteland Wolf King multiplied by 1. Tip: for boss challenges, points are awarded based on the damage done to the boss. For every 1% of the boss's health deducted, 5 points and 1 kill are awarded. The person who kills the boss will receive 150 points and 150 kills. Looking at the prompt in front of him, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It seemed that the professional was encouraged to grab the last blow. You can also get points and kills based on the damage done. The setting is fair. But if I say that, as long as I can take this thing away in one go, Can you directly get 650 points and 250 kills? This seems pretty good. As the system prompt sound falls, a burst of white light slowly lit up. The next moment, a giant wolf slowly appeared in front of everyone. Looking at the giant wolf in front of him, Lin Feng immediately used the detection technique. Wasteland Wolf King Boss. Rank Bronze. Level LV10. HP 5000/5000. Strength 100. Constitution 160. Spirit 60. Agility 100. Skills: Wilderness Bite, Wolf King Summon, Wilderness Wind, Wolf King Hunting Order. A bronze level boss. It actually has 5000 HP. It seems unlikely that I can kill it instantly with a single arrow. Lin Feng quickly glanced at the attributes of the boss in front of him and muttered thoughtfully. However, other professionals have also detected the attributes of this boss. They also started chatting. Oh my god, it's actually a bronze level boss. There are 3 of them with over 100 attributes. How can we defeat them? Why are you worrying about this? We don't have a chance to deal with this kind of boss. The Wind God will definitely kill it with 2 arrows. Let's forget about it. Eh? The Wind God hasn't made a move yet. Do you think we can fight him a few times first to get some points? Damn! That makes sense. Brothers, grab your weapons. The professionals who were originally dejected and ready to give up on the boss. They became excited again, grabbing their weapons and rushing towards the Wilderness Wolf King. Looking at the people heading straight towards the Wolf King, Lin Feng smiled. But still no action was taken. But it wasn't that he was letting the water down intentionally. But Lin Feng is waiting for a skill. Waiting for the Wolf King to release this skill. He can maximize his benefits. Wolf King Summon. When HP drops by 10%, summon 4 Wasteland Wolf Guards of the same level as itself to assist in the battle. It was easy for Lin Feng to reduce the boss's health by 10%. However, his weapon has a split arrow. If there is no target nearby, it will hit the same target as the main arrow. That would kill the Wolf King instantly. However, in the eyes of others, Lin Feng's action was considered as a gesture of consideration for them. Hundreds of job changers were immediately moved. I didn't expect that such a big boss would care about their feelings. Brothers, charge! Don't let down the opportunity that the Wind God has given us! Just hearing a roar, hundreds of people were immediately excited. The attacks became more and more crazy. Under the bombardment of a group of people. In just half a minute, a deafening roar erupted from the mouth of the Wasteland Wolf King. The horrific hurricane instantly blew away all the humans around it. Ding! The Wasteland Wolf King has activated the Wolf King summoning. Ding! Fate event triggered. The Steppe Wolf King summoned Steppe Wolf Guards 4. Looking at the fate hint that lights up again, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Can this trigger it? But it's true. In the eyes of ordinary professionals, the boss summoning helpers is a particularly difficult problem. If his attack had not been exaggerated enough, he would not have thought of waiting for the boss to summon his minions to fight together. Huh! Wasteland Wolf Guard? Looking at this name, Lin Feng suddenly grinned. Since we want to maximize profits, then let's increase the difficulty a little bit. Anyway, for myself, no matter what comes, it's just a matter of 1 or 2 arrows. Ding! Modification successful. Drama points increased by 20. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. The Wasteland Wolf King has summoned. The Wasteland Wolf King multiplied by 4. Chapter 17: The Panic Brought by the 5 Wolf Kings. With Lin Feng's modification, all the professionals present. I just feel that the entire copy is like a flower screen. He was in a trance for 2 seconds, and then made a noisy sound of electricity. But it soon disappeared. When everyone was confused, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The Wasteland Wolf King has activated the Wolf King summon. Summon the Wasteland Wolf King multiplied by 4. As the system prompt sounded, everyone present was stunned at the same time. He looked at the system prompt in front of him with disbelief. What the hell? What did you say he summoned? He summoned 4 more wolf kings. You must be kidding me. Oh my god! System, you are playing with nesting dolls. The wolf king summons the wolf king, and his descendants are endless? This is a chicken feather. Haha. I told you, this world is absolutely shit. Look. There's a bug. Not to mention this group of ordinary professionals. Even Gu Qingying's face was filled with disbelief. A wolf king summoned 4 wolf kings. In other words, they're going to fight 4 bosses at once? What kind of international joke is this? Listening to the noise of the crowd, Lin Feng grinned. Bug? How can you say it's a bug? It can only be said that the GM modified the game data of the copy. At this time, outside the copy, a few people drinking tea. We were chatting casually. Occasionally, I glanced at the copy. Make sure nothing major went wrong. However, at this moment, Chida suddenly spurted out a mouthful of tea from his mouth. It poured directly onto Gu Shan's face. Fuck! Chida, you old man are looking for a fight! Gu Shan jumped up. No, no! Look! Gu Shan, who was already angry, saw Chida so anxious. He suppressed his anger and looked down at the copy. Then his eyes suddenly widened. Oh my god! The boss directly summoned the boss. This wolf is cheating. If I remember correctly, this Wasteland Wolf King summoned the elite monster Wasteland Wolf Guard. Could there be something wrong with the copy? Chida asked worriedly. Gu Tai frowned slightly and raised his hand to reach out to the copy. This shouldn't be the case. The 4 of us are guarding here. How can the copy? However, before Gu Tai could finish his words, he suddenly stood up and said, This is impossible. How could this happen? What happened to the city lord? Gu Tai said solemnly. The copy was forcibly modified by a mysterious force. What? Isn't the control of this thing in our hands? How can it be forcibly modified? Gu Shan's face was full of disbelief. Chida said in a panic. What should we do? There are 5 level 10 bronze bosses. How about forcibly ending the dungeon and releasing the children first? We can think of other things later? Listening to Chida's suggestion, Li Sun on the side nodded repeatedly. I think so too. Everything should be based on the safety of the children. I don't think so. We can wait and see. Although Gu Shan was puzzled, he was not in a hurry. Seeing Gu Shan say this, Chida frowned. Mr. Deputy City Lord, these are 5 bosses. The kids are already struggling because Lin Feng hasn't leveled up much. How can they defeat so many bosses? Li Sun also echoed. That's right, there's no need to take such a risk. It's better to let them out first and get enough rewards directly. This is more practical. Gu Shan glanced at Chida and Li Sun and said, There are 7 waves in this instance. It's a bit of a waste to end it after the 3rd wave. Besides, how do you know they can't win? Without waiting for the 2 principals to continue speaking, Gu Tai also said, I will report to my superiors about the fact that the copy was forcibly modified by external forces. It should not be a problem with the copy. I feel that it may be human-made. Gu Shan is right. We only have this one collective copy, so we must not waste it. As for danger, how can there be no danger in life? Besides, isn't Lin Feng here? As long as the other kids don't cause trouble, with his strength, he should be able to take down all these bosses by himself. Hearing this, Gu Shan grinned. Chida and Li Sun were stunned for a moment, and then nodded. They had forgotten that there was a cheater among the freshmen this year. There was a commotion. On the vast grassland, with a faint flicker of light, 4 huge wolf kings appeared out of nowhere. Standing side by side with the original Wasteland Wolf King, he is extremely majestic. Looking at the 5 huge wolf kings in front of him, the novice professionals who originally just wanted to get some points and kills. Panic suddenly reached its peak, everyone's face turned pale, and they could barely hold the equipment in their hands. As a wolf king took a step forward, almost everyone panicked immediately. All I could hear were countless screams of terror. Hundreds of people fled in panic. Not far away, Lin Feng looked at the completely chaotic grassland, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. I didn't expect it to be this messy. Looks like we've gone too far. At this moment, Gu Qingying in the crowd shouted loudly without caring about her image, as if she wanted to control the current situation. Don't panic! Don't get confused! They are just 5 bosses! What's there to be afraid of? Stop right there! But in the face of fear, who would listen to her? Even her teammates ran behind her. Seeing this scene, Gu Qingying bit her lips hard. As a daughter of heaven, I usually get a lot of support. But at this time, what I say is of no use at all. Even the people who had been following her couldn't listen to what she said at this moment. A trace of loss and bitterness flashed across Gu Qingying's eyes. These are all fake. She still thinks too highly of herself. She thought she could be like her father. Protect them and command them well. I didn't expect that. Everything was just my imagination. It seems that my daily prestige, it really just comes from my father and my appearance. Just when Gu Qingying was feeling depressed, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Hey, campus beauty Gu, you are not scared too, are you? Hearing this familiar voice, Gu Qingying quickly looked around. Lin Feng appeared beside her at some point. Looking at the handsome face so close, Gu Qingying couldn't help but blush. She quickly distanced herself from him and said arrogantly, How could I be afraid? Are you kidding? I'm an S-class professional. The young lord of Dragon City. How could I be afraid of just 5 little wolves? Then leave it to you. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said in a strange tone. You. As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingying's face suddenly became even redder, but she didn't know whether it was out of anger or shame. Leave it to me, leave it to me! Gu Qingying shouted, without saying anything else. He activated his skill directly and rushed towards the 5 wolf kings. Just as she rushed out, 2 huge wolf claws appeared in front of her. With extremely terrifying power, he attacked Gu Qingying fiercely. Qingying! Be careful! Chapter 18, Just 5 bosses, no problem. Qingying, be careful! Looking at Gu Qingying's sudden action, Lin Feng's eyes almost popped out. I was just joking. Why did this guy just rush out? Still using the acceleration skill? These are 5 bosses. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng couldn't care about anything else. This Wolf King needs at least 2 arrows to attack. It's impossible to save people by killing them. With a grit of teeth, Silver Moon's sprint was launched instantly. My life is determined by me and starts at this moment. Convert all of your attributes into physical fitness. The health value instantly reached 3,570 points. The next moment, I saw Lin Feng turned into a silver light. He instantly appeared in front of Gu Qingying. There was only a muffled bang sound. Lin Feng crashed right into Gu Qingying. The two were slapped and flew out together. He fell heavily to the ground. Gu Qingying was subconsciously protected by Lin Feng. Not even blood skin fell off. -800. -400. Seeing the 2 terrifying numbers appearing above Lin Feng's head, Gu Qingying was immediately horrified. Lin Feng! This is a full 12,000 points of damage. Although Lin Feng is powerful, he is just an output no matter how you look at it. This kind of horrible damage, even if a shield warrior comes, the health value is not that high now. Not to mention the fragile output of Lin Feng. With 1,200 damage, even 3 Lin Fengs wouldn't be able to withstand it. Thinking of this, Gu Qingying became more and more afraid. Tears immediately welled up from my eyes. However, before Gu Qingying's tears could fall, Lin Feng sat up under her tearful gaze. He rubbed his back with a look of pain on his face. It hurts so much when this monster hits me? I thought it was just injuries. Gu Qingying stared blankly at Lin Feng in front of her. Tears are still flowing. He seemed to be completely unresponsive. Lin Feng? Are you okay? What could possibly happen to me? But are you not hurt? Why are you crying? Lin Feng looked at Gu Qingying doubtfully and was immediately confused. Wasn't it you who was beaten just now? Why is she crying? Could it be that I was slapped and fell on you, causing you to cry? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Seeing that Lin Feng was still alive and kicking, Gu Qingying breathed a sigh of relief. But hearing his stupid words, Gu Qingying got angry again. You are the one who got hit and cried. Go to hell. Hey. I was knocked away because I was trying to save you, okay? How can you talk like that? Lin Feng said speechlessly. Get out of here! Gu Qingying stomped Lin Feng hard, then turned around and ran away. Gu Qingying's kick made Lin Feng grimace. Damn, women are hard to mess with. This kick hurts more than the one from the two bosses over there. Lin Feng! Kill those wolves for me. Otherwise, don't even think about letting me forgive you. Lin Feng rubbed his left foot in pain and looked back with a strange look. What the hell, how did I offend her? Although I was very puzzled, these 5 wolf kings were created by me after all. And the purpose is also for their experience and points. Lin Feng naturally would not let it go. Lin Feng drew his bow and arrow again. My life is started by me. Suddenly, 4 sounds of breaking through the air were heard. A string of numbers suddenly appeared above the heads of several wasteland wolf kings at the same time. -4,150. -2050. Subtract 1,245. Subtract 615. Almost instantly, the health bars of several wasteland wolf kings were emptied directly. Not to mention fighting back, they didn't even react. It immediately turned into starlight and disappeared between heaven and earth. Fuck! Why is the wind god's damage so high again? Instant kill, can this be killed instantly? We were so scared just now, Chun Chun is a clown. I originally thought it was that wasteland wolf king who opened it, but now it seems, haha, it was the wind god who opened it, for sure, he definitely opened it. You killed the LV10 bronze boss wild wolf king, multiplied by 5, gained 10,000 experience points, gained 1 bronze treasure chest, multiplied by 1, gained greedy wolf combat boots, multiplied by 1, greedy wolf leggings, multiplied by 1, greedy wolf helmet, multiplied by 1, greedy wolf chest armor, multiplied by 2, greedy wolf short blades. Ding! Congratulations on your success in the 3rd wave of challenges. Please take a break, the 3rd wave of challenges will begin in 30 minutes. 4th wave, brutal wild boar times 100. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. Congratulations on killing 5 bronze bosses and getting the achievement extraordinary skill. Get 1 silver treasure chest multiplier. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV10, your HP and MP increased by 20 points, and you gained 60 points of free attributes. Looking at the series of information flashing before my eyes, Lin Feng was stunned. Is the boss's reward so generous? Even 2 achievements were given at once. And they all triggered the life-seeking? 10,000 experience points? Just work yourself up to level 10? And for me, these 10,000 points of experience. On the contrary, it is the worst reward. Just the equipment alone, a complete set was given. Judging from the name, it should be a set. I just don't know if there is a set attribute. However, Lin Feng is not in a hurry to look at the equipment yet. What excited him most now were those 2 fateful events. Without saying anything, Lin Feng directly activated his talent of drama. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points of drama points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. Congratulations on killing 5 bronze bosses and getting the achievement extraordinary skill. Get a platinum treasure chest multiplied by 1. Just like before, Lin Feng directly changed the treasure chest into a platinum treasure chest. If I can still trigger it when I open the box later, that would be great. Ding! Modification failed. Unable to generate Qintian treasure chest. Has this bug been fixed? Can I just change my name? Lin Feng curled his lips, not believing it, and tried again. Ding! Modification failed. Unable to generate the red copper treasure chest. You still have 1 chance. Okay, I admit defeat. Seeing this, Lin Feng sighed helplessly and made changes again. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points of drama points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. Congratulations on killing your first bronze boss in your life, and you have achieved the first encounter with a strong enemy. You will receive a bronze treasure chest multiplied by 9. With Shiming, you can only change one word at a time, numbers can only be changed into numbers, and Chinese characters can only be changed into Chinese characters, so Lin Feng can only change this treasure chest into 9 treasure chests at most. Although the harvest was not as good as expected, but it's pretty good. Looking at the information in front of me, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Once again, all attributes were assigned to strength. After enjoying the thrill of killing in seconds, you naturally want to play the killing flow again. As long as you keep adding like this, one day, I won't have to take control of my own life, but I will be able to kill the boss in seconds. Looking at the attributes that have reached 263 points, Lin Feng grinned, and the next step was the unboxing session. I don't know if Whisper of Fate can be added to Glimpse of Fate when unboxing. After all, 2 things are being done at the same time. God knows what this Whisper of Fate will do. But for Lin Feng, whether it is better luck in opening the box, he can accept it whether the event is triggered when opening the box or not. Anyway, there are a lot of boxes, let's try the bronze one first. Chapter 19, Opening the Treasure Chest General Skills. In addition to the copy, the 4 from Dragon City brought. He looked at everything that happened in the copy with a strange expression. I say, Lao Chi, is this guy really a newbie who just changed his job at your school today? Li Sun, the principal of Longqing No. 2 Middle School, looked at the scene in front of him with shock in his eyes. These are 5 bosses. Although the level and grade are not high. But at least he is a boss, not a small monster. It would be fine if Lin Feng used some awesome ultimate move. But just now he obviously just used a few ordinary basic attacks and killed everyone including the boss instantly. For these high-level professionals, it may not be a big deal. But these guys in the dungeon just changed their jobs. This is really outrageous. Hearing this, Chi-Da shrugged. Don't ask me, I don't know either. The city lord may know more than me. Seeing Chi-Da turning the topic to himself, Gu Tai also smiled slightly. This level is not too exaggerated. Our Dragon Country's Thousand Moon God of War had an even more exaggerated record when he first changed his job, and he was only an S-level job. When they heard the words, Qianwei God of War, a look of shock suddenly appeared in the eyes of several people present. Their city lord actually compared Lin Feng directly with the God of War? To them, those at the top of Dragon Country were no longer considered human beings. They were like gods. Why are you so surprised? Don't forget, the previous person who was closest to those people was also surnamed Lin, Gu Tai said meaningfully. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of several people suddenly changed, especially Chi-Da and Li Sun, who lowered their heads and stopped talking, as if this was a taboo topic. At the same time, in the copy, Lin Feng found an empty space and sat down casually. Although many people want to come and hug my thigh, but they were all scared away by Lin Feng's cold eyes. Open the character panel. Lin Feng. Occupation, Fate Master. Level, LV10, 8/9000. HP, 510/510. MP, 720/720. Strength, 243, plus 20. Constitution, 22, plus 20. Spirit, 38, plus 25. Agility, 22 plus 20. Talent, Drama. Skills, Detection, Life Glimpse, Passive, Whisper of Fate. Wow, isn't this leveling up too difficult? It takes 9,000 experience points to level up from level 10 to level 11? Isn't that going to be scary? Looking at the panel in front of him, Lin Feng suddenly felt it was outrageous. In fact, the experience of the first 10 levels is quite normal. After reaching level 10, the novice period is automatically over. The demand for experience will also increase significantly. It can be said that there will be a significant improvement every 10 levels. Experience is easy to explain, but the drama points are a bit too difficult to deal with. Although I made some minor changes in the end, it still feels like the drama points are more or less not enough to cover the cost. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a headache. This kind of disposable item is really hard to deal with. But it's great that the attributes have improved. All attributes are over 400 points. He is worthy of being called a Fate Master. He is really awesome. I was slightly excited looking at the panel for a while. Lin Feng's gaze was on the pile of treasure chests in the backpack. Let's try the bronze treasure chest first. I hope it will be the same as before. Reduce 10 points of play points. You opened the bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, you got the item, Universal Skill Book. Multiplied by 1. Didn't the life-seeing ability trigger? It seems that I used my luck on the items in the treasure chest? Lin Feng sighed with some regret. Universal Skill Book? Skill books are indeed good things, but these universal skills, can they be used? General Skill Book. After using, you can learn a general skill. Lin Feng touched his chin, raised his hand and slapped the skill book directly. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. You have learned the general skill throwing, LV1. Unboxing didn't trigger it, but learning skills triggered it? Hiss. But this is not bad. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 10 points of drama points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. You have learned the general skill throwing, LV9. Throw, LV9. Throw the weapon in your hand at the target with great speed and accuracy, causing 350% physical damage to the enemy, and there is a 50% chance of causing 3 seconds of dizziness. After hitting the enemy, the weapon will be retracted into the backpack. Consumption, 150 MP. CD 5 minutes. After level 9, the effect is quite strong. Looking at this skill introduction, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. Few people bother to upgrade common skills. After all, both the power and effect are far inferior to professional skills, so the general skill of detection is used more often. Seeing this, Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Without wasting any more time, he opened all the bronze treasure chests in one go. I don't know if it was bad luck, or the world didn't want him to get stuck with a bug, so it completely banned his ability to modify item names. 9 treasure chests in a row, but no event was triggered. But the Whispers of Fate are still somewhat useful after all. Lin Feng opened 3 general skill books. And 5 bronze equipment that Lin Feng totally disdained. Even requires level 10 to equip. As soon as I leave the dungeon, I will definitely sell these garbage first. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. You open the platinum treasure chest. Get equipment, the knowledge cloak platinum, multiplied by 1. Oh my god! It's triggered! Just when Lin Feng thought that he could no longer trigger the life-seeing card treasure chest bug, the fateful event reappears. Lin Feng was so excited that he almost jumped up. A demon bow makes oneself invincible. If this is modified into a red equipment, or a colorful equipment, take off directly. But what is the cloak of knowledge? Is there such a thing as a cloak in the equipment? Forget it, just use the cloak. Anyway, as long as it's high-level equipment, it won't be much worse. Lin Feng muttered, and looked carefully at the fate event. Immediately, with a wave of his hand, Shi Ming was activated instantly. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 20 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. You open the platinum treasure chest. Get equipment, omniscient cloak, multiplied by 1. Success! Why are there 3 question marks on the quality? Whatever, let's just keep it as a cloak. Lin Feng directly opened the platinum treasure chest in front of him. As a flash of light passed by, a cloak like the starry sky appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's hands. Just as Lin Feng was excited and ready to see the effect of this equipment, the entire copy suddenly began to tremble violently. The strange sound of electricity rang out again, just like before. As before, the sound of the electric current only lasted for a moment. It feels like an illusion. As the sound of the electric current disappeared, the vibration of the replica also stopped. However, the cloak in Lin Feng's hand, which was originally as bright as a star, but at this moment, it turned into a white cloak shining with platinum light. It looks inferior to the previous one at first glance. What is going on? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, a strange golden stone suddenly slipped off the cloak. It fell directly into Lin Feng's hands. Chapter 20, Fragments of Destiny. Eye of Destiny. Stone? A trace of doubt flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. Obviously, he didn't recognize this thing. But fortunately, no matter what it is in this world, they all have property panels, so you can tell what it is at a glance. Fate Fragment. The power of fate that falls off due to special reasons. After using it, you can gain 50 points of play points, or strengthen a certain skill to have the power of fate. Occupation requirements. Play Fate Master. It fell off due to a special reason? Lin Feng took a look at the cloak in his hand, and suddenly a guess came to his mind. It is very likely that this modification will fail. But the treasure chest has been opened. The system didn't have time to stop it. This is used to modify the power of destiny of the equipment. It appears in this materialized form. Interesting. A hint of curiosity appeared on Lin Feng's face. But his eyes looked around the copy. Although I have just awakened. But Lin Feng has been using his talent of drama all the time. Equipment can be modified, and the behavior of humans and creatures can be forcibly distorted. But in this instance, his own life was repeatedly affected. Could it be that my talent was disturbed because of this artificial copy? Lin Feng frowned slightly, totally confused. Forget it. I'll find another chance to try again after I get out. As he spoke, Lin Feng looked at the fragment of fate in his hand. With a thought, the golden stone shattered instantly. It turned into starlight and poured into Lin Feng's body. Ding! Due to the influence of special energy, the detection skill has been sublimated. Sublimated into Eye of Destiny. Eye of Destiny can see through everything in front of you, see through all false illusions, and be immune to all illusion and mental skills. After using it, you can ignore the level and find out all the target's information. Oh my god! The effect after sublimation is much more outrageous than I imagined. Looking at the new detection technique, Lin Feng was a little surprised. He originally just thought that when he killed monsters above his level, it's a waste to always use the life points to bless the detection skill. My mind suddenly opened up, and I simply used this thing for detection. I didn't expect that after combining with the power of destiny, this skill would be so powerful. Not only can it detect directly regardless of the level difference, it can even be immune to illusions. This is simply outrageous. After quickly adjusting my mood, only then did Lin Feng turn his attention to the cloak beside him. Seeker's Cape. Grade Platinum. MP plus 200. Spirit plus 50. Special effects. Eye of Farsight. Increases experience gained by 20%. Mysterious Shelter. After it is turned on, when you are hurt, MP will be deducted first until the MP is 0. Cost none. CD 5 minutes. Introduction. A symbol of infinite wisdom, the wearer will constantly pursue the true meaning of knowledge. Only those who truly thirst for wisdom can master the power of this equipment. Looking at the equipment in my hand, there was a flash of shock in Lin Feng's eyes. Putting aside the attributes, just the special effect of the Eye of Farsight. It is worth it for Lin Feng to wear this equipment until he dies. This increases the experience gained by 20%. It's definitely a little magic weapon. What's more, this equipment directly increases his MP value to 1000. Combined with the mysterious shelter effect. Without having to take charge of my own life, I am already as good as a blood cow. Lin Feng said nothing. He put the cloak on directly. Looking forward to the next wave of monsters. He wanted to see it. In this 20% experience bonus. How good the effect can be. 30 minutes passed quickly. The system prompt sound also ends with the end of the break. It sounded again in the copy space. Ding! Rest is over. The fourth wave of challenge begins. Please kill all monsters in the field. Fourth wave, brutal wild boar multiplied by 100. Like previous waves? As the system prompt sound falls, 100 brutal wild boars appeared directly on the grassland. But this time, these brutal wild boars were completely separated. Scattered on the grassland. Unlike Steppenwolf, these wild boars seemed to be very violent and aggressive. Without waiting for the professionals to take action, many wild boars rushed towards the crowd. Brutal boar. Grade black iron. Level LV10. HP 1200/1200. Strength 50. Constitution 30. Spirit 0. Agility 9. Skills rush stompush. Description: a brutal boar in the wilderness, known for its great strength and thick skin. Their impact force is amazing and can easily knock enemies away. As the Eye of Destiny is activated. The information about the brutal wild boar also appeared in front of Lin Feng. It's much stronger than the steppe wolf. It has thick skin and strong strength. Its only shortcoming is that it's heavy. Lin Feng sighed and looked at the demon bow in his hand. Suddenly, I felt like playing. He immediately put away the demon god's bow. He quickly changed into a grey greedy wolf suit. It was the equipment dropped by the 5 wasteland wolf kings. It is not strong for Lin Feng. The suit effect only gives an extra 10 points of agility. All equipped. It only increased the defense by less than 50 points. It can only be said that something is better than nothing. At the same time, Lin Feng also had 2 short blades. Ganlang short blade. Rank bronze. Property. Attack power, plus 55. Critical hit, plus 5%. Special effects. Greedy wolf attack. When attacking an enemy from behind, increase attack power by 10%. Resonance. After equipping the Tanlang suit, the movement speed will be increased by 20%. As a one-handed weapon, it can naturally be dual-wielded. Lin Feng, who happened to have obtained 2 short blades. So I equipped them together at the same time. Lin Feng, who was an archer just now. He transformed into an assassin. Rushed towards the herd of wild boars. Holy crap! What's running so fast? Do we have an assassin that fast? This speed is probably faster than the God of Wind, right? Oh my God! That's the God of Wind! Oh my God! The God of Wind is cheating! I saw the forest wind was like a gust of black wind. Instantly appeared behind a brutal wild boar. The short blade in his hand stabbed out fiercely. Minus 1278. As a critical strike emerges. The brutal wild boar instantly turned into white light and disappeared. You killed the LV10 brutal wild boar, gained 100 experience points, and gained wild boar skin multiplied by 1. 100 experience points is quite a lot. If I kill them all, I can level up. Lin Feng muttered thoughtfully. Everyone around saw Lin Feng's expression. He immediately reacted. Oh my God! The wind god is killing us! Kill the monster quickly! Otherwise we won't even get to drink the soup! As Lin Feng joined the battlefield in melee combat, the whole grassland seemed to have entered a state of frenzy. Everyone tried their best to plunder the few monsters on the grassland. And among the crowd, Wu Xiaoyang was staring at Lin Feng intently. Looking at the popular Lin Feng, his eyes were full of resentment. If Lin Feng was in front of him, he wished he could bite him to death. At this moment, he was holding a strange scroll in his hand. I don't know what he wants to do. Chapter 21 Black Wind Bear King? I will kill the Black Bear Spirit. 2.5 hours later. Ding! Congratulations on the success of the 6th wave of challenges. Please take a break, the 3rd wave of challenges will begin in 10 minutes. 7th wave, the final boss, the Black Wind Bear King. It's the familiar system prompt tone again. All the job changers present here. All collapse to the ground. For these novices, the difficulty of this copy is really not low. If it weren't for Lin Feng. Don't even mention the last wave. I'm afraid they will be wiped out in the 3rd wave. Of course, if they knew that the extra bosses were caused by Lin Feng, then the idea might be different. At this time, Lin Feng found a small mound to sit down. After these waves, Lin Feng's level reached level 11. However, this is just a novice copy after all. The highest level monster is only level 10. However, when Lin Feng's level reached level 11, these monsters no longer provided him with experience. unlike wild monsters that reduce the amount of experience. The monsters in this man-made copy simply don't give any experience. Seeing this, Lin Feng simply sat down and took a rest. At most, I would occasionally help and save a few people. Lin Feng also received many thanks from these newbies. He was praised as a great saint. Lin Feng would not pay attention to this level of flattery. As long as the monsters here can give a little experience, he wouldn't give in to these guys. As for the list. Kill list. 1. Lin Feng, 2,140 kills. 2. Gu Qingying, 623 kills. 3. Wang Chao, kill count 142. Scoreboard. 1. Lin Feng team, 4,325 points. 2. Gu Qingying, 1879 points. 3. Wang Chao, 452 points. Lin Feng was not worried at all. After I killed the 5 wolf bosses in the third wave, it's impossible for anyone to catch up with me. Whether it's the kill list or the score list, he is always firmly ranked first. There is absolutely no way that anyone can catch up with me. When did you become a good person? At this moment, Gu Qingying slowly walked to Lin Feng's side. Somewhat doubtfully asked. After seeing Lin Feng not killing monsters, she also came to Lin Feng many times. Every time she came over, Lin Feng would help her. What kind of good man? Lin Feng yawned and asked vaguely. Gu Qingying turned her head away and deliberately didn't look at Lin Feng. It's you don't want to rob monsters anymore, but you want to help me. I'm not just helping you, no need to thank me, Lin Feng said leisurely. Hearing this, Gu Qingying kicked Lin Feng directly. Who thanked you? Hiss. You. I helped you, and you didn't thank me, but why did you kick me? Lin Feng covered his calf in pain. Seeing this, Gu Qingying curled her lips and asked worriedly. Does it hurt so much? If the attack of an S-class professional doesn't hurt, then it's a miracle. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Gu Qingying speechlessly. Seeing Gu Qingying's expression, Lin Feng said directly, It's not that killing monsters is easy for me, because this copy is a novice copy, and only professionals with levels 1-10 can gain experience by killing monsters. Hearing this, Gu Qingying nodded. Well, I heard this from my father. I'm already level 11. No matter how many monsters I kill, I won't get any experience. As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingying was stunned. What? You are level 11? Lin Feng nodded slightly. Yes, don't forget, I was the one who killed all those bosses in the third wave. No matter how difficult it is to level up, I should be able to level up after killing so many monsters and bosses. Gu Qingying opened her mouth and said, Are you really cheating? Seeing Gu Qingying also said this, Lin Feng laughed. Just think of me as cheating. Please try to please me more, maybe I will help you cheat someday? Ha ha! Lin Feng laughed. Go to hell! Hearing this, Gu Qingying kicked Lin Feng again. Just as she was about to run away, she stopped, turned around suddenly, and said with a red face. Keep doing your best. My dad is very optimistic about you. After saying that, he turned and ran away. Lin Feng covered his calf in pain. This little girl, how can her legs be so strong? What can I do if she doesn't like me? Just take care of yourself. Ding! Rest is over. The 7th wave of challenge begins. Please kill all monsters in the field. The 7th wave, Black Wind Bear King. Listening to the system prompt, Lin Feng shook his aching calf. Looking towards the end of the grassland, a huge portal appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, a gust of black wind whistled out from the portal. The terrifying wind pressure nearly knocked down all the job changers present. As the black wind swirled around the crowd, this is when it rises. It hit the grass not far away like a meteorite. Suddenly, a rolling wave of air came roaring. The wind blew again and everyone staggered. As the black wind fell, a huge black bear appeared from the black wind. A terrifying figure that is 10 meters tall. Just standing straight in front of everyone. He had a red cloth wrapped around his waist and a string of Buddhist beads on his back. Looking at the equipment of the Black Wind Bear King, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Oh my god, this is... Isn't it the Black Bear Demon? How did he steal the cassock and get to another world? Black Wind Bear King BOSS. Grade Silver. Level LV10. HP 9000/9000. Strength 200. Constitution 250. Spirit 100. Agility 150. Skills: Black Wind Rage, Violent Roar, Black Wind Suppression, Gathering and Dispersing Chi, Wild Wind Trampling. Introduction: Rumor has it that this is a bear from the bamboo forest, quite humane and extremely powerful. No. You really are the Black Bear Spirit? Gathering and dispersing energy? From the bamboo forest? Are you sure it's not the Nanhai Purple Bamboo Forest? Lin Feng took a deep breath. He shook his head quickly. Get rid of all these random thoughts in your mind. This world is really interesting. There are monsters like this. Lin Feng chuckled. He really didn't take a silver-level boss seriously. With his current injuries, at most 2 arrows can kill it in 1 second. I just don't know if I have any experience in killing this boss. But, even if you don't have experience, you can still kill a wave. After all, I haven't killed the silver boss yet. After killing him, there will definitely be some achievement. That's another platinum treasure chest. Lin Feng thought for a while. Take a leap. He instantly appeared in front of everyone and asked, What do you say? Should I attack directly, or should you guys fight first to earn points? Let's fight first. Without waiting for others to finish hesitating, the Black Wind Bear King had already rushed to Lin Feng. The huge bear paw is like a car. He slapped Lin Feng hard. Clang! However, there was only a crisp collision sound. Suddenly, the terrifying bear paw of the Black Wind Bear King was swept away. Even the Bear King stumbled a step because of this. A considerable damage value also appeared above his head. Parry, through precise timing judgment, actively block the enemy's attack when it is about to hit, offset 100% of the damage that is about to be received, and counterattack the enemy, causing counterattack damage equivalent to 200% of your own strength. After Lin Feng used the 3 general skill books, one of the skills I learned, and like throwing, Lin Feng upgraded it to level 9, with excellent effects. Chapter 22 Wu Xiaoyang's Dirty Tricks. After the Black Wind Bear King was blocked, suddenly I was furious. He roared madly. The whole bear turned into a ball of black wind, running wildly around on this grassland. Wherever it passed, the grass was directly lifted up. Obviously, the black wind is extremely powerful. At this moment, a flying sword suddenly broke through the air, heading straight for the black wind in the sky. Suddenly, the flying sword pierced directly into the black wind at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the ball of black wind fell heavily to the ground. Black wind also transformed into a black bear again. -5. But it only deducted 5 points of health. In the crowd, Gu Qingying saw this scene. His face was full of astonishment. His strongest attack was, "Can't even break this black bear's defense? Ding, your equipment has been destroyed." Hearing this voice, Gu Qingying's pupil shrank. Her flying sword had been smashed into pieces by the black bear's palm. This boss has the ability to destroy equipment? As soon as Gu Qingying said this, everyone present took a deep breath. Before Lin Feng could react, they retreated 100 meters in an extremely orderly manner. The leader said, "Wind God, we don't need the experience and points of this monster. Please accept it. We will cheer for you." Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes twitched slightly. "You guys run really fast. It's just that I'm strong enough. If I change someone, you guys will kill me." Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly looked back. I saw Gu Qingying also smiling at me in the crowd. That's right, this young lady who always wanted to compete with me has also run away. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. He looked directly at the Black Wind King in front of him. Oh no, the Black Wind Bear King. "Human! Die!" the Black Wind Bear King roared. The huge figure leaped up. He pressed towards Lin Feng with an unstoppable momentum. Lin Feng was not panicked at all. The demon god's bow was instantly taken out. Just draw your bow and arrow. Minus 5,500. Minus 1,650. A terrifying arrow was shot out, and 2 arrows, one large and one small, instantly penetrated the body of the Black Wind Bear King. That horrible injury reappeared. He was almost taken away by the Black Wind Bear King in one wave. Although he didn't kill the Black Wind Bear King instantly. But the horrific damage also directly interrupted its skills. Looking at the boss falling back to the ground, the demon god's bow was drawn again. However, at this moment, the long-lost life gaze reappears. Ding! Fate event triggered. You are hit by the force fixation scroll and cannot move for 10 seconds. Forced body scroll. What? Now this monster is so powerful that it can use props. Shouldn't it? Lin Feng frowned slightly and made the changes without saying anything. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 20 points of drama points. Ding! Fate event triggered. The bear is hit by the force fixation scroll and cannot move for 10 seconds. The next moment, a stream of light shot out from the crowd. It directly hit the Black Wind Bear King not far away. Suddenly, the Black Wind Bear King turned into a golden statue. Unable to move. It went astray! There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. Lin Feng looked back, his eyes narrowed slightly. Wu Xiaoyang, it's this guy again. It seems that this guy really hates himself. Lin Feng snorted coldly. Without saying anything more, he opened his bow to the full moon again. An arrow was shot out, instantly taking away the last of the Black Wind Bear King's health. Looking at the black bear whose health bar has been emptied, Lin Feng turned around and looked at the crowd. Just when everyone wanted to cheer. But Lin Feng stopped him with a gesture. Then, amid the puzzled looks of the crowd, he strode up to Wu Xiaoyang. Not bad, the force body scroll, you're willing to use it. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Isn't this thing cheap? It can even hold down a silver-level boss? Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. Wu Xiaoyang looked at Lin Feng, who was full of murderous intent. His legs kept shaking. This is what I should do, ahaha. Really? Lin Feng sneered and slowly leaned into Wu Xiaoyang's ear and said, Don't think I don't know who you are using this trick on. If I didn't have special skills, I would have been tricked by you. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyang's pupils shrank sharply. The truth is revealed. Or was it that the reason why I missed the target was because Lin Feng directly transferred his attack to the boss? It seems that Mr. Wu wants to make peace with me. Just when Lin Feng wanted to say something, the pupils shrank suddenly. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. You and Wu Xiaoyang are both pierced by the black tassel spear, and your health points are reduced by 2,000. Die on the spot. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 50 points of drama points, destiny modified. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. You and Wu Xiaoyang are both pierced by the black tassel spear, and your health points increase by 2,000. In an instant, a shadow suddenly shot out from where the Black Wind Bear King was. In an instant, Lin Feng and Wu Xiaoyang were pierced through together. This sudden scene frightened everyone present and made them scream. The next moment, this strange spear flew back instantly. And above Lin Feng and Wu Xiaoyang's heads, there was no damage at this time, as if he was not hurt at all. This damn fate event can't just modify me. Lin Feng was speechless. In order to save himself, he could only change the blood loss into blood gain. Otherwise, he would have died here. Unfortunately, this incident showed that he was with Wu Xiaoyang. There was no way to change just one, which made Lin Feng very helpless. Looking at Wu Xiaoyang, who was already frightened to the point of peeing, Lin Feng snorted coldly. Too lazy to bother with him. He turned around again and walked towards where the Black Wind Bear King was. However, the next moment, Lin Feng was stunned. I saw a bald man holding a spear, standing quietly on the corpse of the previous Black Wind Bear King. And on his body, there is a tattoo of a black bear. Seeing this, Lin Feng blinked. Okay, is there a human form? Is it really a black myth? You survived my bullet. You are really weird, human, the big man said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned. Can he speak now? Is this an NPC? Or a monster? Lin Feng used the Eye of Destiny again. But the panel still belongs to the Black Wind Bear King. Nothing has changed. No need to detect. The one here is just a clone. No matter how you detect it, it will only have the properties just now, Bald Dahan said calmly. In your human terms, you have already cleared this instance. I am just here to take a look. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned even more tightly. You are not the boss? You are indeed different from other humans. I am the boss, but I am not a wild one. Boy, are you willing to fight me again? Chapter 23 Random Teleportation Scroll. Boss, but not wild? What does this mean? But I think I can understand it. After all, this copy is a special existence created by humans themselves. Not a wild boss, that is to say, this boss was captured by humans and locked up in this place. Is that considered captivity? The Black Wind Bear King didn't care whether Lin Feng Tong agreed or not. He directly attacked Lin Feng with a black tasseled spear in hand. Looking at the spear coming straight at his face, Lin Feng suddenly came back to his senses. The demon bow in his left hand disappeared instantly. At the same time, he threw his right hand towards the Black Wind Bear King. A short blade whizzed out. He instantly shot the Black Wind Bear King in the head. Minus 3,693. Ding, the throw hits. The target has been stunned. In an instant, the demon god's bow appeared again. 2 arrows, one large and one small, shot out instantly. Attack the big bald guy on the opposite side again. Minus 5,500. Minus 1,650. 2 more bright red numbers appeared. 3 consecutive horrific injuries. It is definitely enough to kill the Black Wind Bear King once again. However, the bald man only staggered a few steps. A pair of triangular eyes stared at Lin Feng intently, but after a while he suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting. Ha ha! No wonder everyone asked me to come over and take a look. It's been so many years, and you humans on Blue Star finally have someone who's barely acceptable. The bald man put away his spear, looked at Lin Feng in front of him and grinned. Boy, you're not bad. I'm optimistic about you. But don't take the wrong path. Ha ha! After saying that, the bald man turned into a ball of black wind and rushed into the black bear's corpse. As the bald man disappeared, the system prompt sounded instantly. You killed the LV-10 Silver Boss Black Wind Bear King, gained 5,000 experience points, multiplied the Black Cherry Spear by 1, and multiplied the Black Wind Spirit by 1. Ding! Congratulations to everyone for successfully completing the 7th wave of challenges. The instance challenge was successful. The instance settlement begins. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. Congratulations on killing your first silver level boss, and getting the achievement of Silver Beginner, and getting 1 silver treasure chest. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 20 points of drama points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. Congratulations on killing your first silver level boss, and getting the achievement of Silver Beginner, and getting a platinum treasure chest multiplied by 1. Looking at the series of system information flashing before me, Lin Feng completed the modification in an instant. There is no special reason, it's just a matter of practice. Lin Feng! Are you okay? Just when Lin Feng was wondering what those things that Black Wind Bear King had just mentioned were, Gu Qingying finally arrived. I saw you and Wu Xiaoyang being hit by a black object, and then you were throwing knives and shooting arrows at the air. Huh! Facing the air? Didn't you see the boss just now? Hearing Gu Qingying's words, Lin Feng was also stunned. It turned out that he was the only one who could see the big bald head just now. What is going on here? Seeing Lin Feng's shocked expression, Gu Qingying's eyes also flashed with worry. Lin Feng? You, don't scare me. Seeing that Gu Qingying was also worried, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, It's okay. Maybe the Black Wind Bear King used some kind of illusion at the end. Hearing Lin Feng's explanation, Gu Qingying frowned slightly. The Black Wind Bear King was not of high level. She can also detect the specific attributes of this boss. She didn't remember what kind of illusion this black bear had. However, since Lin Feng was unwilling to say, Gu Qingying naturally stopped asking. I'm glad you're okay. You scared us just now. Gu Qingying also breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Feng laughed. Why? Are you afraid that I will go crazy and kill you? Who knows? Gu Qingying rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Just as she was about to continue chatting with Lin Feng, a crazy voice suddenly sounded among the crowd. Why? Why are you, Lin Feng, so powerful? Why does Gu Qingying follow you around every day? What's wrong with me? Hearing this, Gu Qingying and Lin Feng frowned at the same time. Following the sound, I saw Wu Xiaoyang, who was thrown aside by Lin Feng just now, stood up again. The whole person was roaring like a madman. Lin Feng! You are nothing but a dead orphan. What right do you have to fight with me? Your profession is nothing but a useless profession. Why are you so powerful? The city lord must have given you something good. That must be the case. How dare you, a lowly person, compete with me? You should just give me that red-level weapon. The principal was wrong. He shouldn't have asked you to come back. He should have let you die outside, so that no one would argue with me. Gu Qingying, you are wrong too. I am the only one who deserves you. Why? Why can a piece of trash, a family that was wiped out by our Wu family, be so arrogant in front of me? Lin Feng, I want you to be like your damn parents. Die in the dungeon. As soon as Wu Xiaoyang said this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. The family that was wiped out by the Wu family? My parents, could it be that they died at their hands? What did you say? My parents. Just when Lin Feng wanted to ask for clarification, a purple light suddenly lit up on Lin Feng's body. Before Lin Feng could react, the purple light instantly submerged Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Gu Qingying's pupils shrank when she saw this, and she subconsciously rushed over. However, it was in vain. As the purple light dissipated, Lin Feng has disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Seeing this, Gu Qingying reacted immediately, eyes full of disbelief. This is a random teleportation scroll. As Lin Feng disappeared, Wu Xiaoyang sat down on the ground. His face was full of fear. How could I really use it up? I just wanted to scare him. Seeing Wu Xiaoyang's horrified look, it was as if the crazy guy before was not him. At this time, Gu Qingying also strode in front of Wu Xiaoyang. She grabbed his collar and said, Where did you send Lin Feng? Tell me. Otherwise I will kill you. I don't know either. This is a random teleportation scroll. The dungeon can't stop it. If I'm lucky, I might be teleported back to Dragon City in advance. Hearing this, Gu Qingying also breathed a sigh of relief. What about bad luck? If you're unlucky, you might be teleported to another restricted area, or even the abyss. Wu Xiaoyang's face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to look Gu Qingying in the eye and answered cautiously. Hearing this, Gu Qingying's eyes suddenly turned red. Forbidden zone? Abyss? Not to mention a novice at level 10 or above, even top experts may not be able to come back intact from that kind of place. I'm gonna kill you! Gu Qingying roared, and 3 flying swords appeared out of thin air. He immediately stabbed towards Wu Xiaoyang. Seeing that the flying sword was about to hit, a white light suddenly flashed by. The next moment, everyone returned to the dungeon hall. A middle-aged man who looked 70% similar to Wu Xiaoyang protected Wu Xiaoyang behind him. Chapter 24 Top Achievements. Heaven and Earth. Miss Gu, why are you so angry? The middle-aged man said lightly. Although my son is a bit of a dandy, his crime is not punishable by death, right? Gu Qingying was stunned and looked around. It seemed that these big guys had forced the dungeon to end early and brought them all out. Anyway, the copy has been completed, so they will not miss out on the rewards they deserve. Don't you want to ask him what he did? If you protect him like this, be careful or I will make your Wu family disappear from Longqing forever. Gu Qingying was still furious. Qingying! Before Gu Qingying could continue, Gu Tai's voice rang out. Patriarch Wu Yuan is an elder, how can he speak like that? Seeing Gu Tai say this, Gu Qingying suddenly became even more angry. Dad! At least ask this guy what he did before you express your opinion. We all know. Gu Tai's expression was a little ugly at this time. As soon as these words came out, Gu Qingying immediately understood. They should have been staring at the copy. Then why are you stopping me? Qingying, you go back and rest first. I will ask the Wu family to give an explanation, Gu Tai said in a deep voice. A trace of confusion flashed across Gu Qingying's face. Explanation? Explanation to whom? Lin Feng can't be found. He is the only one in the Lin family. How can they explain? Explanation to you? What qualifications do we have to forgive them on behalf of Lin Feng? Hearing this, Gu Tai said seriously. Okay. I will take care of these things. Go back. You. I will never talk to you again. Gu Qingying stomped her feet, turned around and ran out of the copy hall. What are you standing there for? Why don't you catch up? Looking at Gu Qingying who ran out, Gu Tai said hurriedly. Gu Shan glanced at Gu Tai and said, I also think that what you did was wrong. Take care of yourself. It would be fine if that kid really died, but if he came back alive, well. After saying that, Gu Shan didn't waste any more words. He turned into a residual shadow and disappeared with Gu Qingying. Gu Tai sighed softly, turned around and looked at Wu Xiaoyang and Wu Yuan. It's your turn, let's have a good chat. Teleportation scroll. It's an extremely useful tool. After almost everyone has passed the novice period, they will prepare some. But most people prepare things like scrolls of returning to the city. There are very few people who use random teleportation scrolls. It is usually used to solve very difficult maze copies. As for high-level teleportation scrolls, they are extremely rare. Because this thing can ignore the barriers between copies. Forced transmission, only people with serious brain disease would use it on themselves. Most of the uses are just like Wu Xiaoyang. Used to frame your enemies. After all, the world is too big nowadays. The person who is teleported by this scroll, most of them cannot escape the word death. As the purple light dissipated, Lin Feng finally opened his eyes again. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was stunned. What the hell is this place? There are clouds and mist everywhere. How did I get teleported to heaven? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, the whole person began to fall madly. Oh my God! Is this heaven? Lin Feng exclaimed. Directly under the action of gravity, started downward accelerated linear motion. Ah! As Lin Feng screamed. The speed is also getting faster and faster. Lin Feng screamed, falling madly downwards. But until he could no longer scream. But he was still falling at an alarming rate. What the hell is this place? Are there mountains this high on Earth? Lin Feng had already gotten used to the feeling of falling. I just thought about it leisurely. Even if Mount Everest and the Mariana Trench were placed in the same place, it wouldn't take that long to fall, right? Could it be that Jean opened two portals at the same time? It's like an infinite loop for me. It seems that guy used some prop to teleport me away. Damn Wu Xiaoyang, when I get back, I will definitely kill you, Lin Feng said through gritted teeth. Feeling the strong wind brought by falling, Lin Feng slowly unfolded his whole body. Try to reduce your descent speed as much as possible. At the same time, close your eyes and feel the changes in everything around you. If I were really in the sky, landing slower can also give you more chances to escape. If it's really in a loop, then we have to find a way to move out. While Lin Feng was daydreaming, Lin Feng suddenly discovered that the white clouds around us gradually became thinner. It seems that the environment has gradually changed. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. You fall from a height of 100,000 meters and land heavily on the ground. Your health points decrease by 999,999. You die on the spot. Listening to the system prompt sound in my mind again, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 100 points of drama points, destiny modified. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. You fall from a height of 100,000 meters and land heavily on the ground. Your health points increase by 999,999. As the fate event modification is completed, there was a loud boom. Lin Feng instantly crashed into the ground. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. It hurts so much. Although I changed my fate and recovered my health and did not get hurt. But the pain of hitting the ground head on. But it won't be cleared. It was hit so hard that Lin Feng almost cried because of the pain. Wu Xiaoyang, I will never forgive you! Fuck! Lin Feng endured the pain and climbed out of the human-shaped hole he had created. What the hell is this place? Ding! Congratulations on surviving a free fall of 100,000 meters. Achieved the ultimate achievement. Going up to the sky and into the earth. Obtained the skill, flying in the clouds. Wang Defa? Flying on clouds? Flying skills? Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes widened immediately. Although he didn't know what level Tianju was. But this skill is definitely very useful. But this is for people like him who achieved this achievement by relying on bug cards. If someone else could reach a height of 100,000 meters and then fall freely without dying, apart from other things, they would definitely be able to fly. Otherwise, you can't reach an altitude of 100,000 meters. Soaring into the clouds and mist, a natural skill that calls upon clouds and mist, allowing you to soar into the air in an instant and enter an invincible state for 10 seconds. After the invincibility ends, you can also attack the enemy on the clouds, and the first attack will cause 500% damage. After taking off, you can move freely in the clouds. If you are in combat, your speed will increase by 200%, and if you are not in combat, your speed will increase by 2000%. No duration, can be cancelled at will. Consumption, 500 MP. CD, 1 minute. Looking at his newly acquired skill, Lin Feng's eyes widened. It only costs 500 MP, but you can be invincible for 10 seconds, and the damage is multiplied by 5. You can even hit people directly from the sky. The speed bonus is so high. Isn't this pure cheating? Too awesome. It's worthy of being a top-notch skill. But what the hell is this Tianju? Chapter 25, Unknown Area? The Abyss of Oblivion. Lin Feng now knows the levels and grades. Just to show off the colors. Could it be that this Tianju is of a higher grade than Xiankai? After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. I am too lazy to think about it. At worst, I can go back later. Go ask City Lord Gu. Of course, the premise is that you can go back. By the way, where exactly is this place? Only then did Lin Feng take stock of the surrounding environment. I just fell at least 100,000 meters. It's extremely dark here. Apparently, he had fallen into some deep underground cave. Such a terrifying height could not be overstated to be called an abyss. Thinking of the abyss, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Can't be that unlucky? Teleport yourself directly to the abyss? That is the main force that attacks humans in the game world. Lin Feng quickly shook his head. Comforting myself in my heart. Although this place is at the bottom of an abyss, no light can shine in. But I can see the surrounding environment clearly. It seems that the ground here is emitting a faint glow. Lin Feng looked around. Behind him was a cold stone wall. Even if the Eye of Destiny is used, I can't see anything unusual. Is it really possible to get out of a place like this? Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly looked up. Yes! I can fly now! Why not just fly up? Although I don't know what's up there, I'll just fly up there first. But I just fell for such a long time. This flight up, I'm afraid it will take several days. Although he felt helpless, Lin Feng still activated the cloud driving technique. You have to try it. However, just as Lin Feng had just jumped less than 100 meters into the air, a huge gust of wind suddenly came down from the sky. Like a wall of wind. Blow him back instantly. Lin Feng was knocked back to the ground again. Shit, is there a barrier? It prevents us from returning the same way we came? Lin Feng rubbed his back in pain. His gaze was directed towards the dark space directly in front of him. Is there only the way forward? Lin Feng exhaled lightly. In that case, let's give it a try. After saying that, Lin Feng strode forward. It was pitch black, and the further we went, the darker it got. Soon Lin Feng felt that he could not see anything. The surrounding roads also became narrower. Previously it was like a square. At this time, there is only about 2 meters of width left. About 10 minutes later, Lin Feng stopped. Because there was a wall in front of him. The wall is exactly the same as the starting point. Cold, hard. It's like a dead end. Dead end? Are you going to trap me to death here? Lin Feng's face looked a little ugly at this time. I can't go up, and there is no way forward. What is this for? Is there really such a crappy map that is designed to trap people to death? Ding, a small fate event is triggered, you found a wall. Huh! Why did it trigger for no apparent reason at this time? Lin Feng was stunned, but soon he became excited. Yes. He can also change his fate. How could I forget my special skills? Ding! Modification successful. Gain 200 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event is triggered, you discovered a door. Just when Lin Feng was happy about his own wit, his expression turned serious. No matter how I changed my destiny in the past, small incidents will not directly become big incidents. This time, not only did the small incident get praised directly, it reached the level of a major event. The drama points were given as 200 points in one go. This means that the original wall was most likely a road. It's just that I don't have enough ability to get in now. Now I have changed it into a door. Once you can enter, danger will come with it. Looking at the wall with the door in front of me, Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger and stronger. Just as he was thinking about whether he should go in. This wooden door is only big enough for one person to enter. But it suddenly opened. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared. Before Lin Feng could react, a terrifying suction force suddenly came from the wooden door. Lin Feng was sucked in instantly. With the entrance of Lin Feng, the wooden door closed instantly and turned back into a wall. Ding! You discovered a mysterious unknown area. Detection failed. Ding! This area is unknown, please explore carefully. The unknown area is temporarily named the Abyss of Oblivion. What the hell? Even the system failed the detection. You have to know that this system is how the world's laws operate. Even the world cannot detect this place, so if we go in, we will be doomed. You have entered a special map and cannot exit. Please explore. The system will provide you with specific information as soon as possible. Hi, can I still play like this? Is it equivalent to teaming up with the system? Are there any rewards? Lin Feng said with a blink. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the unknown area, the Abyss of Oblivion. Reward, experience plus 1000. Please keep working hard. Hiss! This world system is quite easy to talk to. Lin Feng took a breath of cold air. Although he could guess that this was the system trying to coax him into exploring this place. But Lin Feng was also very nervous. A place that could add 200 life points to him. God knows how dangerous it will be. But he has no other choice now. Lin Feng looked back just now. The way in has completely disappeared. I can only keep moving forward. Lin Feng took a deep breath and strode forward. Just after taking 2 steps, the surroundings suddenly lit up. Suddenly the whole passage was bright. Apparently, I seemed to be in a cave. Looking in the direction of the light, there seemed to be a huge open space in front. Judging from my own gaming experience. But in such places, there must be monsters. Maybe he's the boss. But I have no way out. What else can I do? Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Once again, he used the technique of flying in the clouds. He flew straight into the air and headed for the open space at the back of the passage. Ding! You have entered the first area of the Forgotten Abyss. A large number of demonized red ants have been detected. Please prepare for battle. Listening to the system prompt sound again, Lin Feng's heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, there is a monster. Is it a demonized monster? Now that you're in, there's no way back. I hope these guys aren't too strong. Thinking of this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed directly into the first area. Suddenly, huge ants with red glow all over their bodies appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng's scalp tingled. I am 10 times weaker than you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and quickly shot out the Eye of Destiny. Demonized Red Ant. Grade Silver. Level LV5. HP 1200/1200. Strength 45. Constitution 50. Spirit 20. Agility 35. Skills: Vicious Bite, Swarm Burst, Acid Spray, Magic Ant Armor. Introduction: These red ants have been eroded by a powerful evil force. Not only have they become more ferocious, but they have also acquired terrifying magical abilities. Looking at this attribute, Lin Feng was also stunned. Although it's a silver monster, this attribute is not strong at all. Chapter 26 Occupation-Specific Skill Book. Lin Feng stepped on the clouds and flew directly to the center of the cave. Looking at the foot because of the appearance of Lin Feng, the red ants gathered madly in the middle. His eyebrows slightly raised. Are these monsters just of this level? Then there's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Feng was delighted, and the demon god's bow was fired instantly. Minus 27,500. Minus 13,750. As 2 arrows, one large and one small, were shot out. Suddenly, countless bright red numbers flashed among the ants. With just 1 arrow, all the demonized red ants were cleared out. Looking at this horrific injury, even Lin Feng himself couldn't help but take a deep breath. Is this the 5 times damage brought by flying in the clouds? This is too exaggerated. One critical hit directly dealt nearly 30,000 damages. You killed a LV5 demonized red ant multiplied by 100 and gained 2,000 experience points. Level 5 monsters only give 20 experience points now. And they don't drop any items. Fortunately, I don't use my skills very often, otherwise it would have cracked. Lin Feng quickly recovered from his joy. After all, that kind of damage was earned by my 500 MP. He cares more about his gains than the damage done. Ding! Special mutation detected, please prepare for battle. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Lin Feng frowned suddenly, subconsciously raising the flight altitude. Looking into the cave, the body of the red ant that I just killed did not disappear. Suddenly, a dark purple liquid gushed out from the ground. The ant corpses were wrapped up in an instant. The next moment, the ants seemed to melt. It instantly turned into a ball of liquid, and soon gathered into a humanoid creature. Ding! A passage leading to the second area of the Forgotten Abyss is detected ahead. Kill the Red Devil Ant King and the passage will open automatically. Is there really a second area? Looks like we have to keep going. Lin Feng was stunned again. Wait a minute? What is the Red Devil Ant King? Seeing this news, Lin Feng lowered his head and looked. The body that was originally on the ground had disappeared. Instead, there was a small monster. But from its appearance, he seems to be of the same species as the red ants, especially the wings behind it. This gave Lin Feng a headache. If he could fly, wouldn't his advantage of flying in the clouds be gone? You can't just land on the ground and use it again, right? Without mentioning anything else, Lin Feng released the Eye of Destiny again and saw clearly the attributes of this boss. Red Devil Ant King Boss. Grade Silver. Level LV10. HP 8000/8000. Strength 180. Constitution 220. Spirit 100. Agility 300. Skills: Vicious Bite, Ant Call, Acid Spray, Demonic Ant Armor, Violent Rage. Introduction: The Red Devil Ant King is the overlord of the ant tribe that has been completely eroded by magic power and possesses extraordinary strength and wisdom. WTF. 8,000 blood. You, an ant, have 1,000 less HP than the Bear King? Bro, what did you grow up eating? And the difficulty level is a bit too great. Just now it was just a group of monsters. Is this directly a silver level boss? At least give me some elite monsters so I can level up. Well, it's not something I can't defeat. The system hopes you can give me some good rewards. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and said. He drew his bow and arrow again, not giving the Ant King a chance to resist. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 arrows were shot out in succession. It directly ended the Ant King's miserable life. You killed the LV-10 silver boss Red Devil Ant King, gained 5,000 experience points, and obtained the Rage Ring multiplied by 1. Oh? Equipment exploded? Seeing this, Lin Feng was also delighted. I quickly took out my equipment from my backpack. Judging from the name, my damage will be increased in the future. Ring of Violence. Grade Silver. Property. Strength plus 15. Agility plus 10. Special effects. Rage. After activation, attack power increases by 30%, movement speed increases by 30%, attack speed increases by 30%, defense is reset to 0, and health cannot be restored. After the state ends, restore 20% of the damage caused. CD, 120 seconds. Equipment level, level 10. Looking at the equipment information, Lin Feng suddenly grinned. As expected. This is a great equipment to increase your attack. What? You said defense is 0? I don't have much defense. Just return to 0. Thinking of this, Lin Feng happily put on his equipment. His eyes were looking towards the passage not far away that had opened a crack. Obviously, that is the passage leading to the second area. But Lin Feng hesitated. The difficulty of this first area increases. The span is so big. Who knows what will happen in the second area? Ding! Congratulations on successfully exploring the first area. All reward status restored. Seeing this reward, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. It seems that only my MP value has dropped a little. Full status recovery? System, you are the will of the world after all. Why should you be so stingy? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. But I didn't continue exploring. You still have to strengthen yourself before continuing. After he finished the group dungeon, was directly teleported here. Judging from the current situation, if this is not a copy, it must be some forbidden secret place. Therefore, the dungeon rewards were not issued. It will only happen if you go out by yourself. Then, there are only a few things that I can see. The equipment given by the Black Bear Demon, the Black Tassel Spear and the Spirit. There are also platinum treasure chests that have been modified from achievements. Lin Feng touched his chin thoughtfully. Open the backpack directly. Suddenly he let out a light exclamation. Huh! I saw in Lin Feng's backpack. At this time, there is an extra skill book. From the appearance of this book, it's not cheap stuff. Lin Feng quickly took out the book and clicked on the introduction. Professional exclusive skill book. After using, you can learn a professional exclusive skill. Hiss! After seeing this book, Lin Feng also reacted. The collective copy was over, and so was the bet between him and Wu Xiaoyang. If you win, this thing will naturally be given to you. Originally, Lin Feng was thinking that when the dungeon was over, use the Whisper of Fate, and then observe the bet, and increase the quantity of this thing. Who could have thought that something like this would happen again? Looking at the skill book in my hand, Lin Feng used it without saying anything. None of the skills of the Lifesaver are weak, although all his skills so far are equivalent to auxiliary types. But it's still very useful. Ding! You have used a professional skill book. Congratulations on acquiring professional skills. Fate is brilliant. Destiny's brilliance? Why does this name sound so familiar? Whisper? Brilliance? Huh. If I remember correctly, the cripple skill in a certain MOBA game. Are these the names too? Whispers and deadly brilliance? Me? It seems like I have really become a master of destiny. Chapter 27, The Brilliance of Fate, and the Gathering and Dispersion of Qi. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. At this time, in a hidden room in the Wu family in Longqing, a big bald man was sitting quietly in the middle. Suddenly a gust of black wind rushed in, and the bald man slowly opened his eyes. If Lin Feng were here, he would recognize it immediately. This bald guy was none other than the black bear that died in the previous group copy. Sir, you're back? A white-haired old man attentively handed over a cup of tea. The bald man nodded slightly, then looked at the old man unkindly. Is your grandson called Wu Xiaoyang? When the bald man mentioned his grandson's name, the old man's heart trembled, and he knelt down quickly and said, Yes, sir. Young master, did Xiaoyang do anything to offend you in the dungeon? The 2 scrolls I gave you were for that kid. How come your grandson used one of them on me? Hearing this, the old man was also stunned, and hurriedly explained. Sir, it must be a misunderstanding. Xiaoyang has already teleported Lin Feng away. As he spoke, the old man told the burly man in front of him everything that happened in the copy, word for word. After listening to the old man's statement, the displeasure on the strong man's face faded away. Well, you did a good job. When my clan breaks the city, your Wu family will definitely have a place in this dragon city. Thank you, sir. At the same time, in the abyss of oblivion, Lin Feng looked at the skill name in front of him. I shook my head quickly, stopping all the messy thoughts in my mind. Only then did he hurriedly click on the skill introduction. Fate Splendor, a skill exclusive to the Fate Master. It fires a beam of splendor in the specified direction, causing 450% physical damage to all enemies within a distance of 30 meters, and putting the target into a state of doom. For each target hit, the user gains 5 fate points. Bad luck state, all the target's probabilistic skills, including critical hits, dodges, triggering special effects, etc., will be completely ineffective. In other words, any skills that rely on luck will not be triggered. If the target has been hit by other attacks of the player in the past 5 seconds, the Fate Lock effect will be triggered and 10 fate points will be gained. Fate Blockade, the target's fate flow will be forcibly stopped, unable to move, attack, use skills or recover, lasting for 5 seconds. Consumption, 100 MP, 20 life points. CD 15 seconds. Looking at the skill introduction in front of me, which is like a short essay, Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. Sure enough, this skill was getting more and more powerful. There are more and more skill introductions. But this brilliant destiny is for me. It's truly a life-saving skill. It is not only an active attack skill. It can also replenish your own life points, which are decreasing with use. I finally don't have to worry about using up all my life points. After all, you can just swipe a monster and you'll get it. With this thing, I feel much more relaxed. I don't have to try every way to trigger the life-seeking effect and get the life points every time. The Fate Master is indeed an SSS-level profession. This skill is really awesome. Not only does it quadruple the damage, but it also has a control effect. It's awesome! Lin Feng suppressed the joy in his heart. Open the backpack again. Take out the remaining things together. Ding! You open the platinum treasure chest and obtain the item Ancient Arrow Multiplier 1. Ancient Arrow? What is this? Lin Feng looked at the special arrow in his hand curiously. Things like arrows. Lin Feng has never studied it. After all, his own demon Bao does not need arrows. But Lin Feng had also heard of it. The arrows in this world have many special abilities. Sometimes special arrows can multiply the archer's combat power several times. But most of these arrows are not cheap. Moreover, it is a consumable item, and only the truly rich can afford it. Ancient Arrow, Platinum, a one-time consumable item. Use with Bao equipment. After hitting the enemy, it will ignore all armor and kill the enemy directly. Holy crap! Directly wipe out! So awesome! This effect is only for a platinum level item? Is it really not a divine weapon? Is there any special requirement? Lin Feng muttered to himself, and suddenly saw a line of extremely small words at the end of the introduction. Tip: This item cannot be enhanced by skills, the hit rate is 40%, and all the target's drops, including experience, will be destroyed. Xiao! Feelings don't give drops. Seeing this prompt, Lin Feng suddenly remembered the first time he faced the demonized monster. It was simply wiped out, just like this explanation, without any trace. Maybe this is the default consequence of erasure. Lin Feng immediately felt that giving this thing platinum was too high. Not only does the hit rate have a low rate, but it also gives nothing in return. It's really speechless. The only function is to deal with monsters that are completely invincible. But in my current state, how could it be possible that I would encounter an existence that I was completely unable to deal with? No matter how thick his blood is, he can still kill me. Lin Feng put away the ancient arrow. I looked at the other two things again. Black tassel spear, a standard silver level weapon. Whether it's attributes or skills, they're all pretty standard. It only adds 100 points of attack power, and its strongest attribute is only 10% armor penetration. But I have the demon bow, which completely ignores defense. This armor-breaking attribute is not good enough. At most, it can be regarded as a substitute for the two daggers. Use it as a throwing object. He casually threw the black tasseled spear into his backpack. Lin Feng's attention was focused on the so-called spirit. The black wind spirit looks like a grayish-white crystal stone. But through the outer material, however, one could see a strange flame like a black wind inside. It is constantly surging. Black wind spirit, the core of the Black Wind Bear King. After using it, you can learn one of the Black Wind Bear King's skills. Seeing this introduction, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. The so-called essence of emotion is a book of skills. This is a good feeling. As a fortune teller, everything else is easy to deal with. The only thing is that this skill is pitifully rare. The reason why I am so awesome is simply because I rely on my attribute suppression to crush others. It's like a one-trick pony that can make you successful in everything. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said nothing. Directly use the essence in your hand. Ding! Congratulations on using the Black Wind Spirit. The skill gathering and dispersing chi has been learned. Seeing this information, Lin Feng widened his eyes again. Gathering and dispersing. Is this really a black myth? Defeat the Black Wind King and disperse the chi directly. If this skill really has the same effect as in Black Myth, that is definitely a magical skill. You can hide and dodge when you retreat, and you can break the invisibility and counterattack when you advance. This is awesome. Gathering and dispersing, light body and agile feet, coming and going like smoke. It can avoid the opponent's sharp edge, or lure the enemy to gather together and maneuver when the opportunity arises. If the opponent is not prepared, it may be caught off guard. Chapter 28, Double Level Up. Gathering and dispersing chi, LV1 light and agile, coming and going like smoke. You can avoid the opponent's sharp edge, or lure the enemy to gather together and deal with them when the opportunity arises. After use, the main body turns into smoke and becomes invisible, leaving behind a fake body that lasts for 10 seconds. If you attack the enemy within 10 seconds, you can trigger a stealth breaking attack, causing 300% physical damage to the enemy. Wow, it really is like this. Hee, now I have one more way to save my life. I don't have to worry even if I don't have time to modify it. Lin Feng smiled and said that this group copy was really profitable for him. Not only did he gain a lot of experience, Wu Xiaoyang, the money-giving boy, also gave him a valuable professional skill book. He was now looking forward to the conclusion of this instance. I have so many points, and I don't know how much experience I will get. But there's no point thinking about this now. The most important thing right now is to get through this hellhole, and find a way back to Longqing. Lin Feng took a deep breath. I looked around carefully. After making sure there were no other flaws in this place, his eyes fell on the passage not far away. Alas, it seems that I can only bite the bullet and move on. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. But the monsters in the first area are demonized. I really don't know what will happen in the end. You're not going to just spawn a demon for me, are you? Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. But there's no point in thinking too much now. Since there is no way out, I can only go all the way. I adjusted my mindset a little bit. Lin Feng once again controlled the clouds and mist under his feet. Head straight to the next passage. As soon as Lin Feng flew into the passage, the entrance to the passage immediately closed and disappeared, as if it had never appeared. It was obvious that he didn't want to give Lin Feng any way out. This door closed really quickly. Looking at the entrance that has turned into a smooth mountain wall, Lin Feng's expression became more and more solemn. After all, this place is really too weird. Oh, never mind, let's keep going. Lin Feng sighed lightly. Continue flying forward. Before Lin Feng could fly far, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! The second area of the Forgotten Abyss has been detected. There are more powerful guardians wandering in the second area. Please prepare for battle. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Can't you even detect what kind of monster it is this time? Although he complained, Lin Feng did not stop. He rushed directly into the second area. As soon as he appeared, Lin Feng felt his scalp tingling. I saw more than a dozen huge black scorpions wandering around in the cave. These scorpions are still walking upright one by one, wandering in the cave. This made Lin Feng, who was already extremely afraid of insects, tremble with fear. Why are there bugs again? Did I fall into a nest of bugs? Looking at the big scorpions below that haven't discovered themselves yet, Lin Feng sucked his teeth. He was really disgusted by this kind of insect. Even so, I still used the Eye of Destiny on him. We have to see what the properties of this thing are. Find a way to kill them in 1 second. Demonized Poisonous Scorpion Monster Elite. Grade Silver. Level, LV15. HP, 6000/6000. Strength, 140. Physical fitness, 180. Spirit 80. Agility, 100. Skills, Tail Needle, Summon Scorpion, Poison Mist Spray, Strong Armor Protection. Looking at the attributes of this monster, Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the enemy is not too strong and is within the range that I can handle. But compared with the first wave of monsters, this range of attributes is a bit too wide. I won't say anything if my level is raised by 10. The monster also directly turned into an elite monster, although there are only a dozen or so. But the health of each one of them rushed to 6,000 in one breath. Is this really a copy that a normal person can pass? The main purpose of setting up this place couldn't really be to kill people. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at the group of scorpions. A plan soon emerged in my mind. Suppress the discomfort and nausea in your heart. A black tasseled spear appeared out of thin air in Lin Feng's right hand. Lin Feng threw it suddenly. It instantly hit a scorpion right in front of Lin Feng. Subtract 2222. As an extreme damage of 2 appeared, a painful roar instantly erupted from the scorpion's mouth. Suddenly, all the poisonous scorpion monsters were filled with hatred. All of them were focused on Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng once again activated the "My life is my own" skill. But this time, Lin Feng added all the attributes to agility. Then it flew close to the ground, moving back and forth among these poisonous scorpion monsters. At the same time, the demon god's bow in Lin Feng's hand shot out. In an instant, a very weak number appeared above the heads of all the poisonous scorpion monsters. Subtract 500. Of course, this is only for Lin Feng. If a professional of the same period as Lin Feng could deal this much damage easily, he would be so happy that he would die. After all of Lin Feng's attributes were added to agility at this time. Although it ignores defense, it can only cause them the original damage of the demon bow. However, Lin Feng did not intend to inflict damage with this move. It's just laying the groundwork. Seeing that all the poisonous scorpion monsters were getting angry, Lin Feng grinned. Move around more flexibly. In just 3 seconds, all the poisonous scorpion monsters stood in a line under Lin Feng's skillful guidance. Very good! Let me show you my new skills! Watch! Fate's Splendor! Lin Feng instantly activated My Life is My Own, concentrating all his attributes on strength. he posed in a very showy way. The next moment, a beam of golden light instantly whizzed out from the demon god's bow. All of the dozen poisonous scorpion monsters were hit immediately. They all turned into golden sculptures, standing there motionless. -9,450. -2,835. At the same time, a series of terrifying damage numbers kept flashing above the poisonous scorpion monster's head. Ding! You have obtained 170 points of drama points. You killed the LV-15 demonized poisonous scorpion monster, Elite X-17, gained 25,500 experience points, and gained Tail Needle X-17. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV-13. HP and MP increased by 20 points, and 60 points of free attributes were obtained. Beautiful! Looking at the system information flashing before my eyes, Lin Feng clenched his fists excitedly. Ha! A full 170 drama points. It seems that I will never lack acting opportunities in the future. Moreover, although these monsters are very strong, but the experience given is higher. A full 25,000 experience points. Directly promoted himself 2 levels. Then the monsters behind will be even easier. At the same time, in a dark cave, a pair of dark purple eyes slowly opened. Are you finally here? I want to see how capable you are as a guy who can distort the power of the demon god. Chapter 29, 200,000. Explosive damage. Lin Feng was slightly excited for a while. After discovering the bodies of these scorpions, just like the red ants in the previous area, after it did not disappear directly, he immediately took off into the air. According to this situation, this scene should happen again. As expected, Lin Feng had just flown to the ceiling. The purple liquid reappeared. Once again, all the bodies on the ground were wrapped up. Warning! Warning! Powerful energy fluctuations detected. Please be extremely careful. Ding! A fateful event is triggered, a massive amount of demonic energy is surging, and the fairy-level boss, the poisonous enemy Demon King, is about to appear. Seeing this information, Lin Feng was also stunned. Fairy level? What is that? How come I have never heard of it? Levels above the colorful level are Fairy, Saint Destroyer, Divine Mystery, and Heavenly Absolute. This boss is at the fairy level, so please be absolutely vigilant. It was as if he had heard Lin Feng's thoughts. It was rare for the world's will to be explained to Lin Feng. However, this wave of explanation shocked the confused Lin Feng. What the hell? You monster, haven't you crossed too many levels? It was still silver just now. Jumping 5 levels directly to fairy? Do you think I'm a god? Lin Feng suddenly felt unwell. Although I have the ability to ignore defense, but there is no need for such an exaggerated challenge. Lin Feng looked at the purple energy that was gathering on the ground, reading the fateful events before me again and again. The brain is racing. Fairy level boss, the level will definitely not be low. Even if you can kill it, it has to be based on your own absolute lack of mistakes. That's really too difficult. Looking at the ground that was becoming brighter and brighter, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea. Ding! Modification successful. Obtain 200 destiny points. Success! Ding! A fateful event is triggered. A massive amount of demonic energy is surging, and the fairy-level boss, the poisonous enemy Demon King, is about to be born. Although I don't know how terrifying the attributes of fairy-level monsters are. But if it is just born, no matter how powerful it is probably only level 1. You may not be able to defeat a high-level fairy boss by yourself. No matter how good you are at level 1, you should have some tolerance for mistakes, right? With the modification of destiny events, an invisible force, it rushed out of Lin Feng's body and poured into the purple liquid on the ground. Suddenly, in a hidden place, a trace of surprise flashed in those purple eyes. What's going on? How come so much of my power has been returned? How could this be? How could something like this happen? Life reshaping? Who on earth is this kid? After a while, the purple light slowly dissipated. The purple liquid also disappeared. Instead, there was a huge insect egg that glowed with a faint green light. At this moment, the egg suddenly trembled, as a disgusting mass of green slime spread out. The ground was corroded and smoke was emitted. The eggs were completely broken. In its place was a giant green scorpion that was as tall as a man. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes twitched slightly. This guy is really a monster. It was so big when it was born. Lin Feng immediately used the Eye of Destiny to attack the scorpion. I prayed madly in my heart that this thing was only level 1. I pray that this thing's properties aren't too strong. Poisonous Enemy Demon King Bioses. Grade, Fairy Level. Level, LV1. HP, 15,000/15,000. Strength, 975. Physical Fitness, 800. Spirit, 480. Agility, 835. Skill. 1,000 poisons piercing the heart, poisonous fog falling from the sky, poisonous shadows, poisonous tornado, 1,000 poisons annihilating, and a needle at the tail. Introduction. Legend has it that it is closely related to the Scorpion King who poisons enemy mountains in mythology. It is the ultimate incarnation of poisonous creatures. Its body stores endless toxins that can instantly destroy the entire battlefield. Looking at the introduction of this scorpion, Lin Feng's pupils trembled violently, and his hands trembled slightly. My God! What a monster! The first level attribute is so exaggerated. If I hadn't changed this appearance to birth, the moment he came out, was I gone? I'm in the morning. What the hell is this? Is this the difference in grades? But fortunately, I changed it to just born. Although the attributes of the first level are ridiculously high, I should be able to kill it myself. But the premise of all this is that don't let it touch you. If you get hit, there is only one outcome. Die. Thinking of this, Lin Feng closed his eyes. I took a deep breath. The black tasseled spear was taken out again. Throw. Fate whispers. Give me a critical hit. Stun me. Soaring into the clouds cancelled. -8,190. Roar! Suddenly, a piercing roar sounded. This situation is obviously a vertigo failure. It also made the scorpion angry. Then Lin Feng started flying again. Invincibility activated. First damage bonus activated. At the moment when Lin Feng was urging the clouds to fly, the poisonous enemy Demon King's attack came in an instant. If you are not in an invincible state, it's already cold now. Seeing that this poisonous enemy king was going to continue his attack, Lin Feng stepped on the clouds and mist and suddenly retreated a long way. The whole person also turned into an illusory state. Gathering and dispersing of energy is activated. Die for me! Fate is brilliant! -225,450. Dazzling golden light. It instantly shot out from the demon god's bow. The little poisonous enemy Demon King didn't even have time to react. He was directly hit by this dazzling light. In an instant, under the superposition of countless bonus skills, Lin Feng directly inflicted a horrific amount of damage that he himself could not even imagine. A full 200,000 damages. Enough to kill this little poisonous enemy Demon King 20 times. Looking at this horrific injury, Lin Feng was stunned. I wonder how come I am so awesome. If I had known this earlier, I would not have made it smaller. If we attack the main body directly, wouldn't the profit be higher? However, this absurd idea was quickly abandoned by Lin Feng. The first level attack was already too much for him to react. Not to mention the adult poisonous enemy Demon King. I guess I haven't started yet. He was killed instantly. Greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant, so you should be content with yourself. Ding! Destiny event triggered. Congratulations on killing the first fairy level boss in your life. Obtained the achievement Zhu Xian. Obtained reward, Zhu Xian Arrow Multiplier 1. Seeing the fateful event coming, Lin Feng was delighted at first. Then he immediately started to curse. I'm so mad! You give me treasure chests for other achievements, but you don't give me any for the fairy level? You give me a disposable item like this. Are you kidding me? Although the name of Zhu Xian arrow is very impressive, it is a one-time consumable item after all. Moreover, even if he modified it, he could only change it into 9, not much more. Naturally, Lin Feng was extremely unhappy. Just when Lin Feng was ready to make the changes, suddenly I was stunned, and almost followed my habitual thinking. You are not in the artificial copy now, so why don't you just change the name of the equipment directly? Zhu Xian arrow, right? Sorry. I only want Zhu Xian sword. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 500 points. Chapter 30, Divine Weapon. Zhu Xian sword. Demon suit? Ding! Modification successful. Gain 500 points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. Congratulations on killing the first fairy level boss in your life. Obtained the achievement Zhu Xian. Obtained reward, Zhu Xian sword Xinxian. Zhu Xian sword sealed. Grade, divine level. Property. Attack power, plus 3000. All attributes, add 1000. Critical hit rate, plus 30%. Attack speed, plus 15%. Movement speed, plus 10%. Special effects. Power to destroy immortals. When holding the Zhu Xian sword, all enemy resistance is ignored, and there is a 20% chance to directly pierce through and destroy 20% of the opponent's health. Zhu Xian Mieshin. Every time the user kills an enemy, he will immediately recover 10% of his maximum health and gain the mysterious power state for 10 seconds, increasing all his attributes by 10%. This effect can be stacked 3 times, and the duration will not be refreshed. Fairy Shock. When the enemy target's level is lower than the sword holder, the enemy has a 50% chance of being shocked each time it is attacked by the sword of immortal execution, causing its overall familiarity to drop by 50%. Heaven and Earth Slash. When attacking, there is a 5% chance to release Heaven and Earth Slash, sweeping the battlefield with sword energy, causing 1500% physical damage to all enemies, and with a seal effect that lasts for 5 seconds. During the seal, the target cannot use any skills. Sword Soul Awakening. Awakens the sword soul in the Zhu Xian sword, causing the sword holder to enter the sword soul possessed state, with all attacks becoming area damage and attack power increased by 1000% for 15 seconds. During this period, all damage will be a critical hit with an 80% splash effect. Consumption, 5000 MPCD, 180 minutes. Destiny Tracking. The Zhu Xian sword has the power of tracking. When the sword holder locks onto an enemy, the enemy will be marked by Destiny, all ranged attacks will hit the enemy, and the damage caused by the sword holder to the enemy will be increased by 20%. Heir of the Immortal World. When the Zhu Xian sword is equipped, the sword holder will automatically gain the protection of Heir of the Immortal World, increasing physical and magical resistance by 20%, becoming immune to all control effects, and restoring 5% of maximum health per minute. Equipment level, level 30. I'm boiling! I'm boiling! Looking at the information panel in front of him, Lin Feng's mouth was almost watering. Is this the Zhu Xian sword? It's so awesome! Compared with the Zhu Xian sword, his demon god Bao is just garbage. The attack power alone was given 3000 points. Is this the weapon above all else? Is this the legendary magical weapon? Wow! That's awesome! It's a pity that you need to be level 30 to equip it. Otherwise, I would take off right now. Hey! That flying one! Lin Feng felt that his breathing had become much heavier. This kind of artifact was obtained so early. The Master of Destiny! This profession is really amazing. Tianendi, if anyone dares to say that the Shiming Shi is a waste again, I will chop him to pieces. But what the hell is this sealed thing? Could it be unsealed later? Now that he's so awesome, what will it be like to unseal it? Lin Feng didn't even dare to think about it. He was already very content. Ha 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 ha. Looking at the Zhu Xian sword in his hand, Lin Feng wiped his saliva fiercely. Then I reluctantly put it into my backpack. After all, I can't equip it now. There's no use leaving it outside. We have to find a way to do something like soul binding, so that the Zhu Xian sword won't be taken away. Lin Feng smiled foolishly. It took me a while to come back to my senses after being happy for so long. Suppress the joy in your heart. Only then did Lin Feng browse through the pile of messy information that had popped up earlier. Ding! Congratulations on successfully exploring the second area. Your reward of strength fruit is multiplied by 1. Ding! Congratulations on defeating all monsters in the second area. The passage to the third area has been opened. Huh! Fruit of power? Another garbage item? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and directly opened the panel introduction of the fruit of power. Fruit of strength, an extremely rare spiritual fruit. After taking it, your strength increases by 10, which lasts for 180 seconds. It's really a piece of rubbish, Lin Feng said with disdain. After all, compared with the Zhu Xian sword, it's nothing compared to the treasure. Lin Feng read the introduction again. Well, it's better than nothing. Thank you for the permanent power. As he spoke, Lin Feng directly activated the Whisper of Fate and ate the Fruit of Strength at the same time. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. You have eaten the Fruit of Strength, and your strength is increased by 10, which lasts for 180 seconds. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 20 points of drama points. Ding! A small fate event is triggered. You have eaten the Fruit of Strength, and your strength is increased by 10, which lasts for 180 years. Hee hee, I got another 10 points of strength for free. Ding! You killed the LV1 Poisonous Demon King boss and gained 20,000 experience points. Obtained the equipment Demon God Armor. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV14. HP and MP increased by 10 points, and 30 points of free attributes were obtained. Demon God Armor? Equipment? Seeing this information, Lin Feng was stunned again. This name seems to be from the Demon God series. Could it be that it is a set of equipment with my demon bow? In other words, this is also red level equipment. Although red is also good. But you are a fairy level boss after all. Isn't it too cheap to just give a red level equipment? A trace of disdain flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. After having tasted good food, who would want to eat this rubbish? Well, but for me now. It's not bad, just use it. Demon God Armor. Quality, red. Basic attributes. Defense, plus 800. Health, plus 1,500. All attributes, plus 15. Movement speed, plus 10%. Special effects. Demonic Guardian. When equipped, you will gain protection from the demon, immune to the first attack. CD, 1 hour. Soul Binding. The power of fate binds you to this armor. You cannot abandon it, sell it, or destroy it. If you fall in battle, the armor of the demon god will automatically revive you once. CD, 72 hours. The majesty of the demon. The powerful majesty released by the demon armor intimidates the surrounding enemies. Every time it enters battle, the attack and defense of enemies within a radius of 20 meters will be reduced by 20%. Embryo. This item will take away some of your experience and upgrade yourself. Set effect. 2-piece set. Whisper of the Demon. The power of the demon begins to penetrate. When equipping 2 pieces of the demon's suit, all attributes are increased by 10 points. Current equipment, Demon Bow, Demon Armor. Equipment level, Level 1. Introduction, a demon weapon born from the power of destiny. You have been targeted by the demon's will. Looking at the information panel in front of him, Lin Feng blinked. This thing looks good. Although not as good as the Zhu Xian sword, these 2 life-saving skills are great. Not only is it immune to the first damage, it can also be resurrected, and it also has a weakening aura. This is the same as the Demon Bow, both are small artifacts. And it really has a set effect, although it only gives 10 points of all attributes. But that's still a lot. And like the Devil's Bow, it can upgrade itself. That's really cool. But how come this thing was born out of fate? You didn't modify it yourself? Could it be Because that was just a poisonous enemy demon king? Never mind. Let's equip ourselves first. Chapter 31, The Third Area. The Last Enemy? Without saying anything, Lin Feng directly equipped himself with the demon god armor. At the same time, all the attributes gained after upgrading were once again put on strength. Lin Feng immediately felt a powerful force surge into his body. Feeling the powerful force, Lin Feng quickly took a look. Lin Feng. Occupation Fate Master. Level LV14, 2000/25,000. HP 800 plus 1500/800 plus 1500. MP 1510 plus 200/1510 plus 200. Strength 363 plus 70. Constitution 22 plus 45. Spirit 38 plus 100. Agility 22 plus 65. Fate points 1450. Defense 800. Talent Drama. Skills Eye of Destiny, Passive Fate, Whisper of Destiny, Ride the Clouds, Colorful Fate, Gather and Disperse, Throw, Quick Equipment Switch, Return to Origin. With the appearance of the character panel, Lin Feng also grinned. Although it is only red level equipment, but the attribute given is quite high. The originally weakest life value. It also broke through 2000 with the bonus of the demon god's armor, plus the 2 life-saving skills attached to the equipment. Your tolerance for mistakes will be higher. Finally, I don't have to be so scared anymore. You said you have never seen equipment quick switch and return to origin? Those were the skills he had acquired after using the previous general skill books. All of them were modified by Lin Feng's drama. They rushed directly to level 9. A device that allows Lin Feng to quickly switch equipment. No time required for preparation. The return to origin technique is used to restore health and magic points. 1 minute to recover completely. I have to say that these little skills are not weak as long as they are trained to a certain level. It's a pity that no one would waste resources to improve these general skills. Of course, this also includes Lin Feng himself. After all, if there is no modification of the play, he also won't improve the level of these skills. After a little self-congratulation, Lin Feng adjusted his mentality slightly. Simply lifted the clouds and mist. The attributes of the monsters encountered this time have been exaggerated to this extent. Not to mention the next level. Just now, my peak damage was 200,000. The next wave will definitely be higher. Just pray that there won't be a bug with no health bar. However, compared with the initial concerns, Lin Feng is now filled with more anticipation and excitement. And curiosity about the end of this place. This is just the second area. I have already given myself such awesome equipment and props. Even the Zhu Xian sword came out. Although the Zhu Xian sword was modified by myself. But the demon armor was revealed here. That means the worst dropped items are red level. Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but wipe his saliva. Hey. Red level equipment, here I come. After Lin Feng made sure that his skills CDs were all ready, he strode towards the passage to the third area. Different from the road from the first area to the second area. The passage to the third area is located right in the center of the second area. The passage is extremely wide. There is a very formal feeling. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Could it be that the next level is the final level? I don't know whether this is good news or bad news. Lin Feng felt a little bit uneasy and worried, but still striding forward. Anyway, I have no choice but to retreat. As Lin Feng strode forward, the wide passage gradually became narrower and narrower. However, the patterns and decorations on the walls are becoming more and more luxurious. A red carpet also appeared on the ground, as if welcoming myself. But the more gorgeous the surrounding environment is, Lin Feng's uneasiness became more and more intense. After all, it's great to be able to appear in such a grand place. Then the other party must be some kind of king. Ding! You have entered the third area of the Abyss of Oblivion, and it has been detected. Sizzle. Before the system prompt sounded, a sharp electric current sound suddenly sounded. It was as if the system representing the will of the world was directly blocked. Hearing this, Lin Feng's heart trembled. Quickly opened the character panel. He was relieved. Fortunately, the system was still usable. The thing that was blocked might be the system prompt that was similar to the world's will. But what kind of place is this? Even the will of the world can be blocked directly? This is a bit too strong. Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. I looked back subconsciously. Suddenly, the pupils shrank. I saw that the road I had just walked on had disappeared. Only one wall remained. Apparently the owner of this area. Once again, all his escape routes were blocked. In other words, I have been watched closely by this person all along the way. Lin Feng subconsciously stopped. However, not long after Lin Feng stopped, the red carpet under my feet seemed to come alive. Like a conveyor belt. He took Lin Feng straight to the end. Damn it! Are you so impatient? I didn't say I wouldn't go! Stop! I'll go by myself! This sudden situation. Lin Feng was also frightened and shouted quickly. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the red carpet that was moving forward rapidly suddenly stopped. Sure enough, the owner of this place was looking at him. Huh! Lin Feng quickly adjusted his mentality. Gently exhale a breath of turbid air. Quicken your pace and head straight to the end. The third area is not very close to the second area. But with the help of Lin Feng's agility, soon we arrived at the destination. This is an extremely luxurious door. Like gold. Seeing this door, Lin Feng wanted to take it away directly. But Lin Feng couldn't guess it at all. What on earth is behind this door? But Lin Feng didn't care about all those things. If you stop here, the person behind the door will definitely force himself in. It's better to take the initiative yourself. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng took a step forward and walked into the gate. Suddenly, a dazzling white light flashed by. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, then he found himself in a huge square. In the center of the square, there stood an extremely luxurious throne. I saw a man with 2 horns on his head. Sitting on the throne, a pair of dark purple eyes were looking at him quietly. Feeling this strange gaze, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. Pressure, extremely terrible pressure. Even if the other party did nothing, Lin Feng could feel a deterrent force that was difficult for him to resist. I have felt more than once that I had misperceived him, but I never expected that he was just a human. At this time, the man slowly said, Level 14? It's so weak that it makes me want to laugh. Who are you? Lin Feng asked, trying to suppress the discomfort in his body. The man glanced at Lin Feng and said with a smile, Why? You still don't recognize me? You have twisted the rules of this world and turned my power into equipment. Chapter 32, Just an Ant. Why can't I kill it? You have twisted the rules of this world and turned my power into equipment, the man said, raising his hand and pointing. Suddenly, the demon god armor and the demon god bow on Lin Feng's body. They all emitted a dazzling dark purple light. The 2 pieces of equipment trembled twice at the same time. It seemed like he was trying to struggle off Lin Feng. However, it didn't tremble for long before it stabilized again, staying very safely on Lin Feng's body. Huh! I can't even control these 2 pieces of equipment? There was a hint of surprise in the man's eyes, and he obviously didn't expect this to happen. Lin Feng was also stunned when he saw this. But he soon guessed his true identity. Are you the demon who is targeting me? Congratulations, you got the answer right. There's a prize. As the demon's words fell, in the blink of an eye, a dark purple light appeared in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was blasted away instantly. This power can only be used by this lord, and no one else can be allowed to taint it, the demon said coldly. I asked the black bear to bring you here just to see your strength. You are just an ant who is lucky enough to control the power of fate. My plan is about to succeed. How can I let an ant like you ruin my plan? You asked Black Bear to send me here? Is that true? just when the demon god thought Lin Feng was dead. Lin Feng's voice suddenly sounded again. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the demon god was stunned. You are not dead? No, you hit me so lightly that I thought you did it on purpose. Lin Feng grinned. But I was terrified in my heart. The damage caused by the demon's attack just now is enough to kill me dozens of times. If it weren't for the skill of Demon Guardian that came with demon armor, I am already dead, not even ashes are left. But it's funny to say. Using the demon to protect himself and defend against the demon's attacks, I'm afraid that even the demon himself could not have imagined that this day would come. But since the other party has already launched an attack, then I can't just sit there and wait for death. It is very likely that the opponent just made a random attack. If he really gets angry and wants to attack me, that would not be fun. Now I only have one life-saving skill left. You have to be 100% focused. Lin Feng started from what he just said. Fate's whispers never stopped. Now I have more than 1,000 life points. Enough for me to splurge for a while. The purpose is to capture the moment when the demon attacks. Eye of Destiny. Demon Boss Projection. Grade Xinxian. Level LV 200. Property? Skill? Introduction. The world's first demon god, the supreme ruler of the demon clan, and also the strongest. He has placed his projection here to guard it for countless years. No one knows what his purpose is. Perhaps there is something mysterious under this throne. Looking at the panel in front of you, Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Even the Eye of Destiny cannot fully detect his attributes? It was said that you can see everything. System refund. But don't worry about this attribute. If you read it, you might scare yourself to death, right? Not only is he a Xinxian, he's also 200 levels high. Not to mention anything else, the first level fairy just now almost killed me in an instant. What's more, this is a mysterious monster that weighs more than 200. For a moment, Lin Feng felt cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Can I really beat this thing? Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. The demon has launched a normal attack on you. Your health has been reduced by 99,999. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 100 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. The demon has launched a normal attack on the wall. HP reduced by 99,999. The next moment, the same terrifying light waves as before were released from the demon's fingers. It directly brushed past Lin Feng's armor and hit the wall behind him. Suddenly the wall turned into powder. Mist? How is that possible? The demon's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this happen? What on earth happened? My attack is sure to hit the target. How could it miss? Could it be that this projection hasn't fought for too long? Just as the demon was shocked, a tingling sensation suddenly came from my face. I saw an illusory arrow had pierced my face. Minus 7,526. Minus 3,763. The two combined damages of over 10,000 came out directly from the top of his head. However, the demon god's health did not even drop a bit. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. How much health does this guy have? Including the split arrows, this amount of damage is over 10,000. The skin doesn't even fall off? Are you kidding me? You actually dared to attack me? The demon god's eyes suddenly widened, and a thick purple gas surged out from his body. You! How dare you make me feel pain? Die! Ding! Fateful event triggered. You are hit by the murderous aura of the demon god. Dead? Soul power has been triggered. You have been resurrected. Current CD, 3 days. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 100 points of drama points. Ding! The fateful event has been triggered. You have been hit by the murderous aura of the demon god. You have died. The power of the soul has been triggered. You have been resurrected. Current CD, 3 seconds. Looking at the string of numbers flashing across Lin Feng's head, the armor on his body instantly lit up with purple light, and his health points that had originally returned to 0 were restored to full again. Okay. You've been resurrected with the power of this lord, right? I wonder how many times you can be resurrected. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. The demon will launch a demon charge against you. Your health will be reduced by 999,999. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 100 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event is triggered. The demon will launch a demon charge against you. Your health will increase by 999,999. In an instant, the demon god appeared in front of Lin Feng out of thin air as if teleporting. The right arm instantly pierced through Lin Feng's body like a sharp blade. However, the damage did not appear, and instead a string of green recovery numbers appeared. Healing? The demon god's eyes almost popped out when he saw this scene. Even if you are immune to physical attacks, this stab shouldn't allow you to recover blood. In the eyes of the devil, the boy in front of him is nothing but an ant. Although he is just a projection, how can he accept being played around by a mere ant? Damn it! Die! Gather the shape and disperse the energy. At the moment the fake body appeared, a long sword instantly appeared in the demon's hand. He slashed towards Lin Feng fiercely. The fake body was destroyed instantly, and Lin Feng appeared in the demon's sight again. This is the black bear's skill? Great! That black bear will never live again! Looking at the enraged demon, Lin Feng suddenly grinned. The cloud riding mist starts instantly. Destiny is brilliant! In an instant, a dazzling golden light hit the demon's huge head. Chapter 33 I will never complain again. You are an absolute artifact. Destiny is brilliant! As the dazzling golden light hit the demon's head, suddenly, an injury even more horrible than before. Once again it emerged from the demon's head. Minus 263,250. A full 260,000 in damage. However, the demon's health bar only dropped by less than 1%. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Or is this the real enemy that humans have to fight against? Is this the terrifying attribute of the top-level Xinxian? My strongest attack can only hurt a little bit. What the hell is this? Just sit on the ground and surrender. 260,000? How dare you hurt me? How dare you hurt me? You are only level 14. How dare you hurt me? You must die. You must die. In an instant, the demon god turned into a shadow and appeared in front of Lin Feng out of thin air. Looking at the demon god that suddenly appeared, Lin Feng's pupils shrank. My life is over. Ding! Invincible state, damage is invalid. Ha! Lin Feng was also stunned when he saw this message, and then he reacted. I am still in the invincible time brought by flying in the clouds. Even if it really is a god, it can't break its invincible state, right? Although it can't kill itself in a short period of time. But I can't just keep doing sit-ups here with the devil, right? I have to keep my nerves tense and constantly modify my fate to keep myself alive. If this is the case, I will never be able to pass this level. Forget it. I can't care about so many things now, just survive first. An hour later, the demon sat back on his throne panting. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Are you a monster? I used my most powerful move on you, and you didn't lose a single hair? At this time, Lin Feng's eyes were full of red bloodshot, and he was trying hard to stay alert. Tianindi, just because you are tired, I am not tired? You beat me like a football for more than an hour. I have to concentrate on modifying every attack you make. It's gone if you're not careful. Who is tired? Haven't I died many times? Lin Feng said tiredly. But you are resurrected every time. I have never seen someone as difficult to deal with as you, said the demon, gritting his teeth. Lin Feng glanced at the demon god speechlessly, as if he didn't feel any pain. How about taking a break at halftime? You want me to shoot 2 arrows? Seeing that the demon had no intention of continuing to attack, Lin Feng asked. Hearing this, the demon god glanced at Lin Feng and sat down on the throne without any image. It's up to you. Anyway, you haven't fought as many as I have. No one can do anything to anyone anyway, so why don't you let me go? Lin Feng asked cautiously. The demon god didn't even raise his eyelids. Don't even think about it, I'm just taking a break, I will definitely kill you. Why? Just because I use your power to make a piece of equipment? Lin Feng was speechless. If he had known earlier, he would not have changed the name to this. It was because of this at the beginning, but not now. Your potential is too terrifying. If I let you go back, it will be a disaster for my demon clan. You must not stay, the demon said lightly. Lin Feng tilted his head. But the enemy of us humans is the abyss. It doesn't matter, you have to die anyway. Seeing the demon god say this, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. What should I do? Just like what the demon said, the damage caused by his attack was not as fast as his automatic blood recovery. Even if all skills combined cause the highest damage, it can only make it recover a few seconds longer, but your mana is limited, and skills also have CD. When the CD was ready, this guy's health was restored. Unless you can kill it in seconds. But it is not easy to kill this kind of boss instantly. Just when Lin Feng was thinking about this, the whole person was suddenly stunned. Instant kill? That's right. Since there is no way to kill him properly, I can just wipe it out myself. Thinking of this, Lin Feng suddenly became excited. Hope rekindled. Because in his backpack, there just happens to be a magical weapon lying around that is suitable for the current situation. Ancient Arrow. A magical weapon that can instantly kill all monsters. Although I have complained before, the monsters killed with this thing neither give experience nor drop items. It's an absolute piece of garbage prop. But this is a different time, compared with life and death crises. As for dropped items, if there are no drops, then there are no drops. Thinking of this, Lin Feng said nothing. He stood up and started shooting madly at the demon. Seeing this, the demon god looked up at Lin Feng. For this kind of painless attack, he was too lazy to care. Let him move around a bit. I just beat him with all my strength for an hour. He was not killed. So I just gave up. Prepared to take a short break before taking action again. Just as the demon was thinking this, a special wave suddenly appeared. The demon was slightly stunned. I looked up subconsciously. I saw an arrow flashing with a strange light. It has already sunk into his chest. This is... Lin Feng grinned. Ancient Arrow, goodbye. As Lin Feng finished speaking, a vortex instantly tore its chest apart. Like a black hole, it swallowed up the demon god whole. The demon didn't even have the chance to speak. Directly under that strange vortex, turned into nothingness. I will never say you are trash again. Ancient Arrow, you are an absolute artifact, Lin Feng said excitedly. But because it was killed by the Ancient Arrow, this demon has no drops. I have no experience, but Lin Feng is not satisfied at all. After all, he survived. What reward could be more important than your own life? But the town boss is dead, so won't there be a system notification sound? Lin Feng looked around with a strange expression. When he was doubtful, the luxurious throne in front of him suddenly trembled. In just a few breaths, it was covered with cracks. What the hell? Seeing this, Lin Feng was stunned. The next moment, a roar suddenly sounded. The throne suddenly exploded. My Chow? Is this throne some kind of treasure? It has a self-destruct device? Is it so cruel? Isn't this demon afraid of being killed by himself? Just when Lin Feng was in doubt, suddenly I discovered that where the throne used to be, a passage appeared, and it seemed that we could walk down it. Can we continue to move forward? Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's mouth twitched twice. Those guarding here are all demon gods. What will happen to those who go further back? You can't give me a monster of the heavenly level, right? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble. But there's nowhere else to go. The only way is the passage leading underground. Thinking of this, Lin Feng swallowed his saliva. Why don't we go take a look first? If it's something we can't handle, we can just turn around and run. Chapter 34, Gatekeeper, Ancient Ferocious Beast. Tao Tai. On a battlefield. The demon god, who was taking a nap with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. What's wrong, demon? Now is the critical moment of your demon clan's attack. Don't say you want to leave at this time, said a monster with an extremely strange appearance at the side. The demon shook his head. No. It's just that my projection was killed. It seems we have to move faster. At the same time. Under the demon throne. Here is the same as before. It's a very long passage. Lin Feng walked for more than 10 minutes before reaching the end. This is the final location of the passage. Maybe this is the end of this strange area. Lin Feng took the lightest steps and advanced slowly and silently. When he reached the last corner of the passage, a huge space suddenly appeared before his eyes. However, the moment Lin Feng faced this huge space, an unprecedented sense of terror and crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. This horrifying sense of crisis instantly made his body freeze, and he subconsciously held his breath. He stood there as if petrified, not daring to move. The space in front of me is very large, more than 100 meters long and wide, and the rest of the space is empty. Only in the center of this space, there was a giant green beast lying quietly. This giant beast is of extremely terrifying size and is the largest monster Lin Feng has ever seen. Its crouching body covered more than half of the ground in this space. Just the sight of its terrifying body made Lin Feng's heart tremble violently. This is a giant beast with an extremely strange and terrifying appearance, and it is obviously in a sleeping state at this time. Its mouth is surprisingly large. Even though it is sleeping, its mouth is wide open. This bloody mouth alone is enough to make people afraid to get close. Looking at the monster in front of him, Lin Feng almost sat down on the ground. Because he recognized that, as a time traveler. I have seen this guy in many novels and books in my previous life. This beast is nothing else. It is one of the 4 ferocious beasts in Chinese mythology and legends, Tao Tai. What are you talking about? This is a monster from mythology. It's no exaggeration to say that this monster's power can destroy the world. Let this monster guard the last level? I am now truly certain, this shabby place just doesn't want people to pass by. Feeling the indescribable aura coming from this giant beast, Lin Feng only felt that his whole body was soaked with cold sweat. In front of this monster, I dared not even retreat to hide my body, let alone move forward. Instead, I just stood there motionless, holding my breath tightly. Afraid of awakening the terrifying enemy in front of him. This monster is completely different from the previous demon. If the demon god only gave me the sense of danger of death. This thing, however, made every cell in my body in a state of fear. I have no idea what to do. Facing this kind of monster that only exists in mythology. Lin Feng really didn't know what to do. The road behind him was closed when he entered under the throne. His only choice now. It seems that the only thing to do is to keep moving forward. Lin Feng stood at the end of the space, carefully urging the clouds to fly. Looking around the entire space. Just wanted to see if there were any other channels. Soon, Lin Feng was behind this huge monster. I saw a passage. It was exactly the same passage he was in now. And it was not closed by the stone door. In other words, as long as you can run over there. Is it possible to skip a level? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's heartbeat finally calmed down. It started thumping again. Eye of Destiny! Lin Feng took several deep breaths. After calming down again, only then did he explore the attributes of the giant beast in front of him. Taotia Boss. Grade, Heavenly Absolute. Level, 999. Property? Introduction. A truly vicious beast, with the power to destroy the world, disappeared from this world at some point. It is sleeping, and it seems that it will not wake up unless it is attacked, but who can know the habits of the beast? Looking at this introduction, Lin Feng's mouth twitched twice. Oh my god! Is it really a monster of the heavenly level? Oh my god! Do you think too highly of me? And its level? Wow, there's a question mark after level 999? Has the display limit been reached? And is this introduction serious? I really don't want to trick people into going over there. Then serve it food? Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva again. But in this case, what else can we do if we don't move forward? Lin Feng took a deep breath. Now I am not in combat mode. Riding on the clouds can increase your movement speed by 20 times. My life is started again by me. All attributes are superimposed on agility. 100 meters is not far for me, and it is not impossible to do it at this speed. Thinking of this, Lin Feng concentrated on controlling the clouds and mist under his feet. First fly to the top. Then it flew towards Tao Hai at an extremely slow speed. It's almost a millimeter by millimeter movement. Just to avoid being discovered by it. 1 meter, 2 meters, 10 meters. Great. It didn't notice at all. Maybe it's really like what it says in the introduction. No one has been here for a long time. As long as you don't hit it, this giant beast won't wake up. Just as Lin Feng was getting a little excited, he sped up a little. However, at this moment, Lin Feng discovered a pair of blood-red eyes, staring at himself intently. Damn it! Woke up! The next moment, Lin Feng said nothing. Directly stimulated the clouds and mist. Head straight to the passage. Roar! With a deafening roar. Lin Feng only felt a sharp pain in his ears. But I can't care about that now. Lin Feng doesn't think that he can hold out against Tao Hai for that long. In just a few seconds, with Lin Feng's high speed, I have already flown across most of the space. Just then, the huge claws of Tao Hai have already arrived in front of him. Go straight to the door. Seeing this, Lin Feng's clouds and mist instantly plunged downwards. At the same time, the flying cloud was instantly cancelled. The gathering and dispersion of chi suddenly opened. The whole person rushed forward for a distance. Only a fake body was left there. The Taotia's claws slammed hard on the fake body. The fake body turned into ashes in an instant. 10 seconds of invisibility. Lin Feng continued to sprint. At the last second, the cloud-driving mist was turned on again. Suddenly, Taotia's claws attacked again. 10 seconds of invincibility, and he withstood another attack. Destiny's brilliance! Just as Tao Hai continued to attack, a long spear and a beam of golden light hit Tao Hai instantly, one after the other. Taotia's huge body suddenly turned golden and was fixed in place. And Lin Feng also rushed into the passage at this moment. Chapter 35 Anxious Tao Hai, End of the Tunnel. As fate would have it, Tao Hai was struck. Lin Feng suddenly leaped forward, rushed into the passage. At the moment when Lin Feng rushed into the passage, Tao Hai, who should have been controlled by the brilliance of fate for 5 seconds, it took just over a second to break free from control. The claws as big as a mountain slammed towards the passage fiercely. However, Taotia's attack missed. The huge claws stopped half an inch in front of the passage. It was impossible to move forward any further, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall of air. Roar! Seeing his attack was blocked, Tao Hai roared in great anger. Human! That is not a place you can go! Get out of here! I am Chao. As expected of an ancient beast, it can even speak human language. Lin Feng walked carefully to the front of the passage, with a little excitement in his eyes. Lin Feng saw the scene clearly. Although this ancient beast Tao Hai looks awesome, but there is no way to break through this air wall. It's worthy of being a game. The terrain is directly used to limit you to certain things, 1 step to heaven and 1 step to hell. Human! As long as you are willing to come out, I promise you that I will never hurt you. I can even send you back to your human territory. Tao Hai stared at Lin Feng in the passage, his eyes full of anxiety. This is not a place for you humans to go. If you go any further in, you will definitely regret it. Seeing Tao Hai say this, Lin Feng frowned, glanced at the dark passage behind him, and said, Really? Then I have to go and see it. After all, I'm here now. Hearing this, Tao Hai suddenly became even more anxious, and pressed his huge head directly against the air wall, like a husky. Human! I'm not trying to scare you. There's something in here that's powerful enough to overturn the world. You must not get close. How about this? As long as you are willing to come out, I will give you a treasure of the Xinxian level. How about that? I can swear! Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. A treasure of the mysterious level? Isn't that something comparable to the Zhu Xian sword? Lin Feng was a little excited. But he soon calmed down. I am such a small karami, but I was blown to dust in one breath. Why should he keep his promise? By then, I'll have fooled myself out. Then he slapped her to death. Even if the baby is given to me, I can't escape death either. Really? Okay. But don't worry, wait for me to go in and take a look. If it's really like what you said, I'll come out by. Lin Feng waved at Tao Tai. Under the angry gaze of Tao Tai, he strode into the darkness. Human! Don't go in! Don't go in! You will regret it! Believe in me! Roar! Seeing that Lin Feng had completely disappeared from his sight, Tao Tai sighed and calmed down. Is that thing going to appear again in the world after all? Whatever. I'm only here to guard that thing to give those old guys some face. I'll just show up in the world. It's a pity for this good seedling of mankind. I don't know whether this one will be sucked dry or become a puppet. Tao Tai muttered to himself as he lay down in front of the passage. The eagerness in his eyes had completely disappeared, replaced by a hint of curiosity. The passage is long and deep. Lin Feng moved forward cautiously. The situation in this area is completely different from the previous ones. It is not a place where you need to completely defeat the enemy before entering. In other words, Tao Tai is guarding this passage. Lin Feng is now very curious about what is inside. It needs an ancient beast to guard it personally. Even a fool would know that something guarded by an ancient ferocious beast is definitely not ordinary. But Tao Tai said that there was an existence inside that could subvert the world. Could it be that there is a very powerful monster sealed here? That's not right. According to Tao Tai, this should be a prop. This random thought made Lin Feng even more curious about what was inside. This passage was extremely long, and Lin Feng walked forward for half an hour. But it still hasn't reached the end. But as Lin Feng gradually moved forward, the originally pitch-black passage gradually became brighter. The further we walked, the brighter the light became, but we never felt any danger. This also made Lin Feng's originally tense nerves become more and more relaxed. But this also made Lin Feng more confused. The further we go, the brighter it gets. Could it be that there is a direct path leading directly to the outside? Soon, as Lin Feng took the last step. Finally, I walked out of this extremely long passage. But the moment Lin Feng walked out of the passage, I was stunned. It was different from what Lin Feng had imagined. This is not the outside world. It's a very strange space. The entire space was filled with all kinds of dazzling lights. The person taking the photo is a little dazzled. Even looking at these lights, Lin Feng felt that his desires were fluctuating with the light. It kept rising and falling, sometimes wanting to eat, sometimes wanting to sit on the ground, sometimes wanting to destroy everything. Fortunately, as a time traveler, Lin Feng's willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, and he quickly controlled the changes in his mood. What the hell is this place? Lin Feng explored around and found that although this place looked big, it was just an illusion caused by the strange light. This was an extremely small secret room. The distance between the left and right sides was less than 10 meters, and it was covered in a few steps. There is nothing special about the four sides, and the walls are as smooth as a mirror. The only difference is the center of this secret room. It is also the source of these colorful lights. In the center of this secret room, there is a small stone platform half a person's height. There seems to be a small circle on the stone platform. The colorful light that filled the whole room. It seemed that they all erupted from this small circle. After looking around to make sure there was nothing else around, Lin Feng then slowly walked forward and came to the stone platform. He carefully looked at the small ring in front of him. Judging from the appearance of this ring, Although it is called a ring, it is more like an extremely delicate ring. However, there seem to be 7 small holes on this ring. If we look at it from the perspective of things like rings, these holes should be used to install decorations such as gems. Now it seems that these gems are lost? Could this be a piece of equipment? Lin Feng looked at it curiously. But he didn't touch it directly. Instead, he used the Eye of Destiny to find out. Who knows if this thing may be a treasure chest monster? Quality? Introduce? What the hell? All question marks? It was said that the Eye of Destiny could detect everything. This is the nth target that cannot be detected. I'm on the 8th. System, give me a refund. Chapter 36, Past Sins, Ring of the 7 Curses. A trace of silence flashed across Lin Feng's eyes. The so-called Eye of Destiny is really just a facade. Its name is so awesome. Well, if it was really a monster, I should have taken action the moment I came in. Besides, this is such a small space, there's no way it can be a battle scene. Lin Feng muttered, and raised his hand to grab the small ring. This should be a ring-type equipment, right? I should be able to see the panel when I put it in my backpack, right? As he spoke, Lin Feng's hand had already grasped the small ring. Buzz. At the moment when Lin Feng's fingers touched the ring, a strange buzzing sound suddenly sounded. Before Lin Feng could react, the colorful light around him disappeared instantly. It seemed as if all of it was absorbed by this small ring. The originally bright little secret room suddenly became dark. The next moment, Lin Feng felt that the ring in his hand seemed to come alive. Break away from your own hands. Then through the fingers. It was tightly bound around the middle finger of his right hand. At the same time, a sharp pain came. It was as if the ring had taken root in the flesh in an instant. It seemed to be firmly attached to my right hand. Ding! Unknown energy detected. The ring of rage has been destroyed. Completely disappeared. What the hell? Can't you wear 10 rings? Can anyone tell me what the hell is going on? Even if you want to equip it actively, you won't destroy my other rings. Just when Lin Feng was confused and puzzled, the strange desire that had emerged in Lin Feng's heart because of the strange light. It emerged again, but this time several emotions and desires burst out at the same time. And the intensity is hundreds of times stronger than before. However, before Lin Feng could forcefully suppress these chaotic emotions and desires, a painful feeling as if being cut by thousands of knives at the same time came from the depths of his consciousness. Lin Feng froze in place. Suddenly, he let out a scream of extreme pain. Ah! Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. Your soul is being eroded by the Ring of 7 Curses. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. The Ring of 7 Curses is forcibly enslaving you. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. Your soul is being eroded by the Ring of 7 Curses. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. The Ring of 7 Curses is forcibly enslaving you. At the same time, the life-seeking skill was activated instantly. The events of fate keep flashing the same words. Ring of 7 Curses? Is this the name of this ring? What kind of equipment is this? It can actually directly corrode the human soul. This is a bit too scary. Lin Feng forced himself to endure the pain from deep within his soul, staring intently at the constantly flashing fate event panel in front of him. I was working my brain hard, thinking about how to modify this thing. Change! Ding! Modification successful. Gained 1000 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. Your soul is corroding the Ring of 7 Curses. As the drama begins, the ring in Lin Feng's hand suddenly trembled. Suddenly, the pain from the soul. It receded in an instant like the tide, as if it had never appeared. Lin Feng collapsed directly to the ground. His body was completely soaked with sweat. The pain just now was so terrible. Oh my God! I thought I was going to die from the pain. Lin Feng smiled bitterly, looking like he had escaped death. However, Lin Feng did not stop his actions. After all, there was more than one incident that happened just now. He had to quickly revise the other one. Otherwise, it would be the end of you. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 1000 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. The Ring of 7 Curses is being forcibly enslaved by you. As the system prompt sounded, the last bit of discomfort in Lin Feng's body also disappeared. All those weird emotions I had before were gone. It was as if everything that just happened was just a dream. Lin Feng then collapsed to the ground. His eyes were filled with fear. If I don't have this talent, I was completely wiped out by this wave just now. The soul was completely corroded by a piece of equipment. The whole person becomes a slave to the equipment. Lin Feng really couldn't even imagine such a situation. At this moment, an indescribable special feeling suddenly emerged from the depths of my soul. At the same time, a powerful force surged into his limbs and bones. It was as if all his strength had doubled. What's going on? This sudden change made Lin Feng panic again. I hope this ring won't cause any more trouble. Thinking of this, Lin Feng finally reacted. He quickly grabbed the exquisite ring on the middle finger of his right hand. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take it off. What's going on? Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the ring in his hand. 7 mantra rings. Quality? All attributes, plus 100%. Special effects. Curse of Original Sin. The experience points required for the wearer to level up are doubled, and all damage received is doubled. The power of Original Sin. The Ring of the 7 Curses has 7 empty inlay holes, each of which can be inlaid with the power of one of the 7 deadly sins. Once inlaid, the corresponding sin power will be unlocked. It seems that some special crystals can be temporarily inlaid. Current hole status. Hole of Pride empty. Jealousy hole empty. Rage hole empty. Lazy hole empty. Greed hole empty. Gluttony hole empty. Lust hole empty. Bound by fate. Under the influence of the power of fate, the Ring of 7 Curses recognizes Lin Feng as its master. Only Lin Feng can equip it. It cannot be removed, discarded, sold, or destroyed. Introduction. When the gods and demons were destroyed, in order to ensure that the next generation would not repeat the same mistakes, the gods and demons forged it with the death energy, resentment, blood, devil energy, and residual power after death of the gods, demons, humans, monsters, beasts, and spirits that perished in the war of destruction. It is a combination of countless sins, blood, hatred, and brutality, and is a combination of endless negative factors. Guided by the absolute negative force, all the evil original sins of the generations of gods and demons are collected in it, and abandoned in a lost land that no one can reach, and immortal beasts are sent to guard it, just to prevent the power of past sins from reappearing in the world. Looking at the introduction of the ring in my hand, Lin almost popped his eyes out. What the hell? Equipment that carries the 7 deadly sins? This introduction is too scary. A combination of endless negative factors? This. How did I end up in such a place? And judging from the situation just now, anyone who tries to get close to it, they will be controlled by this ring. And then, be eaten by the gluttons outside? This is a good way to prevent it from reappearing in the world. And judging from the appearance of this equipment, the small hole above seems to be the thing that embeds the power of the 7 deadly sins. Just an empty shell gives a bonus of doubling all attributes. If we continue to embed the power of the 7 deadly sins, how terrifying is this equipment? Although it is a bit of a curse, this so-called curse, compared with the bonus, it's totally not enough. Chapter 37, Meeting Taobai again. Thinking of this, Lin Feng quickly opened his character panel. All attributes increased by 100%? I just don't know if the attributes added by the equipment are included in it. Lin Feng. Occupation, Fate Master. Level, LV14, 2000/50,000. HP 1470, plus 1500/1470, plus 1500. MP 2890, plus 200/2890, plus 200. Strength 866. Constitution 134. Spirit, 276. Agility, 174. Fate points 3450. Defense, 800. Talent drama? Skills, Eye of Destiny, Passive Fate, Whisper of Destiny, Ride the Clouds, Colorful Fate, Gather and Disperse, Throw, Quick Equipment Switch, Return to Origin. Looking at his strength value that was approaching the 4-digit mark, Lin Feng's mouth was almost stretched to his ears. 1,000 points of strength is really nothing. But I'm only level 14. There is still a long way to go. Moreover, from this property point of view, obviously the bonus of your own equipment is also taken into account. This is so cool. Besides, I am an SSS level professional. From now on, every time I upgrade, you can get 16 more skill points. Just thought of upgrading. Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the experience bar. Suddenly, most of the joy disappeared. Upgrade experience points doubled. Originally, it only required 25,000 experience points. Now I can reach 50,000 in one go. Oh. This is indeed a bit difficult. But fortunately, there are many more attributes. Killing monsters will also be faster, so it's not too painful. As for doubling the damage, Lin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. After all, he is the man who can fight with the devil for so long without dying. Although, I have always been the one who took the beating passively. Looking at the ring on my hand. If I can't take it off, then I can't take it off. With such an exaggerated attribute bonus, what else do I need a bicycle for? Lin Feng touched the ring on his hand happily. I have completely forgotten the pain I had suffered before. Just as I was about to move forward, I suddenly realized. This place seems to be a dead end. In other words, if you want to go back, you have to turn back? Thinking of this, Lin Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva. No way, I still have to face Tao Tai. At first, I took advantage of the Tao Tai falling asleep. I dared to rush forward. Now Tao Tai has been awakened by himself. I'm afraid it's unlikely to run like this. After all, Tao Tai can't be that sleepy. It's not a pig. After thinking for a long time, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. There is no other way now. I can only bite the bullet and do it. See if Shiming can modify something. Anyway, there is an air wall blocking it. At worst, I can just run back to the air wall. Lin Feng took a deep breath and did what he said. Following the path we came from before. Go straight to the area where Tao Tai is. Under Lin Feng's deliberate acceleration. Soon they returned to the huge area where Tao Tai was. At the moment Lin Feng appeared, Tao Tai opened his eyes again. The blood-red eyes looked at Lin Feng in front of him. But Lin Feng could clearly feel that it doesn't look at itself. But it was the ring of 7 curses in his hand. I really don't know how many years have passed. I thought I would never see this thing again. Tao Tai said lazily. It's a pity that such a good seedling of the blue star human beings is wasted. Are you praising me? Lin Feng was a little surprised. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Tao Tai was stunned at first. Then he stood up suddenly. With this action, thanks to his huge stature, suddenly a force 12 gale blew up. If there were no air wall, Lin Feng was afraid that he would be blown away. How can you still speak? Tao Tai's face was full of disbelief. Hearing this, Lin Feng blinked in confusion. I'm not dead. Isn't it normal for me to be able to speak? Didn't I talk to you before I went in? Hearing Lin Feng's unchanged tone, Tao Tai's expression became even more interesting. You weren't enslaved? Slavery? Oh, you mean that? It almost killed me at that time, but luckily nothing serious happened. Lin Feng grinned and said, It seems to have recognized me as its master. What? Hearing this, Tao Tai couldn't help but let out a shocked roar. A huge breath hit the wall of air. It created ripples. Yeah, if you don't believe me, just look. As he spoke, Lin Feng casually opened the equipment panel and showed it to Tao Tai. Seeing this, Tao Tai quickly glanced over and said, The power of destiny? How could it be? No, with your aura, are you a destiny master? Yeah, what's wrong? Seeing that Tao Tai had discovered his profession, Lin Feng thought for a while and quickly nodded in response. Seeing Lin Feng nod, Tao Tai suddenly burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha! There really is someone who can use this profession! Ha ha! Interesting. Interesting. I guess your train of thought must be extremely unique. Lin Feng scratched his head. Maybe? I was wondering how could there be anyone in this world who could make this thing recognize its master. If it was a fortune teller, it would be different. Interesting, really interesting. Tao Tai seemed very happy to look at Lin Feng. Looking at the appearance of Tao Tai, Lin Feng subconsciously took a half step back, his eyes full of vigilance. Seeing Lin Feng like this, Tao Tai chuckled. Human, oh no, Lin Feng, although I am greedy and cruel, and called the most evil beast in the world, I strictly abide by the agreement. I promised someone that I would stay here for 1,000,000 years to guard the sins of the past. You took this thing away, which freed me. I have to thank you. Hearing this, Lin Feng was also stunned. What does this Tao Tai want to do? Didn't he shout for war and killing at the beginning? Now I have taken out the things it is guarding. It's so happy? Why is it making trouble? As if seeing what Lin Feng was thinking, Tao Tai smiled and said, I didn't intend to take care of this thing in the first place. I was just doing my duty before you went in. Now I don't have this responsibility anymore, so I'm naturally happy. I have waited countless years, hoping that someone would come here and take this thing away. Only tens of thousands of years ago, a guy who called himself a demon god came here, but I slapped him away, and he is still guarding outside. Seeing Tao Tai say this, Lin Feng's expression became even more strange. Aren't you afraid that this sin will bring chaos to the world? Chaos? The 7 deadly sins have already escaped from the ring, and chaos has already broken out. This ring can only gather the 7 deadly sins together and bring about absolute power. I don't care about chaos at all. I am a ferocious beast. Tao Tai said very casually. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly felt that what Tao Tai said made a lot of sense. As the first owner of the 7 curse ring, you may be able to put an end to this chaos, Tao Tai said with a smile. I won't say any more nonsense. Boy, you took this thing away and gave me freedom. This is a great favor. As a reward, I will give you something good. Chapter 38, One of the 7 Deadly Sins, the Sin of Greed. As a reward, I will give you something good. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Tao Tai wants to give good things? This is the divine beast of the Tianjue level. Before he got the Ring of 7 Curses, Lin Feng didn't believe in Tao Tai. After all, I am going to the place where Tao Tai is guarding. This guy is probably trying to trick me out. Then kill yourself. But now Lin Feng chose to believe. For some reason, after Lin Feng equipped the Ring of 7 Curses, I felt as if I could faintly sense the original sin of others. But the glutton in front of me is facing me. But I don't have those miscellaneous desires. Only gluttony and greed, mixed with a little arrogance. Maybe that's because it's a glutton. Plus the absolute strength. Only then will you feel this emotion. As expected of you, the first owner of the Ring of 7 Curses. Can you detect the original sin in me? Interesting. Tao Tai grinned, then opened his mouth wide. I saw a small blue ball spit out from the mouth of Tao Tai out of thin air. Slowly fell in front of Lin Feng. Seeing this small ball, Lin Feng was also stunned. What is this? An ornament? Or some kind of prop? Seeing this, Lin Feng subconsciously walked towards the air wall. Before Lin Feng could walk through the air wall, the little blue ball suddenly lit up with dazzling light. Directly in front of Lin Feng's surprised eyes, he quickly passed through the air wall. It shrank rapidly and flew directly into the 7 curse ring on Lin Feng's right finger. Ding! One of the 7 deadly sins, the power of greed, has returned. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng was stunned. Greed? I was still thinking, how can I get these original sin powers? I didn't expect it to be in the form of an item? What Lin Feng didn't expect was that Tao Tai actually has one of these things. And he gave it to himself without any hesitation. Lin Feng didn't have time to think about those messy things now. Clicked on the equipment introduction again. 7 mantra rings. Quality? All attributes, plus 200%, one of the 7 sins has been activated, attribute bonus increased. Special effects. Curse of Original Sin. The experience points required for the wearer to level up are doubled, and all damage received is doubled. The Power of Original Sin. The Ring of the 7 Curses has 7 empty inlay holes, each of which can be inlaid with the power of one of the 7 deadly sins. Once inlaid, the corresponding sin power will be unlocked. It seems that some special crystals can be temporarily inlaid. Sin of Greed. Endless desire. Each attack will steal the opponent's attributes that are higher than your own. The total amount stolen is 1-9% of the opponent's attributes. It is permanently retained and only effective once for each target. If all attributes are inferior to the host, 10% of the opponent's experience points will be stolen. If the enemy is a monster, it will definitely drop rare items and key items. The Price of Greed. Whenever the Power of Greed is activated, the maximum health and maximum mana are reduced by 50% for 10 minutes. The debuff cannot be disarmed or removed midway, and must last a full 10 minutes before the health and mana caps return to normal levels. Awakening of Greed. By absorbing enough greedy power, the power of this sin can be increased again. Looking at the description of the Sin of Greed, Lin Feng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Stealing properties? It is still kept permanently. As long as the opponent's attributes are higher than yours, you can steal it directly. If the attribute is not as high as yours, should you just steal the experience? Oh my god! This original sin is too buggy. I thought my fate was outrageous enough. I didn't expect there was a power that could be compared with my fate. This is simply amazing. In front of this bonus, it only reduces the upper limit of health and mana by 50%. This is not a curse at all. After all, it only lasts for 10 minutes. I'm not afraid at all. Okay. This attribute seems to be stolen randomly. I don't know if Shiming's talent can be changed, ha 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 ha. Lin Feng was excited and took another look at the introduction of the Ring of 7 Curses. His eyes suddenly widened. Later? The increase in all attributes has become 200%? Just because of an original sin? The total bonus amount is doubled. Do you call this an attribute bonus improvement? Whose improvement is so drastic? In other words, if we continue in this way, when the 7 deadly sins are completely restored, the bonus can be at least 700%. That means increasing your attributes 8-fold. Is this the thing that can turn the whole world upside down? This is so exciting. Ding! The Sin of Greed has returned, and the completeness of the Ring of 7 Curses has been improved. The skill Hand of Greed has been activated. Greedy hand. Greedy people just want to hold everything in their hands and use everything they have to the fullest. You can dual wield any weapon, ignoring the one-handed and two-handed conditions, and the attributes are superimposed. Each attack will steal 10% of the opponent's money. Hiss, are there any skills that can be unlocked? From now on, I will be immortal and become a god. Ha 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 ha. How is it? Are you satisfied with it? Taotai said with a smile as he looked at Lin Feng wiping his saliva. Seeing Taotai speaking, Lin Feng nodded repeatedly. Satisfied, satisfied. I couldn't be more satisfied. But, Senior Taotai, shouldn't the corresponding character for a divine beast like you be gluttony? How could it be greed? Lin Feng asked with some confusion. Hearing this, Taotai was stunned. You actually know my situation. The original sin gems are not derived, but those on it, which are scattered all over the world. I just got the gem of greed by chance. Taotai explained truthfully. As for where the others are, I don't know. I see. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. Thank you very much, Senior Taotai, for clearing up my doubts. Your attitude changes so quickly. Taotai chuckled, slowly stood up and said, Boy, since you have obtained this thing, I will remind you. Don't be complacent just because you got a divine weapon. This thing is a hot potato. Not only do the demons want to get it, but all the gods and Buddhas want to get it too. And you are its master. If you are exposed, these guys will definitely attack you. As a human, you step directly into the top-level fight. It is very interesting. Taotai looked like he was enjoying the fun. Seeing Taotai say this, Lin Feng's expression suddenly became flustered. Yes. This thing is the root of all evil. A combination of endless negative factors. The demon clan wants its power. Gods and the like want to destroy it and seal it. Now it's in my hand and I can't take it off. Then their first choice would definitely be to kill themselves. I'm dying. My life is over. Seeing Lin Feng's panicked look, Tao Hai smiled. Lin Feng, I'm counting on you. Don't die too quickly, ha ha ha. Well, I have told you everything that can and cannot be said. That's all I have to say. Now that you have taken the Ring of Seven Curses away, there is nothing left for us to stay here. I will lend you a helping hand. Before Lin Feng could react, a purple light instantly hit him. Lin Feng also disappeared. Chapter 39 directly teleported me into the dungeon? Looking at the disappearing Lin Feng, the smile on Taotia's face slowly faded. Come out, you are always the first one to show up every time there is movement in the Seven Curse Rings. Why are you so sneaky this time? As the voice of Tao Tai fell, an illusory figure slowly appeared beside Tao Tai. Really? I just came a little late this time. I am curious. This little guy is just a human being. His talent is not as good as the last puppet. Why are you so concerned about him this time? You even asked me to give him the sin of greed. The shadow chuckled. Master Divine Beast, please don't joke. Haven't you noticed his difference a long time ago? Otherwise, even if I begged you, you probably wouldn't have said so much to him, right? Humph, I don't have as many tricks as your people. Now that the Ring of Seven Curses has been born, I am free. I am leaving. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Tao Tai shook its huge head, and immediately disappeared along with the shadow beside it. At the same time, in a certain wild dungeon in Dragon Country, a purple light flashed. Lin Feng fell from the sky in an instant, and slammed into the ground like a meteorite. It hurts, this damn Tao Tai, couldn't the teleportation be better? It had to hit me. Lin Feng stood up from the ground with a face full of pain. He looked around with a puzzled look on his face. What the hell is this place? Is it still in Dragon Country? It won't be spread directly to me, right? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled, a system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Ding! You have entered the Poisonous Insect Forest, LV 30-40, dungeon. Please explore carefully, aim to kill the Poison Nest Spider King. Listening to the familiar system prompt tone, Lin Feng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. My goodness, this Taotia's teleportation sent me directly into another copy? Or a copy of level 30 to 40? Lin Feng was slightly delighted. With his current attributes, it's just a level 40 copy. For me, only the final boss may be difficult to deal with. The other monsters are nothing. It's a good opportunity for me to give it a try. How terrifying is the bonus that this 7 curse ring brings to me? Just as I thought of this, a small sound suddenly rang in my ears. Lin Feng frowned and took a step back subconsciously. The next moment, a green monster suddenly fell from the sky. He instantly appeared at the place where he was previously. Lin Feng took a quick look. It was obviously a poisonous snake with a green body. At this moment, he was baring his teeth at me and making bursts of hissing sounds. He seemed angry because his previous attack failed. In the forest of poisonous insects, a snake came out? Does it count as any poisonous creature? Lin Feng muttered, and the Eye of Destiny slowly moved towards the poisonous snake. Demonized Venomous Snake. Grade Silver. Level, LV 40. HP, 10,000/10,000. Strength 300. Physical Fitness, 320. Spirit, 220. Agility, 400. Skills: Venomous Bite, Snake Shadow, Demonic Toxin, Snake Scale Barrier, Demonic Rage. Introduce. This venomous snake has been eroded by the power of the abyss, and has far surpassed the threat of ordinary snakes. The power of the abyss will bring you great trouble. Please deal with it carefully. See this panel? Lin Feng's brows furrowed instantly. How unlucky am I? How come it's another demonized monster? Isn't it said that demonization is rare? I just changed my job not long ago. Why are all the people I encounter demonized monsters? Or is it that I am naturally attracted to these monsters? I am really speechless. But is this a level 40 silver monster? Apart from anything else, the attributes and health points are really high. If I hadn't had the 7 curse ring this time. If you want to kill this thing, you may have to stack several skills. He glanced at the venomous snake with its teeth bared. Lin Feng waved his hand casually. Suddenly, a black tasseled spear whizzed out. Minus 18,956. As a huge red number appeared. The snake monster's health bar was emptied instantly. Looking at the damage that has already exceeded 10,000. Lin Feng was also delighted. I didn't use. My life is up to me. This time and concentrated all my attributes into strength. And he used a black tasseled spear just like that. I killed the level 40 monster instantly. Wow, I'm so awesome. You killed the LV40 demonized venomous snake and gained 10,000 experience points, 10,000 cross-level experience points, 2 venomous fangs, 1 snake gallbladder. Ding! Destiny event triggered, Sin of Greed activated. Congratulations, you stole 2% of the agility of the demonized venomous snake. Huh! This thing can really trigger the life-seeking ability. Seeing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and completed the modification in an instant. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 10 points of drama points. Ding! Destiny event triggered, Sin of Greed activated. Congratulations, you stole 9% of the agility of the demonized venomous snake. Ding! Greedy hand is triggered. Since the opponent is a wild monster and has no gold coins, the guaranteed gold coins will be multiplied by 1. What the hell? You can force it out even if you don't have any gold coins? Isn't this Sin of Greed too outrageous? Just when Lin Feng was confused, a noisy sound of footsteps suddenly sounded not far away. From the sound, it was obvious that there was a group of people rushing towards where he is. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice. I saw a full team of 20 people. He was rushing towards him in a very embarrassed manner. Little brother! Run! The moment the leader saw Lin Feng, he was stunned for a moment, but he didn't seem to have time to think about it. I can only shout out loudly like this. Maybe they were afraid that Lin Feng would block their escape route. Still wanting to let Lin Feng escape with him. Lin Feng heard the leader's reminder. His eyes subconsciously looked behind the few people. I saw a giant centipede that was tens of meters long, chasing these people madly. There was an arrow stuck in its forehead. Obviously, he was irritated by these guys. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng also looked a little strange. To be able to enter this dungeon, these guys must be at least level 30, right? Isn't it too outrageous to be chased by such a monster? After all, you have a full team of 20 people. Thinking of this, Lin Feng subconsciously activated the Eye of Destiny on the centipede. Demonized Giant Centipede Elite. Grade Silver. Level LV55. HP 25,000/25,000. Strength 700. Constitution 620. Spirit 500. Agility 450. Skills: Poison Sting Attack, Earth Shattering Impact, Poison Mist Spray, Armor Protection, Demonic Rage. Introduction: The power of the abyss has come. Even the giant centipede, which is already a dominant one, cannot resist the influence of the abyss. After being demonized, it is even more terrifying. Please be extremely careful. The moment he saw the attributes, Lin Feng was stunned. Level 55? What's going on? Isn't this a level 30 to 40 copy? How come the monster's level exceeds the upper limit of the dungeon? It seems I need to ask about the specific situation later. Lin Feng muttered in his heart. The demon god's bow in his hand was slowly pulled open. I don't even take the mere 25,000 health points seriously. Chapter 40. The Power of Original Sin Emanating from Others? Lin Feng drew his bow and arrow, aiming directly at the giant centipede behind the group of people. The people who were fleeing were also stunned when they saw this. There was also a hint of disdain in his originally horrified expression. The look he gave Lin Feng changed from doubt to looking at him like a fool. But now they are running for their lives. I don't care what Lin Feng wants to do. Since Lin Feng wanted to die, they were too lazy to care. The group of people had their own thoughts in mind, so they just ran past Lin Feng. But just as they ran past, then I heard an extremely shrill scream. At the same time, system prompts appeared in front of them. Ding! LV-55 Demonized Giant Centipede Elite has been killed. Seeing this system prompt, a group of people stopped at the same time. I looked back suddenly. I saw two more arrows, one large and one small, appearing on the giant centipede's head. At the same time, two red numbers that shocked them were floating above the head of the giant centipede. -21,119. -10,560. The total amount of damage is a terrifying 30,000. The giant centipede was killed in seconds. Just now they clearly only saw Lin Feng shoot one arrow. Is this completely solved? What kind of monster is this guy? You kill the LV-55 Demonized Giant Centipede Elite, and gain 20,000 experience points, 20,000 experience points for leapfrogging, and gained 1 times the Centipede Giant Sword. Ding! The Sin of Greed is activated. Congratulations, you have stolen 9% of the physical value of the Demonized Giant Centipede. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV-15, your HP and MP increased by 10 points, and you gain 90 free attributes. The bonus from the Ring of 7 Curses is directly included. Ding! Sufficient experience, your equipment, the Demon Bow, has been upgraded. Ding! Sufficient experience. Your equipment, the Demon God Armor, has been upgraded. Listening to the pleasant system prompt tone, Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. However, just as he was about to take a look at the changes in the Demon God's suit, his actions were interrupted directly. Little brother! Thank you so much! I saw the group of people who were fleeing madly before. I don't know when he appeared beside me. He obviously breathed a sigh of relief. They all surrounded me happily. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned and subconsciously took a half-step back. Seeing this, the leader stopped and said with a smile, "Sorry, don't worry, we are too excited. After all, we escaped death, and the one who saved us was such a handsome guy." As he said this, the man took off the helmet that completely covered his head. As his long black hair spread out, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Unexpectedly, this leader who looked extremely burly, it turned out to be a woman. Her appearance is not top-notch, but she is full of heroic spirit, as if she is a heroine. Seeing Lin Feng's surprised look, the woman smiled at him. "Hello, my last name is Huailan. I'm the captain of this group of guys. I will never forget your life-saving grace." Lin Feng's eyes moved slightly, and he glanced at the group of men and women behind Huailan. "You're welcome, it's just a small favor. My name is Lin Feng. It turns out to be Brother Lin Feng." Huailan nodded slightly. "I wonder how you got into our copy?" Hearing Huailan's question, Lin Feng was also a little embarrassed. Unlike the collective copies they participate in, generally, only one team is allowed to enter a dungeon. Even if there are multiple teams he challenges at the same time, you will enter a different copy. We will never appear in the same place to challenge together. Lin Feng's sudden appearance also made them very strange. "Is there any special props now? Can you send people in by force?" Seeing Huailan asking, Lin Feng thought for a while and said, "I was originally in another copy, but I was framed by someone, and that person used a random teleportation scroll on me. By the time I reacted, I was already here." As soon as these words were spoken, before Huailan could even speak, the group of younger brothers behind her suddenly became excited. "What? Damn it! This is too inhuman! Is this how you use a random teleportation scroll? That's right, this is too outrageous!" When Huailan heard this, a trace of anger appeared on her face. "I didn't expect there would be such a beast in this world. But this is our luck. If it weren't for you, we would have really died here." Huailan seemed to have thought of something, and her expression became serious as she said, "We remember your life-saving grace, but the current situation really does not allow us to waste too much time. Brother Lin Feng, Please join our team temporarily and leave here with us. This copy has completely turned into an abyss. We have to escape quickly. However, as soon as Huailan said this, 2 system prompt sounds sounded instantly. Ding! The power of greed is detected. Ding! The power of jealousy is detected. Hearing this, Lin Feng was also stunned. The next moment he discovered that the ring of 7 curses suddenly lit up. At the same time, 2 energies, one blue and one green, that only she could see, rose up from behind Huailan. Slowly it poured into the ring of 7 curses. Looking along the energy, I saw behind Huailan. A man was staring at the demon god's armor and demon god's bow on his body. Obviously, it was the power of greed and jealousy that he contributed. From this situation, this ring of 7 curses should be able to absorb the power of the 7 deadly sins. And this power should be necessary for awakening original sin. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, the man walked directly to Huailan and grabbed her wrist. Ilan! Do you believe everything he says? What if he is a monster? Don't forget that this copy has completely turned into the abyss. I just detected him and he is only level 15. Do you think it is possible? A level 15 professional can deal such high damage. And this is a level 30 dungeon. A level 15 can't even get in. Besides, a random teleportation scroll can send people into a dungeon? You don't even know how to draft a lie. I have a random teleportation scroll at home too. How come I don't know that this kind of teleportation scroll can break the dungeon barrier? The group of people suddenly became quiet and looked at each other. Those who were originally full of joy now looked at Lin Feng with a hint of fear and became alert. Hearing this, Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the man and said, If you don't know that the teleportation scroll can teleport people into the dungeon, that means you are ignorant and you haven't studied hard. Oh, is that so? I'll leave first then. Saving them was a simple matter. Lin Feng didn't want to have anything to do with them at all. If you don't believe in him, then just go away. It has nothing to do with him. Let go! Huailan suddenly threw her hands away, glared at the man fiercely and said, When you are fighting outside, please call me Captain. Chapter 41 The Danger of the Abyss. Jiang Renhua! Get out of my way! We are fighting outside. Who allowed you to call my name? Call me Captain! Huailan shouted coldly. Captain Yi, you don't really believe what he said, do you? Jiang Renhua was stunned by Huailan's scolding. What is going on? Huailan ignored Jiang Renhua and quickly stepped forward and said, Lin Feng, I apologize to you on his behalf, but the situation is really too special now. You should come with us. It's too dangerous here. I know you may be very strong, but in order to save us just now, you should have used all your strongest skills, right? For your own safety, don't bother with such a person. Ilan! What are you talking about? It doesn't make sense for him to suddenly appear. Didn't you say it? It's better to be safe than sorry. What if he is a monster? Jiang Renhua continued. Huailan scolded again. Shut up! My talent can see through any disguise. If he was a monster, I would have seen it long ago. Do you need to be so smart? Don't forget. He just saved your life. If he was really a monster from the abyss, then the arrow he shot would not be aimed at the monster but at us. Hearing this, Jiang Renhua's breathing suddenly stagnated, but he still argued. But at his level, wouldn't it be too much for him to deal this kind of damage? If you have 2 pieces of red level equipment, you can also beat them. If you dare to say another word of nonsense, I will kick you out of the team. As soon as Huailan said this, suddenly everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Feng. Soon, he discovered that the demon god's bow and the demon god's armor in Lin Feng's hands were emitting a faint red glow. That is the characteristic of red level equipment. Suddenly, everyone present was filled with envy and jealousy. At the same time, blue and green light also continued to flow towards Lin Feng's ring. That's not necessary. Seeing this, Lin Feng finally spoke up and said casually, I just stumbled into this place by mistake, and I'm just helping you out casually. You don't have to take it to heart, and don't let my actions ruin the relationship of the team. Huailan glanced at Jiang Renhua behind her and said, I didn't want this guy in the first place, but the elders forced him in. Let's just let the relationship go. You save our lives, how can we not take it to heart? Lin Feng nodded slightly upon hearing this. In that case, then you can explain the situation here to me, just as a way of repaying a favor. Maybe I can solve the problem here. You are just a level 15 trash. How dare you solve it? After hearing what Lin Feng said, Jiang Renhua couldn't hold back anymore, but before he could finish his words, he was covered by the group of people behind him. Hua Yilan sighed helplessly. Judging from your appearance, you should be young, right? Are you a freshman in college? Have you ever heard of mutations or demonization? Hearing this, Lin Feng directly ignored Hua Yilan's previous question and said, I have seen and solved the mutations and demonizations in the area, so I roughly know what the situation is. Solved it? Then you are really amazing. I heard that the lowest level of alienation, the boss guarding the core, is already 30 or 40 levels. Hua Yilan sighed and continued. Since you have solved it, it is easy to explain. Regional demonization and alienation are similar to copy demonization. Monsters are strengthened by the power of the abyss, so it is also called abyssization. But the abyssification of the area only makes the monsters inside extremely powerful, making it difficult for others to deal with them. But the abyssal transformation of a copy is different. Not only will the monsters inside become stronger, but their numbers will also increase. When it is completely abyssalized, this copy will be completely shattered and turned into an abyssal crack. And monsters will continue to pour out, turning the safe area that was originally only a dungeon back into a wilderness area. If the intensity of the abyss transformation becomes more terrifying, it may even generate a beast tide and attack the surrounding main cities. That would be a really bad thing. After listening to this explanation, Lin Feng frowned. The consequences are so serious? Yes, we are not here to attack the dungeon. We are here to deal with the abyssalized team. Because this dungeon has been secured for a long time, the security forces around it are relatively small, so they can only let us come here to deal with it temporarily. Who would have thought? The strength of this dungeon's abyss transformation would be so exaggerated that we simply cannot handle it, Hua Yilan said with a wry smile. But you don't have to worry too much. I've already notified the higher-ups. I think there's already a team from another country coming, so as long as we get out there won't be any problems. Hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. I guess. After all, I don't know when they will come. After all, this place is too remote, Hua Yilan said somewhat embarrassedly. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Is that so? Then you guys can go out first, and leave this to me. No! You are only level 15. Hearing this, Hua Yilan quickly refused. Level doesn't mean anything. Don't forget that I just killed a level 55 boss in seconds. Lin Feng chuckled. Stop pretending! You must have used some item to kill that monster just now. Do you really think you are invincible just because you have 2 red-level weapons? Jiang Renhua struggled out at some point and started to rant again. Ding! Rage power detected. Someone! Shut his mouth! Hua Yilan shouted, then looked at Lin Feng and said, This is too dangerous. You are our savior. I can't let you take this risk alone. We will go with you. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, turned around and said, Whatever you want, I'm not going to convince you. Anyway, whatever you want to do has nothing to do with me. If you're not afraid of death, just stay. After saying that, Lin Feng stepped lightly and strode towards the direction where the giant centipede appeared earlier. Lin Feng is not afraid of the abyss. Besides, how could he give up such a good opportunity to gain experience? This is killing monsters at levels 30 or 40 higher. And it's a dungeon. The dungeon rewards plus the level up rewards are so cool. You won't be able to get it even if you want it in the future. Seeing Lin Feng walking away, Hua Yilan was stunned. She didn't expect that after hearing about the danger, Lin Feng was not worried or afraid. Instead, there is a feeling of impatience. Either this guy is really awesome, or this guy. I have some habits. Captain, what should we do? How about we leave the copy first? Someone said worriedly. Hua Yilan narrowed her eyes and took a deep breath. Let's not leave. Follow him. Now that we're here, we have to see it through to the end. What's the point of running away? There's nothing to be afraid of with the boss here. Follow me. Chapter 42 Enhanced Demon Set. At this time, Lin Feng was walking quickly on the road. The attribute points of the upgraded Dao, all added to the strength. He is now more casual about selecting attribute points. I originally wanted to wait until the level was higher, and then add some other attributes. Balance your own 4 dimensions. But now there is the original sin of greed. The other attributes can be completely stolen. You don't have to worry about those unnecessary things. But after seeing the experience required to reach the next level, Lin Feng's expression also turned bitter. After 50,000 experience points, it went straight to 80,000. The baby is feeling miserable, but he won't say it. After assigning the attributes, Lin Feng also opened the Ring of 7 Curses and took a look. 7 mantra rings. Quality? All attributes, plus 200%. Special effects, Curse of Original Sin, bound by fate. Sin powers, greed 0.01%, jealousy, not yet unlocked. Introduction omitted. Looking at the extra numbers on the panel, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Absorbing other people's emotions. It can bring changes to the Ring of 7 Curses. I just don't know when this original sin of greed reaches 100%. What will happen? Lin Feng suppressed his expectations. His eyes were on his Demon God Bao and Demon God Armor. I just killed 2 high-level monsters in a row. A huge amount of experience directly upgrades these 2 pieces of equipment together. I don't know what kind of increase it has received this time. Demon Bao. Quality, red. Attack power, plus 800. Critical hit, plus 25%. Critical damage, plus 50%. All attributes, plus 30. Special effects. Embryo. This item will continue to take away a certain amount of your experience to upgrade yourself. The experience required for the next stage is 0/100000. Arrowless Bao. The power of the Demon Bao is even more unfathomable. You don't need arrows to shoot. The number of split arrows fired in each attack increases to 3, and each split arrow causes 50% damage to nearby targets. Demonic Power. When equipped, you will gain even more terrifying power. Your attacks will be undefendable, and will cause an additional 4 times the highest attribute value of damage. Soul Binding. The power of destiny binds you more tightly to this weapon. You cannot abandon it, sell it, or destroy it. Pride of the Demon. The light of the equipment is more blazing and cannot be turned off. All creatures will have a strong fear of you, and there is a 20% chance of making the enemy fearful. Equipment level, level 15. Introduction. The weapon of the devil born from the power of fate. You have been targeted by the devil. Those who play with fate will eventually be played by fate. As Lin Feng finished reading the attributes of the demon god's Bao, Lin Feng's eyes also lit up slightly. Not only did the attack power increase, but the 4 dimensions also increased by 10 points. Add to that the Ring of 7 Curses, that's 30 points. In addition, the critical hit damage has been increased. This means that every critical hit can now cause 2.5 times the damage, which is awesome. As for the rest, Lin Feng felt that they were just SOSO. After all, he was still waiting for his Zhu Xian sword. But this experience requirement is too exaggerated. Going straight to 100,000? I don't even want such a high experience. Lin Feng gritted his teeth for a moment. If things continue like this, who knows how much experience will be needed for the next upgrade. Demon God Armor. Quality, red. Basic attributes. Defense, plus 1,000. Health, plus 3,000. All attributes, plus 30. Movement speed, plus 15%. Special effects. Demon Guardian. When equipped, you will gain a stronger Demon Guardian effect. The first attack you receive will be completely immune, and your defense will be increased by 50% in the next 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 60 minutes. Soul Binding. The power of fate binds you more tightly to this armor, which cannot be abandoned, sold, or destroyed. If you fall in battle, the demon armor will automatically revive you once, and after resurrection, your attack power will be increased by 200% for 10 seconds. Cooldown time, 2 days. The Majesty of the Demon God. The light of the equipment cannot be turned off. Please enjoy the attention of others. The powerful majesty released by the demon god armor can deter the enemy, and the attack and defense of enemies within a radius of 30 meters will be reduced by 30%, and the effect will last throughout the battle. Embryo enhancement. The demon armor will continue to absorb experience to grow. The experience required for the next stage is 0/1000000. 2-piece set, Whisper of the Demon. The power of the demon begins to penetrate. When equipping 2 pieces of the demon's suit, all attributes are increased by 10 points. Current equipment, Demon Bow, Demon Armor. Equipment level, level 15. Introduction. The weapon of the devil born from the power of fate. You have been targeted by the devil. Those who play with fate will eventually be played by fate. The changes of this demon god armor are just so. After all, Lin Feng is usually too lazy to use defense and debuffs. Anyway, for myself now. No matter what monster you encounter, there is only one word. That's seconds. The defense is just a decoration. Only these added attributes are more useful. The attributes of the suit have not changed due to the upgrade of the equipment. Then we can only wait for the next piece of demon god equipment. I don't know how deep this place is. Can I get the next piece of demon equipment? Lin Feng was also somewhat expectant at this time. Just as Lin Feng was moving forward quickly, a shout suddenly sounded behind me. Brother Lin! Brother Lin Feng! Hearing the sound, Lin Feng looked back. It was Hua Yilan and her group. However, Jiang Renhua seemed to no longer be in the team at this time. Huh! I thought I couldn't catch up. Fortunately, you didn't go at full speed. Are you waiting for us? Hua Yilan grinned. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I'm already moving at full speed. But my agility is definitely not as high as you guys at level 40. Why are you following me again? Aren't you going back? Lin Feng asked. It is our duty to wipe out the abyss. You turned around and left when you heard this. I am a few years older than you. How could I be a deserter? Hua Yilan said with a proud look on her face. Oh, it's up to you. I don't have the skills to protect people. Don't blame me if you die, Lin Feng said casually. Hua Yilan laughed loudly and patted her chest fiercely. Suddenly, a wave of emotion surged, making Lin Feng dizzy. I don't need your protection. I'm an A-rank professional guardian knight. I'm good at being tough. Lin Feng blushed slightly and quickly looked away. Oh, then you do your best. Seeing Lin Feng's reaction, Hua Yilan was also stunned, and then she laughed even more happily. Ha ha! You can even blush when I'm like this. You are really a child. While the group was talking and laughing, a burst of extremely subtle sounds suddenly reached Lin Feng's ears. When Hua Yilan and the others heard this sound, their faces suddenly changed. Oh no! It's a swarm of insects! Run! As Hua Yilan's voice fell, I saw endless white bugs pouring out from all directions. He rushed towards Lin Feng and others madly. Primary Little Spider. Grade Gold. Health 10. Agility 300. Strength 300. Description: a scary little spider, extremely fragile. Chapter 43. It turns out that my splash has a bug? Primary Little Spider. Grade Gold. Level LV1. Health 10 out of 10. Strength 500. Constitution 1. Spirit 0. Agility 200. Description: a scary little spider, extremely fragile. Looking at the small spiders that are overwhelming in front of me, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Is this the insect tide? But isn't this monster a little too fragile? With only 10 health points, one slap would kill him. Although the strength value is terrifying for ordinary people, the speed is also very fast. But it doesn't look too scary, does it? Wouldn't it be cleared out with a few area attacks? Although Lin Feng did not understand, he also expressed his respect. Maybe these guys are afraid of bugs. Maybe there is also trypophobia. Lin Feng was thinking wildly while pulling the bow of the demon in his hand. Without any fear, he shot an arrow towards the swarm of insects. Before the arrow hit him, Lin Feng felt a strong hand grabbing his arm. Forced himself to throw backwards. Are you crazy? This is a swarm of insects. No matter how high the damage of your single attack is, it's useless. There are endless numbers of them. Unless this instance ends, they will continue to hatch. Run quickly! I'll cover your retreat. Hearing Huailan's words, Lin Feng glanced at her with a strange look. Seeing Lin Feng's strange expression, Huailan thought that Lin Feng was moved by her selfless act. He gave Lin Feng a thumbs up, and then threw his cape behind him in an extremely handsome manner. He turned around abruptly, as if he was ready to sacrifice his life for justice. Captain. What are you doing? Stop interrupting me from showing off. The insect swarm hasn't arrived yet. Huailan, who was enjoying the handsome moment with her eyes closed, opened her eyes in displeasure after being interrupted by her teammates. But the moment he opened his eyes, he was stunned on the spot. Bi Chao? I saw the originally densely packed little spiders. At this time, the damage number kept flashing on his body. Like a wave, it spread backwards madly. In just a few breaths, the swarm of insects that had originally covered the entire mountain and field had almost covered all the open space in front of them. A huge gap has been torn open. How is this possible? Huailan swallowed her saliva, her eyes full of disbelief. This is a swarm of insects. Only a pure magic team, constantly bombing with area skills, can possibly repel it. What's impossible? Haven't you seen it all? Lin Feng walked back to the front at some point and said with a slight smile. Huailan opened her mouth, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. It's okay. That was indeed very handsome just now, Lin Feng said with a smile. Seeing Lin Feng say this, Huailan's face immediately turned red, and she quickly changed the subject. How did you do it? It's very simple. All my attacks can cause splash damage, so it can just chain on. There's no need to hide the splash buff, because other people can see it without saying anything. However, the splash effect this time was so strong that Huailan couldn't tell what kind of attack it was. Hearing this, Huailan blinked. You said this is splashing? Can splashing only happen once at most? Why does your splashing look like a plague? It doesn't even stop. Hearing this, Lin Feng thought about it for a moment. To be honest, he himself was not quite sure what the principle of his splashing was. Maybe, the damage caused by splashing can also continue to splash. After all, Lin Feng's splash buff was brought by Whisper of Fate. The effect is that all damage caused by Lin Feng will have a splash effect. The damage caused by splashing may also be added with this effect. It's like Lin Feng forced a bug. Damn, this is outrageous. Is there such a buggy skill? King of group killing? What's your profession, Lin Feng? Why are you so awesome? Huailan asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Huailan. Although everyone in this world has the ability to detect. However, it is also very impolite to casually probe others. And the other party can also feel your detection. Even in the wild, use scrying on others at will. It is a challenge to the other party, and it is possible that others will directly attack you. Apart from the extremely rude Jiangrehua just now, Huailan would not use detection skills on Lin Feng at will. Keep it secret, keep going, and complete this copy first, Lin Feng said directly. Huailan nodded slightly. Yes then, why don't you just join our team? Don't worry, our team can set the information confidential, we can't see it. Lin Feng glanced at them and shook his head. No, if you think you can beat me, you can just go and grab the head, whoever grabs it first will own it. After these words were spoken, Huailan and her group also looked strange. Because what Lin Feng meant was not just a rejection, but also a way of telling them. To him, these guys were just a burden trying to steal his experience. Although they were speechless, they had nothing to say given the other party's combat power. After all, this world still respects strength. Lin Feng looked at the small spiders that were gathering together again. He shot another arrow and said, Let's go and find the final boss first. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go! At the same time, northeastern district of Longhua. A copy that is already controlled by humans. A group of professionals wearing combat uniforms. They have surrounded the copy in front of them. Before the copy, A middle-aged man who is intimidating without being angry. He was standing in front of the copy with a serious expression. Commander, you'd better stay away. This instance has completely turned into an abyss. We don't know when it will get out of control. It's too dangerous for you to stand here. A man who looked like a team leader stepped forward and tried to persuade him. The middle-aged man glanced at the man and said, "No matter how dangerous it is, can it be as dangerous as the children fighting inside? Besides, I'm a third-level professional. I've been to the Abyss battlefield 4 times. How can I be afraid of the abyssal dungeon monsters? Get out of my way!" Hearing this, the team leader also smiled awkwardly. "But I don't know who came up with this stupid idea. This is an abyss-level instance. To save a cross-border stone, they actually sent a level 40 team in. And they are all college students. I really don't know what's wrong with their brains. These children are the future of our country. They are risking their future. If I knew who they were, I would definitely kill them right away." As the middle-aged man roared angrily, the entrance to the dungeon suddenly began to fluctuate violently. The next moment, a figure suddenly flew out from the entrance. In an instant, countless professionals rushed up. The figure was surrounded in an instant. "Don't get excited! Don't get excited! We're one of us!" Chapter 44. Huailan's team was forced to leave the dungeon. The figure fell heavily to the ground, and dust rose up. Seeing that he was surrounded by a group of fully equipped professionals, suddenly he shouted in panic, "Brother and sister-in-law! Don't get excited! We are one family! We are one family!" At this time, the team leader walked over quickly, took a look at the man's clothes and asked, "Are you from Longhua University?" The man on the ground was none other than Jiang Renhua, who was blocked by Huailan and thrown out earlier. Seeing someone recognized his identity, he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Chief! I am from the Tianman team of Longhua University." As soon as the team name was spoken, the middle-aged man standing nearby took a step forward and instantly came to Jiang Renhua. "You said you were from the Tianman team? Then who are you? Why did you come out by yourself? What's the situation in the dungeon now?" The middle-aged man in the lead asked coldly, with unquestionable majesty in his tone. Feeling the majesty of the man in front of him, Jiang Renhua subconsciously lowered his head and said, I am a member of the Tianlan team. My name is Jiang Renhua. The dungeon is extremely dangerous now, it has completely turned into an abyss. We have already encountered a level 55 elite monster, and the boss's level may be even higher." Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly became even uglier. "Then why did you come out by yourself? Where is Ilan? How is she?" Jiang Renhua was about to continue talking when he was suddenly stunned. This person knew Huailan? In other words, he was Huailan's elder. Jiang Renhua, who was originally planning to tell the truth, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and then his face suddenly changed. He said anxiously, "Our team has been dispersed because of the abyss monsters. Captain Hua covered my retreat so that I could escape and ask for help. He blocked the insect tide." "What?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man was immediately anxious. "How many teams are there in this copy?" Jiang Renhua said directly. "There was no team inside before we entered. The speed of the abyss is too fast, and the previous team was wiped out long ago." As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's pupils shrank, and he immediately ordered, "Come here! Use the illusionary heart! Forcefully summon the Tianlan team!" Hearing this, the team leader at the side said with some concern, "Commander, if the heart of illusion is used, the entrance and exit of the dungeon will be completely closed, and the abyss of the dungeon will be accelerated. What if... Why do you think I brought the team here? We have already made preparations for the worst. They are the future of our dragon country. I will never allow them to die in this dungeon. I've made up my mind. Move the battlefield outside the instance. Execute the order." "Yes." Jiang Renhua, who was standing by, grinned when he heard the decision. The Heart of Illusion can only summon one team. As long as they summon the Tianlan team, then Lin Feng will have no way out but death. "Ha! I'll let you go against me. Wait till you die." No one cared about Jiang Renhua's expression and what he was thinking at this moment. The group of professionals led by the middle-aged man are all regular soldiers. By now, I had already made all the preparations. As soon as the monster appears, then they will launch suppressive fire. Soon, under the command of the middle-aged man, a silver stone slowly flew into the entrance of the dungeon. The next moment, the copy twisted violently. In an instant, a silver light flashed by. A group of people were swept by the silver light. Appeared out of nowhere at the door of the copy. The color of the copy also changed from the initial lavender. It instantly turned into deep purple. It seems that there is only one step away from the final complete abyss. Huh! How did I get out? Huailan was enjoying Lin Feng's personal slaughter show with everyone else. I haven't had time to praise it yet. When he came to his senses again, he appeared outside the copy. Ilan! Just when Huailan was confused, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Uncle Li Guang? Why are you here? Huailan was stunned and confused. The middle-aged man called Li Guang also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. I'm glad you're okay. Your Uncle Li is responsible for the safety of Dragon Country. The abyss of the copy will come naturally to me. Fortunately, you sent your teammates out and told me the situation, otherwise I would have really waited until you came out on your own. Teammate? Huailan was also stunned when she heard that, and looked in the direction Li Guang pointed. Jiang Rehua looked panic-stricken and avoided looking directly at Huailan. Seeing his reaction, Huailan immediately reacted. Uncle, how did you get us out? No need to thank me, you are all the future of the country. An empty heart means nothing, Li Guang said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Huailan's eyes suddenly burst into tears. He rushed directly to Jiang Rehua and said, What did you say to Uncle Li Guang? What did you say? Do you know what the illusionary heart does? You summoned us out. What do you want Lin Feng to do? Now all the entrances and exits of the dungeon are closed. What are you going to do with him? Jiang Rehua's eyes flashed with a hint of viciousness. Isn't he powerful? What are you afraid of? If he has the ability, he can clear the dungeon and come out by himself. I'll kill you! Li Guang frowned when he saw this, and quickly pulled Huailan back. It seems that this guy didn't tell you everything. Ilan, don't worry, tell me what's going on. Huailan kicked Jiang Renhua hard, and then told him what happened in the copy. After listening to Huailan's story, Li Guang glared at Jiang Renhua fiercely, and then looked at Huailan with a strange look. Ilan, you are not telling a story to your uncle, are you? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? I believe you when you say he was teleported in. After all, the high-level random teleportation scroll does have this effect. But when you say he was only in his teens, he could kill a level 55 demonized elite with one arrow, and he could also resist the insect swarm. Isn't that a bit too outrageous? Huailan sighed and said, If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. It's no use saying these now. Please accept my condolences. Li Guang sighed lightly. To put it bluntly, he didn't believe that Lin Feng was really that powerful. Hearing the words condolences, Huailan's pupils shrank. Is there really no chance for him to come out? After all, the dungeon entrance and exit have been closed. No matter how strong a professional is, there is a limit to their strength. Moreover, his level is so low. Even if he can kill a monster in seconds, that may be his strongest skill to save you. It's impossible for him to clear the entire abyssal dungeon by himself. As soon as Li Guang finished speaking, a cry of surprise suddenly rang out among the crowd. Commander, look! The progress of the abyssification has regressed. Chapter 45 You are attacked by the poison nest spider king. Spiritual fluid enters your body. At the same time, in the copy, the demon Bao in Lin Feng's hand kept shooting. Every time an arrow was fired, a monster would fall down. You killed the LV-55 demonized venomous spider elite, and gained 20,000 experience points, 20,000 cross-level experience points, and gained 1 times the venomous spider breast armor. You killed the LV-50 demonized poisonous worm elite, and gained 18,000 experience points, 18,000 cross-level experience points, and gained 1 times the worm staff. You killed the LV-60 demonized venomous mantis elite, and gained 23,000 experience points, 23,000 experience points for leaf writing, and gained 1 times the venomous dual daggers. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV16. HP and MP increased by 10 points, and 90 points of free attributes were obtained. Huh! What on earth is going on? After killing the last wave of monsters, Lin Feng heaved a sigh of relief. Just now I was chatting with Huailan. Suddenly, Huailan and her team disappeared. Before Lin Feng could react, the overwhelming number of elite monsters rushed over. If my attack is not high enough, he used the invincibility skill and dodge skill to dodge several attacks. I'm afraid that wave can be taken away directly by myself. It's really strange. Although Lin Feng was puzzled, he was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, he originally planned to clear this dungeon by himself. Now that they are all gone, it will be a lot easier for me. Just as Lin Feng was about to move forward, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Lin Feng frowned. I saw the huge number of small spiders that were rushing towards me madly one after another. At this time, it was like running for one's life, fleeing madly in all directions. It seemed as if something horrible was about to appear. Feeling the ground shaking, Lin Feng looked down subconsciously. The originally solid ground was now covered with cracks. There was a dazzling purple light beneath the cracks. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank slightly. In an instant, the skill of flying in the clouds was activated instantly. Suddenly Lin Feng soared into the sky. Along with Lin Feng, an extremely dazzling purple beam of light also rose into the sky. Lin Feng was hit head-on by the dazzling beam of light. Ding! Invincible state, damage is invalid. As the purple light disappeared, a huge hole appeared on the ground. It was the trace left by the purple beam of light. Just when Lin Feng was surprised, the ground shaking became more and more violent, and the air around it became heavier. The next moment, a giant spider as tall as 5 or 6 stories suddenly crawled out of the huge pit. Its body was pitch black, and its 8 blood-red eyes stared at Lin Feng. Obviously, the terrifying light just now was the masterpiece of this giant spider. Oh my god, isn't this spider a little too big? Lin Feng looked at the black spider in front of him, which was as big as a small mountain, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Although this guy is very big, it is not as big as Tao Hai. But in Lin Feng's mind, it was normal for the beast to be bigger. A spider this big is really scary. After all, I am 10 times weaker than you. What's more, it's so big. Lin Feng took a deep breath and suppressed the discomfort in his heart. The Eye of Destiny then activated. I thought to myself, give me some strength, Eye of Destiny. Don't let it fail when you encounter a big guy. Demonized Poison Nest Spider King Boss. Grade Platinum. Level, LV70. HP, 100000/100000. Strength, 2650. Constitution, 1700. Spirit, 1550. Agility, 1450. Skills: Venomous Fang Tearing, Spider Web Binding, Demonic Toxin, Spider Silk Shield, Poison Nest Summoning, Demonic Rage, Abyss Impact, Demonic Body. Introduction: The demonized Poison Nest Spider King is the ruler of the Abyss. Its nest is shrouded in endless poisonous fog, and any creature that enters it will find it difficult to escape unscathed. With the erosion of the power of the Abyss, the Poison Nest Spider King has surpassed ordinary creatures. As the panel appeared, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although I am very happy, after seeing this attribute. But Lin Feng couldn't laugh no matter what. This attribute is a bit too strong. Is this the Platinum Boss of level 70? Looking at the boss in front of him, Lin Feng was about to take a breath. But the next moment he was stunned. That's not right. This thing only has 100,000 health points. It was as if before I obtained the Ring of 7 Mantras. It can deal 260,000 damage, right? What am I afraid of? Just give it a second. TSK, you scared me so much that I almost forgot how awesome I am. Just as Lin Feng reacted. But he found that the giant spider in front of him suddenly disappeared. This sudden change. Lin Feng's scalp suddenly went numb. Although the health value is not high, but its agility value is high. Damn it! I neglected it. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have been attacked by the demonized poison nest spider king. The venom has entered your body. Seeing this information, Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. Such a big spider bit me and injected venom into my body? Is this really poison entering my body? It would be better to just give me a blood transfusion. However, after training under the demon god teacher, Lin Feng's reaction speed has now reached a new level. The moment the fateful event occurs, a method for modification has already been thought of. Ding! Modification successful. Gain 20 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You are attacked by the demonized poison nest spider king. Spiritual fluid has entered your body. Spiritual fluid enters the body. All attributes increase by 10. Spiritual fluid enters the body. All attributes increase by 10. Spiritual fluid enters the body. All attributes increase by 10. After flashing 3 times, Lin Feng finally realized that there was a small spider lying on his arm. Oh my god, this spider can change its size right on the spot? The spider stopped its movements. Instantly left Lin Feng's arms. It grew against the wind and instantly turned back into a mountainous appearance. What the hell are you? Why do your attributes grow when I bite you? This is the first time that the poison nest spider king has ever seen such a thing. He was so scared by a human that he started talking. I don't know either. Lin Feng grinned. The gathering and dispersion of qi is activated instantly. My life is started by me. Destiny is brilliant. The familiar combo is launched again. The dazzling golden light, blessed by the whisper of fate. Heading straight for the demonized poison nest spider king. If it hits, there will be only one result. Flash sale. Minus 679,590. In an instant, a terrifying injury far exceeding the previous one emerged again. Seeing this horrific damage, Lin Feng and the poison nest spider king trembled at the same time. However, Lin Feng was excited, while the poison nest spider king was afraid. Poison nest spider king? Lin Feng was also stunned when he saw this. I saw a layer of spider silk like a shield around the poison nest spider king. The roots broke and turned into powder instantly. Obviously, his full-strength attack. It was directly blocked by the spider silk shield of the poison nest spider king. Oh my god! I'm so used to killing people instantly that I forgot to check its skills. At this time, the poison nest spider king had already pounced forward angrily and attacked Lin Feng fiercely. Chapter 46, Mutation, a special existence that breaks into the copy. Looking at the poison nest spider king swooping down on him, Lin Feng quickly changed his attributes. Quickly launched Silver Moon Sprint. Instantly pulled away and ran out of the attack range of the poison nest spider king. Avoided the fierce attack of the poison nest spider king. The poison nest spider king was obviously enraged. Its 8 blood-red eyes flashed with light of revenge, and its huge forelimbs were waving in the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Looking at the angry poison nest spider king, Lin Feng took a deep breath. At the same time, the attribute is changed back to strength. The arrows shot out again. 4 arrows, 1 large and 3 small. It instantly hit the 4 eyes of the poison nest spider king. Following a shrill scream. Minus 32,024. Minus 16,012. Minus 16,012. Minus 16,012. Ding! The sin of greed is activated. Congratulations, you have stolen 9% of the power of the demonized poison nest spider king. Looking at this horrific injury, Lin Feng was also stunned. I blanch? When did my injuries become so terrible? Just one hit caused 80,000 damage? After a moment's pause, Lin Feng finally reacted. After the demon bow is upgraded, not only the properties are improved, each attack carries 4 times the highest attribute damage. plus 3 more split arrows with 50% bonus. My own damage suddenly multiplied several times. Even if the spider silk shield can still be used, it seems useless in front of 4 arrows. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered. Damn stinky spider. It made me doubt myself for a bit. Go to hell. Lin Feng drew his bow and arrow again. 4 arrows were shot out at the same time. Looking at the arrows flying towards me, the roar of the poison nest spider king became more and more violent. 4 of its 8 eyes had been shot out by Lin Feng's arrows, and bright red liquid was gushing out of its eye sockets. It slammed its huge forelimbs on the ground so hard that the ground shook, as if the whole cave was trembling with its anger. Suddenly a sharp roar sounded. Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized poison nest spider king launches a demonized rage. All attributes increased by 100%. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned. All attributes doubled? It's already horrible, double it. Just as he thought of this, Lin Feng suddenly smiled evilly. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 20 points of drama points. Ding! Fate event triggered. The demonized poison nest spider king launches a demonized rampage. All attributes reduced by 100%. Suddenly, the poison nest spider king, who was still standing there waving his spider legs wildly. The body trembled violently, and the 4 little eyes looked at Lin Feng in surprise, as if they couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Lin Feng laughed extremely wildly and once again launched the Eye of Destiny at the poison nest spider king. Demonized poison nest spider king boss. Grade Platinum. Level LV 70. HP 100/100. Strength 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 1. Agility 1. Skills: Venomous Fang Tearing, Spider Web Binding, Demonic Toxin, Spider Silk Shield, Poison Nest Summoning, Demonic Rage, Abyss Impact, Demonic Body. Introduction. The demonized poison nest spider king is the ruler of the abyss. Its nest is shrouded in endless poisonous fog, and any creature that enters it will find it difficult to escape unscathed. With the erosion of the power of the abyss, the poison nest spider king has surpassed ordinary creatures. Ha! It's not reset to 0. Is it possible that the lowest attribute of monsters in this world is 1? As expected of a boss with only a little physical value, it can still have 100 health points. It's amazing. Lin Feng laughed loudly. The poison nest spider king was extremely panicked at this time. The 8 spider legs kept attacking Lin Feng. -1, -1, -1, -1, -1. However, the damage was completely unable to break through Lin Feng's defense. Even if you use your skills, it also cannot exceed 1 point of damage. You've worked hard, rest in peace. Lin Feng grinned. He kicked directly at the poison nest spider king. Just when Lin Feng's attack was about to hit the poison nest spider king, the poison nest spider king's body shrank instantly. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Just when I was about to find a way to continue the attack, a voice suddenly sounded in Lin Feng's mind. I thought someone came who could kill my precious spider. It turned out to be a human. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng instantly became alert. Looking around quickly. However, no one was found. No monsters were seen either. Are you looking for me? Just as Lin Feng was puzzled, a ghostly figure appeared out of thin air behind Lin Feng. A strange head was already placed on Lin Feng's shoulder. Seeing this, Lin Feng's pupils shrank and he quickly took 2 steps back. I saw a translucent creature standing quietly in front of me. The head is covered with strange dark purple tentacles. These tentacles were still wriggling and twitching on his head. The previously disappeared poison nest spider king. At this moment, it was trembling on its shoulder. How could a mere level 16 human defeat my little cutie? Looks like you and this copy must be destroyed together. The ghost grinned. Lin Feng frowned and activated the Eye of Destiny again. Abyss Nightmare King Doppelganger. Grade Red. Level 100. HP? / Strength 1. Constitution 1. Spirit 50,000. Agility 1. Skills: Nightmare Erosion, Touch of Fear, Nightmare Advent, Mind Invasion, Mind Tear, Mind Control. Introduction. The Abyss Nightmare King is the ruler of the Abyss who controls dreams and fears. His power comes from the deepest fear in the Abyss. It is said that it has traveled through countless worlds and specifically eroded the most powerful minds. Looking at the panel introduction in front of me, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Although it was the first time he had seen a level 100 monster. But Lin Feng was not surprised after seeing a higher level. Although it was the first time I saw a red level boss. But compared to Xinxiantianjue, this is still not good enough. The health value is invisible, and Lin Feng is also very calm. The only thing that shocked Lin Feng was, aren't his four-dimensional attributes too biased? The others are all one except for spirit, which has an absurdly high value, right? A full 50,000 spirit points, and this is just a clone. My dear. It smells so good. That's right, Lin Feng was not afraid at all. The first thing that comes to mind when seeing this terrifying attribute is that after the sin of greed is triggered, I can directly increase my spiritual value by 4,500 points. If I encounter the real body in the future. Slurp. Lin Feng couldn't help but wipe the saliva from the corner of his mouth. It seemed as if he had already regarded the Nightmare King as his prey. Humph! Aunt! How dare you look down on me like this? Give me! Without waiting for the Nightmare King to finish his words, Lin Feng shot an arrow out. Minus 34,892. Minus 17,446. Minus 17,446. Minus 17,446. Ding! The sin of greed is activated. Congratulations, you have stolen 9% of the spirit value of the Abyss Nightmare King. Looking at his skyrocketing spirit value, Lin Feng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. This is so cool. No, impossible! This is impossible! The Nightmare King only felt a pain in his chest, and a series of numbers popped up directly in his head. The health value also dropped instantly. You are just a level 16 ant, how could you possibly hurt me? What skills did you use? Meng Yanwu's eyes were red with anger, but he soon burst into laughter. You are very strong! The stronger you are, the happier I am. With such strength, you are not an ant, and you should not stay among humans. Become my slave. Mind control. Chapter 47, full. 2 million damage. Give it to me. Hee hee hee. Become my slave. Mind control. The Nightmare King laughed loudly, a dark skull. Instantly it whistled out from the Nightmare King's hand. Go straight to Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. Mind control? Although I can't see the detailed introduction of this skill. Just by looking at the name, you can tell the effect of this skill. It seems that this guy wants to control himself completely. The black skeleton is extremely fast. Even Lin Feng didn't have time to dodge. I can only bite the bullet and launch the Whisper of Fate. I hope to activate the power of fate and change the controlled fate. As a black wing passed by, the black skull instantly sank into Lin Feng's head. Seeing this scene, the Nightmare King laughed even more wildly. Ha 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 ha! Humans are nothing but ants! How dare you go against me? Ha! I have studied mental magic for tens of thousands of years. Mental magic is the most powerful in the entire abyss. Don't even think about getting rid of my skills. Just be my slave. Human boy, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being so blind that you dared to attack my little cutie, and you didn't even try to restrain your talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk losing a clone and do it myself. Listening to the words of the Nightmare King, Lin Feng frowned in anger. However, after a while, Lin Feng found that he did not seem to have any abnormalities. Not to mention being controlled, he did not even feel a bit of discomfort. Your mind control is also mental magic? Of course. Since I was born, I have devoted all my energy to the study of spiritual magic. Just to have more means to torture your human souls. Hearing what the Nightmare King said, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and then he realized that a system prompt appeared in the corner. Ding! Eye of Destiny is triggered. Mind control has been immune. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately understood. One of the inherent effects of the Eye of Destiny is immunity to all illusions and mental attacks. Lin Feng smiled secretly, and the uneasiness in his heart completely disappeared. A monster that can only use mental skills? Didn't you run into my gun? Don't worry, human genius! I will torture you. When you are about to collapse, I will put you on the battlefield. You will kill your compatriots. Ha 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 ha! Before the Nightmare King could finish laughing, 4 arrows, 1 large and 3 small, pierced his chest again. -88,892. -44,446. -44,446. -44,446. The severe pain almost made the Nightmare King faint. Lin Feng stared at the Nightmare King's health bar. However, even with this level of attack, it still didn't reduce his health much. Oh my god, how much health do you have? You didn't lose much despite taking so much damage? Lin Feng was suddenly surprised and wondered in his heart, can this guy really be killed? How could this happen? Why are you not controlled by me? Why can you still attack me? This is impossible! The Nightmare King screamed crazily. The skill he was so proud of was actually ineffective. He would never approve of it. The Nightmare King was seen shouting and waving his hands. Suddenly, skills were continuously released towards Lin Feng. Nightmare Erosion. Invalid. Touch of Fear. Invalid. The nightmare is coming. Still ineffective. Chikushio. Who the hell are you? Why don't my skills have any effect on you? The Nightmare King was almost going crazy at this time. He had already used all his skills. However, not to mention that Lin Feng was injured, he didn't even feel anything. Although it was only a clone that appeared here. But for ordinary humans, a clone is absolutely an existence that cannot be resisted. Don't say that you threw all your skills at me. It's just one skill, but the damage is enough to kill dozens of top human professionals. Why doesn't it have any effect on Lin Feng in front of me? Lin Feng stood still where he was. Let the Nightmare King continue to use his skills on him. I kept drawing my bow and shooting. He just didn't believe that this guy's health bar could be infinite. My attack is so high that eventually your health bar will be drained. Why? Why on earth is this happening? Who the hell are you? Why does my magic have no effect on you at all? The Nightmare King roared breathlessly like a madman. Hearing this, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. You really don't want to learn any skills, only mental magic? Lin Feng was also extremely speechless at this time. If this guy knew any other magic, he would be dead. Nightmare King used his skills for 4 or 5 times, and his MP was almost exhausted. Then he realized that the guy in front of him might have equipment or skills that were immune to mental magic. Seeing his health getting lower and lower, the Nightmare King took a deep breath and said coldly, Human! You are lucky! If it is any other being from the abyss who comes this time, you will definitely die. However, you only resisted the abyssification of this copy. You humans can't stop our abyss plan after all. Just wait. Wait until the fresh blood of you humans is completely cut off by us. That will be when Blue Planet falls completely into my abyss. I will let you live for a while longer. When our abyss breaks through the blockade of the world, that will be your death. Hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and said, So you want to escape? TSK, a level 100 Demon King was beaten to a pulp by a level 16 novice like me. You really have a lot of face. The Nightmare King, who had already prepared his retreat skills, blushed when he heard this. What did you say? Rising in the clouds. Gathering and dispersing energy. The colorful destiny. At the moment when the Nightmare King turned back in anger, a golden light instantly enveloped the Nightmare King. -2081970. 2 million critical hits. Die for me. As the golden light enveloped, the Nightmare King's pupils suddenly shrank. I didn't even have time to react. It immediately turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared completely. You killed the LV-100 Abyss Nightmare King Doppelganger, gained 0 experience points, and obtained the Nightmare King's core multiplied by 1. Ding! Gain 1% of the power of arrogance. Ding! Gain 2% of the power of rage. Ding! Gain 1% of greed power. Xiao! You don't give me any experience! This is a level 100 boss. System. This is too much. Answer. All clone monsters are skills, not monsters, so you can't gain experience. You can only get extra experience rewards after defeating the original body. Hearing this, Lin Feng gritted his teeth. But I have nothing to say, because the rules are set by the system. Just when Lin Feng was helpless, the system prompt sounded again. You killed the LV-70 demonized poison nest Spider King boss, and gained 200,000 experience points, 200,000 experience points beyond your previous level, and obtained the Spider King blade. Chapter 48 Temporary Inlay. You killed the LV-70 demonized poison nest Spider King boss, and gained 200,000 experience points, 200,000 experience points beyond your previous level, and obtained the Spider King blade. Ding! Congratulations on killing your first platinum boss. You have achieved outstanding strength and received a platinum treasure chest multiplied by 1. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Poisonous Insect Forest. Gained 20,000 experience points. Gained 1 gold treasure chest. You can leave the dungeon at any time. Ding! Congratulations on successfully reaching LV-19. HP and MP increased by 30 points, and 270 free attributes were obtained. As the Nightmare King turned into smoke and was killed by Lin Feng. System prompts sounded one after another. Although the Nightmare King did not give experience. But the Poison Nest Spider King on its body was killed by himself. Adding the 100% experience bonus brought by jumping to the next level, that's a total of 400,000 experience points. And it also triggered the achievement of killing the Platinum Boss? I can open and modify treasure chests again. Hee hee. Happy. But after Lin Feng saw the upgrade information, his face turned ugly again. I have to say, this Ring of 7 Curses is awesome. But the curse it brought was disgusting enough. The experience required for each level has doubled. With 420,000 experience points, I only leveled up 3 levels. I am really sick of it. It's so difficult to deal with now, I really don't know what to do in the future. Lin Feng sighed helplessly, but there was nothing he could do. Who made it so that he couldn't take it off? Thinking of this, Lin Feng shook his head helplessly. I found a stone to sit on. Since the dungeon has been completed, there is no rush to leave. Let's finish studying the things on our body first. What is the Nightmare King's core? The equipment dropped by the Demon King shouldn't be that weak, right? Lin Feng muttered and took out the Nightmare King's core from his backpack. Looking at the crystal in his hand that was glowing with a dark purple evil light, Lin Feng opened the introduction panel with some curiosity. Nightmare King's core. Grade Red. Introduction. The power core of the Nightmare King's clone possesses extremely powerful spiritual power, and is filled with a disturbing abyssal atmosphere. That's it? Nothing else? Can't use it? Even a one-time use is fine. Looking at the item introduction, Lin Feng was stunned. Is this thing too rubbish? Although it didn't take much effort to kill the Nightmare King. But it is a level 100 boss after all. Even if it's the drops from the clone, they shouldn't be so rubbish. Does this big boss really not give me any benefits? Just when Lin Feng was extremely depressed and was about to put it away to read later, his 7 curse rings suddenly lit up with a dazzling purple light. The Nightmare King's core trembled violently. It shrank instantly and was embedded in the hole of purple light. Purple represents arrogance. Could it be that this thing is the sin of pride? Lin Feng quickly opened the panel of the Ring of 7 Curses. 7 mantra rings. Quality? All attributes, plus 200%. Special effects, Curse of Original Sin, Power of Original Sin, Fate Binding. No change? According to the inlay of the Sin of Greed. Inlaying the Sin gem should bring about some changes in properties. Lin Feng frowned, opened the Power of Original Sin and took a look. Nightmare King's Core, temporary inlay. Grade Red. Magic attack plus 1500. Spirit plus 1000. Skill cooldown reduction plus 20%. Special effects. Abyss Burning Soul, passive skill. All attacks will carry additional magic damage equal to 200% of the wearer's own magic attack. Nightmare Obsession. After use, you can temporarily double your spiritual value for 1 minute. Consumption, 10% of health. CD 30 minutes. Power of Arrogance. The crystal temporarily embedded in the position of arrogance can slightly stimulate the power of arrogance, and gain an additional 10% damage bonus when facing the enemy. Curse of Arrogance. Your arrogance makes you disdain to dodge anyone's attack, and you will never be able to trigger the dodge effect. Introduction. Coming from the core of the King of the Abyss, all Abyss monsters will attack you as soon as they discover your existence. Lin Feng looked at the 7 curse ring in his hand and couldn't help but widen his eyes. I originally thought that the temporary inlay mentioned above was pure nonsense. I didn't expect it to be true? And they directly let this kind of task props that are useless. It directly turned into a magical weapon. This is awesome too. Not only did his attributes increase dramatically again, but all his attacks also had magic attacks attached. This is so cool. According to this situation, I should add all my attributes to my spirit value in the future. This will make your already explosive damage even more explosive. And it can also temporarily double your mental strength. These attributes and damage are exciting just to think about. Strength multiplied by 2 equals attack power, spirit multiplied by 2 equals magic attack. The only effect is that I will be chased by monsters from the abyss? Looking at the final introduction, Lin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. After all, I am a human being and I have an incompatible relationship with the monsters of the abyss. And this has its own mocking attribute. Maybe it is also a good thing for the current battles of mankind. It's a pity that this achievement didn't trigger the life-seeing skill, otherwise I could have bought 9 treasure chests wholesale and played with them. Lin Feng sighed with a little regret. Well, but having one is not bad. As he spoke, Lin Feng used Whisper of Fate as usual, while opening the platinum treasure chest. Ding! You open the platinum treasure chest. Gain, occupation-specific skill book multiplied by 1. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Professional-specific skill book. This is a good thing. My profession as a fortune teller is different from other professions. Lin Feng still hasn't figured out the rules for acquiring skills. Except for the first time, it was because I used the Shiming enough times to learn the skill. The second skill is to use the profession-specific skill book. The Eye of Destiny was caused by a bug. Even with the Eye of Destiny and talent, I only have 4 professional skills. This is really too little for a level 19 professional who is about to change to the second level. But the skills of the Fate Master are indeed very strong. Having fewer skills is a kind of balance. Ding, you open the golden treasure chest. Get City Return scroll multiplied by 1. You should have come earlier. Come at this time. I'm safe now. Seeing the words, Scroll of Return to City, Lin Feng was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was really speechless. But this scroll of return to the city is quite valuable. Lin Feng was a little surprised that it could be opened from the golden treasure chest. I thought that something that can be bought with money shouldn't be too precious. I didn't expect it to be a gold-level prop. After putting away the scroll back to the city, Lin Feng turned his attention to the last dropped item. Spider King Blade. Grade Platinum. Required level, LV 70. Very good, no need to look at it. Level 70 equipment, check it out. No matter how awesome it is, I can't equip it now. The moment Lin Feng saw the level, I put the equipment back into my backpack. He stood up, looked around, and said, Leave the dungeon. As a flash of light passed by, Lin Feng disappeared out of thin air. Chapter 49 The Abyss Demon King arrives? The panicked regular army. Abyssalization has regressed? How is this possible? Li Guan walked quickly to the copy, his eyes full of doubts. However, the copy that previously emitted a strong purple light. At this time, the purple light above has dissipated a lot. It seems as if the abyss may disappear at any time. It actually regressed? After using the copy of the Heart of Illusion, the degree of abyssization can actually regress. This situation has never been seen before. Li Guang looked at the copy in front of him curiously, seeming very puzzled. Uncle, do you think Lin Feng was the one who repelled the abyss monster in there? Hua Yilan asked cautiously. Jiang Renhua saw that Hua Yilan was still speaking for Lin Feng, and he became even more upset. Yilan! You just met each other! You really overestimate him. No matter how high his damage is, he is just a level 16 trash. The Poison Nest Spider King's attributes are already terrifying before the Abyss transformation, let alone after the Abyss transformation. He's the only one who can defeat the demonized Poison Nest Spider King? If he can do it, I'll kneel down and call him Daddy. As soon as Jiang Renhua opened his mouth, Li Guang and Hua Yilan frowned at the same time. Shut up! Do you have the right to speak here? No matter how weak he is, he saved your and Yilan's lives. No matter how low his level is, it is not a reason for you to frame him. For the sake of your Jiang family, I won't bother with you. If you dare to say another word, I will charge you with treason. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Renhua shut his mouth instantly. The crime of treason. That was punishable by death. If the crime was serious, even the whole family would be punished. He just wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't want to actually die here because of this kind of thing. Seeing him shut up, Li Guang's eyes returned to the dungeon portal again. Abyssal regression usually occurs when there is a team inside to conduct a raid, and it will only appear when the final boss is beaten to a very weak state. Although you said that Lin Feng is really powerful, and I believe what you said, Yilan, but according to the degree of abyssization of this copy, after the Poison Nest Spider King has been abyssalized, its level will at least reach level 65 or above, and its attributes will be extremely powerful. I believe you when you say he can follow the boss around, but I don't believe he can weaken the boss so quickly. I guess there must be something wrong with this instance. Seeing Li Guang say this, Hua Yilan wanted to say something. But she had been convinced by Li Guang. Lin Feng did look very strong. But how long have they been out? How could it be so fast? Then he has no way out but death? A trace of worry flashed in Hua Yilan's eyes. Seeing this, Li Guang thought for a moment and said, Not necessarily. Maybe he will create a miracle. As he spoke, Li Guang gently rubbed Hua Yilan's head, wanting to continue comforting her. The copy suddenly shook violently. The originally light purple light instantly turned into dark purple. The purple light was so deep that it was almost the same as black. At the same time, a skull appeared in the center of the portal. The rich breath of the abyss gushed out. Looking at this sudden scene, Li Guang's pupils shrank suddenly. He grabbed Hua Yilan and instantly distanced them 100 meters away. Everyone! Level 1 alert! As soon as these words came out, hundreds of professionals immediately took action and surrounded the portal tightly. The mages and archers have both skills and bows in their hands. As long as Li Guang gave the order, they will attack directly towards the portal. The Abyss Demon King! How could the Abyss Demon King appear in such a small copy? Li Guang was shocked and said quickly, Send a message to the headquarters. Ask the war gods to take action. Anyone will do. Yes. Hua Yilan was stunned for a while when she saw Li Guang like this, and asked in confusion. Uncle Li, what do you mean? Isn't this just a copy of the Abyss? Is it necessary to call the god of war over? Did you see that skull? Li Guang said solemnly. That is the characteristic of the Nightmare King of the Abyss. This also means that one of the strongest forces in the Abyss, the Nightmare King, has entered this instance. After hearing these words, Hua Yilan was stunned and looked towards the dungeon portal. The strongest force in the Abyss. Nightmare King? Are you kidding me? This is just a small instance. Abyss is crazy. Yilan! Did you see that? If it weren't for me, you would have died. I saved you. I saved you. The Demon Kings are out. I had the foresight. I saved you. Jiang Renhua also heard Li Guang's explanation, and he was immediately ecstatic and said, Yilan, don't think about it. That guy must be dead. Don't be sad. He sacrificed for humanity. I can ask our Jiang family to commend him. Let him become a martyr. Huailan's eyes were dull, and she seemed to have not heard Jiang Renhua's voice at all. Lin Feng is dead? Although she is the captain of the Tianlan team. But this was only her first time as a captain, and she had never experienced the death of a teammate, so she felt mixed emotions. Li Guang, who was standing by, heard Jiang Renhua's words, but this time he did not reprimand him. Instead, he nodded and said, "Judging from the results, this guy did save you. This is the world we live in nowadays. It is full of dangers. If you are not careful, you will be separated from your loved ones. Fortunately, you have only known each other for a short time. Please accept my condolences. Let's work hard together in the future for his sake. You should take your teammates away from here immediately. The Abyss Demon King is a very terrifying existence, especially the Nightmare King. He particularly likes to torture the younger generation of humans. The reason why he hasn't come out for so long is probably because..." Having said that, Li Guang didn't know what to say anymore. If he continued, he would just be irritating Huailan. "You kid, you're still so dumb. Is there anyone like you who can coax a little girl?" At this moment, an unclear voice suddenly sounded above everyone's head. Hearing this, Li Guang was also delighted and quickly looked up. The next moment, a white figure suddenly fell from the sky and smashed heavily to the ground. It hurts, it hurts. I saw a man in a white robe, crawling up from the ground with a look of pain on his face, staggering, his face slightly red, and reeking of alcohol. "Hey Xiao Li Guang, long time no see, your hair is even thinner." Upon hearing this, the corners of Li Guang's mouth twitched slightly, and then he bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to the Thousand Moon War God. Burpham, where is the Demon King of the Abyss? Why is there no breath at all?" The white-robed man known as the Thousand Moon God of War grabbed a pot of wine from somewhere and took a sip, and asked with drunken eyes. Seeing this, Li Guang looked helpless and pointed at the dungeon portal and said, "It's right there, eh?" Before he could finish his words, Li Guang was stunned. The portal that originally exuded a terrifying atmosphere. At this time, it has returned to its deep blue color. Not to mention the skull that represents the devil. Even the state of abyss has completely disappeared. It was as if the abyss had been completely repelled. How is this possible? Just when Li Guang was shocked, a figure just walked out of the portal. Lin Feng? Chapter 50, The Gift of the Thousand Moon God of War, the exiled immortal with S-class talent. As soon as Lin Feng walked out of the portal, he was immediately frightened by the regular army that was blocking the portal. The cloud-riding mist started instantly, and the whole person soared straight into the sky. Lin Feng! Just when Lin Feng was confused, Huailan's surprised cry instantly rang out. Hearing a familiar voice, Lin Feng looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Huailan waving at me not far away. Lin Feng was sure that he had indeed come out. Then this group of people must be the regular army here to prevent the abyss monsters from escaping, right? Apart from the city guards, Lin Feng had never seen these regular troops. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Feng walking out of the portal. There was a hint of surprise and disbelief in Huailan's eyes, while Li Guang's face was full of shock and confusion. Jiang Renhua opened his mouth wide, as if he had seen something impossible. Not far away, a glimmer of clarity flashed across the eyes of the Thousand Moon God of War. Flying on clouds and mist? This kid actually accomplished the feat of flying into the sky and into the earth? Seeing that he had misunderstood, Lin Feng immediately stopped flying in the clouds and returned to the ground. I'm a human, no need to prove it, right? Everyone, go away, the abyss problem in this instance has been solved, don't worry. Without waiting for Li Guang to speak, the drunken Xianwei God of War at the side gave the order leisurely. Upon hearing this, all the regular troops were stunned. They are all ready to sacrifice. In the end, it ended without doing anything? Although I am confused, but since the God of War has spoken, is there anything wrong? The crowd dispersed without saying a word. Make way for Lin Feng. Li Guang stared at the portal in front of him in confusion. Lord Xianwei, is it possible for the abyssal copy to stop becoming abyssal automatically? Impossible. The Thousand Moon God of War glanced at Lin Feng, and with a thought, a cloud of mist appeared directly under his feet. He just lay on the cloud and said comfortably, Then, If the Abyss Demon King appears in the copy, is it possible for him to take the initiative to terminate the Abyss-like copy and leave directly? Li Guang continued to ask. Upon hearing this, the Thousand Moon God of War looked at Li Guang as if he were a fool. If the Demon King is as stupid as you, it is still possible. Hearing this, Li Guang asked in confusion. Then how did this kid escape? And the Abyss transformation has ended. It's very simple, just kill the Lord of the Abyss, right? The Thousand Moon God of War grinned. What a joke! He's only in his teens! Li Guang still couldn't believe it. Xianhua burped, glanced at Lin Feng lightly, and suddenly froze. She sat up abruptly and looked at Lin Feng carefully. Sir? Looking at Xianhua's sudden action, Li Guang asked with some confusion. After a while, Xianhua chuckled, shook her head gently, and lay back on the cloud again, with a trace of loneliness in her eyes. I drank too much, my eyes are blurry. Now that the Abyss Demon King has been eliminated, there is nothing for me to do. I'm going back to sleep. Xianhua stretched lazily while saying this. He looked at Lin Feng again, thought for a while, and threw a small ball into Li Guang's hand. Give this thing to that kid, and tell him that if he encounters trouble in the future, he can activate the stone, and I will help him once. Just consider this as your reward for letting me be lazy this time. This little guy is a good seedling. If you can, don't miss him. I'm leaving first. Next to the portal, Lin Feng seemed to have sensed something. Looking in the direction of the Thousand Moon God of War, the gaze directly collided with that of the Thousand Moon God of War. When the Thousand Moon God of War saw this, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled happily. He pointed his finger at Lin Feng. The whole person disappeared in an instant. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have received a gift from the Thousand Moon God of War, and have gained the talent of Exiled Immortal, which lasts for 30 days. Exiled Immortal, S-level talent, holding lotus in bare hands, stepping on the clear sky. Wearing colorful clothes and wide belts, floating and ascending to heaven. Charm increased by 999, experience gained increased by 50%, dodge rate increased by 20%, critical strike rate increased by 20%, movement speed increased by 20%, and can be immune to one fatal injury. CD 30 days. I blanch? Thousand Moon God of War? The legendary being that stands on top of the world? Is the God of War so generous? Just give me an S-level talent, and it lasts for 30 days. How generous! Although I was very confused and had no idea what was going on. But this is indeed a good thing. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 20 points of drama points. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have received a gift from the Thousand Moon God of War, and have gained the talent of Exiled Immortal, which will last for 30 years. Thanks to the boss for giving me 30 years of S-level talent. Although not permanent. 30 years is not too short. At this time, Huailan also rushed over. Just then, he saw Lin Feng grinning. What are you laughing at? You're laughing so obscenely. Hey, it's nothing, you saw it wrong. Lin Feng waved his hands quickly. Although Huailan was somewhat puzzled. No longer asking this question. Are you really Lin Feng? Faced with Huailan's question that had no beginning or end, Lin Feng was also stunned. Is there someone pretending to be me? No, it's just... I feel like you're even more handsome than before. As soon as Huailan said this, she quickly coughed twice, raised her hand and slapped Lin Feng on the back twice. Ha! I'm glad you made it out alive. You really are stronger than I thought. Seeing Huailan say this, Lin Feng also raised his eyebrows slightly. There is nothing wrong with being more handsome. After all, the talent of Exiled Immortal directly adds 999 points of charm. It makes the already handsome Lin Feng even more handsome, and even gives him a more otherworldly aura. It's okay, but why did you suddenly disappear? When Huailan heard Lin Feng ask this question, her breathing suddenly stagnated and she didn't know how to start. At this moment, a figure was thrown directly to Lin Feng's feet. Seeing this, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Without waiting for Lin Feng to speak, Li Guan came in front of Lin Feng and said, Let me tell you. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him who looked intimidating without even getting angry, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. You are? My name is Li Guang, the commander of the North China National Defense Force. Li Guang saluted Lin Feng solemnly. Thank you for helping me out in today's dungeon. If you hadn't killed the Abyss Demon King in the dungeon, I don't know how much damage would have been caused this time. On behalf of me and my brothers, I would like to express my sincere thanks to you. As he said this, Li Guang bowed deeply to Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng waved his hand and said, I was just doing it for myself. It can only be said to be a coincidence. There is no need to thank me. Hearing this, Li Guang's eyes changed and he said with a smile, You should be thanked. After all, this is not a small matter for us. Oh, if you really want to thank me, then give me some equipment and props. Those are more practical, right? Chapter 51, 3 days? Could it be that the speed of time is different? Really? If you really want to thank me, then just give me some props or equipment. As he spoke, Lin Feng extended his hand directly to Li Guang. Not a bit embarrassed. Li Guang was stunned when he saw this. It took him a while to react and then he burst into laughter. Ha! You don't know what politeness is. Why should I be polite to you? Didn't you say so? I helped you a lot. Since you said so, why should I pretend? Lin Feng said as a matter of course. Hearing this, Li Guang laughed even harder. That's right. That's right. That's right. Li Guang smiled and looked at Lin Feng in front of him. After thinking for a while, he said, As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Your talent and strength should not be underestimated. You are also very young, but the more so, the more careful you should be. No matter how high the potential of a genius is, before he grows up, he will never be a threat. He may even be a thorn in the side of his enemies. Especially someone like you who is so young but can defeat the Abyss Demon King. Although I don't know how you did it, you must be on the Abyss's must-kill list now. In summary, for your safety, I will give you a small piece of equipment on behalf of my brothers. It's not a good thing, but it should be suitable for you now. As he spoke, Li Guang raised his hand and placed a mask directly in Lin Feng's hand. Seeing this, Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Although he said this, he was joking. He had already planned that the other party would fool him and delay the matter. I really didn't expect that this person would actually equip himself with it. Masked mask? Grade Gold. Agility increase, plus 30. Charm increase, plus 50. Special effects. Hidden, all information about the wearer, including equipment, status, and aura, will be completely hidden. Any form of detection skills will be ineffective and the wearer's specific situation will not be obtained. In addition, the light of all equipment is automatically hidden. No matter how precious or dazzling the equipment on the wearer is, it will not reveal any visual or magical brilliance, and the appearance is no different from ordinary equipment. Equipment level, level 15. Introduction. The Mask of the Gods is an ancient mask. According to legend, the person who wears this mask can completely hide his or her existence and avoid detection and prying eyes of others. Lin Feng took the mask and subconsciously opened the equipment panel. His eyes suddenly lit up. Hide information, prevent others from detecting it, and cover the light of equipment. Although the general equipment light can be turned off through settings. But I can't turn off my demon suit. I don't know whether the effect of this mask can cover up the light of the demon suit. How is it? Isn't my equipment pretty good? I was young once, and I understand the arrogance of geniuses like you. You are gifted and fearless, but it is better to be safe. Your 2 pieces of red-level equipment are too dazzling and can easily get you into trouble. Although the attribute bonus of this equipment is not high, it can help you hide a little. Li Guang said with a smile, as if he had already regarded Lin Feng as his junior. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly, and without saying anything else, he equipped himself with the invisible mask. Suddenly, the extremely luxurious demon god armor and demon god bow. As if covered with a layer of dust, it instantly became ordinary. Seeing this huge change, Lin Feng was a little surprised. The effect of this god-hiding skill is really strong. Not only can it cover the light of the grade, even the outward appearance has changed so much. Although it is only gold-level equipment, the effect is really amazing. Li Guang, who was standing by, was also stunned when he saw this. He seemed to have not expected that the red-level equipment would change so much. He quickly explained. Well, although it doesn't look as cool anymore, the equipment effect is not affected, right? As long as the practicality remains the same, it's fine. This way it's safer. Thank you, Senior. I like this equipment very much. Lin Feng thanked him. I don't turn off the light of the equipment not because I want to show off, but because of the characteristics of this equipment, it can't be turned off. This equipment really helps me a lot. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Li Guang became more and more satisfied with Lin Feng. Haha! No need to thank me. This is what you deserve. By the way, can you tell me now what happened just now? Lin Feng asked directly without taking off his equipment. Hearing this, Li Guang was silent for a while, and looked at Jiang Renhua, who was tied up not far away and controlled by the guards, with a complicated expression. He sighed softly and recounted everything that had just happened. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He had clearly saved them. He actually repays kindness with hatred. If I were not strong enough. If it were anyone else, he would probably have died in there. I'm sorry, Lin Feng, it's my fault as the captain for not managing the team well, Hua Yilan said apologetically. Lin Feng waved his hand. Every wrong has its perpetrator, it's not you who hurt me, don't take all the responsibility on yourself, what if some guy comes and cheats you? Xiaofeng is right, Yilan, you can't be so naive anymore. After all, you are a top student at Longhua University, so you need to be more careful. Li Guan nodded in agreement. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Hua Yilan curiously. Is this person from Longhua University? It seems that the students of our top universities in Dragon Country. The strength is just like this. By the way, Xiaofeng, you are so powerful, which university are you from? I heard from Yilan that you appeared this time because you were framed by other people. You tell Uncle Li about it. I don't have any other abilities. But I can still administer justice. Li Guang patted his chest, obviously wanting to have a good relationship with Lin Feng. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. Didn't I tell you? I haven't started college yet. I just graduated from high school and changed jobs just 1 day ago. When these words came out, the two of them were stunned. What the hell? Just graduated? Just changed jobs 1 day ago. Don't joke. Even for Longqing, who changed jobs the latest, the job change ceremony was over 3 days ago. Li Guang waved his hand, obviously not believing what Lin Feng said. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned again. 3 days? But from my physical feeling, it's clear that not even a day has passed. Could it be that, the hidden map that Tao Tai was on before? The speed of time flow is different from that in the outside world? It's been 3 days. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. I'm from Longqing. Since it's been 3 days, you should be able to find some rumors about me in Longqing. For example, the only SSS level professional changer in Longqing, Lin Feng. As soon as these words came out, Li Guang reacted immediately. Are you the Fate Master? Chapter 52. As long as you are willing to join, you can call me Little Leo. What? You are the fortune teller! As the leader of the Dragon Country Special Team. He is also a small senior executive. I have some understanding of the news in each city. Nowadays, the level of Dragon Country's job changers is declining year by year. There is a trend of a lack of successors. All high-level professionals starting from level A in each city will be reported. In the entire Dragon Country, let alone SSS-level professionals. The number of A-level professionals does not even reach 100,000. There is not even one SSS-level professional like Lin Feng in the entire Blue Star. However, after hearing that this SSS-level professional was a fortune teller, all are disappointed, in the countless years that have passed. The Fate Master also appeared several times, which excited the humans on Blue Star. But every Fate Master awakens a one-time talent. Not even one of them could make it to the second turn. In terms of combat power, in addition to having higher attribute values than other levels of professionals, the others are totally inadequate. Not even any professional skills. This also made everyone disappointed in the profession of dramatist. Never again want to invest in such fake SSS-level professionals. Li Guang came forward and looked carefully at Lin Feng in front of him. You are really a fortune-teller? Aren't fortune-tellers supposed to be trash? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. It's genuine. As he spoke, Lin Feng directly opened his character panel. The occupation column was directly displayed to the two people. You really are a master of destiny. I heard from Elan that one of your skills can deal tens of thousands of damage. Li Guang's face was filled with disbelief. Besides, you've only been promoted for 3 days. You must be at level 15 at most. Is a Fate Master that awesome? I'm already level 19. Maybe the powerful one is not the Fate Master, but me, Lin Feng said as a matter of course. Ding! The power of arrogance is detected. Seeing this message, Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. I'm just pretending to be cool, and this is considered arrogance. Speechless. What? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Li Guang and Hua Yilan exclaimed at the same time. Level 19 in 3 days, what kind of monster is this? The upgrade is too fast. That's not right. When you saved us, you were only level 16. Hua Yilan quickly retorted. Lin Feng said truthfully. After all, I cleared this abyss dungeon. I killed bosses across so many levels. Leveling up 3 times is already considered low, right? If the Demon King was not just a clone with no experience, I would have been over level 20. Hearing this, Hua Yilan took a breath of cold air, obviously quite shocked. You let me be quiet. You are really a monster. No wonder the Thousand Moon God of War thinks highly of you. Speaking of the Thousand Moon God of War, Li Guang seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his forehead and quickly took out a small crystal ball and handed it to Lin Feng. This is given to you by the Qianhua War God. He said that if you encounter a dangerous situation that you can't handle, you can use this prop to summon him. Lin Feng was stunned. Although he didn't know why, since he had already received a gift from him once, another one wouldn't make much difference. Okay, thank you. Lin Feng took the crystal ball without hesitation and played with it for a while. After confirming that only the effect of summoning the Thousand Moon God of War is available, he put the crystal ball directly into his backpack. Xiaofeng, according to what you said, you have just graduated and have not been admitted to university, nor have you joined any faction, right? Li Guang suddenly asked with a flattering look on his face. Seeing Li Guang's expression, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes, what's wrong? That is to say, since you haven't joined any other organization yet, are you interested in joining our National Guard? Li Guang rubbed his hands, his eyes full of anticipation. Seeing Li Guang like this, Lin Feng subconsciously took 2 steps back. I just changed my job, I'm still a newcomer, how can I have time? Hey, you can't say that. We National Guards also have exceptions. We will never bother you with ordinary small problems. How about letting you deal with the boss that ordinary team members can't deal with? This way it won't delay your leveling, right? And you can also get a huge amount of boss experience, don't you think so? Li Guang laughed. Lin Feng looked at Li Guang with a strange expression. I am only level 19, and how can I possibly deal with a monster that you can't deal with? You can even kill the Demon King! What other boss can be your opponent? Li Guang said quickly. This is a record recognized by the Thousand Moon God of War. Seeing Li Guang say this, Lin Feng did not hide it from him and said directly. I have a skill that can make me immune to all mental skills. The Abyss Demon King who came this time is the Nightmare King. He only has mental skills. In addition, my damage is indeed higher, so I was lucky enough to kill the Demon King. You don't really think that a job changer at level 10 or 15 can fight the Abyss Demon King head-on, do you? If I really have this ability, how could I be tricked by him? When Lin Feng said this, Li Guang nodded thoughtfully. But even so, it cannot conceal Lin Feng's talent and potential. After all, he is the only SSS-level professional on Blue Star today. He is also the first person in history to bring out the combat power of the sorcerer. No matter how you look at it, as long as Lin Feng grows up, even if he doesn't become a god of war in the future, he is definitely a rare giant in Dragon Country. That's okay. Let me take a step back. After you join our National Guard, you don't have to do anything you don't want to do. But you can enjoy all the benefits of the National Guard. How about you just obey orders and not announcements? Li Guang said, gritting his teeth. Me? This guy is spending a lot of money. He actually promised himself to go in and get a salary without doing anything? This is too outrageous. Is your value that high? Senior Li Yu. Lin Feng really didn't understand. Li Guang didn't look like an impulsive person. Li Guang himself was also gambling. He was gambling on Lin Feng's potential and the words left by the Thousand Moon God of War, don't miss it. He must capture this genius who is praised so highly by even the God of War Qianwei, no matter what. Because he knew that once this kid took the college entrance examination or other activities, there will certainly be countless forces extending olive branches to him. His only chance is now. After all, they are the guardians of the country. Compared with other forces, in addition to being backed by the country, there will be no benefit. Hey, why call me Senior Li? Just call me Uncle Li. If you are willing to join my National Guard, you can call me Little Li. Li Guang was also desperate at this time, no matter what face he had. Holding on to this thigh that would surely be invincible in the future was the most important thing. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Huailan for help. Huailan spread her hands to indicate that she was also confused. Uncle Li, calm down first. How about this? I will register as a member of your National Guard. Without waiting for Lin Feng to finish his words, Li Guang grabbed Lin Feng's hand. Okay. It's a deal. Chapter 53 Global Rookie League, Back to Dragon City. Haha. Very good. Very good. Very good. It's good to be listed as a title. It's good to be listed as a title. Li Guang said happily. Xiao Feng. From today on, we are family. No matter what troubles you encounter, just tell your Uncle Li and me directly. I will do my best to help you solve them. Haha. Looking at the excited Li Guang, Lin Feng was speechless, and then he seemed to have thought of something and said directly. By the way, Uncle Li, do you know about the Global Rookie League? Global Rookie League? When Li Guang heard this question, the smile on his face faded a little, but his eyes were still shining with excitement. You mean the Global New Job Changer League? Of course I know. This is the most authoritative league. It's held every 5 years, and it happens to be held this year. Only professionals who have just completed their job change within 10 days are allowed to participate. The purpose is to compare which country's professionals have more potential. It is also a way to evaluate a country's strength and fortune. Why do you want to join? No problem. I'll sign you up. As for teammates, I'll find a way to help you find one. Lin Feng waved his hand. No, our city lord asked me to participate. Your city lord? Oh, that old guy Gu Tai? He can actually see your potential? This guy has a good eye. He didn't give up on you just because you are a fortune teller. Li Guang thought about it and nodded slightly. So, you want to go back to Dragon City? Well, I must go back. After all, my home is in Longqing. Besides, I have to go and get an explanation. As he spoke, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Seeing this, Li Guang snorted coldly. Don't be afraid. If that old guy Gu Tai dares to abuse his power for personal gain, we, the National Guard, will definitely seek justice for you. Thank you very much, Uncle Li. Lin Feng chuckled and asked again. By the way, do we have to participate in the league as a team? Can't we participate alone? Hearing this, Li Guang paused and said, Although it's a competition, the monsters you face are real monsters, and they are definitely not too weak. One person, hiss, with your strength, there is not much difference between one person and a group of people. Too many people will only drag you down. But this league has rules that require groups of 5, so there's nothing we can do about it. I understand. Then I'll find a way to get back to Longqing first. Where is this place? Is it far from Longqing? Lin Feng asked. Li Guang laughed. You're still planning to walk back. This is the northernmost part of North China, and Longwei is in the south of China, thousands of miles away. By the time you get there, the college entrance examination will probably be over. So far. This random teleportation scroll is too fucking stupid. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Can the scroll to return to the city send me back? The return scroll can only allow people to return to the nearest main city. Even if you use it, you will only be teleported to Liaoqing, Huailan explained on the side. Hearing this, Lin Feng fell silent for a moment. So this is the effect of the scroll back to city. Fortunately it didn't work. Hey! Calm down! This is nothing! Li Guang raised his hand, and the ring in his hand suddenly lit up with a light blue light. The next moment, a small blue magic circle appeared in front of Lin Feng. This is a temporary teleportation array that can connect all the main cities in Dragon Country. I have already connected you to Dragon City. As long as you walk in, you will be teleported to Dragon City. The only drawback is that it can only teleport one person at a time. Since you are in a hurry to go back, go first, Li Guan said with a smile. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Thank you very much, Uncle Li. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to go in, Li Guang hurriedly said, Wait! Take this thing! Li Guan threw it casually, and a small ring fell directly into Lin Feng's hand. Communication ring. Grade, whiteboard. Attributes, none. Special effect, can communicate with others regardless of distance. Code 0124. Okay, with this thing, we can contact each other at will, go ahead. Li Guang waved his hand. Lin Feng nodded slightly at the two of them, and without saying a word, he stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. As the teleportation array disappeared, Huailan opened her mouth with a look of helplessness in her eyes. She had been trying to speak just now, but Lin Feng was talking about serious matters. But she couldn't get a word in. She wanted to wait until Lin Feng finished speaking before chatting with him. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be teleported away directly? Li Guang, who was standing by, also noticed Huailan's expression. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized what was going on, and said with a sly smile, What's wrong, Ilan? Are you attracted to that boy? Hearing this, Huailan punched Li Guang directly. Stop talking nonsense! Be careful or I'll tell Grandpa that you bullied me. No, I can't stand Mr. Hua's punches. Li Guang smiled bitterly and said, Don't worry, I have tricked him into joining the National Guard. We will definitely have a chance to meet again in the future. Besides, when the league starts, you can go and watch the game. Besides, Longhua University is the best university in our long country. He will definitely be admitted. Maybe he can enter directly. Hearing this, Huailan's eyes suddenly lit up. You have to work hard, don't let this kid overtake you all of a sudden. Don't worry. Let's go and deal with Jiang Renhua first. Okay, I'll listen to you. At the same time, in Dragon City, the dungeon hall. 5 people sat quietly in the corner of the hall. Gu Shan on the side was explaining the problems that occurred in their previous copy. Qingying, do you understand? There are huge problems with your cooperation. Everyone is fighting on their own. How can this work? Seeing Gu Qingying's absent-minded look, Gu Shan sighed helplessly. Don't forget, you are going to participate in a global-level competition next. If you are not careful, people will die. Gu Qingying glanced coldly at Wu Xiaoyang, who was sitting not far away, and said, If Lin Feng were here, this wouldn't happen. Indeed. Wang Chao, who was ranked 3rd in the group copy, also nodded. After that collective copy, everyone recognized Lin Feng's strength. But Wu Xiaoyang's final move made all the job changers hate him. This kind of internal fighting is absolutely not allowed. But the Wu family paid a huge price to save Wu Xiaoyang. And with greater benefits, Wu Xiaoyang was allowed to join the team of the Global Rookie League. Even if everyone is unwilling, there is no way. Who asked the Wu family to give so much? TSK. No matter how awesome Lin Feng is, he can't come back. The one who is here now is me, the young master, Wu Xiaoyang said very proudly. Hearing this, Gu Qingying stood up instantly, and the flying sword in her hand whizzed out instantly, directly on Wu Xiaoyang's neck. What did you say? If it weren't for you, how could Lin Feng not come back? Ha! So what? Anyway, he has been sent away by me. If you have the guts, let him come back and kill me. Chapter 54. Finally back, horrified Wu Xiaoyang. Oh? Really? Then I'll just do it right away. Just as Gu Shan was about to stop Gu Qingying and ease the tension between them, A familiar voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, the 6 people were stunned at the same time. Subconsciously, I looked in the direction of the sound. I saw Lin Feng standing quietly at the door of the copy hall. Although Lin Feng was wearing a mask, he had concealed the appearance of the mask. It also doesn't prevent others from seeing his face. Lin Feng stood at the door of the copy hall, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a sneer. His appearance instantly froze the atmosphere in the hall, and everyone looked at him in surprise. Lin Feng! Wind God! The moment she saw Lin Feng, Gu Qingying rushed up to him. Although the others couldn't keep up with Gu Qingying's speed, but he also hurriedly followed Gu Qingying and headed straight for Lin Feng. Only Wu Xiaoyang was left standing there with a horrified look on his face. His legs were shaking, he stumbled, and sat down on the ground. There was also a hint of surprise in Gu Shan's eyes. Lin Feng actually came back? It can only be said that Lin Feng's luck is quite good. Suddenly, the surprise on Gu Shan's face was replaced by joy. They watched the entire collective copy. Lin Feng's fighting power is terrifying. 3 days ago, he had already reached the level of a 3rd or 4th level professional. Even if Lin Feng didn't improve at all in these 3 days, that strength is definitely much better than these 5 people together. Thinking of this, Gu Shan slowly looked towards Wu Xiaoyang. Now that Lin Feng is back, then we have to kick one person out. He really wants to kick Wu Xiaoyang out. Not only is this guy shameless, he also tries every way to tease his niece every day. The strength is not good, and it also affects teamwork. But the Wu family gave too much. It's really hard to kick this young master out. Gu Shan sighed helplessly. His gaze returned to Lin Feng again. My eyes almost popped out of my head. Gu Qingying had already pounced on Lin Feng. She just hugged Lin Feng and started crying. Lin Feng seemed to be under some kind of control. The whole person stood there like a piece of wood, not daring to move. This, let go first. Lin Feng looked around in panic, and finally could only look at Gu Shan for help. Gu Shan's eyes twitched slightly. Pretending not to see, I looked away. Although he also felt that this was not a good idea. But his little niece really needs to vent her emotions. With such a benefit, you should keep it well, Lin Feng. Gu Qingying's sudden hug made Lin Feng at a loss. He had never seen Gu Qingying so vulnerable. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. Okay, that's enough. Our relationship is also. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, Gu Shan instantly appeared in front of Lin Feng. He blocked his mouth and interrupted Lin Feng's extremely unpleasant words. Okay, Qingying, let him go first. Lin Feng just came back and has a lot of things to deal with. This is the dungeon hall, and there are many people watching. Hearing Gu Shan's words, Gu Qingying's pretty face suddenly turned red. He quickly let go of his hand, took 2 steps back, and hid behind Gu Shan. Seeing this, Gu Shan released his hand that was covering Lin Feng's mouth and scratched his head. As a rough man, he really couldn't understand the mind of this adolescent girl. Greetings, Deputy City Lord. Lin Feng saluted Gu Shan. Gu Shan gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder and said seriously, No need to be polite. This time we, Longqing, didn't do well enough and made you suffer. I'm glad you can come back. Gu Qingying also walked out from behind Gu Shan carefully. Although her face was still slightly red, she had regained her usual coolness. Lin Feng, how have you been these days? Lin Feng chuckled. It's okay, I just almost died several times. Although he was answering Gu Qingying, Lin Feng's gaze was on Wu Xiaoyang, his eyes full of murderous intent. Wu Xiaoyang felt Lin Feng's gaze and his body began to tremble involuntarily. He knew that Lin Feng's return meant his end was approaching. He suppressed his fear and tried to remain calm. Wu Xiaoyang's face turned pale instantly. He didn't expect that Lin Feng would actually come back. What I am using is an advanced random teleportation scroll. And it's the kind that can definitely be teleported to a place thousands of miles away. Even if this guy doesn't die, he'll have to suffer a lot. How come it seems that this guy is not only fine? It even gives people a feeling that it is more powerful than before. He tried to remain calm, but his tone was trembling. Lin Feng, how did you get back? Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang quietly, as if he was looking at a dead person. You just said that if you have the guts, you can let me come back and kill you, right? Wu Xiaoyang swallowed his saliva. Try not to look too flustered. I was just joking. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? Are you kidding? Then is teleporting me away also a joke? I wanted to help you. Yes. I just wanted to help you. I just wanted to see if the scroll could teleport the boss away. It was definitely not intentional. Wu Xiaoyang quickly found an excuse for himself. Others might not do anything to him. After all, they were all afraid of the Wu family. But Lin Feng is different. Lin Feng is just an orphan and has no worries. If he really hated himself, he would just kill himself. Then escaping is not impossible. Lin Feng sneered. Really? Teleport the boss away? If I remember correctly, when you used the scroll, the dungeon had already ended, right? As he spoke, Lin Feng walked slowly in front of Wu Xiaoyang. The dark eyes stared at him intently. Lin Feng, don't be too proud. My Wu family is not to be trifled with, Wu Xiaoyang said, pretending to be calm, but his voice was obviously trembling. If you dare to attack me, Before Wu Xiaoyang could finish, Lin Feng grabbed Wu Xiaoyang's neck. He lifted him up from the ground. Really? I dare to attack you, what are you going to do? Ding! Rage power detected. Ding! Rage power detected. Wu Xiaoyang struggled in pain, patting Lin Feng's arm continuously. However, Lin Feng's power is too terrifying. How could a little wizard like Wu Xiaoyang easily break free? Gu! City Lord Gu! Help me! Hearing Wu Xiaoyang's call for help, Gu Shan, who was watching the show, sighed helplessly. He strode to Lin Feng's side. Lin Feng, I know you are very angry. Just bear with it. We will definitely give you an explanation, okay? Hearing this, Lin Feng glanced at Gu Shan and said, Give me an explanation? Double-sided tape or transparent tape? Since he can still show off here without any harm, it means that the City Lord's mansion has already colluded with the Wu family. Why should I trust you? Chapter 55 What? The Wu family gave Longqing an A-level copy. Why should I trust you? Gu Shan frowned slightly, obviously dissatisfied with Lin Feng's accusation. But this time they were indeed in the wrong. After all, in today's world, it is very difficult to attack other professionals in the city. But it can directly sentence to death. What's more, Lin Feng is a gifted person in SSS level profession. Lin Feng, I know you feel wrong, but we also have our own unspeakable secrets. Gu Shan explained. A secret that is hard to tell? Maybe the Wu family gave too much? Lin Feng sneered, not giving Gu Shan any face at all. Hearing this, Gu Shan's face turned pale and red. Obviously what Lin Feng said was right. In fact, he didn't want to be an accomplice to the evil. But facing Gu Tai's order, he had no choice. Although his level and combat power are stronger than Gu Tai. But he was just a deputy city lord who didn't care about anything. This matter was entirely under Gu Tai's control. He is only responsible for training this group of newcomers. So that I can participate in the Global Rookie League in 4 days. I don't know the details. Gu Tai is in charge of Wu Xiaoyang's affairs personally, so I don't know much. Gu Shan sighed and continued. At least Wu Xiaoyang has done nothing wrong in Longqing. If you really kill him in the city now, you will be the one who will be in trouble. Hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. We can't kill him in the city now, right? Okay, I understand. Lin Feng said as he gently opened his palm. Wu Xiaoyang fell to the ground. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Looking at Wu Xiaoyang lying on the ground like a dead dog, Lin Feng snorted coldly and strode out of the copy hall. Where are you going? Seeing Lin Feng was about to leave, Gu Qingying asked subconsciously. Of course I have to go to the City Lord's mansion. I finally came back, so I naturally have to say hello to the City Lord, Lin Fengyan said calmly. It was as if he was not the one who was furious and wanted to kill people before. Since the Deputy City Lord can't give me an explanation, I naturally have to go to the City Lord to have a good chat. After saying that, Lin Feng didn't care about other people's reactions and immediately started to fly up into the clouds. The whole person soared into the sky and instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. Even Gu Shan couldn't figure out how Lin Feng did it. Don't worry, everyone. Wu Xiaoyang will definitely solve this problem. Now the main thing is to leave this thread so that he can uproot the entire Wu family in the future. The kind that will shake the egg yolk apart. Not long after, in the city lord's mansion, Gu Tai sat quietly behind the desk. Seriously handled the big and small matters of Dragon City. After a while, there was a knock on the door. Come in, Gu Tai said without even raising his head. The door was gently pushed open and a figure quietly entered the room. Lord City Lord Lin Feng is here. The person who came in reported respectfully. Hearing this, Gu Tai froze, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Lin Feng? Are you kidding? Lord Gu, I think no one among your men has the courage to joke with you. Without waiting for the man to speak, Lin Feng walked into the room without caring whether Gu Tai agreed or not. Looking at the familiar young man in front of him, Gu Tai also showed a smile. Go down, I will talk to Lin Feng. Yes. The guard at the door responded respectfully, and left the room. Looking at Lin Feng in front of him, Gu Tai smiled even more. I never thought you would come back. What? Lord City Lord, do you want me to die outside? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked with a strange look. How is this possible? You are the most talented seed player in Longqing, and I am the one who most hopes that you can come back safely. Gu Tai said seriously. It's just that the teleportation range of the advanced random teleportation scroll is too large. You are a newbie who just changed your job. You were teleported away without any preparation. You are almost certain to die. Listening to Gu Tai's words, Lin Feng nodded seriously. Indeed, if anyone else was teleported to that place, I'm afraid they wouldn't survive. Seeing Lin Feng say this, Gu Tai's eyes also flashed with curiosity. Where were you teleported to? Looking at you like this, not only do you not have any major problems, you seem to have become a lot stronger. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head. Keep it secret. Ha ha, okay, everyone has some little secrets, so just don't tell them. Gu Tai laughed and didn't ask any further questions. Seeing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and said, I say, City Lord Gu, I'm here to call for justice, how dare you laugh here? Seeing Lin Feng's unhappy look, Gu Tai was also stunned for a moment. But he soon reacted. This kid must have met Wu Xiaoyang. Given his personality, he would probably attack Wu Xiaoyang directly. Then he was stopped by Gu Shan. So that's why. It's because of the Wu family's matter, right? Gu Tai's expression also became a little more serious. Lin Feng snorted coldly. What else? Gu Tai sighed softly. He stood up, picked up the tea, gently placed it in front of Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, you have to understand that the Wu family has a significant influence in Longqing. Although Wu Xiaoyang is just a despicable villain in your eyes, the interests involved by the Wu family behind him are not small. Lin Feng looked at Gu Tai and said, According to the Dragon Nation's law, anyone who attacks a job changer or his family will be killed. Besides, I only asked you to deal with Wu Xiaoyang, not the entire Wu family. How much did the Wu family give you to make it so difficult for you? Do you know what the Wu family gave? Gu Tai asked with a strange look on his face. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. What did you give? The Wu family gave Longqing an A-level copy with a level reduction of 20 and 50 levels, Gu Tai said with a wry smile. What the hell? Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened immediately. Although most of the copies are refreshed in the wild. But if you are lucky, you can also open treasure chests and kill monsters. Get a copy that can be deployed manually. This is how most of the copies of the dungeon hall are made. Moreover, most of the dungeon fluctuations are only level 10. For example, this A-level dungeon can span 30 levels and can be entered at a selected level. It can be regarded as a rare treasure. The preciousness is comparable to the colorful equipment. Lin Feng really didn't expect that. The Wu family was actually willing to hand over such a thing. To save Wu Xiaoyang, taking out something like this, isn't that a little bit outrageous? As soon as Lin Feng said this, A strange look flashed in Gu Tai's eyes and he said, "Yes, but who makes the third young master of the Wu family the most favored child of their Wu family?" "Really?" Lin Feng looked at Gu Tai. He always felt that there was something else behind Gu Tai's words. But I couldn't tell what he wanted to say. "As for the matter concerning the Wu family, it is I, Long Qing, who have let you down. When the time is right, Long Qing will definitely give you an explanation," Gu Tai said seriously. Lin Feng said speechlessly, "You're saying that again. Never mind. I think the city lord has his own plans. I'll just have to trust you this time." Gu Tai smiled slightly. "That's right, now that you are back, let's talk about business." Chapter 56 Gu Tai's Compensation, Upgrade Pill. The second turn is open. "Now that you're back, let's talk about business," Gu Tai said after sitting back at the desk. Lin Feng frowned. "Business? Do you mean the league in a few days?" "Smart." Gu Tai smiled. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Gu Tai and said, "If you don't know how to praise someone, then don't praise them." At this stage, apart from the college entrance examination, the only thing that can make this city lord take the initiative to talk to me is the Global Rookie League is only 4 days away. As long as anyone can think of it, okay. So the city lord doesn't want me to join? I see your team is already full. Lin Feng went straight to the point and asked. That won't work. Everyone can choose not to go to this league, except you, Gu Tai said directly. Besides, we never said that the team is fixed. Really talented players can join at any time. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. So you are planning to let me replace someone else? Gu Tai nodded, his tone revealing a bit of sincerity. You are more qualified than anyone else to participate in this Global Rookie League. After all, your talent and strength are obvious to the entire Dragon City. Moreover, the rewards for this league are very generous. For you, it is a great opportunity to become stronger. Besides, our Dragon City hasn't won a place in many years. This year, we finally have a genius like you. How could I not let you join? Hearing this, Lin Feng touched his chin, narrowed his eyes slightly, and soon discovered the problem. So, you want me to be on the same team with Wu Xiaoyang? Gu Tai laughed when he heard this, picked up the teacup and took a sip. Yes, isn't it okay? This is also a good thing for you, isn't it? Good news? Wu Xiaoyang wants to kill me. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you in this league? Before Lin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly froze. But she found that Gu Tai was looking at her with a half-smile. I didn't say anything. If you can do it, it's your own ability. Aren't you afraid that the Wu family will take advantage of the situation and take the copy back? Lin Feng asked with a strange look on his face. Gu Tai snorted coldly. The dungeon has been fully opened. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't take it back. Besides, this city lord didn't do anything. Who can be blamed for Wu Xiaoyang's death in the dungeon? If the Wu family dares to make trouble, don't blame this city lord for taking action against the Wu family. You are. Seeing Gu Tai say this, Lin Feng was also a little confused. What is the relationship between this person and the Wu family? Why don't I understand something? So, what are you going to do? Participate? Gu Tai asked. Lin Feng grinned. Of course I will participate. Even if you don't let me participate, I will find other ways to participate. Any other way? It seems that this random teleportation must have allowed you to meet some people. Hearing this, Gu Tai instantly understood the meaning behind Lin Feng's words, but he did not intend to ask further. By the way, although your attack power is indeed amazing, you were delayed for 3 days because of the teleportation. They have been clearing dungeons for 3 days and their levels have increased a lot. Qingying is almost at level 11. Can you keep up with them? Don't worry, I'm level 19, Lin Feng said lightly. Hearing this, Gu Tai nodded slightly. Well, that's right, level 19 is not too far from them. What did you say? Level 19? Before he could finish his words, Gu Tai suddenly slammed the table and stood up. What the hell? You were teleported away for 3 days. Shouldn't you be running for your life? Why is the level so exaggerated? It's only been 3 days since you changed your job. It's almost your second job. Yeah, is there any problem? Lin Feng looked at the excited Gu Tai and asked with some confusion. It was said to be 3 days, but for Lin Feng, only 1 day had passed. If time passed differently in that damn place. I must be over level 20. Hearing this, Gu Tai couldn't help but gasp. How did you do it? How else can we do it? Just kill monsters, but there are a lot of monsters of higher levels, Lin Feng said truthfully. Gu Tai's eyes twitched slightly. For most people, killing monsters above their level is. It was too difficult, but he knew very well. It is definitely not difficult for Lin Feng. After all, his damage is terrifyingly high. So he said that the method of leveling up is to kill monsters above your level. Is completely established. Perhaps after these 3 days, Lin Feng's injuries have become even more terrible. I can only say, you are worthy of it, Gu Tai said with a wry smile. Lin Feng shrugged and suddenly asked. By the way, this global league doesn't have any restrictions on levels or turns, right? Well, there is no limit. As long as it is less than 10 days since the first job change, newcomers can participate. Gu Tai nodded and said, Why are you asking this? You don't plan to complete the second transformation before the competition, do you? Of course, I don't want to be stuck at level 20 during the competition and waste my experience, Lin Feng said truthfully. Hearing this, Gu Tai looked at Lin Feng with a strange expression, not knowing what he was thinking. You are indeed different from other newcomers. Since you have this plan, I will not stop you, but I will also remind you that there are only 4 days left before the competition, and the second level mission is not so easy to complete. If it was an ordinary professional, I could still ask someone to help you, but for the second level mission of the Fate Master, let alone help you, we don't even know what it is. You should think carefully and don't miss the game. Lin Feng nodded and smiled. Don't worry, we will make it in time. Gu Tai pondered for a while, and a small bottle appeared in his hand. He threw it towards Lin Feng casually. Seeing this, Lin Feng subconsciously took the bottle. Upgrade pill. Grade Gold. Effect: level increases by 1 after taking it. Conditions for use: level 20 or below, and have never used this drug. Introduction: the magical elixir refined by the human race can only help entry-level professionals. I'm giving this to you as a gift, as compensation for the injustice you've suffered. You're now level 19, and it'll probably take some time to reach level 20. Just eat it, and you can start the second level mission right away, Gu Tai said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Gu Tai with a strange expression. It seems that this person really wants to lead the Dragon City team to achieve good results. Can this thing be given away just like that? Although this thing is not very rare. But for Lin Feng, this is a great treasure. You know, it takes 150,000 experience points to upgrade from level 19 to level 20. Lin Feng was ready to find a high-level map to kill monsters of higher levels. Such an upgrade pill will definitely save you a whole day of killing monsters. Thinking of this, Lin Feng took out the pill and put it into his mouth without saying a word. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV20, HP and MP increased by 10 points, and 90 points of free attributes were obtained. Ding! You have reached level 20. The second job quest is now open. Chapter 57 Second Transformation Dungeon, Trial of Destiny. Congratulations on successfully reaching LV20, HP and MP increased by 10 points, and 90 points of free attributes were obtained. Ding! You have reached level 20. The second job quest is now open. Second job transfer. Do you want to go to the mission location for the second job transfer? After confirming, you will be automatically transferred to the second job transfer copy. Looking at the system information flashing before my eyes, Lin Feng was also stunned. He originally thought that he needed something to activate the second level mission. I didn't expect it to start right away when I reached level 20. Gu Tai, who was standing by, saw Lin Feng standing there in a daze. He also understood what happened. The second job mission has started? Yeah. Lin Feng nodded slightly. What mission? If we can help, just tell me, Gu Tai said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Feng shook his head slightly. I guess I can help. This task will teleport me into a dungeon. As for what's in the dungeon, I'm not sure. Hearing this, Gu Tai nodded slightly. Is it a copy-type job transfer task? I really can help you with this. The difficulty of the job transfer task is determined by the strength of the profession. The stronger the profession, the more difficult the job transfer task will be. Although the profession of Fate Master is considered useless in the eyes of the general public, it is an SSS-level profession after all, and the second-level mission cannot be that simple no matter how simple it is. So, it's better to be careful. Lin Feng nodded slightly, and after chatting with Gu Tai for a few words, he left the city lord's mansion directly. Looking at Lin Feng leaving, a strange light flashed in Gu Tai's eyes. I don't know what he is thinking about. Soon, Lin Feng returned to his humble home. He collapsed casually on his little bed. There really is no place like home. It's more comfortable to lie at home. Lin Feng stretched and opened his character panel directly. Lin Feng. Occupation Fate Master. Level LV20 0/200000. HP 3310 plus 3000 /3310 plus 3000. MP 59880 plus 200 /59880 plus 200. Strength 1913. Physical fitness 362. Spirit 6019. Agility 352. Defense 1000. Attack 3826. Magic attack 13538. Talents: Drama, Exiled Immortal. Skills: Eye of Destiny, Passive Fate, Whisper of Destiny, Ride the Clouds, Colorful Fate, Gather and Disperse, Throw, Quick Equipment Switch, Return to Origin. Looking at my already exaggerated panel, Lin Feng grinned. I have this attribute at level 20, I'm so awesome! After I change my job, I'm afraid I will be even stronger. It's just that this attribute makes me more like a mage. Ding! The power of arrogance is detected. Ding! The power of greed is detected. You fucking. Just when Lin Feng felt awesome, the system started to ring. Lin Feng felt speechless. Despite this, Lin Feng's excitement was real. I'll sell my equipment and the dropped items someday and buy a better house to live in. Lin Feng muttered to himself. Then, a thought came to my mind. The profession-specific skill book that was opened from the treasure chest before. It appeared in Lin Feng's hands again. Ding! You used the professional skill book. Congratulations on acquiring professional skills. Fates intersect. Very good! Destiny's products must be top quality. Fate intertwined, a skill exclusive to the Fate Master. Choose a target and make their fate intertwine with yours. All the states of both parties will be exchanged. If the other party's state is negative, it will be converted to positive and exchanged to the user. If the player's own state is positive, it will be converted to negative and exchanged to the other party. The health and mana will be exchanged in proportion. The user can freely decide whether to exchange the positions of the two. Cost: 500 MP life points, 300. CD none? Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Feng was also stunned for a moment. The fates intersect. It's such an intersection. Can the status, health points, and even geographical location be exchanged directly? I don't know if there is any distance limit for this exchange. And it can also exchange life points. In other words, if you control yourself well. First, let yourself bleed. Then exchange with the enemy. This is a magical skill that can kill monsters above your level. It seems that I won't have to be afraid of those super powerful monsters anymore. Just exchange with them. Unfortunately, the exchange of life value can only be based on percentage. If I could exchange it according to specific points. TSK, find a boss of Tianju level to replace him. That would be really cool. It just consumes a lot of life points. But there is a splendid destiny. It's not that big. After Lin Feng rested for a while on the bed, he opened his eyes again and said to himself, It's almost time to rest. Let's start the second job mission. As Lin Feng's voice fell, a brilliant golden light appeared out of nowhere. It instantly enveloped Lin Feng. Lin Feng felt dizzy. When he came to his senses, I have appeared in a dark space. Ding! You have arrived at the second-level dungeon, Trial of Destiny. Trial of Fate? Hearing this name, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows involuntarily. Looking around, he soon spotted a golden figure not far away. The moment he saw that man, Lin Feng frowned. The man was holding a longbow, wearing heavy armor and a hooded cloak. There is an illusory mask on his face, so his appearance cannot be seen clearly. At the same time, a long spear was carried behind his back, which looked a bit out of place. But it made Lin Feng look extremely solemn. Because this man was dressed just like me. The only difference is that on Lin Feng's finger, there is no ring of 7 curses. No way. Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. The Eye of Destiny was activated instantly. Shadow of Destiny. Grade? Level, LV20. Property? Introduction. A projection of fate. Play tricks on those who play tricks on fate. Please enjoy the counterattack of fate. Is it fate's counterattack? Lin Feng looked at the shadow of destiny in front of him, and a wave of nervousness rose in his heart. This guy was actually his mirror image, and his level was the same as his. It would not be easy to defeat it. Lin Feng looked solemn. He did not move forward on his own, but waited for the system's prompt. Ding! Second job mission issued. Please defeat the Shadow of Destiny. You really want to defeat me? Lin Feng grinned, took a deep breath, and quickly adjusted his mentality. Since he wants to defeat me, he must fight in his strongest condition. It looks like this battle is going to be very interesting. Lin Feng's mouth corners slightly raised. The demon god's bow instantly fell into his hands. The Shadow of Destiny on the opposite side also made the same move. I don't know if the skills have been copied. However, before Lin Feng could take action, the Shadow of Destiny on the opposite side launched an attack instantly. It was extremely fast and launched its attack almost in an instant. The longbow was drawn to its full extent, and the arrow shot towards Lin Feng like a gust of wind. Chapter 58. There is no way to break it. How to fight this? Looking at the whistling arrows, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The black tasseled spear was waved several times in an instant. I only heard a few ding, ding sounds. 4 arrows in the air, 1 large and 3 small, were instantly blocked by Lin Feng. The next moment, Lin Feng also drew his bow and arrow. 4 arrows that are identical to the Shadow of Fate. Shoot directly towards the Shadow of Destiny. The Shadow of Destiny looked at the whistling arrows. But it didn't move. Lin Feng was also somewhat puzzled. Why isn't this guy moving? Could it be a pure human machine? Just when Lin Feng was puzzled. But suddenly I found a flower in front of my eyes. By the time Lin Feng had fully reacted, I have appeared at the place where the Shadow of Destiny was before. And those 4 arrows had already reached his face. Holy crap! Intertwined fates? Lin Feng reacted immediately. This is the latest skill I learned. I didn't expect that. I haven't had the chance to use this skill yet. Let's use my own image first. Seeing this, Lin Feng hurriedly activated Whisper of Destiny. Ding! In the land of fate trial, Whisper of Fate and Drama of Fate have been sealed. Nima! It's sealed. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Suddenly, Lin Feng felt a pain between his eyebrows. Ding! Demonic Guardian has been triggered. Current CD, 60 minutes. Oh my god, is this possible? Lin Feng quickly retreated, putting some distance between himself and the Shadow of Destiny. He cursed in his heart. He didn't expect that this copy would seal his core skills, which put him in a passive position for a while. Lin Feng smiled bitterly. He really didn't expect that his attack could actually hit himself. The Shadow of Destiny obviously didn't want to give Lin Feng time to react. The black tasseled spear behind him instantly shot out from the air, heading straight towards Lin Feng. Since Whisper of Fate cannot be used, then you can only rely on your own skills. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. The black tasseled spear in his hand was also thrown out. They collided directly in the center and returned to their backs. In an instant, both of them drew their bows and shot arrows at the same time. Countless arrows continuously collided and intertwined in midair. But not a single one of them could reach the other side. Lin Feng and the Shadow of Fate continued to attack each other. However, none of his moves could injure the other party. Time passed by minute by minute. Lin Feng's expression became uglier as time went by. If you continue, you will be the one who fails. The other party is a projection formed by the power of destiny. Not a real creature. But Lin Feng is a living person. I will get tired. In terms of endurance, how could I possibly be a match for the dummy? Lin Feng gritted his teeth slightly. With a ruthless heart, the demon god bow in his hand flashed, and was instantly put back into Lin Feng's backpack. The black tasseled spear behind him also disappeared. Instead, there were two very ordinary daggers. It was during the group dungeon that Lin Feng obtained the two greedy wolf short blades. The Shadow of Destiny was also stunned when he saw this scene. He obviously didn't understand Lin Feng's actions, but he didn't hesitate at all and continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows, which rained down on Lin Feng. Without saying anything, Lin Feng started to fly up into the clouds. But it didn't take off. Flying close to the ground. Shuttle back and forth in the rain of arrows. Although the properties are not modified. But the double speed brought by flying in the clouds. It also made it easy for Lin Feng to come before the Shadow of Destiny. Although the Shadow of Destiny is a projection of Lin Feng. But what was copied was only the equipment that Lin Feng had at that time. Lin Feng's backpack was not copied. These two rubbish knives. There is naturally no Shadow of Destiny. Looking at Lin Feng, who suddenly appeared. Originally, Shadow of Destiny instantly activated the equipment quick switch. The demon god's bow in his hand instantly turned into a black tasseled spear, sweeping directly towards Lin Feng. Just as the black tasseled spear was about to hit Lin Feng suddenly stopped, as if stuck in place. Let the black tasseled spear hit him. This is one of the drawbacks of destiny projection. They have no real thoughts. It was just simulating Lin Feng's actions. As for Lin Feng, at the moment when the destiny projection swung the spear, the gathering and dispersion of Qi was initiated. He went directly behind the projection of fate. Then he stabbed with a knife. Bite! There was only a crisp sound of metal clashing. A special energy shield directly deflected Lin Feng's attack. It is the protection of the demon brought by the demon armor. Although I parried the first attack, Lin Feng's second attack followed. Although the short blade is rubbish, its attack speed is far greater than that of the spear and bow. Subtract 31,012. In an instant, a damage of up to 30,000 appeared directly above the head of the Shadow of Destiny. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, the Shadow of Destiny, whose health was originally emptied, he stood up again. The last passive of demon armor has also been triggered. Lin Feng threw the short blade in his hand directly towards the Shadow of Destiny. Subtract 40,467. Without waiting for the Shadow of Fate to stand up, the short blade instantly sank into the body of the Shadow of Destiny. The health bar that was restored to full size due to resurrection was emptied again. The Shadow of Destiny then fell completely to the ground. You killed the LV-20 Shadow of Destiny, gained 20,000 experience points, and obtained the Heart of Destiny. Looking at the information in front of him, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he was killed successfully. I have to say that I am really hard to kill. If it weren't just a human machine. It's definitely not that easy to kill. This guy can't even fly in the clouds or gather and disperse his energy. Otherwise, there would be 2 more ways to save your life. What's more, he just hit himself. Another fate has placed me here. It's hard to say who the dead person is. Unfortunately, human machines are just human machines after all. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Shadow of Fate. You have passed the trial of fate. As the system prompt sounded, the space was originally pitch black. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared. At the same time, a golden treasure chest appeared directly in the center of the space. There are rewards for this copy? Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly when he saw this. He strode to the treasure chest. Although the treasure chest is golden in color, but it is completely different from the gold treasure chest. No matter how you look at it, it is much more dazzling than the golden treasure chest. Ding! You opened the treasure chest of destiny. Obtained equipment, grip of destiny. Grip of fate? Another accessory? Hearing this name, Lin Feng curiously opened his backpack. I saw a pair of gloves lying quietly in the backpack. Lin Feng suddenly realized. It turned out to be gloves. There seems to be a Heart of Destiny dropped in front. Let's just watch it together. Heart of Destiny, quest item. After using it, you can complete the second job change. Grip of Destiny. Quality Platinum. Attack power, plus 50. Critical hit, plus 25%. Critical damage, plus 50%. Special effects. Hand of Fate. The wearer can use the power of fate to forcibly ignore the level requirements of equipment, and use it, but it is limited to equipment of platinum quality, and below. Moment of Destiny. The wearer can create a projection equipment that is exactly the same as the current equipment. The projection equipment has the same properties and effects as the original equipment, and there is no time limit, but there can only be one projection equipment. If this ability is used again, the new projection will replace the old projection. Soul Binding. The power of destiny binds you more tightly to this weapon. You cannot abandon it, sell it, or destroy it. Introduction. Woven by the power of destiny, it is one of the exclusive equipment of the Fate Master and possesses magical powers. Wearing conditions. Master of Life and Death, Lin Feng. Chapter 59. Second transformation successful. Talent drama effect improved. Lin Feng stared at the introduction of the grip of destiny in his hand. His face was filled with ecstasy. Because he saw the Hand of Fate can be equipped directly regardless of level. This is the skill he wants most now. After all, there is a Zhuxian sword in his backpack. That's level 30 magical equipment. Lin Feng has been craving for it for a long time. However, when I saw that I could only ignore platinum level and below equipment, Lin Feng's joy was instantly wiped out. He just knew that when he felt sleepy, he would give him a pillow? There aren't so many good things. Helpless Lin Feng sighed deeply. Equip the Grasp of Fate directly. After all, it is also the exclusive equipment of the Shiming Shi. Although I can't equip the Zhuxian sword, but it is still possible to equip other weapons. After all, he still had a platinum quality, level 70 dagger in his backpack. Although it is not as good as the Zhuxian sword, it can be used for the purpose. But I've already passed the dungeon, why won't you let me out? Lin Feng looked around with some confusion. He had originally prepared to fight this dungeon for 2 or 3 days. I didn't expect it to be so simple. It was resolved in less than an hour. If only the wisdom of this projection were a little higher. I'm afraid it's not that easy to pass. Seeing that there is no change in this copy, Lin Feng then turned his attention to the dropped items left by the Shadow of Destiny. Heart of Destiny. Quality, colorful. Introduction, a quest item condensed from the power of destiny. After using it, the Fate Master can complete the second transformation and learn the exclusive professional skill, Destiny Projection. Oh. So this thing is used for the second transformation. It also has a skill, Destiny Projection? Lin Feng touched his chin thoughtfully. Use it silently in your mind. Suddenly, the Heart of Destiny in his hand burst into a dazzling golden light. It directly enveloped Lin Feng. Ding! You used the Heart of Destiny. The skill Destiny Projection has been learned. Fate Projection, a skill exclusive to the Fate Master. It summons a projection that is exactly the same as the Fate Master, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The projection inherits all of the Fate Master's equipment, skills, and 50% of his attributes. The projection user can fully control it. If the user does not control it, the projection will have independent consciousness and assist the user in combat. The projection disappears only after it is defeated, and the skill can be used again. Whenever the projection deals damage, the player gains 5 points. Looking at the introduction of Destiny Projection, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. It's just as I guessed. This is a clone skill. Although it only has half of its own attributes, it can use all of its own skills. What's more, I can fully control it by myself. As long as I can do two things at once, this projection will definitely be a top-notch help to me. As expected of a fortune teller, what fate produces must be top quality. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second job. All attributes increased by 100, HP and MP increased by 1000 points. The exclusive skill of the Lifesaver was upgraded to LV2, and the effect of the talent Lifesaver was improved. Ding! Congratulations on your successful job change. The copy of Trial of Fate has been passed. As the system prompt sounded, Lin Feng felt his feet were empty. Instantly he returned to his humble hut. Is this done? Ding! Destiny event triggered. Talent awakening. You gain an S-level one-time talent, and your fate is reversed. Disappears after one use. Reversal of fate. You can forcibly reverse an event that has already happened during the battle. Even if you are dead, you can still use the power of fate to forcibly modify it. It disappears after being used once. Cost: 1000 life points. Reversal effect. Injury reduces recovery. Dodge reduces hit rate. Instant death reduces rebirth. Looking at the familiar scene in front of him, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. After the second transformation, the talent will also be awakened? But this reversal is not as flexible as Ximing. Although it's not that flexible, the effect of being usable even after death is really awesome, worthy of being an S-level talent. As for the one-time talent, Lin Feng ignored it. The fate events have already come out, just make some minor changes. Same old drama starts. Lin Feng grinned, but was stunned for a moment when he was about to make some changes. Because he found that the operation of this drama seemed different from before. Previously, you could only select one word to make changes. How come there seems to be an extra cursor now? It seems that I have been given the authority to add and delete operations. Ding! Do you want to add a 100 million character? Increase. Lin Feng confirmed subconsciously. Ding! Modification successful. Gained 50 points of drama points. Destiny modified. Ding! Destiny event triggered. Talent awakening. You gain S-level talent, and your fate is reversed. Disappears after 100 million uses. Really? I added a word to this fateful event? How could this happen? Could it be that I used it wrong before? Or... Thinking of this, Lin Feng reacted immediately. Just now when the second transfer was completed, not only did his own skills as a master of destiny improve, it seems that the effect of this drama talent has also been improved. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng quickly opened the Ximing panel. Play with fate. You can add /delete/ modify one word in the fate event once. After using it 100 million times, the talent disappears. Oh my god, this is what they call strengthening. Lin Feng read the introduction carefully several times. Although the modification is still one word. But you can add and delete. This operating range is much larger. Sometimes things are hard to change. It can also be operated better. Although more brain cells will certainly die. But it will definitely be easier to operate. Is this the Master of Destiny? It's awesome. Since Ximing has gained such a big improvement, then the other enhancements must be even greater, right? After all, the talent of Ximing is just an effect improvement. Other skills can be directly upgraded to level 2. Although he was very excited, Lin Feng did not check the changes in his skills immediately. Instead, he set his sights on the Zhu Xian sword. Although the introduction of Fate's Grasp states that it can only ignore the level of platinum equipment at most. Maybe it can be modified? Ding, the level does not meet the standard, equipment failed. Lin Feng whispered with Fate, while forcibly equipping. I failed to trigger the life-seeking skill for more than 10 times. I had no choice but to give up. Okay, let's upgrade it. Lin Feng sighed helplessly. He took out the equipment that he hadn't even read the entire introduction of, the Spider King's blade. Ding! The hand of fate has been triggered. The Spider King's blade has been equipped successfully. Is it really possible? Level 70 Platinum equipment, although it is definitely not as powerful as the mysterious level, it is still pretty good. I'll just use it for what it is. Lin Feng waved the dagger in his hand, as if he had thought of something. The skill is activated instantly. Ding! The moment of destiny is activated. You have obtained the equipment, Spider Emperor Blade Projection. Chapter 60, Level 70 Platinum Dagger, just make do. Ding! The moment of destiny is activated. You have obtained the equipment, Spider Emperor Blade Projection. Seeing this, Lin Feng was delighted and quickly took out the projection that was exactly the same as the Spider King's blade from his bag. Spider Emperor Blade Projection. Quality Platinum. Bonus. Attack Power, plus 1200. Attack Speed, plus 35%. Critical Hit Chance, plus 30%. Toxin Damage, plus 40%. Special Effects. Spider Venom. Each attack has a toxic effect, causing additional poison damage equal to 50% of your attack power for 3 seconds. This effect can be stacked up to 3 times, increasing the poison damage to 75%. Shadow Strike. When backstabbing or attacking from stealth, it will always crit and deal 2x more crit damage. If the attack kills the target, the cooldown of this effect will be refreshed. Deadly Spider Sting. Your attack will ignore 50% of the opponent's defense, which can be stacked with other skills that ignore defense. Shadow Poison Blade. Every time you successfully kill a target, you will immediately recover 5% of your health and provide you with an attack damage bonus, which can be stacked up to 3 times, with each layer adding 200 attack damage points and lasting for 5 minutes. Projection. The equipment projected by the skill can only be used by yourself and will disappear immediately after dropping. Equipment Level 70. Introduction. The ultimate dagger made of the Spider King's claws, with shadow and poison as its double blades, is designed for stealth assassination. Every swing of it carries deadly poison, the prey cannot escape, and death approaches silently. Looking at the projection of the dagger in his hand, Lin Feng was also somewhat surprised. I didn't expect that the attributes and skills provided by this equipment are so powerful. 1200 attack points. It is indeed level 70 equipment. Even though it's only platinum, it's still higher than the Demon God's Bow. Plus I have greedy hands. If the projection and the real Spider King blade are equipped together, that's a full 2400 points of attack. It's already very high. However, for Lin Feng, whose injuries had already overflowed, he didn't take this slight increase in attack power seriously. Anyway, all I want is enough melee ability. The rest doesn't matter. After all, strength can defeat skill. As for my own attributes, as long as there are no bugs, generally 1 knife per 1. Let me see, what changes have been made to the second level skills? Lin Feng muttered. After a quick browse, a look of surprise flashed across his face. But it was soon hidden. Not bad, but it's only at level 2 that the level has improved so much. It would be great if it could be modified directly to the maximum level. Lin Feng licked his lips and jumped up from the bed. I looked at the sky, which had already turned completely dark. I also felt a little tired. Lin Feng moved his body a little, slowly walked out of the house, walked towards the city lord's mansion again. Dad! How can this happen? Lin Feng is back. Why don't you let Wu Xiaoyang go out? Inside the city lord's mansion, Gu Qingying looked at Gu Tai in front of her with great dissatisfaction, her eyes full of incomprehension. Didn't you say it? As soon as Lin Feng comes back, kick Wu Xiaoyang out of the team. Having him in the team will only affect our unity. Gu Tai listened to Gu Qingying's complaints and said helplessly, Who would have thought that Lin Feng would really come back? I have my own arrangements for this matter, so don't worry about it. Anyway, no one in the team can affect your strength. You don't keep your word. What do you mean, who could have thought that Lin Feng would really come back? You don't really want Lin Feng to die outside, do you? Gu Qingying was immediately furious when she heard Gu Tai say that. I'm never going to talk to you again. I'm going to go back and tell Mom. After saying this, Gu Qingying didn't give Gu Tai any time to react and rushed out of the city lord's mansion. Looking at Gu Qingying, who ran out, Gu Tai sat back behind the desk, holding his head and sighing. Why is the city lord sighing? Isn't it Qingying, huh? Gu Tai was startled when he heard the voice. Looking up, he saw Lin Feng appeared in his room at some point. When did you come? Gu Tai asked with a wry smile. Lin Feng looked at the door and said, I saw that the door was not closed and came in by myself. What did the school beauty do again? Isn't it because of what happened between you and Wu Xiaoyang? Gu Tai said unhappily. Hearing this, Lin Feng understood instantly, and immediately sneered. You can't blame me for this. Who told you to accept the benefits from the Wu family and speak in favor of the Wu family? Anyone with eyes can tell who is right and who is wrong, right? Gu Tai had no choice but to smile bitterly. After all, what Lin Feng said was indeed right. Why don't you tell her what I'm going to do? Lin Feng thought for a moment and asked. Wouldn't she stop making a fuss this way? What's the matter? How come I don't know? What do you want to do? Gu Tai asked, pretending to be confused. Seeing this, Lin Feng shrugged helplessly. Okay, it's up to you. Didn't you change your job? Have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me, what do you need me to do? Gu Tai asked directly. Lin Feng shook his head and said directly. No, I just want to tell you that I have successfully completed the second level. I want to ask where I can level up faster. The dungeons in the city may be too inefficient for me. I will go and process the dropped items to exchange for some money later. Hearing this, Gu Tai stared at Lin Feng intently. You changed your job successfully? Yeah, can I still lie to you about this? Having said that, Lin Feng directly handed his career panel to Gu Tai. Lin Feng. Occupation: Fate Master, 2nd level SSS level professional. Level: LV20. Talents: Drama, Exiled Immortal, Reversal of Fate. Seeing this, Gu Tai couldn't help but take a breath. It's only been a short time. Is this the completion of the second transfer? It usually takes at least 1 day for an average S-level professional to complete the second level. Not to mention SSS level professionals. Looking at Lin Feng's 3 talents. Although I can't see the details. But we can roughly see that Fate Play and Fate Reversal are the exclusive skills of the Fate Play Master. But what kind of talent does that exiled immortal have? Looks very familiar. Seeing this, Lin Feng put away the panel and asked, Do you believe it now? I believe it. But if I remember correctly, a Fate Master can only awaken 1 talent once, right? What are your talents? Gu Tai asked curiously. Lin Feng glanced at Gu Tai and said, City Lord Gu, it is very rude to ask others about their professional talents, okay? Seeing Lin Feng say this, Gu Tai also smiled awkwardly. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Well, the leveling speed in the dungeon is definitely not slow, but for a guy like you who can kill monsters above your level, it's definitely a little slower. But compared to leveling up, the most important thing right now is to play a few more dungeons with Qingying and the others so that we can get used to each other. After all, we're going to participate in the competition soon. Lin Feng yawned and said, There's no need for adjustment. Do you think they'll need to take part in the competition when I'm here? Chapter 61: Gu Tai's Guilt and Murderous Intention? You don't really think that they need to take action when I'm here, do you? Lin Feng directly expressed what was in his mind. When Gu Tai heard Lin Feng's words, a helpless smile appeared on his face. Lin Feng, although you are very strong, the competition is not just about individual performance, but also about teamwork. After all, the opponent is not a weakling either, and team tacit understanding and cooperation are very important. Gu Tai explained patiently. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Why do we have to let them go alone? Even when playing PvP, it's not difficult for me to win 5 in a row. Hearing this, Gu Tai's eyes flashed with helplessness. This competition is not only to determine a winner, but also a place for countless forces to select talents. I know you are very strong. Even if you don't care about others, at least give my Qingying a chance to show her abilities, right? Seeing Gu Tai say this, Lin Feng suddenly realized. So that's how it is, I was thinking. In that case, I will try not to take action and just take a rest. I have been exhausted these past 2 days. Gu Tai said helplessly. I didn't ask you not to take action, I just asked you to control yourself a little. Well, I have an idea. You can tell me first where is suitable for me to level up. The adjustment will not delay me from deciding the location for the next level up, Lin Feng said directly. Okay, let me give you a communication ring first and send you the coordinate map directly, Gu Tai said. Lin Feng raised his hand and said, No, I have it. Seeing this, Gu Tai was also stunned. This communication ring was something officially made by humans. This isn't something that can be dropped by killing monsters. Where did this thing come from? Although he was puzzled, Gu Tai did not ask any more questions. I guess Lin Feng encountered other forces when he was teleported away. That would be great. What's the communication code? 0124, Lin Feng said after taking a look. Gu Tai looked at Lin Feng again, with a trace of worry in his eyes. This is the code of the Dragon Country Special Guard. Where did you get it? Did you kill an official boss? Huh? How is that possible? If I were the kind of guy who kills people at random, Wu Xiaoyang would have died long ago, Lin Feng said speechlessly. This was given to me by the commander of the National Guard. Commander of the National Guard? Gu Tai's pupils shrank suddenly, and he felt a little uneasy in his heart. I didn't expect that your being teleported away this time was a blessing in disguise, and you can even meet such an existence. Ding, fate event triggered. You mentioned the leader of the National Guard. Gu Tai felt a little uneasy, his guilt towards you intensified, and his murderous intent towards you intensified. Looking at the fateful events that are lighting up before my eyes. Lin Feng was also stunned. He could understand Gu Tai's anxiety. Maybe it was because of the previous incident with the Wu family. It could also be because he has done something illegal. But why would I feel guilty about myself? Feeling guilty is fine, but you also want to kill yourself? What the hell is going on? Seeing Lin Feng suddenly staring at him with a strange look, Gu Tai quickly adjusted his mood. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I have sent the map and coordinates to your communication ring. You can open it and take a look if you need it. Nothing. Lin Feng shook his head and did not reveal the matter. After all, he discovered Gu Tai's inner thoughts through his skills, so he couldn't say it directly. It's better to wait and see. Although I don't know exactly what level Gu Tai is. But it's not that easy to kill myself. He didn't believe that Gu Tai could be more powerful than the demon in the abyss of oblivion. Lord Gu, is there anything else? If not, I will go and deal with the dropped items first, Lin Feng said directly. Gu Tai thought for a while and said, How about this? You go directly to the Career Changer Square and I'll have Gu Shan look for you at the exchange. Our Gu family also has a special trading point. I'll have him take you there. The profit will be higher than the official one. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded and left the city lord's mansion directly. Gu Tai looked at Lin Feng, who was leaving, with a solemn expression. After making sure that Lin Feng had completely left, he said directly, Someone, go and ask the head of the Wu family to come over. Yes. Job Changer Square, located in the east of the city. Relying on the official exchange. The square is filled with various vendors. From medicines to weapons and equipment. There are all kinds of things for sale. There are also many job changers setting up stalls here to sell props and equipment. The purpose is to earn more and support the family. Lin Feng arrived at the Job Changer Square and saw a bustling scene before his eyes. Various vendors and job changers are selling all kinds of props and equipment here, and the shouts are heard one after another. Lin Feng walked through the crowd, scanning the items on the stalls to see if there were any good things. I am alone and don't need too much money. The main reason is that these messy things take up too much space in the system backpack and are too messy. Otherwise, Lin Feng would not bother to deal with it. As for money, he, who has the sin of greed. If you really want to make money, it's very easy. Just find a rich person and steal a lot. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded. Lin Feng, this way! Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice and saw Gu Shan standing in a corner not far away, waving at him. Lin Feng nodded and walked over quickly. Greetings, Deputy City Lord Shan. You arrived so quickly, Lin Feng joked. Isn't it a bit too much for such a big deputy city lord to lead the way for me? Gu Shan said helplessly. What can I do? I can't object to my brother's order. I heard that you have successfully completed the second transformation? The city lord is really quick-witted. Lin Feng smiled and didn't say much. Gu Shan laughed. As expected of you. Really fast. Come on, I'll take you to our Gu family's trading point. Take a look first. If you think it's not suitable, then go to the official exchange. It doesn't matter. I'll listen to you. The two walked through the noisy square and came to a relatively quiet neighborhood. Gu Shan took Lin Feng into an ancient building. Although the decoration inside was simple, it exuded a luxurious atmosphere. I have to say that the Gu family, with the city lord, is really rich. This is our Gu family's trading point, which specializes in providing services to family members and important guests. Gu Shan introduced. Lin Feng nodded and followed Gu Shan into a spacious room. There were several people busy in the room. When they saw Gu Shan and Lin Feng coming in, they stopped what they were doing and came over to greet them. Hello, Deputy City Lord. Who is this? Asked a middle-aged man. This is Lin Feng, a guest my brother specifically asked us to treat well, Gu Shan said truthfully. The middle-aged man nodded and turned to Lin Feng. Hello, Mr. Lin Feng, I am the person in charge here. Is there anything I can help you with? Chapter 62, Competition? Lin Feng vs. Gu Shan. About half an hour later. In the eyes of the crowd who couldn't believe it, Lin Feng sold all the useless things. After the person in charge confirmed the amount, he said respectfully, Mr. Lin, according to our evaluation just now, these things of yours are worth about 5.87 million gold coins. Do you have any objection to this price? More than 5 million? It's much more than I imagined. Lin Feng also sighed. The person in charge quickly explained. Most of your drops are magic materials. The price of these materials is several times higher than that of ordinary materials. In addition, the materials come from high-level or high-quality monsters, so the price will naturally not be low. Lin Feng blinked. Is that so? I don't quite understand. Anyway, you guys can do whatever you want. Just don't let me lose too much. Of course. The person in charge said quickly. Do you need to buy anything? If not, we will directly trade the gold coins to you. Gu Shan said. Just prepare a set of potions for him, and then give him a set of level 20 gold quality helmet, leggings, boots, and arm guards. I'll take the blame. Yes, Mr. Deputy City Lord. The person in charge responded. Then he walked back into the warehouse. Lin Feng looked at Gu Shan in surprise. What are you doing? The Wu family has tried to kill you time and again. My brother and I are the City Lord and Deputy City Lord respectively. Not only did we not help you punish the evildoer, we also let him stay in the team you are going to join next. This is a huge injustice, we all understand. Qingying has also come to make trouble many times, but I can't change my brother's order. After all, I don't take care of things and am only responsible for fighting. These can be considered my compensation to you, Gu Shan said truthfully. Hearing this, Lin Feng grinned. If I say that City Lord Gu Tai has given me an upgrade pill as compensation, will you withdraw your compensation? Seeing Lin Feng say this, Gu Shan was stunned, then smiled and said, Such a small thing is nothing to me. Besides, Gu Tai's compensation is on behalf of Longqing, and my compensation is on behalf of myself. If my niece Qingying also wants to compensate you, don't refuse. Looking at Gu Shan's smirk. A trace of doubt flashed across Lin Feng's eyes, and he was a little confused. 3 people from the Gu family give 3 compensations? Are they trying to tie me to the Gu family's chariot? Sorry. I don't have much shame, I will take whatever you give me. No matter how much you take, my hands are not short. Soon the person in charge of the Gu family trading point came out. Lin Feng was given 200 bottles of intermediate instant recovery potions, 100 for each of restoring health and mana, as well as gold-level helmets, arm guards, leggings, and boots. The various equipment also increased Lin Feng's overall attributes by about 20 points. Special effects also enhanced defense and dodge effects. For Lin Feng, something is better than nothing. Several bronze suits he was wearing were also sold. Now that the armor is ready, you can't miss the simulation training tomorrow, Gu Shan said with a smile. Lin Feng chuckled. So Deputy City Lord Shan is waiting for me here? You can't say that. After all, you have to participate in this global competition, and the team needs some time to get used to each other, right? Gu Shan said quickly. I will go. After all, I have promised City Lord Gu Tai. However, my current strength is really strong. Even if it is just a run-in, it is best not to include me. I can go in and see how they fight, but don't treat me as a normal fighter. Hearing this, Gu Shan was also a little confused. Why? Because once I take action, the battle will end immediately, and they won't have any chance to show their skills, Lin Feng said truthfully. Gu Shan frowned. So exaggerated? Don't believe it. How about we have a sparring match? Lin Feng grinned. Hearing this, Gu Shan was stunned. I'm not afraid to tell you, I'm level 80, and you're only level 20. Are you sure you want to fight me? Lin Feng smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement in his eyes. So what if I'm level 80? Strength is not just about level. Gu Shan looked at Lin Feng's confident eyes with a strange expression. Although he knew that Lin Feng was very powerful, he still couldn't believe that Lin Feng, who was at level 20, could fight against himself, who was at level 80. Okay, since you are so confident, let's give it a try. The system won't hurt you. Gu Shan was also a little curious about how strong this kid was. The two came to the training ground next to the trading point. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. There was no one near the training ground. Lin Feng directly opened the system and invited Gu Shan to compete. Let me remind you again, I'm a level 80 professional. The difference in level and job change is enough to crush the opponent. This is different from facing a monster, Gu Shan reminded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Lin Feng said directly. Gu Shan nodded slightly. Then, start right away? Okay, or should I say, add some bonus? Lin Feng said with a wicked smile. Hearing this, Gu Shan also raised his eyebrows. Prize? I don't mind, what can you come up with? I'm not an archer, even if you take out a red-level bow, I won't take it. I can see that you are an assassin. How about this thing? Lin Feng raised his hand, and a level 70 dagger item panel shining with platinum light appeared directly in front of Gu Shan. Seeing this equipment, Gu Shan was also stunned. Level 70 platinum equipment? How did this guy get it? Even Gu Shan's main weapon was only a level 70 diamond dagger. The secondary weapon is only a platinum level 60 level dagger. Lin Feng's sword can just replace his secondary equipment. The moment he saw the equipment, Gu Shan suddenly became excited. Are you really taking this as a bet? Ding! The power of greed is detected. Ding! The power of greed is detected. Looking at the power of original sin that was madly pouring into the Ring of Seven Curses, Lin Feng grinned and said, Why? Don't like it? Gu Shan said quickly. I like it. I like it. Just when he was about to say something, he discovered that the dagger in Lin Feng's hand was the Spider King's blade. His eyes almost popped out. You can use it? Yes. Gu Shan couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw this. He had only heard of the skill of using equipment across levels. And I've never heard of equipment that can span 50 levels. This kid, what kind of monster is he? What do you want? It's nothing, actually. I just want to crush the Wu family completely, Lin Feng said casually, but his eyes were looking at Gu Shan vaguely. Don't worry, I don't want you to do anything. I just want you to get me all the information and evidence about the Wu family. The whispers of fate are also constantly urging me. Suddenly, all of Gu Shan's emotional changes appeared directly in front of Lin Feng. After making sure that Gu Shan did not have the same reaction as Gu Tai, only the uneasiness of confronting Gu Tai, and the worry that they might steal something. Seeing this, Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. If it doesn't work, then. Seeing this, Gu Shan interrupted Lin Feng's words. Who said no? I did it. At worst, I'll get beaten up by my brother. I'm not afraid of shit. Chapter 63, Instant Kill. Shocked Gu Shan. I really don't know who gave you that confidence. Do you really think that I am made of clay? Gu Shan only then realized that he was at a higher level and had the advantage. Why does it act like I'm bound to lose? I originally wanted to give you some face and play with you. In this case, I will gladly accept your dagger. Hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. Although he has only been in the job for a short time, but the improvement in strength is visible to the naked eye. Those monsters with explosive attributes, all were easily solved by myself. The only thing is that I have never fought with a truly strong human being. Now that he had a chance, he was curious. Facing the masters among humans, how far can I achieve? Unlike monsters, humans are not only taller. Each of them has their own fighting style. There are even many advanced techniques. The most important point is... Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at his second transfer mark. Second level. When facing a professional below the second level, you will receive 20% damage immunity, 20% damage bonus, and a 10% increase in dodge rate. In this world, a job transfer task will be triggered every 20 levels. The more job changes you make, the more exaggerated the suppression of low-level job changers will be. And this Gu Shan. Thinking of this, Lin Feng looked at Gu Shan with an eye of destiny. Gu Shan. HP 68100/68100. MP 26450/26450. Occupation Shadow King, 4th job. Level LV 79. Strength 5250. Agility 6560. Physical fitness 3595. Spirit 1840. Talents: Shadow Kill, Assassination Expert, Silent Walker. Powers: Longqing Gu Family, Longqing City Lord's Mansion. The moment I saw this panel, Lin Feng was also stunned. What is going on? Wasn't it that during the previous detection, the most we could see was the name, level, and power? How come it can be seen so clearly this time? Even the attributes can be detected? Lin Feng was a little confused and subconsciously looked at the skill introduction of Eye of Destiny. Eye of Destiny LV2. Detection: can see through everything in front of you, see through all false illusions, be immune to all illusion and mental skills, and after use, can detect all information about the target. Detection: after activation, you can find 5 weaknesses on the target. If you attack the weaknesses, it will cause an additional 50% damage. Lin Feng had seen this detection effect before and had wanted to use it, but the detection effect seemed to have not changed. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Feng couldn't figure out why, so he simply gave up thinking about it. Anyway, it's a good thing to be able to see it. As for why, that doesn't matter. I have to say, this level 79 professional is terrifying. In addition to the fact that his spiritual value is not as good as his own, all other attributes crush me. I'm afraid it's really hard to beat him. Not far away, Gu Shan was suddenly stunned. Is this detection? Why does it feel so strange? Can it be blocked? Feeling the skills Lin Feng used on him, Gu Shan frowned. The detection technique was also directed towards Lin Feng. Ding! Your scrying ability has been blocked. Gu Shan. Is your detection blocked? What's going on? Who has a higher level? At this time, Lin Feng also received the information that the other party's detection had failed. Then he grinned and said, Deputy City Lord Shan, the detection failed? It seems that you have more treasures than just that red-level bow. Gu Shan snorted. Since you are ready, let's get started. As Gu Shan spoke, an idea moved, and an invitation for a competition was instantly sent to Lin Feng. With the protection of the system, no one would be killed even if they used all their strength. The CD will be reset directly after the battle. Seeing this, Lin Feng said in his heart, Accept it. As Lin Feng accepted the invitation, suddenly an invisible force field enveloped the two of them. Ding! The duel is open. Please be ready. 3, 2, 1. Start. At the moment when the system prompt sound fell, the gathering and dispersion of chi is activated instantly. At the moment when the fake body formed by the gathered and dispersed chi appeared, A black afterimage suddenly appeared behind the fake body. The double blades in his hands slashed fiercely on the fake body. Minus 42,000. Instantly, a terrifying damage of 40,000 appeared from the top of the fake body's head. Lin Feng could see that this was just Gu Shan's ordinary attack. Destiny projection! Lin Feng muttered to himself. A figure that looked exactly like himself appeared. Instantly appeared not far from Gu Shan. The bow of the demon in his hand is already fully drawn. He started shooting wildly at Gu Shan. Seeing this, Gu Shan moved his legs rhythmically and dodged the rain of arrows very easily. Oh? Invisibility plus a fake body, these are the skills of the black bear in the group copy, right? It seems that you got these skills directly after killing him. You're lucky. Gu Shan grinned, waved his hands, and changed the double blades in his hands from a forward grip to a reverse grip. At the same time, he danced rapidly. In an instant, all the arrows in the air were blocked by Gu Shan with his skills. At the same time, he took a step forward. The whole person seemed to teleport. Rushed towards Lin Feng's projection. Bite! There was only a crisp sound of metal clashing. The demon bow in the projection's hand instantly transformed into two Spider King blades. He forcefully blocked Gu Shan's attack. Minus 1913. Suddenly, Gu Shan felt a pain in his chest. The health bar also dropped a bit. Is this a full-level parry? That's not right. A full-level parry can only cause twice the strength damage at most. How did you manage to deal nearly 2,000 damage? Aren't you only level 20? Isn't your strength value a bit too exaggerated? Gu Shan finally reacted. The damage of this counterattack is a bit outrageous. But the projection can't speak. Before Gu Shan could react, the brilliance of destiny begins in an instant. Minus 19,859. Subtract 13,738. In an instant, a dazzling light directly enveloped Gu Shan. Immediately, Gu Shan turned into a golden statue. He was fixed in place and couldn't move at all. Unfortunately, the projection is not that smart. When activating a skill, I don't know how to use Whisper of Fate. If used, directly hit the critical hit. I'm afraid Gu Shan was killed instantly. Of course, Lin Feng would not miss this opportunity. At the moment when Gu Shan was frozen, he threw the dagger in his hand directly towards Gu Shan. Minus 44,982. Minus 27,076. Ding! Target Gu Shan's health has returned to 0. Ding! Target Gu Shan has been resurrected. As a golden light flashed, the drum break stood up again in an instant. Without waiting for Lin Feng to take action, Gu Shan, who was still there, had disappeared. Only a dark shadow remained. You are simply a monster! The damage is too horrible! You killed me instantly? Gu Shan's voice echoed around. If I didn't have the life-saving skills, I would have really lost to you. No wonder my brother thinks so highly of you. Kid! I underestimated you earlier. I apologize. From now on, I'm going to give it my all. Chapter 64 Projection Out of the City. Leveling up on autoplay. Boy, your fighting ability is really outrageous. I underestimated you before. I apologize to you. Gu Shan's voice echoed in the training ground. But I'm going to be serious from now on. You better be careful. Before Gu Shan could finish his words, a golden light suddenly shot up from another corner and headed straight for Gu Shan. Gu Shan didn't even have time to react. It was directly enveloped by this brilliant golden light wave. Minus 363,960. In an instant, a terrifying damage of up to 300,000 was inflicted. It suddenly appeared above Gu Shan's head. He just wanted to show off in front of Lin Feng, in order to save some face as an elder. Who would have thought that even in invisible state, he could be hit directly by Lin Feng? What the hell is this damage that is heading straight for 400,000? Are you really level 20, not 200? Ding! The duel is over. The winner is Lin Feng. As the system prompt sounded, Gu Shan's health points were instantly restored. The man also returned to Lin Feng. His expression was also extremely complicated. Obviously, high-level job changers have occupational suppression over low-level job changers. Why when facing Lin Feng? Instead, it seems like I am being suppressed by him? What did you do? What is the extent of the injury? Gu Shan asked with a complicated expression. Lin Feng grinned directly at Gu Shan. It's just a high attribute, nothing special. Gu Shan was speechless for a moment, not knowing what to say. If he knew that this was not all of Lin Feng's strength, he was afraid that he would vomit blood. But why was the last attack released from another direction? Gu Shan asked curiously. Seeing Gu Shan asking, Lin Feng thought about it and did not hide it. He activated the destiny projection directly. Suddenly, a projection that looked exactly like Lin Feng appeared beside Lin Feng. Seeing this scene, Gu Shan was stunned and activated the detection technique again, but still could not detect anything. He had seen many clone skills before. However, this was the first time he had seen a clone technique that could not be detected by high-level detection techniques. This is exactly the same as the original one? Gu Shan asked with a strange look on his face. Yes. The projection nodded. Seeing the projection speak, Gu Shan's eyes almost popped out. My Chow! Can speak! Isn't this a clone? Is it strange that the clone can talk? The projection grinned, and his expression was exactly the same as Lin Feng's. Little did he know that this was controlled by Lin Feng himself. Gu Shan was so frightened that he was stunned. Oh my God! I didn't expect there is such a skill. Isn't this too buggy? Gu Shan couldn't hold back any longer. Lin Feng, you're not really cheating, are you? I want to cheat, but if I really cheat, I won't be teleported away, right? Lin Feng said unhappily. Of course he didn't cheat. He just encountered a small bug in the system. I'm convinced. By the way, what kind of skill is this? Why have I never heard of it? Gu Shan asked curiously. Hearing this, Lin Feng said truthfully. It is a skill that I automatically comprehended after becoming a second-level Shiming Shi. Huh! Professional exclusive skills? Is the fortune teller so awesome? That's right. Apart from you, there haven't been many fortune tellers in history who have successfully achieved the second transformation. Gu Shan was shocked at first, and then nodded thoughtfully. Seeing this, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Deputy City Lord Shan, I won the competition. I know, it's just those troubles of the Wu family. I'll try to find a way to solve it for you. You have to give me some time. Gu Shan said with a constipated look on his face when he saw Lin Feng mention this. Lin Feng smiled with satisfaction. Then I'll trouble you, Deputy City Lord. I'll go back and rest first. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to leave, Gu Shan hurriedly said, Hey! You promised me. You have to come to tomorrow's simulation training. After all, you are the main force of this competition. Okay, I'll go, don't worry. Lin Feng nodded and left without looking back. Looking at Lin Feng leaving, Gu Shan sat down on the ground. A face full of helplessness. How could I lose to him? Going to steal my brother's things? That's too difficult. Forget it, let's wait until the competition is over. We still have plenty of time, and he shouldn't mind a little longer. Half an hour later. At the gate of Longqing, a young man wearing a cloak and a mask. He walked out of Dragon City quickly, killed a soft-bone rabbit, and headed straight for the wilderness area. At the same time, in Lin Feng's home in Longqing, you killed a LV1 soft-bone rabbit and gained 1 experience point. As expected, the main body can also gain experience from monsters killed by the projection. Lin Feng opened the map given by Gu Tai. Looking at the 5 or 6 company level points marked above, he smiled with satisfaction. All maps start at level 30, but I don't know if there are any powerful bosses. Lin Feng was thinking in his mind, since the projection can also gain experience by killing monsters, he might as well let the projection go to these maps to kill monsters first. Although the efficiency may not be as high as if he went there in person, being able to gain experience while hanging up is also a good choice. He carefully studied several leveling points on the map, and chose a relatively close one with higher level monsters. Under Lin Feng's control, the projection quickly rushed to the area where the map was located. After watching the light dot on the map representing the projection successfully arrive at the location you selected, Lin Feng then closed the map and washed up casually. He fell headfirst onto the bed. I have been preparing for the day today and I have experienced so much. The ups and downs are comparable to what other people have experienced for several months. Before Lin Feng could think too much, he fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. Time passes quietly while I sleep. When Lin Feng opened his eyes again, it was already bright. Lin Feng sat up and took a look at the system information, which showed the experience points he had gained from killing monsters. He grinned, obviously very satisfied, and when he was completely sober, after tidying up a bit, he headed straight to the copy hall. At the same time in the copy hall, Gu Shan leaned quietly against the door, waiting for Lin Feng's arrival. Gu Qingying was watching the team that was reduced to 4 people in order to allow Lin Feng to join. I felt a little uneasy. Although the 4 of us were a small team, we had been together for 2 or 3 days. However, because of Wu Xiaoyang's presence, the atmosphere was still very bad. "Uncle, is Lin Feng coming?" Gu Qingying asked worriedly after waiting for a long time. Gu Shan yawned and said, "Don't worry, he promised me yesterday that he would definitely come, but I forgot to tell him the meeting time." Hearing this, Gu Qingying's face suddenly showed a look of speechlessness. Why are all her elders so unreliable? Just when Gu Qingying was helpless, a figure also appeared at the door of the copy hall. "Are you all here? Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long." Chapter 65, 5-man team assembled. Lin Feng yawned and walked slowly into the dungeon hall. Seeing Gu Qingying and other team members, he nodded to express his apology. When Gu Qingying saw Lin Feng, a trace of relief flashed in her eyes. "Lin Feng, I thought you really wouldn't come because of Wu Xiaoyang." Gu Shan also breathed a sigh of relief. "I told you that you would definitely come." "Of course, I will definitely do what I promised." Lin Feng glanced at Gu Shan and said, "I just hope that you can also fulfill our agreement as soon as possible." Hearing this, Gu Shan froze and smiled awkwardly. "Ahahaha. Don't worry, I will definitely help you fix it." Gu Qingying heard this. He glanced at the 2 of them with a strange look. Did Lin Feng reach any agreement with his uncle? Gu Shan coughed twice, cleared his throat, and said, "Okay. Today's team will be the final team that will participate in the competition in 3 days. Although you all should know each other, you should still introduce yourselves. Qingying, you go first." Gu Qingying nodded, as if she had regained her former arrogance, and looked at Lin Feng provocatively. "Gu Qingying, level 11, S-level professional, Snow Moon Sword Immortal." Hearing Gu Qingying's words, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. "Level and occupation as well? It's better to tell you. After all, you need to let your teammates know your specific strength," Gu Shan said after thinking for a while. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "Got it." "Wang Chao, level 10, S-level professional, giant shield warrior," Wang Chao said to Lin Feng. Judging from the name of his profession, he is obviously a defensive professional, an S-level front row meat shield. With this person around, his tolerance rate will not be too low even if I am not there. "Wu Xiaoyang, level 9, B-class professional, lightning elemental mage." Wu Xiaoyang was still so arrogant, as if he was not the one who got beaten yesterday. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. "B-level professional? To be honest, I have never thought about what this guy's profession is. I didn't expect it to be so rubbish." Seeing Wu Xiaoyang finish speaking, the last girl quickly said, "My name is Murong Shan, A-level professional, level 10, my profession is elf priest." I saw a very cute-looking girl, who quickly spoke up. The look towards Lin Feng was full of expectation and admiration. Obviously, Lin Feng had seen Lin Feng's combat power before. Looking at Murong Shan's eyes, Gu Qingying snorted in displeasure and said, "Lin Feng, it's your turn." "Oh, my name is Lin Feng, I'm level 20, SSS level professional, and a professional life study artist." After hearing Lin Feng's introduction, the other team members were stunned, and then they took a breath of cold air at the same time. They already knew about Lin Feng's profession. He was the only SSS level professional in the world, the Fate Master. But this level, Isn't it too outrageous? Level 20? It's only been 3 days since the job change ceremony. Isn't your upgrade speed a bit too fast? Are you sure? Did you say it wrong? Are you sure it's level 20, not level 12? Gu Qingying asked in disbelief. Lin Feng glanced at Gu Qingying and said, You're right, it's level 20. Don't you have to complete the second level at level 20? There are only a few days left. If you don't complete the second level, won't it be a waste of experience? Wang Chao on the side also had a look of disbelief on his face. Second transformation? I've already completed it, you don't have to worry. After these words came out, several people fell silent again. My goodness, what kind of monster has joined their team? Lin Feng's self-introduction made the atmosphere in the team instantly tense and exciting. Gu Qingying bit her lips unconvinced. I thought Lin Feng was teleported away. The 3-day gap. The level will definitely be lowered by myself. Who would have thought that he was so much taller than me? What on earth has this guy been doing for the past 3 days? The other two were more shocked and adored. Only Wu Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with fear. Level 20. 11 levels higher than him. It would have been easy for him to kill himself. Now he is much higher than me. And completed the second transformation. The difference in their strength is so huge. Then Lin Feng can completely be in the copy. Kill yourself silently? My life is over. Although very panicked. But Wu Xiaoyang didn't dare to say he wanted to quit. After all, the Wu family spent a lot of money on this. Just sent him in. He didn't even dare to let Lin Feng go out. As long as you dare to speak. I'm afraid Lin Feng would dare to kill himself. Without waiting for Gu Shan to speak, Gu Qingying gritted her teeth and took a step forward and said, You have the highest level. The position of captain is given to you. Hearing this, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. No, just be your captain. Why? Gu Qingying was also stunned when she heard this, and then she became angry. I don't want your charity. The strong should lead the team. Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly. That's not what I meant. I don't have any intention of giving you alms. It's just that my strength is too far behind yours. The most I can do is to assist you and protect you. Unless I encounter an enemy that I really can't deal with, I won't take action easily. Why do you want to do this? Murong Shan asked in confusion. I also want to see the current strength of the wind god. Wang Chao standing by also nodded in agreement. Deputy City Lord Shan, didn't you explain it to them? Lin Feng asked with some confusion. Gu Shan smiled awkwardly. Didn't you forget it? Lin Feng sighed helplessly. Don't call me Fengshen, it's too embarrassing, just call me by my name. Let me explain to you. This competition is not just about grabbing the first place, but also about showing your talent and strength. It will be of great benefit to your future choice of power. My combat power is too high. I am not in the same dimension as you. If I take action, you will have no chance to show off, just like the previous collective copy. So I won't attack you casually. I will only attack you if you can't beat me or if I think you have shown enough. Do you understand? Hearing this, the three of them fell silent at the same time. Wu Xiaoyang habitually wanted to make a few sarcastic remarks, but after seeing Lin Feng's indifferent look, he quickly covered his mouth and dared not say a word. To put it bluntly, we are still holding you back. Gu Qingying said somewhat disappointedly. Lin Feng shrugged. Not really. After all, this competition requires a team. I can't participate without you. Other main cities can't get 2 S-level professionals. Do your best. With me here, you will definitely win the championship. Listening to Lin Feng's extremely arrogant speech, everyone felt weird. Although this is a very pretentious statement. But when it comes to Lin Feng, it feels very normal. After all, they have all seen Lin Feng's terrifying output. And what level was Lin Feng at that time? Now Lin Feng is already level 20. I think the output will be even more terrifying. Chapter 66 Training Dungeon, The Doom of the Undead. Gu Qingying took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. She knew that Lin Feng's strength was indeed far beyond theirs, but she was unwilling to be left behind. She clenched her fists, A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Okay, in that case, let's do our best to cooperate and strive to achieve good results in the competition. Wang Chao also nodded. Yes, we will do our best. Murong Shan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lin Feng, we will work hard and try not to hold you back. Although Wu Xiaoyang was frightened, he did not dare to say anything and just nodded silently. Ding! Lustful power detected. Looking at this system prompt that suddenly popped up, Lin Feng was stunned. What the hell? The power of lust? What the hell is going on? Lin Feng looked along the light on the ring of 7 curses. I saw Murong Shan looking at me with burning eyes. Lin Feng was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. The two of them hurriedly turned their eyes away without leaving a trace. Hiding behind Gu Qingying. Gu Qingying. Gu Shan watched the atmosphere in the team gradually ease, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, now that everyone understands, let's start today's simulation training. Everyone should give full play to their respective strengths, cooperate well, and strive to achieve good results in the competition. It's called a simulation, but it's more about running in. After all, the format of each competition is different, so it still depends on your own coordination. Listening to Gu Shan's words, the 5 people nodded slightly. Lin Feng asked, So, how do you do this training? Do you want to be beaten? Hearing this, Gu Shan's eyes twitched violently. I am the Deputy City Lord after all. Can't you give me some face? The Deputy City Lord is a 4th-level master. How can fighting with him have any training effect? He will be killed in an instant. Do you know what training is? Wu Xiaoyang seemed to have caught Lin Feng's slip of the tongue and directly retorted. Hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Gu Shan with a strange smile. Oh? Deputy City Lord Shan, are you serious? Mr. Wu, just shut up. Gu Shan seemed to have hit a sore spot and glared at Wu Xiaoyang fiercely, scaring him so much that he covered his mouth again, feeling extremely aggrieved. Seeing this scene, everyone felt comfortable immediately. In the past, when Lin Feng was not here, Wu Xiaoyang was disgusting in various ways. They still couldn't do anything to Wu Xiaoyang. After all, it was impossible to really kill this guy. This also made Wu Xiaoyang feel fearless. Now that Lin Feng is here, Wu Xiaoyang finally knows what fear is. Gu Qingying explained in a very comfortable mood. Training is actually just brushing dungeons. It mainly depends on the cooperation. It is not for the purpose of clearing the level, so we usually look for dungeons with lower difficulty. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Is that so? Then let's go to the most difficult dungeon today. Hearing this, several people were stunned at the same time. Murong Shan's eyes flashed with worry. This is not good? I think it's okay. Gu Shan agreed directly. With Lin Feng here, we don't have to worry about safety issues, and we can also squeeze out your potential a little bit. However, there is a limit. If someone is saved by Lin Feng, that person will immediately lose the qualification to continue fighting. Do you understand? Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyang and Murong Shan couldn't help but swallow their saliva. After all, they are the weakest. If the cooperation is not good, they will definitely be the first to be eliminated. What Wu Xiaoyang feared even more was that Lin Feng would take revenge on him instead of saving him. Then he would be completely torn apart. Then it's settled, you guys go to that copy, Gu Shan said, pointing to a copy not far away. Everyone looked in the direction Gu Shan pointed. It is the level 5-25 copy, the Plague of the Undead. Looking at this copy, Lin Feng also became interested. This was the first time he took the initiative to enter the dungeon. The first 2 times, I was forced in by other people or props. Looking at Lin Feng's curious look, several people looked bitter. You know, before Lin Feng came, the ones they chose were all rubbish copies of level 5-10. I didn't expect that once Lin Feng arrived, he would immediately increase the intensity. After pulling Lin Feng into the team, Gu Qingying looked at Gu Shan and asked, Uncle, what difficulty level should we choose? The highest difficulty, Lin Feng said without thinking. Hearing this, Gu Qingying wanted to stomp this guy to death. If you want us to die, you can strangle us here. The highest difficulty will have a level 25 gold boss. A level 25 gold boss, is he very powerful? Lin Feng blinked, obviously not taking the gold-level boss seriously at all. Wang Chao said speechlessly. Brother Feng, is this even human language? As expected, your brother Feng. So handsome. Murong Shan said excitedly. Ding! Lustful power detected. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but tremble. Okay, you're the captain, so I'll listen to you. I'll just follow you guys anyway. After Gu Qingying discussed with the others for a while, finally I chose the difficulty. As several people walked into the copy, Gu Shan also hurried forward and opened the video to watch the game, quietly looking at the people in the copy. Ding! You have entered the difficult copy of the Undead Tribulation, LV0-25. Please try your best to survive. As the system prompt sounded, the 5 people slowly opened their eyes. They had come to a desolate area. The land is scorched earth, without a trace of life. There was an unpleasant smell in the air. This made several people frown. How do I clear the dungeon? Doesn't it mention the passing conditions? Lin Feng asked with some confusion after taking a look at the prompt for entering the dungeon. Seeing this, Gu Qingying also smiled proudly. It turns out there are things you don't know. This dungeon should be similar to the previous group dungeon. It is for defending against the beast tide, so we just need to keep fighting. Gu Qingying explained. If it's a level-breaking dungeon, then there will be conditions, like you have to defeat a boss or unlock something. Hearing this, Lin Feng nodded slightly. I understand. But this map looks quite complicated. Is it only used for defense? Lin Feng looked around curiously. I don't know why I want to go around and have a look. Hearing Lin Feng say this, Gu Qingying's eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. What's the point of strolling in a place like this? If you want to stroll, go ahead. Just come back in time to help us. Is that so? Lin Feng muttered thoughtfully. Then I'll go for a walk first, you guys stay on guard, it shouldn't be too difficult at the beginning, I'll be back as soon as possible. If there is any danger, Miss School Beauty, please use the communication ring to call me, and I will definitely rush back as quickly as possible. Lin Feng said without caring about their reactions. Directly walked out of the defense area defined by the system, walking towards the building in the distance. Only 4 people were left staring at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 67, A Copy Within a Copy? Inside the replica hall, Gu Shan looked at the dungeon and didn't wait for it to start. Lin Feng left immediately, covering his face helplessly. I really can't trust this kid. Didn't we agree to work things out? Why did you run away before it even started? Gu Shan's face was full of helplessness, but he couldn't contact the people in the copy. This ability to observe copies. I can only observe the captain's vicinity. If you want to observe other players individually, that's going to cost you a price. Although he was helpless, he was too lazy to waste resources to observe Lin Feng. After all, Lin Feng's strength is so flawed that he doesn't need to worry about it at all. Forget it, just run away. I'll remind you again after the instance is over. Gu Shan sighed helplessly. I hope this kid will go over and help when the team is in danger. But isn't this a defensive dungeon? Can we run around in this map? At this time, Gu Qingying and his group in the copy had the same idea as Gu Shan. The reason they dared to come here was because Lin Feng was here. As a result, Lin Feng ran away before the battle even started. I didn't expect that this map could be escaped. They didn't even see how Lin Feng got out. I only felt Lin Feng run forward 2 steps. The whole person just disappeared like that. At this time, in the Undead Tribulation instance, Lin Feng stood on the barren ridge outside the defense point, quietly watching the 4 people waiting to kill monsters, frowning slightly. No wonder no one has discovered this road. Is there an illusion barrier? Lin Feng possesses the Eye of Destiny. This sees through illusions and is immune to attacks from mental effects. It's already passive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to see this strange path so easily. Moreover, the level of this illusion barrier should be very high. He was outside this barrier, no matter how he called out to release his skills. They can't cause any reaction from the people inside the barrier. Even the communication ring cannot transmit messages in real time. There was at least a 5-minute delay. Dungeons like the Tribulation of the Undead are aimed at job changers of relatively low levels. Even those who have not yet completed the novice period. In addition to the bug of Lin Feng, generally, few people have the ability to break illusions. Even if there is, it cannot break such a powerful illusion barrier. Even the city lords who placed the copy here did not notice the abnormality of this copy. This made Lin Feng even more curious. What is hidden behind this road? The Abyss was able to set up such a powerful barrier in such a small instance. Could it be some shocking conspiracy? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became more and more agitated. The excitement of uncovering the hidden secret made Lin Feng very excited. But his intuition told him that this place was extremely dangerous. If I really passed away, it must be another life and death crisis. Whatever! We're already here! We have to go take a look! Curiosity instantly overcame Lin Feng's anxiety and rationality. After confirming that there were no problems for the time being, Lin Feng followed the path on the ridge. Stride forward. In order to explore the secrets here as quickly as possible, Lin Feng directly converted all attributes into agility values. And it caused the clouds to rise, just rushing along the road. The surrounding scenery also changed from the unchanging wasteland at the beginning. Gradually, some buildings and green plants appeared. Just when Lin Feng thought he was about to leave the barren land of the dead, suddenly, the view in front of me opened up to a vast wilderness. The moment Lin Feng saw the wilderness, he stopped his forward movement instantly. His eyes were full of shock. In the middle of this wilderness, there is a huge courtyard. The area of the courtyard is extremely exaggerated. It is tens of thousands of square meters. However, Lin Feng was not only shocked by this, but above this courtyard, there is also an illusory cover. It is exactly the same as the illusion barrier in the previous copy. It's just that the size of this barrier is more exaggerated. The illusion effect is even more terrifying. Even Lin Feng's Eye of Destiny could not completely ignore it. Only where your eyes are can you see through the illusion. Break through the illusion barrier. Lin Feng also took a deep breath. This is not some deserted courtyard. It is clearly an extremely huge tomb. There were countless corpses and broken relics scattered around the tomb. There was a thick smell of death in the air, which made people shudder. What the hell is this place? Lin Feng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. A copy of a copy? Will this situation also happen in copies in the city? However, the Undead Tribulation dungeon has a limit on the level of the people who can enter it. Wouldn't this place be a place that absolutely no one could break into? Looking at this terrifying tomb emitting a deadly aura, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The brain is working at a rapid speed. To be honest, given his personality, when he encounters such a place, I would be sorry for myself if I didn't go. But that terrifying death aura, even if Lin Feng didn't go in, it gave him some chills. If this goes in, whether you can get out alive must be a question. Whatever! I'll just go in and take a look. If there's any danger, turn around and run. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and ran straight towards the huge tomb. After a while, Lin Feng arrived in front of the illusion barrier. As long as he took a step forward, he would have completely entered the confines of the tomb. Looking at the barrier in front of him, Lin Feng took a deep breath. Just take a step forward. Ding! You have entered the SSS-level hidden dungeon, the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Looking at the system prompt sound that flashed by, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. What the hell? The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick? Isn't that Bone King's Guild? Why is it here? And it's a copy? Are you kidding? Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have been identified as an enemy by the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Nazarick is on alert. Please be extremely careful. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng's body trembled violently. A bad premonition suddenly came to my mind. I saw all kinds of corpses and monsters lying on the ground. At this time, they all stood up. Apparently those weren't monsters that died here, But it is the undead legion responsible for the outermost guard. Lin Feng's Eye of Destiny was immediately activated. After scanning these monsters, I breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these small skeletons on the periphery are not that strong. But it's only level 20 or 30. Although they are all gold quality monsters. But it's still a monster after all. Lin Feng just breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, a piercing dragon roar sounded in the air. Lin Feng subconsciously looked up and saw. I saw a zombie dragon flying into the air. Seems to be looking for myself. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's pupils shrank suddenly. I directly activated the zombie dragon? Do you have to be so cruel? No. Bone King seems to have always been so cautious. What should I do? Is it possible that I can only run away? Lin Feng subconsciously took a step back. However, at this moment, as if he had thought of something, his eyes instantly fell on the fateful event. Chapter 68, The Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have been identified as an enemy by the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Nazarick is on alert. Please be extremely careful. Ding! Modification successful. Obtain 2,000 destiny points. Destiny modified. Looking at the words, modification successful, Lin Feng felt ecstatic. It is indeed the power of destiny. It is awesome. Just when Lin Feng was ecstatic, in the deepest part of the great underground tomb of Nazarick, the blood-red soul fire in the eye sockets of a skeleton instantly lit up. Like a god opening his eyes, a terrifying majesty instantly enveloped the entire great underground tomb of Nazarick. Lin Feng didn't even have time to react. The whole person was pressed to the ground by this pressure, completely unable to move. At this time, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! A fateful event has been triggered. You have been recognized as the owner of the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Please squeak. However, before the prompt sound was fully played, a burst of harsh noise interrupted the system prompt. There was constant restlessness in Lin Feng's ears. Terrible pressure, noisy voices. Lin Feng only felt that his heart was beating faster and faster under this double torture. It seemed as if it would jump out of my chest at any moment. Everything around him seemed to have become Lin Feng's enemy, crushing Lin Feng madly. Only those undead creatures that were originally going to attack Lin Feng. He stopped and knelt in front of Lin Feng with great respect. It seemed as if waiting for Lin Feng's order. Looking at the group of undead creatures in front of him, Lin Feng clenched his teeth, and a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of his mouth. As if to save the situation, he opened his mouth and said, You guys! Get me out of Nazarick! Hearing this, a group of skeletons and zombies stood up instantly. Then, in Lin Feng's surprised eyes, he hurriedly took Lin Feng. He carried it out of Nazarick's range. At the moment when Lin Feng was taken out of Nazarick, the terrifying pressure completely disappeared like a tide. The noisy sounds in my ears also disappeared. After those skeletons left Nazarick, in an instant he turned into dry bones and fell to the ground, unable to move. Lin Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Huh! Damn, I almost died in there. This saying is really true. If you don't commit suicide, you won't die. Just as Lin Feng was secretly happy that he was able to survive, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Destiny correction. Hearing this reminder, Lin Feng almost jumped up. Come again. You want to kill me? Can I withdraw this modification? Ding! Destiny event triggered. You have obtained the soul mark of Ain's Gown to activate the SSS level mission, Lord of the King. What the hell? The soul imprint of the Bone King? What the hell is the Lord of the King? Lin Feng was stunned by the information in front of him. Didn't I just run away? What on earth is going on? SSS level quest, Lord of the King, please clear the great underground tomb of Nazarick and defeat all guardians. And defeat Ain's Gown alone. Reward, Lord of Nazarick. No time limit. Looking at this task, Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Clear the dungeon? You also need to defeat all the guardians. And he has to defeat Bone King alone? Mr. System, do you think too highly of me? Me? To kill Bone King? Wow, what an interstellar joke. I just changed into this to save my life. What's the difference between your mission and asking me to die? It seemed as if he heard the roar in Lin Feng's heart. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! The task structure is being adjusted, please wait. Ding! SSS level mission Lord of the King First Ring, clear the first floor. And defeat the Guardian of the First Floor. Reward, control of the first floor of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick and the monsters in it. No time limit. Seeing this information, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment. This is breaking the task down into links? This seems acceptable. However, if I remember correctly, the guardian of the first floor of the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick seems to be that vampire Shelter? A level 100 monster? You just don't want to let yourself pass. No. Shelter is guarding the first to third floors. The guardian of the first floor may just be her subordinates. Lin Feng touched his chin thoughtfully. And the Nazarick here may not be exactly the same as the setting in the anime. It seems that it is not impossible to complete this task. If you become the Lord of Nazarick, you can command Bone King. Then who in this world can be my opponent? Lin Feng was a little excited at first, but soon became depressed. That's not right. I can kill Bone King, so why should I be afraid of others? Forget it, let's talk about it later. Anyway, there's no time limit for this mission. I will talk about it when I am strong enough. Lin Feng lay on the ground and couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really don't know whether to say I'm lucky or unlucky. First, I teleported myself to the abyss of oblivion and encountered Tao Tai. I was just randomly running around in the small dungeon and found the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. I was given this kind of task for no apparent reason. Could this also be the unique feature of the Master of Destiny? Or is it because I am a time traveler? Lin Feng sighed deeply. I am too lazy to think about it. I looked at my character panel curiously. The Bone King's soul imprint seems to be a special state. Mark of the King, the mark of the soul from the Bone King. Passage, this brand allows you to freely enter and exit the Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick. Cost, 1000 MPCD, 7 days. Ruler of Death, undead creatures will not actively attack you, and undead creatures below level 40 will obey your orders. Ainsul Gown will always watch over you. Looking at this introduction, Lin Feng was stunned again. He originally thought that this thing was a negative effect. I didn't expect it to be positive. He was just worrying about how to get to this place if his level was higher. I didn't expect this brand to have such an effect. In addition, he can command undead creatures below level 40. This thing is comparable to an S-level talent. The only negative thing is that he is being watched by Bone King himself. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that Ainsul Gown cannot leave Nazarick, but this is not considered a negative effect. Looking at this information, Lin Feng immediately came up with the idea of going directly to the first floor of the Great Tomb of Nazarick for a tour. But Lin Feng quickly suppressed this thought. It took him more than 10 minutes just to run over here. I didn't know how long it had been when I was pinned to the ground. I'd better hurry back first. In case anything goes wrong with those guys. Lin Feng slowly stood up and took a look at Nazarick, which was wrapped in a barrier. With a grin, he urged his cloud riding machine to return the same way. Chapter 69, Level 2 Whisper of Fate, another demonized monster. At the same time, in the tribulation of the undead dungeon, Gu Qingying controlled the flying sword, madly attacking the surrounding undead creatures. My body was already wet with sweat. But these undead creatures have extremely high health and defense. Even if Gu Qingying was to deal damage, he would have to hit her more than 10 times in a row to kill an undead creature. But this wave of monsters is extremely large. No matter how hard she tried, the number of monsters has not decreased at all. Wu Xiaoyang! Stop hiding! Use all your skills! Gu Qingying shouted angrily. Wang Chao! Protect Shan Shan! If anything happens to her, we're really done for. Shan, use all your strength to heal Wu Xiaoyang and me. My skills don't need CD. They don't need mana. How can I use them again after I finish using them? Wu Xiaoyang kept waving his staff, attacking the skeletons and zombies around him. But as a mage, his physical attacks are really limited. Instead of yelling at me here, you might as well let Lin Feng come back quickly, Wu Xiaoyang said very unhappily. Hearing this, Gu Qingying said viciously, Shut up! I've already notified him. He will be back soon. That's what you said 5 minutes ago. I think Lin Feng just wants to kill us all here, Wu Xiaoyang said directly. After hearing this, Gu Qingying became even angrier. Wu Xiaoyang! If you dare to say something that will shake the team again, I will kick you out and feed you to the zombies. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyang became even more unconvinced and was about to speak. The voice that frightened him suddenly sounded above their heads. You seem to be unable to bear it? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, several people were also happy. Gu Qingying hurriedly said, Lin Feng! You still remember to come back. Help! The word help hasn't come out yet. Gu Qingying discovered something strange. They saw the undead creatures around them. I don't know when they all became petrified. Stopped in place, motionless. The undead creatures on the periphery were blocked by the innermost group of undead creatures. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't get in at all. What did you do? Gu Qingying asked in surprise and joy. Lin Feng yawned and did not answer Gu Qingying directly. Instead, he took out a dozen bottles of instant recovery potion from his backpack. Throw it to a few people. Recover your condition, then take a break and continue. This time it doesn't count as my attack. You guys just take a break. After the fight starts, if anyone wants me to help, they won't be able to continue the fight. Do you understand? Lin Feng gave orders like a captain at this time. Okay. Several people nodded. The previous panic and anxiety have now been swept away. Obviously Lin Feng is their confidence. 3 kinds of monsters, you actually accumulated 3 waves of monsters and didn't clear them out? Your S-level profession is not good enough, Lin Feng said with a smirk. Gu Qingying said unhappily. It's because we're missing one person. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had such a hard time fighting. You are right. This instance is too difficult for you. It is normal that it is difficult to complete. Lin Feng nodded, agreeing with Gu Qingying's statement. He just used the Eye of Destiny to check. The level of this wave of undead creatures has reached level 15. We need these professionals around level 10 to fight. It is indeed too difficult, and there are only 2, 1.5 output professions, so the difficulty is indeed not low. Lin Feng's words made everyone feel more at ease. Gu Qingying looked at Lin Feng, curled her lips, and didn't say much. After finding a place to sit down, several people drank the instant recovery potion given by Lin Feng, and recovered while resting. Do you want me to help you deal with this wave? Or are you going to fight like this later? Lin Feng took a look and asked when there were about 50 or 60 monsters around him. Gu Qingying heard this and said directly, No need for you. We can solve it ourselves. Seeing this, Lin Feng shrugged. Okay, then follow your own plan. After more than 10 minutes, everyone's condition had almost recovered. Gu Qingying then looked at the undead creatures around him and said, Okay, let's continue. We must go all out. We must not let this guy do it for us. A few people nearby looked at each other with strange expressions, but did not say much. They responded to Gu Qingying and stood up to prepare for battle. Lin Feng, who was standing by, also chuckled when he heard this. But he didn't say anything to them. Instead, he snapped his fingers and said, Then, continue the attack! As Lin Feng's voice fell, the undead creatures that were originally motionless like wood. Once again, he launched a fierce attack on the 4 people. But it didn't take long. They began to wonder. Because this time they fought very smoothly. Almost all of their attacks were critical hits. All the probabilistic effects were also triggered. Even skills with extremely low hit rates. This time he hit the opponent very easily. As if all the probabilities of things happening. It became inevitable. The hero of this situation. It was Lin Feng. This is also after his second transformation. Special effects brought about by skill upgrades. Whisper of Fate. Consume a certain amount of life points, modify the trajectory of the fate line, and with a certain probability push the development of events in a direction that is beneficial to the user. You can use extra points to spread the effect to teammates within a certain range. You can also use extra points to convert a single trigger into a continuous skill. Consumption. For every 10 points of Shiming points, the range is extended by 5 meters. For every 10 points of Shiming points, the duration is extended by 1 minute. Lin Feng looked at their surprised expressions. He just smiled with satisfaction and said nothing, keeping his achievements and fame to himself. Ding! Congratulations on your success in the 9th wave of challenges. The 10th wave of challenges begins. Please kill the skeleton warrior boss. As the system prompt sounded, the 5 people looked forward at the same time. I saw a huge skeleton that was 10 meters tall. Holding a huge bone knife, he was slowly walking towards the few people. However, the next moment Lin Feng frowned. Because under the thick armor of this skeleton, I saw a dark purple crystal. Even the eyes of this skull. At this time, they were all glowing dark purple. Could it be another monster that has been transformed into the abyss? Thinking of this, Lin Feng shot out the Eye of Destiny. Demonized Skeleton Warrior Boss. Grade Gold. Level LV35. Properties Panel. HP 10,000/10,000. Strength 700. Constitution 900. Spirit 200. Agility 350. Skills: Demonic Smash, Soul Devour, Shadow Shield, Wrath of the Dead. Introduction. On the abandoned battlefield, countless skeletons are revived by the power of the curse, and this skeleton warrior is eroded by the magic of the abyss and becomes extremely powerful. Facing its wrath, only the brave can survive. Seeing this name and attribute, Lin Feng's brows furrowed even tighter. Without waiting for Gu Qingying and the others to react, he strode directly in front of several people. You guys take a rest, leave this guy to me. Chapter 70, One Punch, 30,000? Are you really a human? You guys take a rest, leave this guy to me, Lin Feng said in a calm tone. Seeing that Lin Feng was about to attack without saying anything. Seeing Lin Feng suddenly about to take action, Gu Qingying asked in confusion. Why? Although the boss may be a little difficult, there is still a chance. Don't worry about us so much. During the competition, we may have to face the boss. Let us try. If it doesn't work, you can take action again. Wang Chao and Murong Shan also nodded, obviously agreeing with Gu Qingying's statement. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows when he heard this and said, Try to detect it first and see if you can detect it. Hearing this, several people were also stunned. They did not detect it immediately. Seeing Lin Feng mentioned it, he used the detection technique on the skeleton warrior. The next moment, several people were stunned at the same time. Their scrying skills are of the lowest order. It can only detect monsters that are no higher than 10 levels. And they were afraid that they couldn't even detect the name of this level 35 demonized monster. Detect can't detect, could it be a level 25 monster? Isn't it said that a level 25 boss will only appear in the last wave? Gu Qingying frowned. But our fighting power is still quite strong. We should be able to defeat a level 25 boss. Before Gu Qingying could finish her words, Lin Feng directly shared the boss panel he detected with several people. What? Demonized monster! Has this copy also been transformed into the abyss? Several people widened their eyes at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. This copy is in the copy hall. Has the hand of the abyss stretched so long? Lin Feng shook his head. Probably not, abyss probably can't do it either. As he spoke, Lin Feng subconsciously glanced in the direction of Nazarick. After all, the pressure that Bone King brought to him was much greater than that of the demon god. And I don't think Nazarick and the abyss are in the same group. That's right. After all, the copy is in the main city. Gu Qingying nodded seriously. But her reasons were completely different from Lin Feng's. However, since the copy has not been transformed into the abyss, why are there abyss monsters? Murong Shan asked with some concern. Lin Feng looked at the huge skeleton and said, "It should be that the former demonized monster was absorbed into the dungeon. Because of the special nature of this undead area, it has become an undead monster." After hearing this explanation, he nodded in sudden enlightenment. "If you really want to fight this thing, I won't stop you. But if I do that, it might be difficult for me to protect you so easily," Lin Feng said truthfully. After hearing what Lin Feng said, several people hesitated for a moment. Then they took a step back in a very orderly manner. "Let's leave it to you. We don't want to die here by accident." Gu Qingying stuck out her tongue and smiled. Looking at Gu Qingying's cute little action, Lin Feng was also in a trance for a moment. He quickly looked away and walked towards the skeleton warrior. "Then you should rest for a while." "Okay, come on, Brother Feng, let us see how strong you are now," Murong Shan shouted excitedly like a little fangirl. Lin Feng chuckled and strode forward. "But I was thinking in my heart. A demonized undead monster. Level 35. I don't know whether the abyssalization has a higher priority or the undead creature race has a higher priority. Let's try it a little." The skeleton warrior not far away looked at Lin Feng, who was running towards him. But he seemed very anxious. Looks very tangled. The bone knife in his hand was raised and moved in different directions. The same is true for his steps. He should have been moving forward. After seeing Lin Feng, it seemed as if I didn't know whether I should move forward. Gu Qingying and others saw this scene. Also dumbfounded. Is Lin Feng so scary? The monster was so scared that it dared not move. Did this guy release some skills? I didn't notice. At this time, Lin Feng also walked in front of the skeleton warrior, looking at the anxious boss. Lin Feng also grinned. It seems that the race of undead creatures is still a higher priority. They can't attack me and the abyssal creatures must kill humans, which conflicts with it, right? Hearing Lin Feng's voice, the skeleton warrior cried out in panic. But he still couldn't do anything to Lin Feng. This is interesting. Lin Feng also laughed and ordered, "Just lie down." Hearing Lin Feng's order, the skeleton warrior trembled. The dark purple crystal on the chest kept trembling, exuding a strong abyss atmosphere. But no matter what, he could not change the skeleton general's obedience to Lin Feng's orders. Suddenly, the skeleton warrior lay straight on the ground. Lin Feng leaped up, jumped directly onto the chest of the skeleton warrior. After determining the location of the crystal, just punch out directly. -8,052. -27,076. Suddenly, two huge numbers flashed over the head of the skeleton warrior. The system prompt sounded suddenly. You killed the LV-35 demonized skeleton warrior, and gained 15,000 experience points, 7,500 cross-level experience points, and the demonized skeleton you gained multiplied by 1. Ding! The sin of greed is activated. Congratulations, you have stolen 9% of the demonized skeleton warrior's physical value. Ding! Congratulations on the success of the 10th wave of challenges. 5 minutes later, the 11th wave of challenges will begin. The 11th wave of challenges, Skeleton Knights times 20. Looking at the system prompts that flashed by, Lin Feng nodded slightly. He turned around and returned to the four people. Huh! What's wrong with you four? Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Feng asked doubtfully. You didn't use any equipment just now? You killed it instantly? Wang Chao asked in shock. Lin Feng said as a matter of course. Yes, this kind of monster is not strong, one punch is enough. Hearing these almost inhuman Versailles words, Wang Chao just felt dizzy. If I compare myself with you again, I'm just a pig. There's no need to say that, Lin Feng said speechlessly. Lin Feng, are you really not cheating? You dealt over 30,000 damage with one punch. Are you serious? Gu Qingying's eyes were also very complicated at this time. Although I know that Lin Feng's damage may be very high. However, when she first saw it, the damage was only a few thousand at most. And it was done with the support of a red-level weapon. If I work hard and get some equipment, I can still catch up. But what about now? Lin Feng is useless. With just one punch, the damage instantly exceeded 30,000. Gu Qingying instantly felt that she was no match for Lin Feng. I'm afraid it's even worse than trash. Looking at Gu Qingying's lost eyes, Lin Feng didn't know how to comfort her. After all, I am indeed different from others. Let's not talk about the terrifying attribute bonus brought by the 7 curse rings. The power of changing destiny brought by the fortune teller alone. It is not something that ordinary job changers can compare with. It's useless to say more, after all, others can't learn it. Chapter 71. Not playing with life, but playing with destiny. Looking at the 4 people with different expressions, Lin Feng sighed and said, "Don't compare yourself to me. It's better for you to compare yourself to each other. Although I am the same age as you, my situation is too special. After all, I am the only one who can successfully play the role of the Fate Master." When Lin Feng said this, Gu Qingying's expression became even uglier. "It's not that I'm so powerful, but this profession is too special." Lin Feng thought for a moment, and continued, "The power of the profession of the Fate Master is far beyond your imagination. It's just that those users in the past took the wrong path." Hearing this, several people looked at Lin Feng. There was a hint of curiosity in his eyes. "It's hard to explain in detail, but you should have experienced it from the battle just now." Lin Feng thought for a moment, and said directly. Wang Chao frowned, somewhat puzzled. "What do you mean? Brother Feng, are you saying that the experience of getting critical hits every time just now was because of your skills?" Murong Shan reacted immediately, and her lovely eyes widened instantly, with disbelief on her face. Lin Feng nodded slightly. "A fortune teller is not playing with life, but playing with destiny. Luck lies in destiny. I've told you the core of my profession. It's really inconvenient to talk about the rest. Anyway, don't even think about competing with me. If you want to compare with each other, just treat me as a trump card." After hearing Lin Feng's explanation, the expressions of several people were different. Gu Qingying's brows were still furrowed, as if she was thinking about something. Wang Chao seemed to be thinking about something, with a wry smile on his face. Wu Xiaoyang's face was filled with fear. The fear of Lin Feng had obviously reached a whole new level. Seeing this, Lin Feng didn't say anything more. He walked past everyone and walked to the open space behind him. He sat down on the ground casually and said, "Okay, the dungeon is not over yet. Let's take a break and prepare to face the next wave of enemies." The 4 of them didn't react, and each found a place to sit down. It seemed that he was still digesting what Lin Feng had said earlier. Lin Feng also closed his eyes and rested. Ouch! After a while, Lin Feng suddenly felt a headache. I opened my eyes subconsciously. The proud scenery once again obscured his vision. Obviously the person coming was still Gu Qingying. "What's wrong?" Lin Feng asked, looking away subconsciously. Gu Qingying sat directly next to Lin Feng. "I lost, or rather, I completely lost on the day I changed my job. I didn't want to compete with you, you took the initiative to compete with me," Lin Feng said helplessly. "TSK, I didn't say you were wrong." Although Gu Qingying still felt a little uncomfortable, she thought it through. "Maybe this is what Dad and Uncle said, there are always people better than you." Lin Feng shrugged. "Maybe. After all, for us humans on Blue Star, we don't even know how big the world is. It's like looking at the moon in a well. After all, this world is still too big, and there are too many things we haven't seen. And I don't think I'm that strong." Gu Qingying glanced at Lin Feng speechlessly. In her eyes, Lin Feng was just being Versailles. "Don't give me that. I heard from my uncle that he lost to you. He even told you such an embarrassing thing?" Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Gu Qingying chuckled. "I lied to him, and he told it out right away. I'm really not Versailles. You will know when you see a truly powerful existence, just like an ant seeing the blue sky," Lin Feng said with emotion. "TSK, you talk as if you've seen something horrible." Gu Qingying rolled her eyes at Lin Feng. Lin Feng chuckled. "Don't forget that I was teleported out by Wu Xiaoyang. How can you be sure that I haven't seen it?" Seeing Lin Feng say this, Gu Qingying's eyes flashed with curiosity. "Have you really seen any particularly powerful existence?" "Of course there are more than one. If I hadn't run fast, I might have died on the spot. Not to mention me, even City Lord Gu Tai probably couldn't withstand that monster, Lin Feng said with a smile. Gu Qingying quickly asked. What kind of monster is that? Is it really that scary? Keep it secret, Lin Feng said with a wicked smile. If you don't want to talk, forget it. Gu Qingying snorted and stomped on Lin Feng again, this time even more fiercely. Rest time is almost over. Get ready for battle. Here it comes. Lin Feng looked at Gu Qingying, who went straight forward to give orders, smiled bitterly, touched his right foot in pain, slowly stood up, and quietly looked at the 4 people in front of him. The next battles were with ordinary monsters. It was not difficult for Gu Qingying and his group. Lin Feng also let them feel the help of Whisper of Destiny. And there is no Whisper support effect. Several people immediately understood how powerful Lin Feng was. The relationship with Lin Feng became more and more harmonious. Only Wu Xiaoyang became more and more frightened. He could probably guess. If the core of Lin Feng's profession is to play with fate or something, there is positive assistance. There must be a reverse curse-like power. If that is the case, then he would definitely be killed silently by Lin Feng in the dungeon. They couldn't even find a reason. No. He absolutely cannot be in the same team with Lin Feng anymore. He's quitting the team. He must quit the team. With the help of Lin Feng. The last few waves of defense were unusually easy. Don't you think this is a waste of life points? Now Lin Feng has no lack of acting points at all. His projection is still killing monsters in the wilderness area. As long as the projected attack hits, you will get the life points. Killing monsters will give you extra life points. As long as Lin Feng doesn't mess around and use his skills in vain, there is no way you can use up all your life points. About an hour later, the final boss finally appeared. But this time the boss is very normal. It's just a level 25 dungeon boss. Lin Feng did not make any move. Occasionally, I would go and rescue 2 people. The rest were left to the few people to deal with on their own. With the help of the Whisper of Fate, several people quickly dealt with the boss completely. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the dungeon, Tribulation of the Undead. Gain 5,000 experience points. You can leave the dungeon at any time. Looking at the system prompts, Lin Feng couldn't help but smack his lips. I only give such a small reward. This is a bit too stingy. But thinking about it later, it is right. I didn't do much with this copy. 5,000 points is a good reward. After all, now the dungeons give clearance rewards based on contributions. After this copy, Gu Qingying and Wang Chao also reached level 13. Murong Shan also reached level 12. Only the weakest Wu Xiaoyang barely reached level 10. It's not that I bully him, but his attack is too weak. I can't grab any monsters at all. He was directly demoted to a lower level. As several people appeared in the dungeon hall again. Only then did Gu Shan walk towards them with a smile on his face. Chapter 72, Departure. Global Rookie League. The team effect is much better this time. It turns out that there is still pressure. Gu Shan looked at them with great satisfaction. It turns out that pressure brings motivation. The only problem is that compared to the other people, Wu Xiaoyang's output is still too low. Seeing Gu Shan say this, everyone's eyes fell on Wu Xiaoyang. There was no hiding the disdain in his eyes. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wu Xiaoyang was stunned at first. I was just about to respond to them as usual. However, he soon remembered the terrifying ability that Lin Feng had shown in the dungeon. He quickly said, Yes. My output is too low, my magic attack is too low. Is that so? You guys should just let me quit the team. Let Cui Min come. He's an A-rank archer. His output is definitely higher than mine. When Wu Xiaoyang said this, the eyes of the people present widened at the same time. What the hell did this guy say? He's quitting the team? Is this true? Wasn't he unwilling to go out before? Why did Lin Feng want to leave right after joining him? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Are you scared now? Do you want to run away? Sorry, don't even think about it. Lin Feng chuckled and was about to say something. Gu Shan said directly, the team has been decided, and the list was submitted yesterday. The contestants cannot be changed. Even if there is something you can't stand, just overcome it and wait until the competition is over. As soon as these words came out, Wu Xiaoyang's already ugly expression suddenly became even uglier. The team can't be adjusted? Then I'm doomed. But my output is too low. And yes. And I will destroy the unity of the team. Wu Xiaoyang continued to struggle. Seeing this, Lin Feng strode forward and put his hand on Wu Xiaoyang's shoulder, looking like a good brother, and said, It doesn't matter. I have output, and I'm not that far behind you. As for the unity issue, you can't destroy anything with me here. Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyang's pupils shrank suddenly. In Wu Xiaoyang's eyes, Lin Feng's action was undoubtedly a signal to kill him. Lin Feng is right. At this time, Gu Shan also came over and said, Your Wu family spent a lot of money to let you join the team. You can't let your family down. Besides, isn't your Wu family rich? Can't we just buy you some more powerful equipment? Watching Gu Shan and Lin Feng exchange glances, Wu Xiaoyang felt like the sky had fallen on him. It seems that I am really going to die in the competition this time. Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang's disheartened expression and sneered with disdain. Gu Shan did not say anything more on this issue. After all, it was not him who was responsible for quitting the team. Even the Wu family would never agree to this. They don't need to take it to heart at all. As for what Lin Feng should do, that's none of his business, and has nothing to do with him. In the following time, Lin Feng did as agreed. No more running around. Just stay in the 4-person team obediently, cooperating with several people's training. Rather than saying that Lin Feng trained with them, it would be better to say that Lin Feng was responsible for protecting them in the dungeon. After all, there is indeed no monster worth Lin Feng's attack. In the next few days, Lin Feng and other team members cooperated more and more tacitly. Although Wu Xiaoyang was filled with fear and anxiety, under the pressure of Lin Feng and Gu Shan, he also had to bite the bullet and ask his family for a set of expensive equipment to improve his output and self-protection capabilities and continue to fight in the team. 4 days passed in a flash. The Global Rookie League begins today. Longqing, south of the city. Gu Tai and Gu Shan brought Gu Qingying, Wang Chao and others, waiting with helplessness on his face. Where's Lin Fengren? Why hasn't he come yet? Gu Shan asked impatiently. We agreed to meet at 7:30. I've been waiting for him for almost an hour. Gu Tai at the side said leisurely. Don't worry, it won't officially start until 10 o'clock, there's still time, Lin Feng asked me last night. Hearing this, the corner of Gu Shan's mouth twitched slightly. Although he was very unhappy, since Gu Tai said so, he had no choice but to nod helplessly. Not long after, a shadow fell from the sky. It crashed directly into the crowd. Phew! Sorry! I'm late! I'm not late! Lin Feng looked breathless. It was obvious that he had run back with all his might. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Gu Qingying rolled her eyes at Lin Feng and said, You are only 57 minutes and 48 seconds late. Hearing this, Lin Feng smiled awkwardly. Ah, it's a little urgent, I'm ready. We can set off. In fact, it wasn't that Lin Feng wanted to be late. But after he released the projection skill that had been used to play in the wild outside last night, then I took a rest directly. I woke up early this morning and subconsciously activated the projection skill. It turned out that the projection did not appear next to him, but it is still at the place where the projection disappeared last night. Lin Feng finally reacted. Only when you are within your field of vision can you cancel the projection skill. The next time you perform the spell, the projection will appear next to you. Helplessly, Lin Feng could only drive the Tingyun mist, galloping all the way. Only then did he manage to take the projection back. This projection of fate has not been idle in these 4 days. I have been fighting countless monsters without sleep. Even Lin Feng was promoted to a higher level. I can only say that this is truly a magical skill. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, Gu Shan asked with a face full of resentment. What on earth did you go there for? Can't you wait until the competition is over before going there? It has something to do with my skills and condition. I have to go out for a while, otherwise it may affect my strength. Although Lin Feng did not explain in detail, he did not hide it from Gu Shan. Hearing this, Gu Shan frowned. Is this true? Why do I feel like you made this up? Seeing this, Gu Tai interrupted Gu Shan's questioning and said, Okay, that's enough of this question. The teleportation array is ready. Let's go! Yes! When everyone heard this, including Gu Shan, they followed Gu Tai and entered the teleportation formation. As a blue light rose up, several people disappeared in an instant. With the little things of a few people, a middle-aged man came out from nowhere. Looking at the empty teleportation array, he said in a voice transmission, Master, Gu Tai and Gu Shan have taken them out. We can start our plan now. Yes, I understand. I'll go right away. The middle-aged man responded, with a dark purple light in his eyes. Then he strode towards the copy hall. Chapter 73, The Little Devils from Sakura Country? Eternal Battlefield. Located directly above the Blue Star territory. The entire venue is designed like a city in the sky, magnificent and full of symbols of mystery and power. It is also the only aerial territory controlled by humans today. I heard that each startup consumes a lot of resources and energy. But it can also draw upon the power of the gods. Blessings to the victor. To maximize the effect of this blessing, the Blue Star Federation set this place as the main venue for the Global Rookie League. The Glory Square is located in the center of the Eternal Battlefield. It is also the gathering place for all the players in this league. As a blue light flashed, under the leadership of Gu Tai, Lin Feng and others steadily walked out of the huge portal carved with ancient runes. The air around was filled with faint magical fluctuations, as if every breeze was whispering. The moment he stepped onto the Glory Square, Lin Feng couldn't help but be a little shocked. The square is broad and majestic, surrounded by tall stone pillars, each of which is engraved with mysterious runes. In the center of this Glory Square, there is a huge crystal stone suspended. The crystal was flashing a soft light, floating up and down with the fluctuations of energy. So luxurious? How much will it cost? Lin Feng muttered subconsciously. Gu Qingying, who was standing by, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard Lin Feng's useless words. You're really ruining the mood, aren't you? This place was not built by humans. I heard that the strongest man of mankind snatched it from the hands of gods from another world. Of course, I just listened to it as a myth. Only after seeing it with my own eyes did I feel that this story is very likely true. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and his eyes looked elsewhere. At this time, many people from various countries have gathered in the square. Contestants from each main city. The biggest difference between this world and Earth is that everywhere is full of dangers. Only by building a main city recognized by the world can the people live a stable life. There are a total of 16 main cities in Longwo alone, and Longqing is the 9th main city. This means that Dragon Country has 16 teams participating in the competition. To them, they are both helpers and enemies. Xiao Feng! Ha! You really came! I thought that old man Gu Tai wouldn't let you participate. I was about to go straight to Dragon City. Just as everyone was shocked by the difference in this place, an excited voice suddenly sounded. Hearing someone calling Lin Feng, the group looked back at the same time. Li Guang laughed and ran straight towards Lin Feng. Greetings, Commander Li. Seeing that it was Li Guang, Lin Feng smiled and hurriedly went to greet him. Li Guang laughed and put his arm around Lin Feng's shoulders like a brother. Why call me Commander? We are all family. Call me Brotherly. Calling me Brotherly is a generation gap, right? Before Lin Feng could speak, Gu Tai, Gu Qingying and others came over, with a speechless look on their faces. What do you mean I, an old man, can't let Lin Feng participate? If you can't speak, just don't speak, okay? Li Guang laughed and said nonchalantly. Gu Tai, you old man, you are always so serious. I am just joking, don't take it seriously. Gu Tai shook his head helplessly. By the way, How did you and Lin Feng know each other? Didn't you become the leader of the North China National Defense? One is from the south and the other is from the north, so they are totally unrelated, right? Seeing Gu Tai mention this, Li Guang snorted coldly. Isn't it because of that Wu family in Longqing? They used that high-level random teleportation scroll on Xiaofeng, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to meet Xiaofeng. The Dragon Nation's law states that anyone who attacks a job changer and his family will be killed. Mr. Gu, have you dealt fairly with the family that attacked Xiaofeng? If you don't dare to move, I'll bring the National Guard to do it for you. As soon as these words came out, several people fell silent. They all looked at Wu Xiaoyang, who was hiding carefully behind Gu Tai, with strange expressions. Seeing the looks in everyone's eyes, Li Guang immediately understood. You old man, you are really going backwards as you get older. Don't tell me that this guy is also a candidate for this competition. Gu Tai's attitude remained the same, but a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This is Dragon City's invitation. As the city lord, I will make the decision. Even if you want to intervene, please wait until the competition is over. Just consider it as giving me face, okay? Hearing this, Li Guang frowned instantly and was about to say something. He was stopped by Lin Feng. Uncle Li, don't get excited. Don't you need my help? Li Guang and Lin Feng exchanged glances, as if they understood something. Lin Feng nodded slightly. I have my own ideas. Gu Tai was also a little surprised to see Lin Feng easily stop Li Guang. As an old acquaintance of Li Guang, he knew better than anyone how stubborn Li Guang was. Lin Feng actually stopped him with just one sentence? What on earth happened to this kid during the 3 days he was teleported away? How could Li Guang trust him so much? When everyone was confused, a voice speaking extremely poor Chinese. Suddenly it rang in everyone's ears. So this is the Dragon Country? They are really not worth mentioning. They are already fighting among themselves before the war even started. It turns out that only our Sakura country is a country of etiquette. Listening to this disgusting sound, everyone frowned together, looking towards the source of the sound. I saw a short man who looked to be only about 1.5 meters tall, with a group of dwarfs who were about the same height as him. He appeared in front of everyone with a proud look on his face. Look at these guys. Lin Feng blinked subconsciously. Whose child is not well taken care of? Why did he run here? Hearing this, the man who had just spoken immediately shouted. Baka! I am the captain of the Sakura second team. Yumekawa Chiku. I am the only inheritor of the Bushido of the Sakura country. Who are you calling a kid? Puff. It's okay if he doesn't introduce himself. When he heard the words, no underwear, Longqing and his group couldn't hold it anymore. Ahem. Sorry, we have been trained and normally we would never laugh unless we really can help it, Lin Feng said while trying hard to hold back his laughter. Seeing this, Yumeko and Naiku became even more angry. Baka! I am the #1 genius of the Yumekawa family. How dare you laugh at me like this? Without waiting for them to say anything, Lin Feng suddenly frowned. Ding! Detection detected. Blocked. Lin Feng snorted coldly, and the whisper of fate was activated instantly. There is a possibility of failure in detection. Fate whispers. All of this person's detection skills failed instantly. Little Japanese, has no one taught you that it is particularly rude to use detection skills on other people casually? Lin Feng asked coldly. Chapter 74. Yes, my recovery skill is slapping. They are just some Chinese from Dragon Country. Before Yumeko and Naiku could finish his words, Lin Feng slapped him directly, with murderous intent in his eyes. You'd better think carefully before you speak. Subtract 200. Under Lin Feng's control, it only caused 200 damage to Meichuan Naiku. But my face was burning with pain. But this made Yumeko and Naiku roar angrily. Bakayaro! How dare you hit me! The few people who had been following him all pulled out their weapons, looking ready to fight. This sudden movement, it instantly caught the attention of everyone present. Everyone's eyes turned to them. Li Guang's expression suddenly changed. Oh no! The organizers are here! This is going to be difficult. If you attack someone from another team before the game, you might be disqualified. Seeing this, Lin Feng suddenly chuckled and thought to himself, I've only had this talent for 3 or 4 days. I never thought that I would use it here for the first time. Ding! Fate reversal activated. Damage reduction and recovery. At this time, Yumeko Naiku was filled with ecstasy, and he shouted frantically at the organizers. My lord! My lord! I have something important to report to you. Soon 2 men in white robes came quickly in front of the crowd. Although these 2 people don't look like they are from Dragon Country or Sakura Country. However, the 2 spoke in authentic Chinese and Sakura language. Please repeat in detail what happened just now. Yumeko Naiku excitedly recounted everything that had happened before. In the end, he slapped me in the face. These ignorant people of Ji Long. They dare to say that they are a country of etiquette. It's an insult to these 4 words. After Meichuan Naiku finished speaking, the person in charge's eyes also fell on Lin Feng. Seeing this, Lin Feng sneered, then asked with great certainty. Hey, little devil, did I really hit you? Everyone saw it. You still dare to quibble in front of the 2 adults. I have lost all my health. If you 2 adults don't believe me, I will show you the health bar and the system message. Yumeko Naiku said as he opened the panel, but before he finished speaking, he just froze in place. His health bar was at 100%, and corresponding to the data of Lin Feng's slap. At this time, it clearly said add 200. Such a green number represents recovery. How could this happen? Not to mention the people in Sakura Country. Even the people in Lin Feng's team. At this time, everyone's face was filled with disbelief. Lin Feng clearly drew blood from him just now. How come, in the blink of an eye, it turned into blood recovery? Lin Feng smiled and said, Comrades, I didn't attack him. I saw that he was too angry and was afraid that he would get hurt, so I restored some of his blood. Doesn't this count as an attack on them? The 2 responsible persons were silent for a moment after hearing this. Not really. Impossible. My teammates and I saw it. He slapped me. My face is still burning with pain. Yumeko Naiku continued to shout. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at Meichuan Naiku and said, Sorry, this is how my recovery skill is triggered. If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it again. Come on if you have the guts. I don't believe it. What tricks can you play in front of 2 adults? Yumeko Naiku roared. Comrades, is this okay? Lin Feng forced himself to suppress the smile in his heart, and looked at the 2 responsible persons on the side and asked. The 2 looked at each other and said, Since the other party strongly requires you to use this as proof, of course you can. Okay, thank you. After saying that, Lin Feng strode to Meichuan Naiku and gave him an evil smile. Seeing this expression, Yumeko Naiku's heart trembled. Well, how about it? Before he could even utter the word forget it, Lin Feng swung his arm and slapped Meichuan Naiku hard on the face. Suddenly, Meichuan Naiku flew into the air. He was whipped so hard that he spun 2.5 circles in the air before finally landing on the ground. Add 5,000. However, a green number appeared above his head. Seeing this scene, everyone present was dumbfounded. This guy's way of recovering health is to slap people in the face. It seems that the harder you pump, the faster your blood returns. At this time, Meichuan Naiku also climbed up from the ground in pain. His right face was swollen. The swollen area alone was as big as half my head. There was a deep red palm print on it. There was even a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Apparently, he was nearly beaten to death. But it is an indisputable fact that Lin Feng restored his health. The 2 responsible persons looked at Lin Feng with complicated expressions. From their perspective, this is indeed a recovery skill. Meichuan Naiku, you were the first to provoke the Dragon 9th team and falsely accuse them. This is a warning. If you do it again, you will be disqualified from the competition. After saying that, the 2 persons in charge nodded apologetically at Lin Feng and others, and left quickly. Hearing this, Yumeko Naiku sat on the ground in disbelief. How could this happen? It was different from what he thought. Meichuan Naiku muttered to himself, and his eyes slowly moved to Lin Feng's face. Seeing this, Lin Feng grinned. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Don't be polite to me, I can slap you again. As soon as these words came out, Yumeko and Nike trembled all over and quickly stood up. No! No need! Let's go! After saying that, Yumeko and Nike ran away with his team in a panic. Seeing this, Lin Feng snorted coldly. When he turned around, he found that Gu Qingying and others were looking at him in disbelief. Huh? What's wrong? Lin Feng was stunned and asked with some confusion. Gu Qingying asked subconsciously. Do you really have the skill to recover health by slapping someone? Lin Feng smiled and said, Yes, do you need me to help you recover? Except for the pain, everything else is very good. Hearing this, several people trembled and retreated one after another. Gu Qingying even hugged Murong Shan directly. No. I have Shanshan, her milk supply is enough. Okay, forget it. Lin Feng shrugged and did not insist. However, after Meichuan Nike's interruption, Li Guang, who originally wanted to stand up for Lin Feng because of the Wu family's affairs, calmed down. Okay, Xiaofeng, do your best in this competition. Ilan is here to watch you compete, so don't let us down, Li Guang said, but his eyes were on Gu Qingying, who was not far away. This is the daughter of old man Gu Tai, right? No wonder you are willing to suffer a loss. I understand. Hearing this, Lin Feng was about to explain a few words when he was interrupted by Li Guang again. Okay, that's all I have to say. There are a lot of big guys coming to watch this competition. The guy you met last time is here too. If you work hard, maybe you can become his disciple. Chapter 75. The competition begins. A huge dungeon. Li Guang looked at Gu Tai and said, Old man, Xiao Feng is already a member of our National Guard. If you dare to let him suffer any injustice, I will bring the National Guard to raid your Gu family. After saying that, Li Guang gave Lin Feng an encouraging look, then left the venue and walked towards the audience seats. Upon hearing this, the two city lords, Gu Tai and Gu Shan, rushed to Lin Feng and said, Lin Feng, is what Li Guang said true? Have you really joined the National Guard? I don't know if it counts, but I promised him that I could put my name on the list. He said I would obey orders but not announcements. If I don't want to go, I don't have to go, but I will get all the benefits. Hearing this, Gu Tai took a breath of cold air. He understood this treatment very well. This was Li Guang's investment in Lin Feng. But isn't the fortune teller a useless profession? Why is Li Guang so optimistic about Lin Feng? He even placed such a huge bet, and even treated Lin Feng as a brother. Seeing the shocked expressions of the two people, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Any questions? Since you have already joined, I have nothing more to say. Gu Tai patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, but Lin Feng could not understand Gu Tai's complicated expression. Without waiting for Gu Tai to say anything, a loud voice slowly rang out in the square. The Global Rookie League is about to begin. Non-participants please leave the square. Like a system prompt. It rang 3 times. Gu Tai and Gu Shan gave a few final instructions to the others. He left the Glory Square and walked towards the audience stand where Li Guang was. Wait until all irrelevant personnel have left. The voice rang out again. Welcome all geniuses to the eternal battlefield. The Global Rookie League is the way for us humans to select talents and assess national strength and destiny. The top 10 teams will receive rewards prepared by the Blue Star Federation. The top 10 will receive even more generous rewards. The first place winner can even receive guidance from the God of War. Of course, as long as you show enough potential in this competition, you will have the opportunity to join the top forces. You may even become a disciple of a certain God of War. As the sound rang out, the originally quiet square became noisy again. Everyone got excited at this moment. Even Lin Feng couldn't help but narrow his eyes. There is some expectation in my heart. Are you all ready? Just as everyone was waiting for the previous voice to sound again, an extremely gentle voice seemed to echo in everyone's hearts. All of a sudden, everyone felt as if their souls were purified, and they became calm. Everyone subconsciously looked up. I saw a beautiful figure floating in the air. But no one could see her true appearance. It was as if the whole person was shrouded in a layer of mist. Only Lin Feng saw through this mist through the eye of destiny. However, before Lin Feng could see the man's true appearance, the mist once again blocked Lin Feng's sight. Can even the eye of destiny see through this? It seems like this is an absolute big shot. Just as Lin Feng was talking to himself, a chuckle sounded in everyone's heart again. Haha, there are so many talented people this year. I almost got exposed. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became noisy again. Only Lin Feng couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He just felt as if he was being controlled by some terrifying existence. I glanced at it lightly. Lin Feng even felt that if the other party wanted to, this one look could cost him his life. The person looking at him was definitely the one in the air. Is there such a thing on Blue Planet? Is this level really human? Lin Feng even felt that only the Bone King in the great underground tomb of Nazarick. Only then can I be compared with this person. Well, I won't waste any more time. My name is Xie. I wish you all well, just do your best. The Global Rookie League starts now. Xie, no one knows whether this name is her real name or a nickname. As the strongest person on Blue Star, even the God of War has to respectfully call her Venerable or Senior when he sees her. Following the powerful person who called himself Xie, the huge crystal stone in the center of the square. Suddenly a dazzling light appeared. The blinding light instantly enveloped the entire square. All of a sudden, all the contestants present disappeared. Upon seeing this, Xie disappeared in a flash. In an instant, he appeared in an extremely luxurious room. There were 7 or 8 people sitting in the room. These people are gods of war from various countries. Senior Xie, did you forget to say something? A white-haired old man asked awkwardly. Xie glanced at him upon hearing this. The huge pressure almost made this old man, who already possessed the strength of a god of war, faint. Really? You didn't tell them how to beat this copy, the old man said under pressure. Xie was a little displeased and said in a cold voice. Oh, what does it have to do with me? Didn't you ask me to come forward? But... Hick. The purpose of the competition is to select talents and assess a country's fortune and strength. Wouldn't this better show their true potential? I think it's better to say nothing. Before the old man could say anything, a burping man got up from the ground and spoke with sleepy eyes. This man was none other than the Thousand Moons god of war who had once met Lin Feng. After hearing Qianyue's words, the room fell silent again. Xie covered her mouth with her hands and smiled, then slowly walked towards the door. Qianyue also staggered behind her and left the room. As the light fades, Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and found himself in a vast desert. There's no one around. Lin Feng tried it a little bit. The communication ring also seemed to be completely blocked. He looked around and saw nothing but yellow sand and the blazing sun in the sky. It was as if I was teleported into a desert. What's going on? Lin Feng was a little confused. Are we going to act alone in this competition? Then why do we need to form a team? Lin Feng quickly stood up and looked around. There was nothing but sand all around. There are no buildings, no plants, nothing. Only in the north can one vaguely see the shadow of a tall tower. It seems like a hope. As the saying goes, a horse will die if it runs high up the mountain. God knows how far this tower is from him. Just when Lin Feng was speechless, he suddenly felt the sand under his feet vibrate. Before Lin Feng could react, a group of monsters have crawled out from the sand. There were as many as 50 or 60 of them, baring their teeth at him. Huh! I told you, since this is a dungeon, you still have to kill monsters. Chapter 76. This is about national destiny and cannot be underestimated. Huh! I told you, since this is a dungeon, you still have to kill monsters. It would be disgusting if you really want to play a desert survival game. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief, and the Eye of Destiny was activated. Desert Lizard. Level 20. Grade Silver. HP 8500/8500. Strength 600. Physical Fitness 700. Spirit 150. Agility 300. Skill Sandstorm Assault, Sand Smash, Sandstorm Rage. Introduce. The desert lizard is a giant reptile that lives in the barren desert. It uses its powerful tail and claws as weapons and can stir up sandstorms to attack its enemies. Huh! Level 20? How can there be monsters of such a high level? Isn't this the Rookie League? Seeing the level of the monster, Lin Feng was also stunned. The Global Rookie League faces rookies who have only changed jobs for 10 days. The reason I was able to reach level 21 was entirely due to the special nature of my profession and my extraordinary luck. Of course, if Lin Feng hadn't been trapped by the Ring of Seven Curses, his level should have gone straight to level 30. However, most job changers can never reach level 20. There are level 20 monsters appearing here, and so many of them appear at once. I am not afraid, but how can ordinary professionals deal with monsters of this level? Could it be that these monsters are generated according to the level of the job changer? Although Lin Feng was a little curious, he was too lazy to think about it. Since monsters have appeared, just kill them. Looking at the lizards with bared fangs and claws, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. After thinking for a while, the demon bow appeared in his hand again. Lin Feng drew his bow and arrow. In an instant, 4 arrows flew straight towards the group of lizards. Minus 92,046. Minus 27,476. Minus 46,023. Minus 46,023. As Lin Feng shot an arrow, countless injuries flashed madly above the heads of these lizards. Almost instantly, all the lizards disappeared in the desert. You killed the LV-20 Desert Lizard X55 and gained 110,000 experience points. You also gained a Lizard Tail X25 and a Lizard Claw X25. You killed the LV-20 Desert Lizard Elite and gained 2,500 experience points. You also gained 1 times the Thick Lizard Tail and 1 times the Locator. Huh! Is there an elite monster sneaking in here? What the hell is a Locator? Lin Feng was slightly stunned. Lin Feng had no interest at all, and his eyes were immediately fixed on the locator. Location device, a copy item. After using it, it can help you determine the location of a teammate and continue tracking him. Locate teammates? Seeing this introduction, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, and immediately had a guess in his mind. It seems that this instance requires us to find a way to gather with our teammates. Well, I don't care whether we gather or not. The main thing is whether they can hold their own. Lin Feng talked to himself, and with a slight effort, the positioning device in his hand instantly turned into a ball of light and poured into his body. As the light poured in, a faint little light dot appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision. As long as you follow the light, you will find one of your teammates, but you don't know who it is. Of course, Lin Feng was not in a hurry to find teammates. Instead, he wanted to explore whether there was anything special in this copy. Just as Lin Feng was thinking this, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! 2 people have completed the first wave of hunting. The list is open. Hearing this system information, Lin Feng suddenly raised his head and looked at the list. 2 people have completed the hunt? I should be the first one to finish. But how long has it been since I killed this wave of monsters? How come a second person completed it? Could it be that there are other novice job changers similar to me in this world? Scoreboard. 1. Lin Feng, Longwa 65. 2. Anna, Eagle Country 65. 3. Arthur, Bear Country 34. 9. Yumeko and Naiku, Sakura Country 14. 10. Gu Qingying, Longwa 12. Lin Feng looked at the ranking list in front of him. His expression was slightly unhappy. Although this list can only see the top 10. But among these 10 people, only Gu Qingying from Longwa made it into the top 10. And it's still hanging at the end. The United States and the Bear Country each had 3 people in the top 10. Even Yumeko and Naika made it into the top 10. Even ranked above Gu Qingying. This made Lin Feng very unhappy. It can be said that if there is no time traveler like me in this world, the situation in Dragon Country can be said to be completely unbearable to look at. Even Gu Qingying's current level was brought up by Lin Feng some time ago. Without Lin Feng's help, maybe there is not even anyone from Long Country who makes it into the top 10. The more Lin Feng looked at the list, the uglier his expression became. National destiny and national strength? Looks like I have to find them first. Lin Feng muttered to himself with a complicated expression. With the help of their own whisper of fate, they should be able to fight much faster. This can also help you move up a lot of rankings. I just don't know how long this first wave of monsters will last, and when the second wave of monsters will appear. If you really pile up waves of them, the only thing waiting for them will be death. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sighed softly. I originally wanted to take a leisurely stroll around this dungeon. See if there are any good things or hidden tasks. Now it seems that there is no such effort. He can ignore his teammates. But this is about the country's reputation. It concerns the destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. He can't just sit there and do nothing. Thinking of this, Tenjianzhuwu started instantly. Lin Feng instantly soared into the air. However, at the moment when Lin Feng took off, an arrow at an extremely fast speed came in an instant and hit Lin Feng directly. Ding! Invincible state, damage is invalid. Lin Feng subconsciously stopped his action. Looking in the direction of the attack, I saw a burly man as big as a bear looking at me in astonishment several thousand meters away. Lin Feng frowned, and the Eye of Destiny was activated instantly. Arthur Bear Country. Properties panel. HP 1800/1800. MP 1000/1000. Occupation, Sniper, First Class. Level 17. Basic attributes. Strength, 220. Agility, 360. Physical fitness, 180. Spirit, 100. Talents, Eagle-Eye Vision, Cold-Blooded Sniper, Hidden Shooter. Faction, Federal Genius Camp. Arthur? Third place? Sneak attack on me? You really don't know how to live or die. Lin Feng snorted coldly, with murderous intent in his eyes. Since you dare to attack me, you must be prepared to die. Arthur saw Lin Feng stop and looked towards him. He immediately grinned at Lin Feng arrogantly, then raised his middle finger provocatively. However, at the moment when he raised his middle finger, I just felt a chill on my hands. The middle finger has disappeared. Before he could fully react, 3 arrows have already penetrated his body. 1 arrow, 2 arrows to the chest. The horrible damage instantly emptied his health bar. He became the first contestant to die at the hands of a job changer in the copy. Chapter 77. Can I snatch monsters? The first teammate turned out to be him. At this time, outside the copy, the Glory Plaza, which was originally filled with job changers. As the competition started, the venue was now empty. Only 11 huge screens were suspended above the square, attracting the attention of all the audience. The screen shows the top 10 images of the current competition. Each screen has a live feed of a competitor, showing how they are doing in the competition. The 11th screen randomly plays images of other contestants. Every once in a while, a new candidate will be selected. Show the audience more game scenes and contestants' performances. The audience watched the competition on the screen excitedly and commented on each contestant's performance. At this time in the audience, Li Guang laughed happily and said, "Ha! You are worthy of being Xiaofeng. You are so awesome! It has only been a short time since the start, and he has killed all the monsters in the first wave. This kid is dealing with level 20 monsters. He was the first to kill them all. He really deserves the first place." Gu Tai, who was standing by, did not look too happy. Lin Feng is indeed very good, but this is a team competition. It is useless for one person to run fast. But there's nothing we can do about it. Who caused everyone to be dispersed right at the start of this competition? Gu Shan said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Li Guang said directly, "You have to trust Xiaofeng. He has a big picture perspective and will definitely notice this problem." While the 3 of them were chatting with different expressions, the audience suddenly became excited. Hearing this noise, the 3 of them looked up at the same time. I just happened to see the scene where Arthur attacked Lin Feng. Li Guan stood up suddenly upon seeing this. Just when I was about to start cursing, I was stunned. All the audience in the auditorium fell silent at this moment. The next moment, the audience was completely drowned out by waves of shock. Holy crap! What kind of monster is this Dragon Country's Lin Feng? How come I've never heard of him before? He was defeated by Arthur in just one move? Is this the strength of the Dragon Country people? They can still hit all 4 arrows at such a distance. Isn't this more like a sniper god than Arthur, the sniper god? I want to report it! I want to report it! This guy from Longwei killed someone! Arthur was just testing him. He actually killed him directly. I demand that the organizer disqualify him from the competition. Lin Feng's ultra-long-range attack instantly made all the spectators in the arena boil over. This also caused all the people from the Bear Country to go crazy, and they all clamored to deprive Lin Feng of his qualification to participate in the competition. But fighting is part of the rules. Besides, it was Arthur who took the initiative to provoke Lin Feng. Even if he died, Lin Feng couldn't be blamed. He could only blame himself for not being competent enough. Of course, Lin Feng didn't know about these things. At this time, Lin Feng was suspended in the air, and snorted disdainfully. For this kind of ant who doesn't know his own limitations. Kill him, and Lin Feng didn't take it to heart at all. I didn't even see the other party's attributes. You dare to attack at will, do you really think you are invincible? Just as I was preparing to continue to fly. But he suddenly stopped moving. His points increased from 65 to 70. Could it be possible that killing people could also increase points? Lin Feng's expression froze for a moment, but he quickly rejected the idea. You killed LV-15 Desert Lizard X5, gained 5,000 experience points. Gained 5 Lizard Tail X5. Obviously, these 5 points came from these 5 desert lizards, although their levels were much lower than those he had hunted before. But the points earned are exactly the same. In other words, if this copy really wants to surpass others, the only way is to snatch the monsters that spawn around others. As for killing people, that depends on each individual's situation. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly scanned the area around Arthur's body. There are still 26. It seems that this guy killed the elite monster first. Thinking of this, Lin Feng drew his bow and arrow again. 2 arrows were shot out, and all the remaining desert lizards beside Arthur's body turned into ashes in an instant. Lin Feng's points also surpassed Anna by a large margin, reaching 96 points. But although Arthur was killed, his name did not disappear directly. It is still on the list, occupying the 3rd place. This mechanism also prevents the murderer from being discovered by others so easily. But as time goes by, someone will find out. But the good thing is that the dungeon has just started. Apart from Anna, I guess no one has the energy to care about rankings or anything like that. Of course, Lin Feng didn't care about these. After making sure all the monsters are killed, Lin Feng once again urged the clouds and mist, flying straight towards the ball of light given to you by the locator. No matter who the teammates are this time, let's reunite first. Lin Feng was flying rapidly in the air. Although he could guess that this was a huge map as soon as he entered. But when Lin Feng started flying at the maximum speed, only then did he realize how big this copy was. I converted all my attribute points into agility. And with the blessing of 20 times the speed of flying in the clouds. After flying for 20 minutes, I didn't meet anyone else. This terrifying range is definitely not meant to allow them to find their teammates easily. As Lin Feng pushed with all his strength, he finally arrived near the ball of light. Lin Feng looked in the direction of the light ball. I saw a young man wearing a purple robe and holding a staff. He was running away in the desert in panic with a look of fear on his face. Behind him, a group of desert lizards were chasing him closely. It seemed as if they could catch up with him at any time and tear him to pieces. Help! Help me! I don't want to die yet! I don't want to die yet! This person was none other than Wu Xiaoyang, the only mage in Lin Feng's team. The moment he saw Wu Xiaoyang, Lin Feng's eyes were filled with helplessness. How come the target is such a guy? Lin Feng was suspended in midair, staring intently at Wu Xiaoyang in the desert. After struggling for a while, he finally fell behind Wu Xiaoyang and blocked the group of desert lizards behind him. "If you don't want to die, just fight hard," as Lin Feng's voice sounded. Wu Xiaoyang was secretly delighted when he saw someone coming to rescue him. However, the moment he heard Lin Feng's voice, his face turned pale. It was as if there were 4 big words written on my face: "I'm dead." Lin Feng, why is it you?" Wu Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. He sat down on the ground directly. "It really is like a house leaking in rainy night. I know you have been trying to kill me. Just do it. I don't have the strength to run anymore. Why don't you just let these lizards kill me directly to save your hands from getting dirty?" Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang, who had completely given up, and said coldly, "I really want to kill you, but this competition is about the glory of the motherland and even more about the destiny of the motherland. Even if I want to kill you again, it's not now. If you really want to die, wait until the competition is over." "Don't worry, everyone. Wu Xiaoyang will definitely solve this problem. Now the main thing is to leave this thread so that he can uproot the entire Wu family in the future. The kind that will shake the egg yolk apart." Chapter 78 Dungeon Item Sky Map, Team Ranking opened. You really won't kill me?" Wu Xiaoyang stared at Lin Feng in a daze, his face full of disbelief. Lin Feng snorted coldly. "Although I want revenge, this event is related to the dignity and honor of Longhua. And we are still unsure how the team rankings are calculated, so, even if you really want to die, wait until the tournament is over." Hearing Lin Feng say this, Wu Xiaoyang sat there in a daze, seemingly completely unaware of how to react. "What are you daydreaming about? These are your monsters! Kill them all!" Lin Feng urged while resisting the attack of the desert lizard. After hearing Lin Feng's voice, Wu Xiaoyang finally reacted and said with some worry, "My efficiency is too low. How about you kill him? We are all in the same team anyway, so it shouldn't have much impact, right? Before we determine the calculation method for team rankings, it's best not to concentrate all the points on one person. Even if I need to kill monsters, I will go and grab them from other teams." Lin Feng glanced at Wu Xiaoyang with disdain, and casually threw a bottle of instant magic potion to Wu Xiaoyang. "Stop wasting time. Get started. Hit me with your staff when the cooldown comes. I'll help you with the knife." As he spoke, Lin Feng also opened the Eye of Destiny and glanced at the group of low-level desert lizards in front of him that couldn't even break through his defense. Desert Lizard. Level 9. Grade Silver. HP 2800/2800. Strength 240. Physical Fitness 280. Spirit 60. Agility 120. Skills: Sandstorm Attack, Sand Smash. Sure enough, the monsters that appeared around each person. The level is 1 level lower than your own level. It seems that this is to allow professionals to defeat these monsters under difficult circumstances. Of course, there is a possibility. That is to let these monsters chase the professionals. After all, Wu Xiaoyang is a fragile mage with low output and low defense. Once you run out of mana, you'll die, but you've managed to hold on for so long. Perhaps the real intention of these monsters is to drive the job changers to a certain place. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng put away his equipment. Directly launch my life as my own. According to the health values of these lizards, he quickly adjusted his attributes. Then he punched one of the lizards directly. The lizard's health was directly controlled to a level where Wu Xiaoyang could just kill the monster. Seeing this scene, Wu Xiaoyang was stunned. Has Lin Feng reached this level? How can he control his output so perfectly? What are you daydreaming about? Why don't you get started? Lin Feng urged in an unpleasant tone. Wu Xiaoyang was awakened by Lin Feng's cold shout and quickly raised his staff. He began to attack the desert lizard that was on the verge of death under Lin Feng's control. As the thunder fell, Wu Xiaoyang's points increased rapidly. In just a few minutes, all the desert lizards around the two men disappeared. The ranking directly rushed into the top 10. Became the 9th person to score 65 points. In the copy, Gu Qingying, Wang Chao and Murong Shan were also stunned when they saw this scene. but the three of them were quick-witted. Instantly, I understood the fundamental reason why Wu Xiaoyang's ranking rose. I guess Lin Feng has joined him. But they just couldn't understand why Lin Feng would help Wu Xiaoyang. As Wu Xiaoyang killed the last elite lizard with his staff, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Your teammate Wu Xiaoyang killed the LV9 Desert Lizard Elite, and you gained 100 experience points. Looking at the system information in front of him, Lin Feng's eyes twitched slightly. This experience distribution is too fucked up. As long as you are not the killer, even if you deal 99% of the damage, you can only get about 1/10 of the experience points. Well Brother Feng, this elite drops something a little different. You can come and take a look. The moment Wu Xiaoyang saw the dropped object, he immediately took it out of his backpack and handed it to Lin Feng. Huh! Is it also a positioning device? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows, and without any hesitation, he reached out to take it. Sky Eye Map. After use, you can open the map system in the instance, and obtain the locations of all players in the instance, and update in real time. This is a good stuff. You are quite lucky. Lin Feng looked at Wu Xiaoyang strangely, and without caring about Wu Xiaoyang's opinion, he directly used the prop. The next moment, an illusory map appeared directly in Lin Feng's field of vision. This is an extremely large map. Even though there are hundreds of contestants this time, it is only displayed sporadically on the map. And this only displays all players on the map. Apart from himself, other players are just dots of light. I can't tell who the other person is. But even so, it is more than enough for this kind of competition. Lin Feng looked at the map in front of him, his eyes narrowed slightly. There are about 4 people nearby. Apart from Wu Xiaoyang and I, it seems that no other team has successfully joined up yet. Just as Lin Feng was thinking about what to do next, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Byte. All members of 3 teams have completed the first wave of hunting. Team leaderboard is open. Team ranking. The score can only be calculated if the team collectively completes the current wave of hunting. If the scores are the same, the ranking is based on time order. If a teammate dies, he or she cannot enter the team ranking. 1. Anna Team, Eagle Country 195. 2. Yumekawa Nike Team, Sakura Country 195. 3. Natalia Team, Bear Country 195. It really has something to do with my teammates. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng's expression became serious. Although Wu Xiaoyang's strength is not good, he is a DPS profession after all. But Murong Shan from their team is just a nanny. Although it has a certain combat capability, it is extremely limited. This mode of opening the team list. How does this allow for pure support professions to be played? Are these 3 teams on the list all kitchen knife teams? Without a nurse? Thinking of this, Lin Feng took a look at his points. Suddenly it dawned on me. I see. Are we forced to steal other people's monsters to play PvP? Since I can't get ahead for the time being, I will keep stealing other people's points. As long as my score is far higher than the teams ahead of me, I will be the first. Then the only thing you need to pay attention to is that your teammates will not die at the hands of monsters or other teams. Lin Feng exhaled lightly and threw the Sky Eye map to Wu Xiaoyang. Follow me closely, avoid the light spots when you see them, understand? Oh, okay, but where are you going? Wu Xiaoyang hurriedly took the Sky Eye map and asked with some confusion. Since we can't be sure when our own people will be finished. That is, of course, to make it so that others can never complete it. Chapter 79. Can you give me anything? Then I'll take your life. Lin Feng didn't care whether Wu Xiaoyang understood or not. Directly in Wu Xiaoyang's confused eyes, it soared into the sky and instantly turned into a shadow and disappeared. Wu Xiaoyang was left standing there in a daze with a dull look on his face. Just now Lin Feng took a look at the map. The approximate locations of these 4 people have been completely determined. And it's not far from where Wu Xiaoyang is. It's very easy to search from the air. As for Wu Xiaoyang's Achilles heel, Lin Feng couldn't possibly let him run around in the dungeon alone. After all, I can think of this. There will certainly be other people who want to understand the meaning of the team list. If someone was killed by Wu Xiaoyang, that would be too painful. So before Lin Feng left, he placed the projection of his fate next to Wu Xiaoyang. With the projection protection, Wu Xiaoyang will not have any problems. Even if something unexpected happens, Lin Feng can also know it first through the projection. The speed bonus brought by flying in the clouds is extremely exaggerated. Even the light spot closest to Lin Feng and the others was more than 10,000 meters away. But with the blessing of Tenjianzhuwu, in less than 5 minutes, Lin Feng came near the target. Sure enough, the light spots on the map only showed the approximate range of the opponent's location. And the other party is also constantly moving. But from the air, it is clearly visible. An incredible situation. In addition, there was a group of huge desert lizards around that person. It is even easier to recognize. After locking onto the target, Lin Feng said nothing. Quickly draw the bow and arrow. The arrows of terror instantly fell from the sky. The contestants from other countries. I didn't even have time to react. The monsters around him were completely killed. You killed LV11 Desert Lizard X4, gained 400 experience points, and gained 4 Lizard Tail X4. Lin Feng looked at the dumbfounded contestant on the ground, thought for a moment, and flew away again, heading towards the next goal. 10 minutes later, as Lin Feng shot his last arrow, the remaining monsters of the last target were also captured by Lin Feng. You killed the LV-15 Desert Lizard Elite, gained 1000 experience points, and multiplied the point teleportation talisman by 1. Summoning talisman? Seeing the turn, Lin Feng was no longer surprised. He has been able to determine that the drops from the elite monsters here are. They are all used to help contestants reunite with their teams. Although the specific effect of this summoning symbol is unknown. But it should also be a prop in this aspect. Teleportation talisman. After use, you can teleport yourself and your joined teammates to the vicinity of the nearest other teammates. Seeing this, Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. This is much more useful than the locator he got at the beginning. Just as Lin Feng was about to rush back to Wu Xiaoyang and take him with him to teleport, the system prompt sound suddenly rang again. Ding! 15 people have already completed the first wave of tasks. The second stage of the dungeon is now open. Please go to the designated area within 10 minutes and hold on for 10 minutes. Hearing this voice, Lin Feng subconsciously looked at the scoreboard. I saw that the scores of all the 10 people on the individual scoreboard had exceeded 65. Wu Xiaoyang didn't know when he was tricked out. Gu Qingying, who was originally at the bottom, now ranked 6th with a 78-point advantage. But among the top 10 there are still only 2 people from Dragon Country, Lin Feng and Gu Qingying. Lin Feng's expression changed again and again. After taking a look at the destination set by the system, he rushed towards Wu Xiaoyang immediately. Apart from other things, the most important thing is to meet up with the rest of the team. Once the team is incomplete, it will never be on the team list. Lin Feng was flying rapidly in the air. Soon Wu Xiaoyang's figure appeared in his field of vision. But the next moment, Lin Feng's brows immediately frowned. I saw 2 little devils, no more than 1.5 meters tall, chasing Wu Xiaoyang everywhere. Finally, he threw a knife and forcibly stopped Wu Xiaoyang. You are just a little wizard. You want to escape from our powerful warriors. You must be crazy, the leading Japanese soldier said with disdain. You have an old saying in your dragon country, he who knows the current situation is a hero. Hand over the map in your hand now. We will never embarrass you. Otherwise, don't blame us for forcing the exchange by force. Looking at the 2 little devils in front of him who were 5 or 6 levels higher than him, Wu Xiaoyang was extremely panicked. This is not mine. If you take it away, Lin Feng will kill me. Lin Feng? Lin Feng who ranks first on the individual list? Humph! He's just a lucky show-off. When I meet him, I will make sure he gets into trouble. Besides, if you don't give us the stuff, we can kill you right now. As the 2 Japanese soldiers spoke, they simultaneously drew out their swords, which were longer than themselves. It seemed that if Wu Xiaoyang refused again, they would take action directly. I'll say it again. As long as you hand over the map, we will let you go. We can even give you the materials of these lizards. Don't refuse my toast. As the two of them pressed on, 4 sharp sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Only 2, ding-ding, sounds were heard. One of them directly blocked the 2 arrows. The other person was not so lucky. He was directly pierced by the arrow and his health bar was emptied instantly. A mere Japanese soldier from Sakura country was able to block my attack? It must be a one-time blocking skill, right? As one of them fell to the ground, Lin Feng's voice slowly sounded behind the Japanese soldier. Hearing this voice, the devil trembled violently, turned around cautiously and said, You are the number 1 on the list, Mr. Lin Feng? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh? You know me? Oh no, I am Yumekawa Yuzuru. Yumekawa Naiku is my elder brother. Yumekawa Yuzuru smiled at Lin Feng in an extremely flattering manner. I am a member of the Sakura team. I have seen your appearance from afar in the Glory Square, so I can recognize your heroic figure. Hearing this name, Lin Feng's eyes twitched twice. The names given by the Meichuan family are really more awesome than the other. Didn't you just say that I would have to bear the consequences? Lin Feng asked coldly. Meichuan Xiongzhao's heart tightened, and he quickly knelt in front of Lin Feng, took a seat, and said respectfully, I didn't say that. It was this guy named Hikawa Tsuneyoshi who said that. It has nothing to do with me. Your strength is obvious to all. How dare I speak to you like that? I was deceived by this man just now. I was bewitched and threatened your teammates. If you are willing to give me a chance, I can give you everything I have. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. Really? Then I'll take it myself. Meichuan Xiongzhao was also delighted to see Lin Feng smile, and nodded repeatedly. No problem, no problem. As long as you... But he hadn't finished speaking yet. I felt a pain in my chest. The health bar suddenly dropped to 0. You said that yourself, so I will take your life. Chapter 80, First in the team, is the system attracting hatred for us? You killed someone? Seeing this scene, Wu Xiaoyang, who was standing aside, felt his legs go weak and he sat down on the ground. The fear of Lin Feng in his heart reached its peak at this moment. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Xiaoyang. Murder? Really? Wu Xiaoyang pointed tremblingly at the 2 corpses at Lin Feng's feet, his expression becoming more and more terrified. These 2? Are these Japanese from the Sakura country still human? Lin Feng snorted disdainfully. Outside the copy, the audience seats were already boiling with excitement. Well said! You are worthy of being the genius of my dragon country. Can the devils still be considered human beings? Well done for killing them. That's right. Besides, it was the Japanese who attacked us first. We were acting in self-defense to protect our teammates. Baga! Do you dragon country people have no shame? I want to report this Lin Feng. He is killing contestants indiscriminately. It's only been a short time since the start. He has already killed 3. I want to report him. Bah! Little devils! If you dare to go there, I will make you stay here forever. Glory Plaza, top floor. CS sat quietly in the middle of the room, watching everything happening on the screen calmly. The war gods from various countries all looked strange and evasive. No one dared to say a word. Just because of the only god of war in the Sakura country. After seeing Lin Feng's actions, he angrily said, Baka. Then he flew backwards without any warning. He was just like garbage, lying next to the trash can, his life or death unknown. Why are you so scared? If I wanted to kill you, you would be dead. Lin Feng gave Wu Xiaoyang a speechless look. With a thought, he put away the projection hidden in the dark. Then he walked quickly to Wu Xiaoyang's side. Grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Lin Feng's sudden action also frightened Wu Xiaoyang. Facing Wu Xiaoyang's startled look, Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and directly used the teleportation talisman. Suddenly, the 2 of them turned into a blue light and disappeared. At this time, the copy is due east. Wang Chao held a shield and attracted the hatred of the desert lizard. The flying sword in Gu Qingying's hand consumed the health of these monsters to the minimum extent. Shan! It's enough! Get started! Following Gu Qingying's order. Not far away, Murongshan hit the desert lizard hard on the head with the staff. This is how he managed to kill a desert lizard. Well, this is too difficult. I'm just a priest. Why do I have to kill monsters too? Murongshan said with a worried look on her face. Gu Qingying also sighed helplessly. Who knows, this is too unreasonable. Maybe they want to simulate the real situation on the battlefield. After all, sometimes people get separated, and even auxiliary professions must have a certain level of combat effectiveness. Wang Chao said, moving his stiff arms slightly. At least we are lucky enough. The designated area is just nearby. We just pray that we can kill all the monsters in the first wave within 10 minutes. Gu Qingying touched Murongshan's head to comfort her. Murongshan lowered her head. If only Lin Feng were here. As soon as these words came out, a dazzling blue light rang out beside the three of them. The next moment, Lin Feng grabbed Wu Xiaoyang and appeared in front of the three people. Wu Xiaoyang was still screaming in fear at this time. Don't kill me! I really know I was wrong! Hearing this sudden strange cry, the four of them simultaneously cast a caring look at Wu Xiaoyang. If I really want to kill you, you'll be gone with just one slap. If it weren't for the fact that this competition requires the survival of the entire group, I would definitely kill you first. Lin Feng took a deep breath and chose not to pay any more attention to this guy. Seeing Lin Feng and Wu Xiaoyang being teleported over, the three of them were delighted at the same time. I knew it. How come Wu Xiaoyang killed the first wave of monsters faster than me? It turns out you were leading him, Gu Qingying said with a smile on her face. Wang Chao was obviously relieved. I didn't expect that we could gather so soon. I thought it would take at least several hours. I was lucky. I robbed a few elite monsters from others and got the teleportation talisman, Lin Feng said with a smile. By the way, where is the designated area you are going to? If the teleportation distance is very far, you won't be unable to make it back in time, right? Gu Qingying asked with some concern. Lin Feng shook his head. No, this is a universal area. It will assign you the area you are close to. Even if you are teleported away, it will assign you the area closest to you. As he spoke, Lin Feng directly opened the sky map. Countless circles appeared 3/4 of the way from the center of the map. These circles go around the map, and there is such an area near almost all contestants. So that's how it is. Seeing this clear map, Gu Qingying and Wang Chao nodded as if they had suddenly realized something. Murongshan, who was standing by, looked at the three people who were calm and composed, and could no longer hold back. Hey! Stop chatting! I'm really running out of time. Hearing this, Lin Feng was stunned at first, then he laughed. Don't worry, it won't be a big problem with me here. As he spoke, Lin Feng stepped forward again, and after confirming Murongshan's damage and the health of these lizards, amid the shocked gazes of several people, he repeated the same trick he had used to help Wu Xiaoyang. Soon, as Murongshan smashed down the last of her magic wand, their team finally completed the first wave of tasks. Ding! Lin Feng team. All members have completed the first wave of hunting. Current ranking. First place. Hearing this voice, the faces of several people changed slightly. It's just the first wave of hunting, but there is still a system broadcast? Isn't this going to attract a lot of hatred from people? As the system prompt sounded, several people looked at the team list. Team ranking. 1. Lin Feng team, Longwood 267. 2. Anna team, Eagle Country 212. 3. Yumekawa Nike team, Sakura Country 204. The team rankings are different from the individual rankings. Only the results of 3 teams will be displayed at a time. Lin Feng and his team were at the top of the list. Although Lin Feng and Gu Qingying were the only 2 people in their team who exceeded their targets. But this couldn't stop Lin Feng from stealing so much. His score alone reached over 100 points. This is equivalent to hunting down nearly 60 additional monsters. This momentum will certainly attract the attention of other teams. I just don't know when to gather the teams together. That's when the real competition begins. Let's go to the designated area first. The second stage will start in 5 minutes. I'm a little curious about what this second stage is. Lin Feng naturally took over Gu Qingying's command position. He took a few people and headed straight to their designated area. Just as Gu Qingying said, they were very close to this area. We arrived at our destination in less than 3 minutes. This area doesn't look small at all. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. I'm afraid that the second stage will be a tower defense game,